Chapter 4251 Nadine Vergers. The flagrant vandals predominantly fielded 4 different mech models this time. The Friedayman already possessed a detailed understanding of the properties of the ferocious Piranha Mark III. As one of the best-selling models of the Larkinson clan, the Friday coalition easily managed to get their hands on enough models and decipher all of their strengths and weaknesses. The Sundered Phalanx also possessed a basic understanding of the Sting Ripper model that the Larkinsons occasionally utilized in many mercenary missions over the years. The Friedayman did not know the Light Hunter model that well, but it shouldn't matter too much considering it was a scout mech. Yet once they finally started to exchange blows against the Larkinson mechs, the Nadine Vergers soon discovered that fighting against this combination of mechs was far more troublesome than what they trained for during their own simulation training sessions. My shots aren't hitting the annoying Sting Rippers. Are you blind? Your aim was off by over 20 meters. I can't concentrate on the Sting Rippers when these annoying ferocious piranhas are buzzing me with their disorienting glows. Although the basic battle lineup of the flagrant vandals remained fairly simple by centering almost entirely on the ferocious piranhas and the Sting Rippers, the synergy they produced in battle was an extremely successful formula. Read novelful.me. Despite their training and preparation, the Friedaymen who encountered the signature mechs of the flagrant vandals found that their special preparations did not adequately prepare them for the real thing. They were experiencing a lot more difficulties when fighting against the flagrant vandals. This was an inconceivable result to the Friedaymen soldiers. The mech pilots of the Nadine Vergers weren't rookies. Many of them were veterans of the Komodo War. Those that had been recruited in the mech division after the conclusion of the war received focused training and guidance from those veterans in order to close the gap as much as possible. As the two sides continued to fight against each other, it became clearer to the Friedaymen why the disparity was so great. Their technical piloting skills weren't too far apart. The Sundered Phalanx had always been good at maintaining high training standards. Its more elite mech divisions received substantially greater resources in order to transform them into crack troops that could deal with the worst that the Hexers could throw in their direction. The flagrant vandals along with the rest of the Larkinson army was not much worse in this regard. Although the Larkinson army was not as comprehensive as the Sundered Phalanx, the clan poured a lot more money into raising the skills and proficiencies of its individual mech pilots. This still wasn't enough to explain the differences, though. As the Friedayman officers and the analysts continued to study the performance of the flagrant vandals' mechs, they took special note of how well the mech pilots adjusted to the movements and the combat tactics of the Nadine Vergers. None of our tactics are working against these Larkinson bastards. It's as if they are reading us like an open book. Sometimes I get the impression that these Larkinsons know my Remo targ better than me. Damn, my mech is crippled. Ejecting. Although the Glory Seekers and the Crossers were able to read their opponents fairly well, the familiarity exhibited by the Larkinsons was on another level. Commander ABI's Firelight did not look overly surprised at this result. All of that time spent in the MSTS is worth it. Training with the help of a much more realistic simulation program makes a huge difference. It wasn't just the mech pilots that gained a lot of experience by conducting targeted training against specific opponents such as the Nadine Vergers. Even the living mechs themselves got pulled into the MSTS. This allowed the mech and mech pilot to develop a deeper level of synergy and cooperation in combat. Combined with the new deep exchange technology introduced by the rather odd Cormant Hemp Camp, the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan mastered their own living battle partners to a significantly greater degree than their opponents. The difference in familiarity and deep proficiency simply made the Larkinson mech pilots better. The fact that the Nadine Vergers had been thrown off their comfort zone and were scrambling to adapt to this unexpected circumstance was an additional bonus that widened the disparity in performance. In fact, Commander Firelight believed that even if the mech pilots from both sides performed identical to each other, his flagrant vandals still would have been able to obtain an advantage. The main reason why he felt confident? Our mechs are simply better. The flagrant vandals might not have been as numerous as the elements of the Hex army at the flanks, but the damage they inflicted onto the opposing mechs was considerably more impressive in both relative and absolute terms. Whereas the Hex army's light mechs mostly danced around and only sporadically managed to damage their targets, the flagrant vandals were much more productive. The ferocious piranhas and the Sting Rippers not only landed their blows with much greater regularity, but knew exactly what parts of the enemy mechs to target in order to achieve maximum effect. The Nadine Verger mech pilots began to feel more and more distressed as they felt increasingly more exposed. They could cope against the units of the Hex army. They could stall the Crossers and the Glory Seekers by fighting more defensively than usual. It was only when they fought against the flagrant vandals that they were getting torn to pieces. No matter what formations they utilized and what kind of coordinated tactics they pulled off, as long as their squads were targeted by both the ferocious Piranha and the Sting Ripper, the enemy mech pilots simply failed to measure up against the Larkinson mechs. What does it take to shoot you down? A Nadine Verger piloting a Remo Targ mech gritted his teeth as he did his best to resist the persistent glow from a nearby ferocious Piranha. As a soldier of the Sundered Phalanx, the pilot received a lot of training on how to resist glows. Though the glow from the ferocious Piranha strained his mind a lot, his firm training allowed him to resist the effect. The problem was that regardless of what he was doing, he would always be fighting with a handicap. With a part of his mind focused on retaining his wits, he had less focus left on tracking his enemies and plotting his next moves. The weakness of the Remotarg design became evident in this fight. While it was capable of getting close and cutting vulnerable opponents down with its light sword, it was difficult for the mech to win a duel against a ferocious Piranha Mark III. Although the Larkinson light skirmisher was available on the market, the model employed by the flagrant vandals was a variant. After all, most commercial parties simply couldn't afford to spend so much on individual light mechs. Only a few groups were willing to splurge on quality light mechs like the Larkinson clan. The design department not only raised the specifications of the ferocious Piranha Mark III, but also added other minor Larkinson exclusive enhancements to the design. All of this meant that the ferocious Piranha was deadlier, tougher, and even a little bit faster than the Remotarg. In a pure melee bout, this meant that the ferocious Piranha could defeat the Remotarg at least 70% of the time. It took the Remotargs their utmost to fend off the ferocious Piranhas and preserve their integrity. The problem with that was that it left the accompanying Sting Rippers plenty of opportunity to fire at the Remotargs with their Luminar crystal submachine guns. Different from Luminar crystal rifles that were usually optimized for delivering powerful penetrating shots, the submachine guns that VES had designed for this model were able to fire beams at an impressively high rate. Even though the penetration and power of these energy beams were anything but impressive, they were more than powerful enough to chip away at the armor of light mechs. The Remotargs simply couldn't get rid of the tracking of the Sting Rippers. The fast firing rate made it a lot easier to achieve at least some hits. Theoretically, the Remotargs should have been able to stop the Sting Rippers by catching up to them or firing back with their rapid-fire pulse carbines. In practice, the Sting Rippers were so fast and light that it was too difficult for the Remotargs to catch up to the annoying Larkinson mechs. The Remotargs could easily slice the Sting Rippers if they could slash their targets with their light swords, but when it came to combat between light mechs, speed was often king. Therefore, the only other way for the Remotargs to destroy the Sting Rippers was to exchange fire with their ranged weapons. It was a pity that the Remotargs were not only armed with a weaker ranged weapon model, but couldn't even reliably land a hit on the Sting Rippers. How can these Sting Rippers be so difficult to hit? You need to concentrate extra hard on them. Don't rely on your instincts and muscle training. The Sting Rippers exist to fool your judgment. The Gage dynasty was not ignorant about the properties of the Sting Rippers, but it was a pity that knowing about them was different from fighting against them on a real battlefield. No virtual simulation training system could ever prepare the sundered Phalanx mech pilots against the glows of both the ferocious Piranhas and the Sting Rippers at the same time. It was already awful enough for the opponents of the flagrant vandals to deal with one suppressive glow. Adding another on top of that created so many weaknesses that the Nadine Verger mech pilots assigned to fight against the flagrant vandals were almost driven to despair. We can't fight against these demons by ourselves. We need backup. We can't. We already have our hands full resisting the other Hexer mechs. Don't aim for a victory. Just do your best to block the Larkinson mechs and we'll finish them off later. At this rate, we won't last long enough to prevent them from overrunning our other mech units. We need backup at this instant. The officers of the sundered Phalanx tried various measures to block the flagrant vandals from running free. The Nadine Vergers received fire support from the rear when the ranged mechs of the Blackened Reapers opened fire on the flagrant vandals. Unfortunately, their support had less than the desirable effect. Though the Blackened Reapers had a reputation for precision and accuracy, it was too difficult for them to take down light mechs at a distance, especially when they were fast, high-quality machines under the control of well-trained mech pilots. The Friedaymen deployed other units in response. The Nadine Vergers along with other units sent a whole host of different mechs at the flagrant vandals in order to break their combination. Nothing really worked. The Nadine Verger light skirmishers couldn't catch up to the ferocious Piranhas and the Sting Rippers and mostly got ripped apart by the latter if they persisted in their chase. The striker mechs dispatched by another sundered Phalanx mech division could easily roast a lot of light mechs with their formidable flamethrowers, but their mobility deficit was so high that they could never even catch up to their targets. In desperation, the Nadine Vergers redirected hundreds of mechs away from their current opponents and threw them onto the flagrant vandals in order to crush the annoying Larkinson mechs through numbers. While the flagrant vandals indeed came under a lot of suppression, the problem was that the Hexer light mechs suddenly became unleashed and started to gain a lot more advantages against their remaining opponents. Damn it, we can't go on like this, ma'am. If we don't obtain relief in 2 minutes, then our squads will begin to collapse. Forget about holding back. Send in Dukes. Wait, send in Hawks as well. Understood. Please stand by for further instructions. We won't be alive anymore if we wait any longer. The sundered Phalanx officers recognized that they could not cope against the flagrant vandals through normal means anymore. What they needed was an outside factor, and after a brief delay, the higher UPS finally pulled the trigger. As the ferocious Piranhas and the Sting Rippers continued to team up and abuse their opponents by shamelessly taking advantage of their suppressive glows, the light hunters that kept a close eye on this section of the battlefield began to detect alarming indications. We're detecting the approach of an expert mech, no, 2 expert mechs. Disperse. The flagrant vandal mechs immediately suspended their current routines and flew apart from each other in response to the incoming threats, but the Friedman expert mechs arrived a lot faster than expected. Surrounded by the telltale bubbles of warp travel, 2 expert light mechs hailing from the Nadine Vergers blasted onto the scene and immediately chopped and shot apart a dozen flagrant vandal mechs shortly after they arrived. Even though it was completely unnecessary, the new arrivals did not hesitate to fully resonate with their transphasic weapons. This allowed the deadly light expert mechs to completely treat the flagrant vandal mechs as air. The slaughter of so many Larkinson mechs at once immediately lifted the morale of Nadine Vergers and other nearly sundered Phalanx mech pilots. Read novelful.me. No matter their training and experience, they had inevitably lost their confidence after getting repeatedly abused by the flagrant vandals. Many of them were cognizant enough to figure out that if they failed to stop the flagrant vandal mechs, the Larkinson mechs would soon be able to trigger a catastrophic cascade at this flank. Once the Hex Army and the Golden Skull Alliance took complete control of this side, they could immediately reinforce other friendly units or put so much pressure on the exposed ranged mechs in the rear that many sundered Phalanx mech units would lose their fire support. This was why the Nadine Verger mech pilots immediately regained their hope. As long as their expert mechs managed to break the backs of the flagrant vandals, they were confident enough in their ability to handle the other enemy mech units. They even began to chant the names of their war heroes. Dukes and Hawks! Dukes and Hawks! Dukes and Hawks! Venerable Ozea Dukes and Venerable Kismet Hawks went a long way back. They had both been unremarkable low-tier expert pilots from before the Komodo War. Back then, they had been attached to another mech division. They participated in many battles, some of which had been so large and destructive that the units that they had been a part of often had to retreat and reorganize due to all of the losses that they had suffered. Somehow, Venerable Dukes and Venerable Hawks managed to stay together and steadily forge a deeper understanding and cooperation with each other. By the time the Komodo War neared its ending, Dukes and Hawks had become one of the more notable duos among their kind. Once the war had ended, the two applied to transfer to the Red Ocean early. They soon moved to the Friday colonies where they gained a fresh start as the protectors assigned to the 6161th Nadine Vergers. After witnessing so many mechs of this mech division getting abused by the flagrant vandals, Dukes and Hawks had long grown furious at the Larkinsons. Let us show these bastards that they are nothing without their glows. Venerable Ozea Dukes roared as his eyes practically turned red. He finally saw an opportunity to punish the Larkinson clan for inventing glows and providing this capability to the Hex Army. So many good Friedman soldiers had perished during the Komodo War, and living mechs such as the infamous Valkyrie Redeemer carried much of the blame. Don't lose sight of our true foes, Dukes. Venerable Kismet Hawks warned as her light harasser mech needled the Sting Rippers to death with its thin kinetic rifle. There's a nearby Larkinson expert mech that is not looking so friendly at the moment. Ha, it's just a single expert light skirmisher. What can it do on its own? We will beat it even if it brings a friend. Venerable Ozea Dukes might be brash, but he had reason to be confident. He and his fellow expert pilot had combined forces against Hexer expert mechs many times in the past. Most of the time, they came out on top due to their individual skills as well as their intimate teamwork. The bond they developed between each other had been forged in the fires of war. Ordinary pairs of enemy expert mechs could not shake them anymore. Confident in their superiority, the quad knife piloted by Venerable Dukes and the Philamen piloted by Venerable Hawks acted like wolves among sheep. The famed glows of the ferocious piranha and the Sting Ripper that could easily torment the minds of almost any mech pilot became completely ineffective when they tried to exert their influence on the enemy expert pilots. The reason for that was that the glows originated from Zigra, Lufa, Kilangso, and Kalo. Each spiritual entity existed at a higher level than ordinary people, so they could naturally impose their auras onto the weak. Expert pilots had already undergone one major evolution and substantially closed the gap as a result. Not only that, expert pilots especially transformed their willpower, making it extraordinarily powerful and resilient. Not even gods could shake their convictions. In fact, it didn't even matter whether the ferocious piranhas and Sting Rippers lost their main gimmicks. Expert pilots were so far ahead that they could still wipe out the Larkinson mechs even if their combat effectiveness had dropped by 75%. Commander ABI's Firelight and many other Larkinson officers already knew in advance that the pair of mid-range expert mechs could not be defeated through normal means. Tusa. Commander Firelight opened a communication channel to the Dark Zephyr. The Cross clan is dispatching Venerable Imari's cross to our boys. If you can wait 45 seconds, you can team up with him to fight against Dukes and Hawks. Don't. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson surprisingly contradicted the Legion commander. I can take care of them by myself. So what if they're the famed Dukes and Hawks duo? Even without sparring against their simulated expert mechs hundreds of times, I can beat them in my sleep. Tell Imaris to keep supporting his fellow crossers. We Larkinsons can take care of our business. Though Commander Firelight had serious misgivings about Tusa's judgment, it was too late to persuade the light mech specialist to hang back because the Dark Zephyr already charged towards the Philamen. Since the Dark Zephyr version 2.0 had equipped its exclusive Morton Tech Stiletto as one combat drive before deploying into the field, the first Larkinson expert mech possessed warp travel capabilities. This allowed it to close a lot of distance in a short amount of time, enabling the expert light skirmisher to get into kill range in record time. However, long before the Dark Zephyr was able to sink its daggers through the frame of the Philamen, the Nadine Verger expert mech flew straight backwards while engaging its transphasic flight system, thereby significantly increasing the time it took for both mechs to meet each other. Venerable Kismet Hawks did not choose to retreat, though. She actively attempted to string along the Dark Zephyr so that her Philamen could fire at the Larkinson expert mech with greater ease. As a light harasser mech, the Philamen was a ranged expert mech developed by Master Ziana Ryzen and Master Alex Kanra. Master Ryzen's main input was equipping the Philamen with a new cutting-edge stutter flight system. This innovative mobility solution that not only allowed the expert mech to pull off impressive stutter evasion moves, but also do so while engaging in warp travel. Master Alex Kanra on the other hand was known for his specialization in physical ranged weapons. He took a particular interest in developing smaller and lighter kinetic arms for mechs that didn't have the capacity to carry heavier weapons. In fact, the name of the Philamen was derived from its unique filament rifle. The kinetic weapon worked similar to a gauze rifle, but instead of shooting kinetic rounds that were designed to punch through armor through brute force, the filament rifle fired thin spikes that dealt much less damage per hit but still retained a lot of penetration power. The main advantage of the filament rifle was that its firing rate and ammunition capacity was much higher than any equivalent gauze weapon. Venerable Kismet Hawks did not feel any distress as her expert mech pumped out hundreds of razor-thin filaments into space. Most of them didn't even hit anything as the Dark Zephyr proved to be remarkably difficult to hit even to a veteran expert pilot. Still, Kismet Hawks was not only a war veteran that had fought against many challenging opponents, but also received an intelligence briefing on the Dark Zephyr. While the current incarnation of the Dark Zephyr looked a lot different from the records that Hawks had studied, it should still cling to the same concept. She already knew about the Dark Zephyr's strange optical illusion trick and did not attempt to land all of her shots at the apparent location and trajectory of the enemy expert mech. The Dark Zephyr that she was able to observe through her mech was a deception. The actual coordinates of the Dark Zephyr should be close to its apparent location, and could vary a lot as Venerable Tusa constantly wanted to keep his opponents guessing. The only way to put serious pressure on the Dark Zephyr when it had activated its untouchable triggered ability was to saturate the surrounding space with a lot of attacks. This was exactly what the Philamen excelled at. With the help of her powerful and developed intuition, Venerable Hawks managed to put a lot of pressure on the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield in a short amount of time. Even so, the Dark Zephyr was still gaining speed. It would not take long for the powerful Larkinson expert mech to close the distance and return all of the damage it endured and more. Dukes. On it, Hawks. The Philamen smoothly turned into an arc even as it continued to accelerate backwards at an impressive pace while keeping the Dark Zephyr under fire. Just as the Dark Zephyr came close enough to toss a grenade at the expert light harasser mech, Tusa abruptly had to turn his machine by 135 degrees and lift up its daggers in order to repel a charge attack launched by the quad knife. The Dark Zephyr smoothly managed to block 2 of the incoming knife stabs, but as its name suggested, the quad knife did not possess 2 arms, but 4. Venerable Tusa was already aware of this and had already attempted to jerk his Dark Zephyr to the side. His expert mech succeeded in evading the 3rd knife strike, but the 4th knife managed to get through unimpeded. The resonance shield surrounding the Dark Zephyr flared as it blocked this powerful charge attack. Venerable Tusa had to abandon his attempt to run down the Philamen in order to handle its new opponent. This was because Venerable Ozea Dukes did not let up on his new target. After succeeding in landing at least one attack, the quad knife seemed to smell blood and continued to launch a flurry of attacks with all 4 arms. Though the quad knife's attacks were no longer as painful due to lack of momentum, the attack speed of its arms were so high that it was as if the Dark Zephyr was fighting against a literal storm of knives. The Dark Zephyr may be able to comfortably block 2 of the arms of its opponents in a duel, but 4 of them were beyond its capacity. If that wasn't bad enough, the Philamen had already circled around and put consistent pressure against the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield by shooting at its exposed back. Had Tusa bitten off more than he could chew? This expert mech is tougher than it looks. Venerable Ozea Dukes snarled as his quad knife continued to wail on the Dark Zephyr. The Larkinsons have far too much money on their hands. Venerable Kismet Hawks twitched her lips as her Philamen continued to pepper the Dark Zephyr's rear with as many filaments as it could land. Isn't that a given, Dukes? The Larkinsons are war profiteers. They have forsaken their loyalties to their original states and have thrown away all of their morals, all for the sake of enriching themselves through the suffering of our people. I don't know why they have grown arrogant enough to think they can beat us directly this time, but I see this as a blessing in disguise. As long as we eliminate the Dark Zephyr, we can break one of the important arms of the Larkinson clan. We can do more than that, Hawks. Venerable Dukes replied even as his quad knife continued to overwhelm the Dark Zephyr with a flurry of knife stabs. Did you notice the factory ship that is strangely accompanying the enemy fleet? That's the flagship of the Larkinson clan. As long as we can defeat all of these Hexer and Larkinson mechs, we have a straight shot at the creator of living mechs. Patriarch Ves Larkinson is known to ride alongside his troops in battle. I can already feel him staring in our direction. Whether Dukes was exaggerating or not, VES indeed directed much of his attention towards the right flank of the battlefield. It was a bit boring to watch expert ranged mechs such as the Amaranto and the Promethea in action as they had both become locked into monotonous shooting matches against their enemy counterparts. Though it took a lot for Venerable Stark and Venerable Isabel to match their skills and wits against the foes that had made it their mission to contain the firepower of the Amaranto and the Promethea, much of the games and excitement were difficult to appreciate by external viewers. Compared to seeing them evade incoming shots while launching their own at distant opponents, VES much preferred to watch the unfolding clash between the Dark Zephyr and the pair of interesting expert mechs of the Nadine Vergers. Their fight will definitely turn into a spectacle. With the attitude of watching an exciting show, VES leaned back in his chair and waved his hand to call up the design and specs of the quad knife and the filamen. Read novelful.me. As a mech designer, VES found the quad knife to be a bold and daring interpretation of an expert light skirmisher. It took a lot of courage to realize such a strange design. The multi-armed designer usually applies her design philosophy to larger and more massive mechs. It's hard to support multiple arms on a thin and fragile frame. VES guessed that Master Ishii Feldham may have fallen into an experimental mood when she came up with the design of the quad knife. In general, light skirmishers were so small and light that it was hard to equip them with a pair of combat-capable arms. Trying to apply another set of arms on top of that sounded crazy. However, the ordinary rules didn't necessarily apply to expert mechs. The biggest reason why the quad knife somehow made its four-armed configuration work was due to combining high-quality materials into advanced components. The arms of the quad knife were anything but ordinary. While they were thin and not too strong, they were still stable and sturdy enough to do their jobs without imposing too many limitations. By opting to go for speed over power, the quad knife was expressly designed to duel and defeat lighter and less armored expert mechs. Of course, it could also dismantle other powerful machines such as heavy mechs as long as it was able to find an opportunity to attack the rear or other vulnerable weak points of its targets. The unconventional offensive configuration of the quad knife could throw a lot of opponents off guard. Hardly any expert pilot encountered a four-armed mech before, let alone fight such an opponent in battle. Even though the quad knife was incapable of dealing powerful blows, it didn't matter too much as long as it struck enough times to wear out the resonance shields and armor of its enemies. This is actually quite a brilliant expert mech. VES couldn't help but express his admiration of the design. In his professional judgment, the quad knife was not only a successful experiment, but also introduced new possibilities that did not exist before. VES didn't know why, but ever since this battle commenced, he had paid more attention to the multi-armed designer's works than anyone else's. He could not stop himself from studying and deciphering the working principles of any Frid Aemon mech model that possessed 2 or 3 sets of arms. What would it be like if he designed his own multi-armed expert mech? I would probably botch the job if I have to start from scratch. VES never explored this concept before and had no in-depth knowledge on how to pull off such a weird mech design. This was why the works of Master Feldham became so attractive to him. Each of their forms and designs exposed much of the key design elements that made them viable. Even if there were many secrets that VES could not observe or master by himself, it was not necessarily for him to become as proficient in designing these mechs as the multi-armed designer. There was no point in imitating the works of a master. Instead, VES found it much more interesting to take inspiration from the works of others and put his own spin on their ideas. The master mech designers from the Gage dynasty are surprisingly good sources of inspiration. VES amusingly realized. He had already ripped off Master Tokumen Huron's neural networks and successfully his own brand of spiritual networks. What would it be like if he studied Master Feldham's multi-armed humanoid mech designs and designed his own mech based on what he had learned? This sounded awfully fun. There are many other masters that have come up with their own unique ideas. Every master developed a signature technology that possessed their own charm, and each of them opened up his horizons on how diverse mechs could be. Ideas that previously sounded stupid suddenly turned into treasures as long as mech designers put enough effort into making them viable. While the battle between the two sides rapidly escalated as hundreds of thousands of melee mechs began to collide and exchange blows against each other, VES momentarily felt detached from the action as he experienced a minor epiphany. His mind became filled with possibilities. Since he already treated Master Huron as an inspiration-dispensing machine, what would he gain if he did the same to the rest of the Gage dynasty's lineup of masters? Could he develop a newer and more powerful version of a Luminar crystal rifle if he copied elements of Master Bates' slipstream rifle? Could he design a poisonous mech based on the Viper's works that was capable of breaking apart the armor of powerful mechs by splashing them with corrosive fluids? Could he develop a unique flight system that was capable of performing a different version of Master Ryzen's stuttered movement? All of these ideas sounded interesting, but VES soon regained clarity when he thought of how much time and effort he would have to invest in order to realize all of these scattered ideas. He sighed and shook his head. Not all of them are worthwhile for me to pursue. For example, why would he waste his time on stuttered movement to begin with? VES never developed a passion for mobility. That was the specialty of Juliet Stamiros. It would be incredibly stupid for him to lose his focus on his core specialties and follow all kinds of fanciful ideas that did not have any direct relations to his design philosophy. At least I have been able to reinterpret neural networks into a version that is much more aligned with my specialty. I can't pull this off with every interesting piece of technology that I come across. He stopped thinking about useless matters and turned his attention back to the unfolding fight between the Dark Zephyr and the famous pair from the Nadine Verger Mech division. VES soon frowned as he continued to observe his expert light skirmisher's performance. Why is Tusa letting his expert mech get beat up? He ought to be much stronger than this. It is a joke for the Dark Zephyr to act as a punching bag. The fight between the Dark Zephyr and its opponents was difficult to track to normal people. A lot of observers would quickly grow confused and disoriented as the different expert mechs simply moved too fast and regularly changed directions. The reason why the light mechs moved so much was because the Dark Zephyr was trying but failing to generate distance. Each time it attempted to gain enough breathing room, the quad knife always stuck close and never let the Dark Zephyr obtain a break. The Philomen meanwhile also followed the Dark Zephyr at a distance. Different from before, the Philomen was able to track the Dark Zephyr much more accurately. This was because the proximity of the quad knife to the Larkinson expert mech effectively rendered the latter's untouchable ability useless. Most people who looked at this battle would think that the Dark Zephyr was currently getting beat up so much that it would succumb if it didn't receive any backup. Read novelfull.me. VES was not most people. What the hell is Tusa doing? He asked again. It was only in the next moment that Venerable Tusa exposed his true intentions. At this time, Venerable Dukes and Venerable Hawks became confident enough that they could shred the Dark Zephyr before any backup arrived. Hat. Venerable Dukes sneered as his quad knife continued to rattle against the Dark Zephyr's increasingly frayed resonance shield. These Larkinsons are too arrogant. Do they truly think a single expert mech is enough to stop us? They overestimate themselves. His quad knife continued to stick close to the Dark Zephyr as if it was a barnacle. There was no way that Dukes would allow his prey to slip away at this point. The Fridayman expert pilot became so focused on never letting go of the Dark Zephyr that he almost didn't respond when the latter suddenly drew out a grenade from one of its holsters and threw it out into space. The grenade did not soar far away. Tusa had programmed it to detonate almost instantly, so once it did a lot of black smoke and sensor-dampening particles surrounded the area around the Dark Zephyr and the quad knife. What? Venerable Hawks had tried her best to remain alert throughout this fight. She was aware that the expert light mech carried a bunch of grenades, and had even prepared to shoot them down if they became exposed. It was a pity that it detonated only an instant after leaving the envelope of the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield. After covering a modest part of space with interfering dust and particles, everyone temporarily lost sight and contact with either of the two expert mechs. The Philomen lost connection with the quad knife, but Venerable Hawks was vaguely able to sense its location with the help of her powerful intuition and intimate familiarity with the four-armed light skirmisher. The Larkinson clan also lost almost all contact with the Dark Zephyr. The clan's command net did not receive any encrypted transmissions from the mech anymore. The only way that VES could vaguely track and determine the Dark Zephyr's condition was to check Venerable Tusa's condition through the Larkinson network. Only several seconds went by before the two obscured expert mechs finally emerged out of the black smoke. As both the Larkinsons and the Gaugers observed the state of their respective machines, they quickly discovered that the situation had completely changed. What? How could the quad knife lost an arm? Why is the Dark Zephyr chasing after the Fridayman expert light skirmisher? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Look at how fast the Dark Zephyr is moving. Has it been hiding its true speed all this time? It turned out that Venerable Tusa had laid a trap all this time. No matter their experience and no matter their other capabilities, Dukes and Hawks had fell for it and suffered as a consequence. 4254 Dark Tusa. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson entered into battle with a vague expectation of what he might face in battle. It was true that he had simulated fights against the known sundered phalanx expert mechs such as the quad knife piloted by Venerable Ozea Dukes and the Philamen piloted by Venerable Kismet Hawks. The MSTS was quite good at simulating expert mechs. It could replicate the technical performance of these high-quality machines to a high degree as long as someone supplied it with enough information. The intelligence leaks provided enough crucial details to replicate the essence of their performance. Even if the minor details were incorrect, it was not a big deal as long as the overall fighting characteristics remained the same. The MSTS was also good at simulating how the sundered phalanx expert mechs might perform in battle. The mechs were all controlled by Vulcan or the piloting AIs developed by Vulcan in cooperation with the Quint. In rare cases, the Quint secretly assumed direct control over these simulated mechs. This not only allowed the third-order living mech to stave off its boredom and indulge in the fantasy of being a much more powerful mech, but also allowed it to learn the traits of different mechs. This in turn allowed the Quint to generate and improve the piloting AIs responsible for giving the users of the MSTS a more realistic fighting experience. The key factor here was that the fighting styles of the simulated mechs was limited by the cognition of the Quint. No matter how much the living learned about piloting mechs by snooping in the minds of other mech pilots, the truth was that it was not a mech pilot itself. Read novelfull.me. Perhaps the Quint may have studied the profession so much that it was able to imitate the performance of an ordinary mech pilot to an excellent degree, but expert pilots were entirely different beasts. Expert pilots derived their strength from many different traits. Their extraordinary willpower that drove them forward. Their superhuman skills and reaction time. Their supernatural intuition which seems to derive information from nowhere. All of these advantages as well as the rich and unique life experiences of the expert pilots defined their performance and approach towards battle. The result was that expert mechs controlled by simulated programs ultimately paled in comparison to those controlled by their intended users. Venerable Tusa already discovered this truth after the first time he fought against an expert mech inside the MSTS. There were many different advantages that were unique to expert pilots that simply couldn't be replicated by any AI or non-expert pilot. These mechs are just dummies. He never took the simulated expert mech seriously as a consequence. The most realistic ones that could give him a real challenge were simulated versions of other Larkinson expert mechs. This was because the MSTS not only possessed a complete understanding of their designs, but also collected a lot of data on the performance and the piloting habits of their mech pilots. Tusa even found it fun to fight against the mirror of the Dark Zephyr on occasion. Of course, he had to artificially boost the parameters of the mirror mech by 20% or more in order to give himself a real workout. If there is no way to make my sparring partners smarter, then I'll just strengthen them the stupid way. He adopted the same approach in his practice sessions against the simulated versions of the expert mechs of the Sundered Phalanx, but never forgot that his opponents were piloted by castrated controllers. If I have to fight against the simulated versions of the Quad Knife and the Philamen, I could easily beat them within a single minute. If I have to fight against the real deal, I am liable to lose this duel. The difference a good pilot could make was enormous, especially for mechs that already possessed inherently strong capabilities. It was already daunting for Venerable Tusa to fight against one mid-tier expert mech. Fighting against two of them at the same time was a bad idea, especially when their expert pilots were highly experienced and developed a lot of synergy over the years. If this battle took place a year ago, Tusa would have never confidently demanded that he challenge them by himself. This time was different, though. From the start of the engagement, he already formed a plan that would significantly raise the possibility of defeating both of his opponents. The biggest downside to this plan was that he would have to make a few sacrifices, but in order to remove crucial Frid-Aimon expert mechs off the board as quickly as possible, Venerable Tusa thought it was worth the price. It was difficult for Tusa to hold back during the initial clashes. He had to fool his opponents into believing he was only so good, but at the same time show off enough of the strengths of himself and the Dark Zephyr to make his performance authentic. He knew firsthand how well expert pilots could smell a trap, but fortunately he knew a thing or two about deception. He remained patient for less than 2 minutes after the start of his fight. He tried to minimize the damage to the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield as much as possible, but the Quad Knife simply landed too many hits for him to hold out for long. Not only that, but the slender spikes launched by the Philamen was also taking its toll on the Dark Zephyr's defenses. Venerable Tusa recalled that his Dark Zephyr currently came equipped with an extremely expensive mini-drive. As long as the rear of his expert mech got exposed, this extremely costly piece of tech that the Larkinson clan had especially commissioned from Morton Tech would get destroyed. Tusa couldn't imagine how furious VES would become if he returned with a broken combat drive. I need to finish this as soon as possible. In any case, he gained what he wanted from his acting. He had been studying and analyzing the piloting style and fighting skills of his two opponents. He rapidly built models of how Dukes and Hawks fought and coordinated with each other in his mind and reconciled that with the technical capabilities of their respective expert mechs that he had already learned beforehand. All of this sounded extremely elaborate and complicated, but expert pilots like Tusa not only possessed capabilities that exceeded mortal capabilities, but could also make use of the Dark Zephyr's formidable processing power to enhance their own thinking capabilities as if he had a cranial implant. He did not hesitate to detonate a smoke grenade to obscure the surroundings in darkness. Naturally, the smoke grenade that the Larkinson clan provided to the Dark Zephyr was anything but average. It was a specialty product that had been expressly designed to interfere with the high-quality sensor systems of expert mechs. Though the cost was high and the smoke didn't remain effective for long, it was exactly what Tusa needed at this junction. While the Quad Knife got blinded by the smoke, the Dark Zephyr was almost no exception to this rule. Though the design department had specially attuned the upgraded sensor and scanning arrays of the Dark Zephyr to overcome the specific formula of the smoke grenade, it was still quite difficult to observe a lot of details through all of the interference in the surrounding space. In fact, Tusa didn't even need these hints in order to execute the next part of his plan. This was because after many weeks of practice, training, and preparation, he could finally put his newest combat skills to good use. The shadows are my home ground. Venerable Tusa deviously whispered as his expert mech suddenly adopted a different movement and evasion pattern. Previously, the Dark Zephyr moved like a flighty bird that made irregular skips and course changes. This was the style that best fit his personality and nature. Now, he drew on the small element of shadow that he had recently acquired and embodied it as best as possible. It was as if the Dark Zephyr suddenly switched pilots. Though there were still a few familiar traits, the mech no longer kept its back straight but bent it down as if it was trying to lower its profile. Even the glow of its resonance glow had darkened from sky blue to a darkish grey that blended well into the surrounding smoke. The mech also changed its dagger stance and gripped its weapons in a slightly different fashion. Instead of getting ready to stab, it instead adopted a stance that was more suitable for slashing. It only took an instant for the Dark Zephyr to circle around and approach the rear of the quad knife. If Venerable Tusa was still an ordinary expert pilot, then even he would have trouble tracking his opponent so precisely through all of this interference. However, ever since he integrated the mysterious shadow dance dagger-style fruit, shadow and darkness were no longer foreign to him. It was as if he had gained at least a century worth of focused training and familiarization of a specific fighting style in his head. Though Tusa was not arrogant enough to claim that he was the best at fighting in the dark, he believed his blind fighting ability should definitely surpass all of the expert pilots of the Sundered Phalanx. "You're mine." He grinned as the quad knife was just beginning to respond. Venerable Dukes strangely did not detect the approach of the Dark Zephyr until the Larkinson expert mech had almost sneaked onto the quad knife's rear. This was an uncharacteristic failure because his intuition should have been strong enough to detect this approach in advance. What is going on? Why can't I sense this mech anymore? There was barely any time for him to think. Venerable Tusa was just about to launch his assault. Let the dance begin. The Dark Zephyr's flight system began to thrust in a radically different way, causing the expert mech to acquire a lot of rotational momentum. This caused the expert mech to spin around like a top. Since the Larkinson expert mech also stretched out its daggers, this caused Tusa's mech to turn into the equivalent of a giant resonance-empowered ring saw. A lot of silent impacts took place in a short interval of time as the spinning Dark Zephyr kept chipping away at the back of the quad knife's resonance shield. Though the repetitive attacks didn't deal too much damage because Tusa had to make sure his Dark Zephyr could keep spinning, the frequency of blows was just as high if not more than the flurry of attacks that the quad knife had unleashed just a moment earlier. It was as if the tables had turned. "Break for me!" Tusa roared as the quad knife was almost able to repel the attack. The Nadine Verger expert mech was actually capable of bending its arms the other way around. After all, the quad knife already diverged from the human physique by possessing an extra set of arms. It was not that difficult for the multi-armed designer to configure the arms of the quad knife in a way that allowed it to fight against opponents that were targeting its back. However, in order to make sure the Dark Zephyr achieved a solid result, Tusa now only spun his Dark Zephyr around as fast as it could manage, but also resonated with the bissonate integrated in the unending alloy daggers. The damage and penetration power of his blades had reached a higher level, but this still wasn't enough for the expert light skirmisher to overcome the quad knife's formidable defenses. Even though it was a light mech, Venerable Dukes was a genuine mid-tier expert pilot who had polished his willpower over many battles. His extraordinary mental resilience carried through in his expert mech in the form of greater resonance strength and more substantial true resonance. Nothing was invincible, however. When it came to high-level mech duels, the key to enabling the weak to defeat the strong was to find the right element, attribute or conceptual restraint. The greatest value that the Shadow Dance dagger style brought to Venerable Tusa was imparting him with special theories and methods that were expressly designed to kill. Armed with these extraordinary assassination moves, Tusa employed one of them right now that seemed to blacken the daggers of the Dark Zephyr until they were as dark as night. Then they struck at one of the arms of the quad knife, not heeding the fact that the target still maintained its resonance shield. The previous spinning attacks had destabilized the quad knife's resonance shield considerably, but not to the point of overloading it entirely. However, this was enough for Venerable Tusa to work with for the time being. Now that this powerful defensive barrier had been weakened to a point, the strange properties that had overtaken the Dark Zephyr's weapons somehow caused them to slip through the quad knife's intact resonance shield as if it was just an empty projection. What? The daggers seemed to slide right through the upper arm of one of the limbs of the quad knife. By the time the Dark Zephyr quickly pulled away before a multi-limbed mech could launch a possible counterattack, a severed mech limb was already floating away. A lot of people who had been paying a lot of attention to the Dark Zephyr's entanglement with the quad knife and the filament became shocked at the latest turn of events. In just a brief interval, the Dark Zephyr went from being heavily disadvantaged to partially crippling the quad knife. How did Tusa do it? The quad knife's resonance shield isn't even broken yet. This shouldn't be possible. How much stronger did the Dark Zephyr become after its upgrade? The Patriarch must really like Venerable Tusa to equip this expert mech with so much power. It's not just the expert mech that leveled up. Look at how its resonance shield has turned dark all of a sudden. Venerable Tusa must have figured out a better way to fight. Few people knew the actual truth to Tusa's drastic performance change. It was natural for people to attribute the differences to the drastic revision of the expert mech. After all, the design department had indeed invested a lot of money and resources into reimagining its old expert light skirmisher. From the complete overhaul of its internal architecture to the addition of grenades, the Dark Zephyr had turned from a shifty opportunist into a powerhouse that possessed considerably stronger upfront fighting capabilities. The more knowledgeable and experienced mech pilots knew better. They understood that better specs alone wasn't enough to quickly gain an advantage over a powerful opponent. Too many people overlooked the fact that mechs and pilots formed a single cohesive system. Read novelful.me. It was easiest to strengthen mechs by spending lots of money into their designs, but the latter required a lot of effort from the pilots themselves. Venerable Tusa shouldn't have been able to pull off the advanced and refined fighting and assassination techniques that he had skillfully utilized a moment earlier. No matter how much of a fighting genius he was, there was no way he had enough time to practice an advanced weapon style and philosophy to the level of a supremely powerful weapon master. Only an unreasonable item like an enlightenment fruit could allow him to gain so much proficiency. If not for the fact that he had absorbed the fruit too soon and still needed many years to truly internalize what he learned and optimize all of the techniques to the physical characteristics of his expert mech, perhaps he might have been able to chop off 2 arms at once. Venerable Tusa had no reason to complain, though. Depriving the quad knife of a single arm made a lot of exclusive tactics and moves invalid. 1 down, 3 to go. He grinned as his machine circled around and waited for the right timing and angle to renew his assault. Now that you've lost an arm, is it still right to call your mech the quad knife? How about we call it the trio knife instead? Don't worry if you don't like this new name. I'll turn your mech into the duok knife, the mono knife, and finally the na knife soon enough, he. You bastard. In contrast to Venerable Tusa's gloating, Venerable Dukes had become absolutely furious. This quick setback was a humiliation to him. Not just that, this setback not only had the potential to set him and his partner on the path to defeat, but also risked collapsing the entire flank. After all, he and Venerable Hawks were originally sent to reinforce the Nadin Vergers and prevent his fellow troops from getting overrun. Now, even if his quad knife and the Philamen managed to hold on, the Dark Zephyr's interference would ensure that the Nadin Vergers did not receive the help they sorely needed. The flagrant Vandal mechs had never stopped in their effort to torment the Nadin Verger mechs at this time. Venerable Dukes might have acquired a reputation for a hothead, but he was extremely sober when it came to battle. His mind churned quickly and rapidly revised the threat level of his current foe. Hawks. We can't hold back anymore. We need to put everything we have on the line to destroy this Larkinson expert mech as quickly as possible. This guy is more terrible than we all thought. If we can't stop him, he might single-handedly make our troops lose control of the battlefield. The pilot of the Philamen had already made the same conclusion. Understood. Hold the Dark Zephyr as much as possible. The quad knife dove straight at the Dark Zephyr. Even though it lost a single arm, the Fridaman expert light skirmisher did not suffer any other damage, so it was still strong enough to suppress its opponent. In any case, Venerable Dukes originally began his career with piloting conventional humanoid light skirmishers, so it was no big deal if his quad knife lost 1 or 2 arms. In his opinion, the Dark Zephyr was still only able to negate the attacks launched by 2 of the quad knife's limbs at most, leaving the third one free to land a lot of opportunistic strikes. The reality was much different from his expectations. Ever since Venerable Tusa embraced the dark side of his heart, his entire fighting style underwent a metamorphosis. Who am I fighting right now? Venerable Dukes grew confused when he saw that all 3 limbs of his expert mechs failed to achieve any significant results. It's as if I'm facing one of my mentors. The mentors he referred to were the small number of high-tier expert pilots that were also stationed in Pima Prime. These legendary soldiers and champions had reached a much higher state of human evolution. Not only that, they accumulated at least 50 years of training and other experiences that vastly enriched their fighting consciousness. For Venerable Dukes to sense these difficult traits from an opponent that clearly exuded plenty of youth was inconceivable. As the Dark Zephyr and the damaged quad knife kept dancing around in space while exchanging blows with each other, Dukes became more and more alarmed by the monster piloting the opposing mech. It was one thing if the Larkinson clan dumped a massive amount of money into an over-engineered expert mech. It was another thing if that very same over-engineered expert mech fell under the control of an expert pilot that could draw out much of the potential of such a powerful machine. What is this weapon style? I've never heard or seen a school that teaches these weapon techniques. Seeing the Dark Zephyr fight at the moment was like seeing the performance of a vigorous dancer. The main traits that summarized the Dark Zephyr's current movement was high displacement, high attack frequency and angular momentum. The reason why the quad knife was no longer able to land solid blows anymore was because the Dark Zephyr moved around a lot harder. Its evasion patterns had become a lot more confounding and difficult to predict. Even if Venerable Dukes was able to decipher the Dark Zephyr's next moves, he still couldn't do anything about it because each of his limbs were no longer able to reach far enough to slam their knives against his target. In contrast, the Dark Zephyr seemed to have no problems landing frequent hits onto the frame of the quad knife. By moving around, the former was constantly able to find favorable angles to attack the latter. Multiple limbs or not, the quad knife was rarely in the right place and orientation to parry all of the incoming attacks, especially when the Dark Zephyr unleashed them at a rapid frequency. It was not as if the Larkinson expert light skirmisher was able to speed up the motion of its arms all of a sudden. This was a technical parameter that hardly changed as Venerable Tusa's willpower resonated with the expert mech. What happened instead was that Venerable Tusa employed a lot of spinning and rotation movements in his fighting routine. While the main reason he was able to pull off these moves without growing dizzy or losing control over his own machine was because he had quickly mastered the art of the shadow dance, he could not pull it off to this extent if he piloted the original version of the Dark Zephyr. Part of the last round of upgrades was a comprehensive overhaul and improvement of its high-impulse multi-directional boosters. Juliet Stamiros had incorporated a lot of new technology based on much higher qualities of materials and booster fuel. These small integrated boosters were originally responsible for giving the expert mech the option of pushing its frame in every possible direction at a moment's thought, thereby allowing the Dark Zephyr to excel at avoiding incoming attacks. This time, Venerable Tusa did not utilize the upgraded high-impulse boosters for their intended purposes. Instead of using them to enhance the Dark Zephyr's defensive capabilities, he repurposed them to amplify his expert mech's offensive potential. By aiming the nozzles of the boosters integrated over the Dark Zephyr's frame in different and more unusual directions, Venerable Tusa discovered that he could instantly make his expert mech spin in every way he liked. Of course, it was far too easy for his expert mech to botch this process and spin in a different way he anticipated. He had to spend many hours of focused training in the MSTS just to be able to utilize the upgrade boosters without making any serious errors. Though he still hadn't completely mastered this technique as of yet, he did not feel nervous at all even when he was pulling off all kinds of dazzling moves in front of his two main opponents. The practitioners of the shadow dance preferred to work in the shadows if possible, but they were never afraid of exposing their art to the light. This is called spin to win, baby. It was at this time that Venerable Tusa felt that the Dark Zephyr had come closest to embodying its name. Due to all of the spinning, it became difficult for observers to distinguish anything solid about the expert light skirmisher anymore. All people could see was a tornado of dark grey energy continually circling around before colliding against the quad knife. Each time the two expert mechs bumped into each other, the increasingly more battered-looking resonance shield of the quad knife sparked many times in a row as it endured a high frequency of powerful hits. A dagger strike launched from a mech that was floating in place was not that strong. The conventional way to increase the damage of a melee mech was to make it move and accumulate momentum. However, this was difficult to pull off in a lot of mech duels because the enemy wouldn't stupidly allow a mech to build up speed as if it had all of the time in the galaxy. This was why relying on angular momentum was much more suitable in mech combat, and the new fighting style that Venerable Tusa had just mastered was stuffed with moves and techniques that took advantage of the power of the spin. Faced with the power of an expert mech rotating like a spinning top with blades, Venerable Dukes had lost all breathing room. Forget about landing an attack on this dark tornado, he couldn't even defend his quad knife properly against the flurry of blows. Damnit, how much booster fuel do you have? How can you keep spinning so much? In the past, the Dark Zephyr indeed had to use its high-impulse boosters sparingly because it was prone to exhausting its booster fuel too quickly. Juliet Stamiros specifically addressed this shortcoming by switching over to a much better and more expensive booster model that was much more efficient. Each activation only used up a fraction of the amount of fuel as before. The biggest downside was that it cost at least 100 times more money to replenish the expended fuel, but this was more than an acceptable trade-off to the wealthy Larkinson clan. Venerable Dukes eventually realized this as well. He was close to spitting out his blood. Is selling mechs that profitable to your clan? The only major flaw of his opponent was that his resonance strength wasn't all that strong. Aside from that, the expert pilot vastly exceeded his peers in almost every other aspect. This was why Venerable Ozea Dukes decisively abandoned his previous approach which sought to overpower the Dark Zephyr through a combination of superior skill and superior mech capabilities. Since he no longer possessed an advantage in either of these two areas, it was impossible to achieve victory through this manner. Dukes and Hawks had no choice but to pull out all of their trump cards in advance. VES grinned so widely that it looked as if he was about to break his mouth. How could he not be satisfied with the Dark Zephyr's insane turnaround and stellar performance? Even when his Dark Zephyr was fighting against two formidable mid-tier expert mechs, it did not look at all as if it was getting beat up without any chance of counterattacking anymore. It had firmly reversed its previous trend and wholly taken the initiative by adopting an extremely aggressive approach. The immediate return on investment of gifting over a valuable enlightenment fruit to Venerable Tusa was a lot higher than VES expected. He had vaguely known that the shadow dance could instill a person with a powerful and extraordinary fighting style, but he didn't expect to see such a massive increase in effective combat power. Tusa has truly become unleashed now that he can leverage the properties of his expert mech to a much greater degree. VES concluded. The drastic changes emphasized how crucial it was to cultivate the skills of his expert pilots. It was not enough for him to focus most of his efforts into increasing the performance of his expert mechs. A part of VES even felt a bit of regret that he had not chosen for the mech pilot cultivation upgrade track back then. He had a feeling that if he chose to go on this path, he would gain much easier access to functions that could allow him to boost many other mech pilots in this fashion. Oh well, what I have right now isn't so bad either. Read novelfold.me. VES had observed many powerful enlightenment fruits hanging on the tree of possibilities that could impart all kinds of other powerful skills that were suitable to different expert pilots that specialized in different mech types. He just had to earn enough ascension points or somehow get lucky and win a powerful fruit in his next lottery draws. It would be best if I can inject powerful fighting skills directly into the minds of expert pilots through a more controllable method, though. That was way too far away for him right now. His previous attempts to achieve similar results were either too risky or did not achieve the desired effect. Without a breakthrough in his spiritual engineering capabilities, it was too difficult for him to develop imitation enlightenment fruits that could give other mech pilots the powerful skills that Tusa had received. VES directed his attention back to the impressive show staged by the Dark Zephyr. The way it fought and the way that Venerable Tusa channeled his willpower made it seem as if he was truly treating the battlefield as a stage for his dance performance. It was beautiful and entrancing to the point where VES detected that his judgment was actually being affected at the moment. The power of Tusa's shadow dance actually possessed a hypnotic component. Perhaps hypnotic isn't the right way to describe it. He is somehow deceiving everyone through his performance into lowering their vigilance. Ordinary opponents would probably become so entranced by the Dark Zephyr's manipulative actions that they would probably be caught off guard once the expert mech finally sank its daggers into its targets. Of course, expert pilots such as Dukes and Hawks would never get fooled this way. This was why the Dark Zephyr attacked the quad knife head-on. Tusa clearly wanted to overpower the damage to his opponent while his own mech could still last. VES frowned a bit when he took note of how much Tusa was pushing the Dark Zephyr at the moment. Even with its latest upgrade, the Dark Zephyr had never been designed to fight in this way. If VES anticipated that Venerable Tusa suddenly acquired the Shadow Dance dagger style a few years ago, he would have altered the requirements of the upgrade project and strengthened specific parts of the mech frame to endure all of the added forces. The strain on the Dark Zephyr had multiplied by at least 2 times because of the new combat approach. The Shadow Dance dagger style that Venerable Tusa was pulling off imposed multiple heavy burdens to the less resilient parts and systems of the expert light skirmisher. Even if the Dark Zephyr was built to high standards, it could not keep up this level of intensity for long. I'm not sure it will last more than 5 or 6 minutes at this rate. VES estimated. After that, the Dark Zephyr would ultimately run out of booster fuel. Even if that didn't happen yet, its most vulnerable components would have endured so many stresses that it wasn't possible anymore to utilize them at 100% capacity. If Venerable Tusa did not heed the warnings and continued to push his Dark Zephyr to this extent, then he was liable to break something important. This would cause his expert mech to falter and become instantly exposed to his enemies. In effect, Tusa's situation was not as optimistic as it looked. The Dark Zephyr needed to finish off the quad knife and the filament quickly before it ran out of steam, but would the Nadine Verger expert mechs truly be willing to roll over after suffering a single setback? As the quad knife's resonance shield had reached a dire state, Venerable Dukes channeled his urgency and his desperate desire to protect his fellow Fridayman from the evil hexers into the deepest parts of his expert mech. This change caused the expert mech designed by Master Ishi Feldum to unleash its hidden power. Not only did the expert mech grow hotter, but as the Dark Zephyr came close, the quad knife struck back with considerably greater power and ferocity than before. This wasn't all, though. Aside from resonating with expert mech, Venerable Dukes also resonated with the knives held in his expert mech's hands. These transphasic weapons shook as the phase water integrated into them became fully excited. Dukes paid a considerable price in order to maximize the destructive and penetrative power of these weapons. Break for me, Zephyr. Even though Venerable Tusa's expert mech had been on the attack for a while, its resonance shield never recovered. Instead, it had continued to accumulate damage all this time. As a result, the latest combination strike from the quad knife finally broke the Dark Zephyr's first and important layer of defense. Ha! We've finally cracked open your shell. It didn't really matter to Venerable Dukes that his transphasic power strike failed to inflict substantial damage to the Dark Zephyr's frame. One of the fully activated knives held by the quad knife had gone on to stab through several layers of the Dark Zephyr's thin exterior. The transphasic knife should have been able to sink much deeper into the armor of a more conventional expert light mech. It was only by virtue of the Dark Zephyr's unending alloy armor system that the transphasic knife hadn't been able to punch through the armor in a single go. This might not be the case if a larger and stronger expert mech had launched this attack. Damn! Venerable Tusa softly cursed as he suddenly needed to put a lot more focus on evading incoming attacks. All of this phase water tech has really messed up the old rules. Unending alloy, which Tusa previously considered almost invincible against the same level of opponent, suddenly became a lot less valuable with the introduction of transphasic weapons. Even though the Gage dynasty had only been rooted in the Red Ocean for less than a decade, this was more than enough time for its scientists and engineers to master the preliminary uses of phase water and develop all kinds of interesting transphasic technology. Due to cost constraints and phase water scarcity, only mid-tier and high-tier expert mechs received transphasic equipment. The phase water content in them was also quite low, but even a few grams of phase water could make a substantial difference in lethality. It wasn't just the quad knife that possessed this capability either. The filament also posed a much more dangerous threat now that it was possible to target the individual components of the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Hawks had gone from an annoyance into a fatal threat towards Venerable Tusa. This was because the female expert pilot had always sought to attack the rear of the Dark Zephyr whenever possible. Venerable Tusa had no choice but to move a lot more cautiously. He couldn't even spin as recklessly as before, as Venerable Hawks always had a chance to land her transphasic attacks onto the flight system, or more importantly the combat drive of the Dark Zephyr. He truly couldn't afford to lose either of these parts. Though the shadowy Dark Zephyr started to perform all kinds of elaborate evasive movements, Tusa simply couldn't prevent his expert mech from getting pierced by thin but extremely penetrating spikes. A few of them even sunk so deep that they damaged some of the internal components of his expert mech. The filament truly showcased its deadly potential at the moment. Venerable Hawks just needed to get lucky once in order to cripple or disable the Dark Zephyr's flight system, thereby instantly plummeting its mobility to the bottom. "I'll puncture you with my spikes until you've become a hedgehog," Venerable Hawks cried as she summoned the utmost of her skill to prevent the Dark Zephyr from escaping from her sights. Her expert harasser mech became so threatening to Tusa that he determined he needed to take it down right away. Though the quad knife was more powerful in absolute terms, it was too difficult for it to target the Dark Zephyr's rear under normal circumstances. "I need to break this sandwich," Venerable Tusa realized. The best way to do this is to remove the weakest bread slice. The Dark Zephyr collided its daggers against the knives of the quad knife once again. Due to the latter's transphasic properties, the Larkinson expert mech's daggers actually incurred a bit of damage to the flat of their blades. Normally, Venerable Tusa would have tried to avoid this outcome, but this time he had gritted his teeth and accepted this price in order to borrow from the reaction force. The push it received from the quad knife along with the activation of its flight system and the right boosters allowed the Dark Zephyr to bounce away and turn around so that it was able to leap towards the filament. Numerous thin spikes sank into the Dark Zephyr's chest and limbs, and Tusa had to make sure to shield the more critical parts of his expert mech by tucking in its arms. Though the filament had already attempted to boost away with the help of its combat drive, the Dark Zephyr simply activated its own stiletto drive and was able to gain much more speed due to its higher performance level. Yet before the Dark Zephyr could even get close, Venerable Hawks resonated extra hard with the flight system of her expert mech. Soon enough, the filament literally seemed to super stutter through space at an appallingly high speed. The distance between the two expert mechs had multiplied by almost 50 times in a matter of a couple of seconds. Even though the filament couldn't maintain this super stuttered movement for long, the results were more than worth it as it had flown well out of grenade tossing range. "Ha, didn't expect that, didn't you? You can forget about catching up to me, Larkinson." If that wasn't enough, the filament that had just reached a much safer distance began to prepare another resonance ability. After Venerable Hawks spent a few seconds on resonating with her filament rifle, it suddenly shot out a rapid salvo of glowing spikes soared towards the Dark Zephyr's position in every immediate space around it at 5 times their usual speed. Venerable Tusa and his expert mech barely had any time to react. In fact, he already sensed extreme danger heading in his direction, so he had already started to turn around his expert mech so that its feet pointed towards the filament in an effort to minimize its exposed surface area. Even then, it was too late as 3 of the powerful glowing spikes managed to punch deep through the unending alloy. It was only through skill and rapid thinking that Tusa was able to ensure that 2 of the spikes ended up puncturing the legs while the final one poked a hole straight through the dagger that his expert mech quickly put in the way. If the latter one had been allowed to go through, it would have certainly punched through the side of the torso. "Damn it! You guys are ruining my daggers." The worst part about the filament's latest attack was that it had knocked the Dark Zephyr out of warp travel. Venerable Tusa could already feel the quad knife charging towards his expert mech from behind. Venerable Kismet Hawks and her filament had just burst out with great power and needed to cool down before they could pull off another intensive move. Ordinarily, that would have made the filament vulnerable to a counterattack, but this was the moment where quad knife took action again. "Dukes! On it, Hawks!" As a tag team that had cooperated on the battlefield for years, Venerable Dukes had already prepared to put pressure on the Dark Zephyr the instant his partner had moved past her peak. This was a familiar routine to them that had worked out many times against many different opponents. The theory was simple. They both alternated their offenses so that they could apply constant pressure onto their opponents. Because their expert mechs burst out with maximum power or close to it during the short time they took the lead, their opponent would never be able to do anything but defend and react. Though the expert pilots and expert mech supplying this tactic would rapidly drain themselves, Dukes and Hawks preferred not to resort to this measure during large battles. After all, there were a lot more opponents for them to defeat, so it was an ingrained habit for them to conserve their energy and resources. Read novelful.me. It was a pity that they already encountered a tough opponent at the start of their participation in this major battle. The Dark Zephyr posed such a threat to them and everyone else that Dukes and Hawks felt obliged to commit everything to taking it down. If an expert mech with this much raw power and piloting proficiency got loose, then a lot of other friendlies would get demolished. With this thought, Venerable Dukes did not hesitate to draw out everything he could out of his quad knife. Its 3 knives were already glowing and thrumming with both true resonance and transphasic power. The blending of these 2 high-level energies generated so much penetration potential that Hawks was convinced that they could slice through the Dark Zephyr's unusually resilient armor plating. Whatever expensive crap your expert mech is made of is no match to the power of Frid Aemon tech. The timing of the quad knife's approach did not give Venerable Tusa much time to react. His Dark Zephyr quickly activated its strained high impulse boosters once again to not only dodge to the side, but also spin it around in order to parry the attacks that it could not evade. Fortunately, Tusa had chosen for his expert mech to spin and evade in the right direction so that only the damaged side of the quad knife was able to land an effective attack. The Dark Zephyr ultimately managed to block the quad knife's strike with its dagger at a clever angle. Though the daggers that Ketis had personally handmade for Tusa received another chip, the integrity of the weapon did not drop as much this time. However, just as Tusa thought that everything was safe, he suddenly detected a serious threat coming from below. There was almost nothing that the Dark Zephyr could do under these circumstances except to trigger all forward-facing boosters, with the lower ones burning harder than the ones above. This allowed the Dark Zephyr to distance itself from its current opponent while at the same time angling itself in a way that made it harder for it to get struck from below. Even so, the quad knife's surprise attack had come so suddenly that part of the attack still grazed a piece of the Dark Zephyr's ankle, causing the foot below to become unresponsive. "You've got another set of blades. Legs can hold blades as well, you idiot." For the first time since the start of this battle, Venerable Tusa encountered a phenomenon that did not match the intelligence. The intelligence leaks and other sources collected fairly detailed information about the quad knife's design, but none of them ever suggested that its legs not only possessed the same range of motion as a pair of arms, but also contained integrated knives. When Tusa directed his expert mech's optical sensors towards his opponent's legs, he saw that a knife-like spike had extended from each foot. Tusa cursed at the sight. "This is cheating." It turned out that the multi-limbed designer wasn't even honest when she named it the quad knife. A name like that would always make people assume that the quad knife could only ever possess 4 weapons. In most cases, the legs of a mech played a negligible role on battlefields. It was too easy for people to dismiss their existence. Aside from kicking, absorbing damage, and maintaining the balance of a mech in flight, they seemed to serve no other meaningful purpose. This was the brilliance of Master Feldham's design. On the surface, the pair of legs of the quad knife looked like they were normal. Many classified records that the Friedman had on file showed that the legs were also of normal design according to its design schematics. In truth, their internal design looked a lot different. Only the exclusive maintenance crew of the quad knife as well as a select few other people knew about this extra feature. As a result, whereas everyone thought that Venerable Dukes piloted the quad knife, he had secretly gained a sexta knife. Though the Dark Zephyr had turned the sexta knife had turned into a quinta knife, this still gave the Friedman expert light skirmisher a lot of limbs to work with. The positioning of the legs granted Venerable Dukes a lot of tricky attack angles that were difficult to block for humanoid mechs. Dukes felt incredibly irked that he had been forced to expose this crucial trump card at the start of his first real battle in the Red Ocean. Instead of getting angry at his failure to stop the Dark Zephyr through normal means, he vented all of his fury and hatred towards the source of his misfortune. "I won't forgive myself if I don't chop you up like sushi. Have you ever thought about switching to a nutrient-packed diet?" Venerable Dukes was far from done with his latest offensive. His quad knife might not possess the instantaneous displacement and spinning capabilities of the Dark Zephyr, but it came equipped with a stutter flight system that allowed it to rapidly reposition itself so that it was able to charge at the Larkinson expert mech again. When Venerable Tusa saw that the quad knife had transformed its legs to the point where it looked like it had become a deformed horror monstrosity, he felt extremely depressed. Just like Dukes and Hawks, Tusa attempted to defeat his opponents while conserving his resources as much as possible. However, the deep combat potential as well as the strongest abilities of their expert mechs had caused Tusa to misjudge the situation too much. His expert mech already suffered considerably more damage than it was supposed to incur if Tusa fought all out at the beginning. "Maybe too much of VES has rubbed off on me," Tusa grumbled. "Serves me right for acting like a cheapskate." As soon as Venerable Tusa threw away every instruction and directive that he had received from VES out of his mind, he suddenly felt a lot lighter and more liberated. "I'm just going to do what I want." This decision did not come too soon, as the quad knife had almost reached the Dark Zephyr at this point. As the 5 knives of the former were about to plunge into the frame of the latter, Venerable Tusa resonated with his expert mech in a substantially different manner. Venerable Dukes could clearly sense the fluctuations of true resonance from his opponent, but his confidence never receded. There was nothing that the Dark Zephyr could do to avoid getting stabbed by at least one of the quad knife's weapons. "I've got you now." Though the Dark Zephyr attempted to evade the incoming strikes in a similar way as before, Venerable Dukes had already grown a lot more familiar with his opponent's evasion moves. The quad knife squeezed a bit of extra push out of its overstrained stutter flight system. This allowed the Friedman expert mech to stutter ahead and drive its knives into the frame of the Dark Zephyr when the latter was just beginning to move aside. All 5 transphasic knives sunk through the unending alloy armor plating like a hot knife through butter. The angles of attack and the momentum behind the stabs were so great that Venerable Dukes should have been assured that he had fatally skewered the Dark Zephyr this time. However, the feedback from his quad knife indicated that the knives encountered so little resistance that it was unnatural. Only a tiny amount of time had passed, but Venerable Dukes was able to think so quickly during this high-pressure fight that he quickly figured out a lot of crucial details at once. First, the Dark Zephyr in front of him possessed no mass or resistance, though the sensors of his expert mech said otherwise. Second, the Dark Zephyr was known to possess a few illusionary resonance abilities. Third, his intuition suddenly went wild as he instinctively detected a fatal threat from the grenade holster mounted on the front right of the apparently false Larkinson expert mech. Oh crap! It turned out that while the Dark Zephyr was fake, one of the grenades that it stored in this particular holster happened to be real. Not only did it happen to be real, it had already been primed and triggered. At the last possible instant, the quad knife instantly hunched over and retracted all 5 of its remaining limbs in front of its torso, thereby forming an extra layer of protection in front of its chest. It was then that the entire surrounding volume space became engulfed in a massive explosion that became so violent that it cracked the fabric of space. Are you Larkinsons crazy? How many grams of phase water did you throw away with this grenade? It's worth it, though. I would gladly pay a transphasic grenade to get rid of an enemy expert mech. As the explosion ran its course, the Dark Zephyr barely managed to escape from the blast zone in time. Aside from suffering a few surface cracks to its armor plating, it had come out of its risky move unscathed. I'm glad I got out in time. Tusa sighed in relief. He knew firsthand how powerful transphasic grenades could be. Their blast radii were quite wide since they were designed for sieging purposes. The quad knife shouldn't have survived since it got pretty close to my package. It turned out that just before the quad knife struck, Tusa had resonated with his expert mech and activated its Endless Paths Prime ability derived from Arnold. After several years of practice, Tusa's control and application of this Prime ability had grown more exquisite. This not only allowed the Dark Zephyr to retreat while leaving behind a false version of itself in place, but also make it so that one of its grenades was mysteriously left behind. Such selective control was extremely difficult to accomplish, but Tusa had put a lot of hard work into practicing it exactly for situations like these. After all, no one expected that the pilot of a grenade-carrying mech would be crazy enough to perform such a suicidal move. When the powerful grenade finally ran its course and the immediate space corrected itself again, Venerable Tusa and many others looked carefully at the results of this powerful attack. The quad knife is still intact. Wait, where are its limbs? Where are its knives? A transphasic grenade could deal incredible damage to targets, but since they were mainly designed to cripple massive warships, their explosive potential was mostly geared towards blasting a huge volume of space rather than unleashing it in a more focused manner. Even so, the distance between the detonated grenade and the quad knife was so close that the hapless expert mech still received a lot of the damage potential of the grenade. If not for the fact that the designers of the quad knife actually laced a minor amount of phase water into the armor plating of the expert mech to soften the blows of transphasic weapons, Tusa's surprise would have torn apart its insides beyond recognition. As it was, the quad knife gained enough holes on its exterior and interior that its core systems were already failing. Not that it would have helped that much. The 5 intact limbs that the quad knife had folded in front of it at the last possible moment had all been torn apart by the explosion, which meant that the attack had literally disarmed the Frid Aemon expert mech. Venerable Tusa chuckled as he gazed appreciatively at the results of his handiwork. Though he had been forced to use up an expensive transphasic grenade that he had reserved for other purposes, he became so amused at the damage that he had inflicted that he felt it was worth the sacrifice. I told you I would turn you into a knife. Venerable Dukes did not waste any time on replying. Perhaps the communication system of whatever was left of his expert mech had already been crushed. Surprisingly enough, the cockpit was still intact enough to eject from the damaged rear of the quad knife. The developers of the multi-limbed expert mech had actually reinforced the cockpit and laced it with a higher concentration of phase water to increase its resistance against decapitation strikes. This design choice pretty much saved Venerable Duke's life. Ves' mood turned sour the instant he saw that Tusa had used up one of his transphasic grenades. This guy. He had to admit that Tusa came up with a clever trick to ensure that the quad knife got blasted as close as possible. Expert pilots possessed extremely powerful intuition and their sense for danger was particularly attuned. This ability already started out strong when they just broke through, but could also continue to develop over time, especially when the pilot fought in many battles as was the case of Venerable Dukes. The danger sense of melee expert pilots tended to be a bit more alert than normal since they tended to end up in much more life-threatening situations than normal. In addition to that, those specializing in piloting light mechs honed their alertness to an even greater degree because they literally had to rely on it to keep their relatively thin and fragile expert mech out of harm's way as much as possible. As a light mech specialist himself, Venerable Tusa knew exactly how difficult it was to trap people like himself. If the Dark Zephyr pulled out a grenade from one of its holsters and tossed it at the quad knife, Venerable Dukes would have pulled away his mech the moment Tusa did anything funny. If that wasn't enough, then the quad knife would have definitely thrown one of its knives or any other object at its disposal in order to intercept the powerful grenade. Venerable Dukes may not have invested much time into his knife-throwing technique, but as an experienced expert pilot he could still nail a relatively slow-moving projectile. Read novelfold.me. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered if Dukes failed to respond in time. Venerable Hawks would have definitely covered him in this instance. Her intuition and ability to detect threats was almost just as strong. With her exquisite marksmanship skills, she could easily pepper the grenade with dozens of powerful spikes in an instant. Tusa already understood all of that in advance. This was one of the main reasons why expert mechs rarely bothered with grenades. They were expensive, cumbersome, and took up precious capacity. They were hazardous to their own carriers as they could always blow up if damaged in the wrong way. Since most opposing expert pilots easily possessed methods to avoid or neutralize grenades and other dangerous warheads, why bother with them anyway? Venerable Tusa still insisted on using them though. While his main reason for carrying them was to give him the means to destroy targets that were too large to defeat with his daggers, he firmly believed that he could make them work against expert mechs as well. He just needed to employ a bit of deception and trickery. Tusa planned out everything in an instant. He employed the Endless Path's prime ability to create a stand-in that could be real but ultimately turned out to be fake. Due to his skillful application, the dark zephyr that ultimately got stabbed 5 times at once not only looked real, but also exuded the same glow and the same true resonance without any jarring inconsistencies. Yet that wasn't the most brilliant application that he employed. One of the biggest breakthroughs that he had achieved in his training in recent years was to master endless paths to the point where he could make parts of the clones real and parts of them fake. Of course, this did not allow him to split his mech in half or anything crazy like that, but it was easy enough for him to seamlessly leave behind the Dark Zephyr's daggers or any other loose equipment that it was carrying at the time. This was why Venerable Tusa became such a huge fan of grenades. Since pulling them out and tossing them at enemies was such a big tell, the best way to make them more viable in duels against other expert mechs was to skip this entire process. Essentially, Venerable Tusa developed an entirely new tactic that could quickly be summed up as a false suicide attack. Just like how crazy soldiers throughout history did not hesitate to trigger the grenades in their hands when they were surrounded by their enemies, Tusa could turn his Dark Zephyr into a highly effective suicide bomber without actually committing suicide. The power he invented through his own creativity and persistence actually exceeded what Arnold could do by himself. This should actually not be that big of a surprise. The chubby cat-sized Argonid Placenta that Calabast had turned into her pet was a relatively young mutated beast. He was incomparable to the likes of Kilangso and Zegra when it came to age, mental development and combat experience. His mysterious talent was pretty much an innate ability. Arnold did not understand the principles of its operations at all and pretty much utilized it on autopilot each time he wanted to make a bunch of clones to confuse his enemies and make his escape. While such a mode of operation was enough to satisfy a simple alien creature, Venerable Tusa was an intelligent human being that also had to prepare for encounters against much more dangerous opponents. It was quite impressive for Venerable Tusa to succeed in surpassing the source of this extraordinary capability. Thanks to this, the quad knife ended up in such an awful state that it had practically turned into a sitting duck. VES and many other mech designers could clearly see that losing all of its limbs was the least of its worries. Large parts of its internals had either been blasted out of existence entirely or became so riddled with holes and deformations that they could no longer function at all anymore. The flight system, the power generator, the sensor systems, the communication systems and more had all been rendered inoperable. The damage would have been worse if the quad knife was clad with conventional armor plating. Even though the Gage dynasty cheaped out by investing only a few grams or so of phase water over its entire armor system, the quad knife still obtained enough resistance against transphasic weapons to block a lot of the power of the transphasic grenade. That was why its half-crumbled frontal armor managed to block the bulk of the damage. VES was quite impressed with the performance of the quad knife's armor system. He knew the power of a transphasic grenade the best. A typical expert light mech with a weak or broken resonance shield should have been torn to pieces when hit at close range. For the quad knife to remain this intact by relying on drops of phase water clearly showed the value of this key material. Even a minimal application of phase water was enough to turn a fatality into a crippling wound. It seems I need to incorporate a lot of transphasic alloys in the exterior of the cockpits of our most important mech pilots in the future. VES judged. He and his fellow mech designers only applied this treatment to the newer Larkinson expert mechs, but VES saw a lot more value in adding this layer of protection to the cockpits of the older ones as well. VES even thought about expending additional phase water to reinforce the cockpits of mechs piloted by the Legion commanders and other important figures. The best part about it was that he could adjust the ratio of phase water according to the priority he set on the pilot. Venerable Joshua should definitely enjoy the most luxurious configuration if he had his way. The poor man's version of transphasic armor systems also seemed useful to VES. It was a good way to add a bit of extra protection to the mechs piloted by expert candidates and mech officers. Now that the Larkinson clan forged a lucrative trade deal with the Hex Federation that allowed the latter to rent the MSTS from the former by paying 5 kilograms of phase water a year, VES could completely afford to apply this treatment to the entire Larkinson army. As VES used his implant to look up additional information about this subject, it turned out that a lot of different people had invested a lot of research in budget transphasic armor systems. Their efforts yielded a lot of small breakthroughs, of which many of them still remained exclusive to different states and research institutions. This wasn't a big surprise, actually. Phase water was still so scarce right now that it was much more important to get more out of every single drop than to dump a bottle full of the substance into a single mech. VES had mostly dealt with transphasic products that adopted the latter approach. Powerful research institutions such as Morton Tech dealt with upper-tier clients that had the money and phase water to invest in the development of powerful transphasic expert mechs and ace mechs, but it was the exception rather than the rule. The competition at the lower end of the mech market was much fiercer. Interesting. It was a pity that the Larkinson clan wasn't qualified to compete in this sector yet. Sarah Foykin had already spent a lot of years in trying to master phase water technology in relation to armor systems, but she could barely make anything worthwhile at this point. Perhaps VES should put a higher priority on hiring a genuine phase water specialist or acquiring a phase water-oriented research institution. It would have been better if he could obtain an enlightenment fruit oriented around phase water technology, but whether the tree of possibilities might grow one was purely based on luck and the whims of the system. The Quad-Knife's cockpit is getting away. VES turned his attention back to the battlefield. It turned out that a small fight had broken out about taking down Venerable Dukes for good. Moments after the Quad-Knife's damaged but intact cockpit had ejected from the torn and ruined expert light skirmisher, the filament floating in the distance had seemingly gone crazy. Dukes. Venerable Hawks grew so concerned about her partner's life that her desperation fueled her force of will, brushing aside the fatigue that she had accrued and bringing her true resonance with her expert mech to another level. You'll never get a chance to kill my partner. Hawks roared as she poured her heightened emotions into her glowing weapon. Hey! Who do you think I am? Tusa complained. It is beneath me to kill a defenseless pilot. Venerable Hawks wasn't in a mood to listen. The powerful corona around the filament grew brighter as the expert mech's transphasic filament rifle blasted out an unprecedented salvo of transphasic, resonance-empowered spikes. Each of them soared across the distance at record speed in an attempt to saturate the entire area around the Dark Zephyr. Can't you leave me alone? Venerable Tusa cursed as he immediately recognized the threat. His own desperation pushed his own resonance with the Dark Zephyr to a higher level as well, allowing him to quickly activate his Endless Path ability just a short moment after its first usage. This time, the Dark Zephyr split up into many different identical clones that each dodged and evaded in many different directions. Unfortunately, Venerable Hawks had already accounted for that. The spread of her powerful spike rain covered pretty much every coordinate that the Dark Zephyr could reach. The net was inescapable due to its abnormally high propagation speed. 9 different apparitions of the Dark Zephyr got stung at once. Yet just as the rain of spikes could continue to poke the copies that had flown to the rear, an explosion erupted from the Dark Zephyr at the center. It turned out that Tusa had pulled off the same trick again. The difference was that he had chosen to detonate a different type of grenade this time. The one that exploded in the end was primarily concussive and forceful in nature. This meant that it generated a shockwave that rippled out into a sphere and exerted enough force to push out the transphasic spikes in the way. While the projectiles were too powerful to repel entirely, they at least spread out just enough to spare the real Dark Zephyr that had ended up flying directly away from the rear. That was close. Tusa gasped. The filament had gone through great lengths to stop the Dark Zephyr from taking advantage of the situation and crush the escaping cockpit that held the body of Venerable Osea Dukes. As the escape vessel of a mid-tier expert pilot, its speed and defenses were anything but average. Though at least part of its structure had suffered a fair amount of damage from Tusa's transphasic grenade, it still retained more than enough functionality to make it back to friendly territory. In fact, Venerable Tusa never intended to kill Venerable Dukes in person. It was enough to destroy the quad knife and remove an expert mech off the board. The outcome of the battle wouldn't fundamentally change if the expert pilot actually made it back. After all, what would Venerable Dukes do once he returned? It was extremely unlikely that the sundered phalanx just happened to have a compatible expert mech on hand. The only other way for Venerable Dukes to contribute to the battle was to hop into the cockpit of an ordinary mech, but how could such a combination possibly turn into a battle involving hundreds of thousands of mechs? Therefore, Tusa really didn't care too much about letting Dukes go. Other nearby Larkinson mech pilots didn't care too much either. The Hexers were different, though. There were still plenty of Hexer mech pilots that had been paying close attention to the fight between the Dark Zephyr and the 2 Frit Aemon expert mechs. Every veteran from the Komodo War had ingrained an important habit into their minds. Whenever the cockpit of an expert mech became exposed, they had to do their utmost to destroy it and kill the vulnerable expert pilot within. Read novelfold.me. Shoot it down. Yes, ma'am. Plenty of Hexer rifleman mechs and other ranged mechs opened fire at the cockpit. Since the cockpit's mobility and evasion characteristics were nowhere near as good as that of a complete mech, it was easy to land a hit on its shell. The cockpit actually integrated a small but powerful emergency shield generator, but the transphasic grenade had already broken it in advance. It was only its transphasic armor plating that prevented Venerable Dukes from getting cooked to ashes by a penetrating laser beam. Save Venerable Dukes! The Hexers hadn't been the only ones who paid attention to Quad Knife's cockpit. The Nadine Verger mech pilots that practically idolized their champions had moved in as quickly as possible. They might not have been able to interfere in a duel between expert mechs, but they could still save their hero in his darkest hour. Despite getting beat up by the flagrant vandals to the point where they had already lost a lot of mechs, the surviving ones did not hesitate to make a sacrificial play. Hundreds of Nadine Verger Mechs left the battle line, leaving their remaining comrades to fend off the flagrant vandals and other opponents that were steadily pressing them back. The departure of so many Friedman Mechs at once had an enormously bad effect on the comrades they left behind, but everyone seemed to be of one mind on this issue. Not even the urgent instructions from their officers could stop them from doing their best to save the life of Venerable Dukes. A lot of light Mechs quickly arrived in front of the cockpit and formed a shield of metal around it to shield the vulnerable package against any further damage. The toll they took was great. Light Mechs weren't designed to stand their ground and absorb incoming hits, so the shots fired by distant Hexer Mechs easily hit the Mechs and scrapped them one after another. Sometimes, the heroic but impulsive Friday pilots that volunteered for this duty were able to eject from their cockpits in time, but there were plenty that suffered an accident and gave up their lives to buy a brief moment of time for their hero's escape. Venerable Tusa became strangely impressed and inspired by this collective action. Just because the Gaugers were his opponents didn't mean he looked down on them. He respected them as soldiers who fought for honor and family. They were not that different from the Larkinsons in that sense. The only Fridaymen that Tusa truly resented were the higher UPS that had originally sought to bring down VES and the Larkinson clan. These ordinary grunts as well as their expert pilots did not bear any of the guilt of the original decision to attack the Larkinsons. A part of Tusa found it distasteful that the Hexer mech pilots had become so eager to pounce on the weakness of a fellow expert pilot that they instantly attempted to hit Venerable Dukes when he was down. He couldn't stop it, though. The Hexers followed their own chain of command and he already understood that the hatred between them and the Fridaymen had run too deep to persuade them from changing their current actions. Besides, the current scenario was highly favorable to the attacking forces. The Quad Knife's cockpit essentially acted as bait that allowed the Hexers to quickly reduce the number of enemy light mechs with ease. The amount of mechs that had been shot down by this time continued to escalate until another party quickly took action. Leave Dukes alone. The Filament had blasted forward in order to act as a more qualified shield for the cockpit. Its resonance shield was still fully intact and could easily resist the barrage of conventional attacks for a decent amount of time. Not only that, but the Filament had already begun to fire its powerful rifle against the Hexer ranged mech that threatened her battle buddy. Dozens of Hexer mechs got impaled by spikes in quick succession, of which many of them happened to pierce straight through the cockpits buried deep inside. Though the projectiles did not always manage to disable the Hexer mechs in a single go, the Filament's weapon possessed so much ammunition that it was no problem to spike the targets a few more times in order to be certain. Damnit! Venerable Tusa's mood dropped as he moved his Dark Zephyr forward in order to respond to the other threat that he was supposed to take care of. He had only started to take action when the famous Dukes and Hawks duo threatened to slaughter the mechs on his side. Strangely enough, the Filament did not move from its place at all despite the approach of a threatening expert light skirmisher. It would be understandable if the Filament was an expert heavy knight such as the Shield of Samar, but it was just an expert Harasser mech that possessed little effective combat power at close range. Have you gone mad? Venerable Tusa simply couldn't understand what was going on in the mind of Kismet Hawks at the moment. It made almost no sense for her to plant her expert mech in front of the cockpit of Venerable Dukes. She would have been better off if she kept the Filament mobile so that the Dark Zephyr wouldn't be able to get close. Don't come close. No matter what Venerable Hawks had in mind, she still recognized that the Dark Zephyr was the greatest threat in the immediate area and immediately began to fire at the incoming expert mech. Venerable Tusa did not feel pressured anymore. Even though his expert mech was still battered, there was a huge difference between facing a ranged mech from the front as opposed to the rear. The absence of the tag team dynamic that previously constrained Tusa's actions also allowed him to activate the untouchable resonance ability again. Many spikes simply soared through empty space as Tusa skillfully obscured the real position of his expert mech through an optical illusion created with the help of Trisk. The soft corona around the Dark Zephyr slowly faded from dark grey and back to its original shade of sky blue. Venerable Tusa did not feel any need to resort to the shadow dance to fight his remaining opponent during this phase of the battle. Fight me properly, Hawks. I don't want to bully you. At least play to your advantages. Die, Larkinson. It did not take much time at all for his expert mech to approach the Filament, which made Tusa feel even sorrier about this situation. If Venerable Hawks was able to maintain her wits, then she should have flown away while engaging her transphasic stutter flight system. This would have made it much harder for the Dark Zephyr to catch up as Tusa would have to wait until the stiletto drive operated long enough to raise its speed amplification to a high enough level. However, due to the relatively slow acceleration of the Quad Knife's cockpit, the Dark Zephyr could have easily caught up to the Filament without relying on its mini-drive. Regardless of whether Venerable Tusa felt any pity for Venerable Hawks, he still went in with the determination to tear apart his next target. Just before the Dark Zephyr could get close enough to attack, the Filament did not move from its place. Instead, it activated a new setting that caused its Filament rifle to extend an energy bayonet just below its muzzle. Venerable Tusa initially didn't think much of it, but as his Dark Zephyr attempted to block and overcome his opponent's weapon, he found to his surprise that Venerable Hawks was quite skilled at wielding its rifle like an improvised spear. He could sense that Venerable Hawks spent many hours in training and polishing her ability to fend off opponents up close with her bayonet. It became a lot trickier for him to fight against the Philamen because he sensed considerable danger from the energy bayonet. When he took a slight risk in order to inflict a couple of heavy blows on the Philamen's weakening resonance shield, the energy bayonet managed to graze a section of the Dark Zephyr's arm. Much to his surprise, the energy bayonet partially bypassed the thin layer of unending alloy and scorched some of the internals underneath. Damnit, is everything on an expert mech transphasic these days? Even though the Philamen had turned into a somewhat competent melee combatant, it didn't change the fact that it was primarily configured and optimized for ranged combat. Its bayonet mode was merely an option of last resort when the Philamen could no longer outrun its pursuers. Against a true melee mech specialist like Venerable Tusa, the attempt by Hawks to repel his Dark Zephyr up close was doomed to fail unless she received support. It was not as if the sundered phalanx had given up on Dukes and Hawks. Enemy ranged mechs occasionally took pot shots at the Dark Zephyr, but this was clearly an exercise in futility considering that Tusa always kept his machine mobile. He wasn't afraid of the Star of Liberation or the Tensors, and he could easily angle his expert mech in a way that put the Philamen or other Fridaemon mechs in the firing line. Eventually, the Dark Zephyr steadily ground down the Philamen with repeated strikes. First, the resonance shield popped. Second, the thin filament rifle broke in half, which also happened to remove its energy bayonet from the equation. Third, the Dark Zephyr completely ignored the backup knife that the Philamen pulled out and thoroughly thrust its dagger into so many weak points that Venerable Hawks finally ejected her cockpit from her trusty machine. What a pity! Tusa sighed and shook his head. He felt no accomplishment at all for this successful takedown. While he was confident that he could have taken down the Philamen sooner or later, there was a difference between beating an earnest opponent and beating an opponent that had gone crazy all of a sudden. Tusa. VES opened a direct communication channel to the Dark Zephyr. Will you let the cockpits of Dukes and Hawks get away like this? I have no interest in chasing them any further. Tusa decisively answered. I have my own honor. Suit yourself. Don't dawdle around then. You should provide relief to Venerable Imari's cross. The sooner we defeat all of the enemy expert mechs at the right flank, the sooner we can tip the battle in our favor and win this battle. Don't let your feelings harm the lives of our mech pilots. The longer this fight goes on, the more our clansmen will perish. You don't need to remind me of that, VES. Let me do my job while you stick to yours. Venerable Tusa took a brief moment to find his center again and moved in the direction of the crosser mech units. He still had plenty of other expert mechs to slay. VES grinned widely as he continued to sit in the observer seat in the spirit of Benthime's bridge. Though Venerable Tusa had gone through a few twists and turns, he successfully proved his combat prowess and achieved the admirable feat of defeating two formidable expert mechs by himself. The significance of this victory couldn't be overstated. By handling the threat of Dukes of Hawks without any backup, a lot of other expert pilots were able to handle the other champions of the sundered phalanx without getting outnumbered. Not every bout between expert mechs progressed favorably to the Hexers and the Golden Scullers. The Hex army particularly fell into a disadvantage during this battle. The dynasties of the Hex Federation had sent out too many low-tier expert mechs that were piloted by expert pilots that had only broken through during the Komodo War. There was nothing wrong with their skills and their expert mechs weren't too bad, but the Gage dynasty had dispatched a higher proportion of older and much more experienced expert pilots to Pima Prime. In fact, the Gage dynasty also sent plenty of younger war veterans to the Red Ocean, but the local leaders had concentrated the stronger ones in Pima Prime, as it just so happened to be the star system where they were stationed in as well. Due to this subtle difference, multiple Hexer expert mechs already incurred considerable damage. Naturally, there were also situations where the expert mechs of the Hex army and the Golden Skull Alliance gained advantages over their opponents. This way, neither side possessed any clear advantages. The Dark Zephyr may have secured a powerful advantage at the right flank, but it would take time for Tusa's personal victory to cascade into other advantages on the battlefield. Read novelful.me. There is so much going on that I can't pay attention to everything that is interesting. VES softly complained to himself. Meow. Lucky responded. Hey, that's a good idea, actually. Why didn't I think of that before? VES concentrated for a moment before Blinky emerged out of his head. Mro. The star cat shook as if he had just woken up from a nap. After lapping at his fur for a few seconds, Blinky lazily floated beside Lucky and settled down in the air to observe the projected live feeds of the battlefield. Though VES found it a bit weird to track two different parts of the battlefield at once through his own eyes and the eyes of his companion spirit, he slowly got used to this new mode of observation. Blinky pretty much functioned as a split personality to VES, so it shouldn't be that much of a problem for him to maintain two trains of thoughts at the same time. His efficiency in analyzing battle scenarios had dropped, but VES got much more done in the same amount of time. You might as well come out and enjoy the show as well, Vulcan. An incorporeal dwarf wearing modern dwarven armor emerged from the Hammer of Brilliance. The gruff, bearded design spirit sat down on an invisible seat and fully showcased the parallel thinking process of a pre-divinity by tracking over a dozen different live feeds at the same time. Of course, VES himself wasn't able to process that much action at all. Vulcan merely kept track of everything and notified his principal whenever something noteworthy took place. It turned out that a lot of interesting clashes had begun at the center of the battlefield. The melee mech units from both sides had finally collided against each other. Large numbers of mechs organized in mech divisions, mech regiments, and smaller organizational units adopted all kinds of formations as they systematically tried to fulfill their respective roles. Different mech designs and different mech doctrines violently tested themselves against each other. It was only on the battlefield where the works of VES and many other designers truly proved their worth. VES initially focused his attention on the most basic mech of the Larkinson clan, which was the humble Bright Warrior. Of all of the older mech models that he had updated in recent years, the Bright Warrior Mark II version B was definitely one that challenged him more than any of the other ones. This was because upgrade projects such as the Transcendent Punisher Mark II and the Ferocious Piranha Mark III did not really change the essence or the fundamental concept of their designs. Both of them fought them in the same way, but possessed much better specs due to replacing their older parts with newer ones made out of superior tech and materials. VES hadn't been satisfied with repeating this approach for the successor of the old Bright Warrior. The original third-class version of the Bright Warrior had provided a stellar boost to the early Larkinson clan. The use of Breyer alloy, which was much better than any other material that VES could obtain at the time, allowed VES to equip his troops with crucial trump cards that could crush other ordinary third-class mechs in battle. The original meaning of the Bright Warrior got a little lost after the Larkinson clan transitioned into a second-class organization. Breyer alloy no longer provided a substantial advantage over the enemies of the clan. VES and Gloriana had therefore chosen to reorient the Bright Warrior concept around its modularity and its impressive compatibility with many different mech pilots. It's a good concept, but it has become a lot less special, especially as we developed newer and better mechs. It was easy to decide to develop a straightforward updated edition of the Bright Warrior, but VES did not want his first true mech line designed for the Larkinson clan to turn into a boring and generic starter mech. He recalled that he had puzzled so much over this issue at this time that he had eventually called up the Larkinson mandate. Goldie, do you have any ideas on how I should reinterpret the Bright Warrior? A beautiful golden cat emerged from the heavy tome and pressed her head against VES in a friendly and affectionate greeting. Nay. I'm glad you are satisfied with the current configuration of the Bright Warrior, but it should really be able to do more than serve as a channel for you to spread your influence and derive spiritual feedback. What else would you like me to add in the mech design? You should already know that I am much more adept in spiritual engineering than in the past. Goldie actually fell in thought for a time. Nay. That is actually not a bad idea. VES became surprised as Goldie came up with a suggestion that he had never considered before. Now that I think about it, this is a brilliant suggestion. It is definitely a possible path that we can take to elevate the Bright Warrior model. The Golden Cat was connected to every member of the Larkinson clan, so she knew what the Larkinson mech pilots wanted from their mechs the most. According to the ancestral spirit, the pilots of the Bright Warriors were pleased with its wide compatibility and excellent flexibility, but these traits also made it so that they never got exactly what they wanted out of their mechs. The Bright Warrior was a four-sizes-fits-all solution. Mech pilots had little choice but to pick one of the four sizes and adapt to their choices as much as possible. The suggestion that Goldie gave to VES turned this interaction into a two-way street. What if the mech was the one that adapted to the mech pilots? Goldie wasn't referring to the living traits of the Bright Warrior mechs, but their technical configurations. Properly speaking, the Bright Warriors were classified as semi-modular mechs because they came with a limited selection of swap-payable mech configurations. While VES didn't have to throw away this concept, he could expand upon it by adding additional modularity to the entire Bright Warrior system. As the idea sounded more and more compelling to him, VES quickly summoned a design interface and called up his Bright Warrior designs. He loosely modified them by removing a few unnecessary elements and adding all kinds of modular hardpoints across their frames. What if I add slots to the shoulders so that the mech pilot can choose to mount turrets or missile launchers onto the mech? What if I add another slot to the rear so that the mech pilot can choose to bring extra ammunition or energy cells to the fight? What if I make the flight system modular so that individual mechs or mech squads can mount different models that excel in different circumstances? What if I design a whole suite of varied weaponry that perform better in different roles and battles? VES' imagination went wild that day. His need to elevate the level of the Bright Warrior drove him to draft all kinds of varied equipment and modules. All of these ideas added to a determination that the design concept of the Bright Warrior could truly catch up to the needs of the Larkinson clan again if he executed it to the fullest. This modularization of the Bright Warrior might be the key to maintaining its relevance to our clan. You're a genius, Goldie. VES grinned and kissed the glowing cat's head. Nay. VES polished and organized his scattered ideas into a proper draft design and design proposal. He could already imagine the Bright Warrior Mark II's changing his clan for the better. The keywords here are modularity and choice. VES affirmed. While the Bright Warrior still comes in 4 main flavors, you can sprinkle additional seasoning or ingredients on top of it depending on the needs of the mech pilot or the mech unit. He could already tell that introducing the modularized version of the Bright Warrior would definitely increase the logistical burden of the Larkinson army. This was because in order to give every mech pilot a lot of choice, it was essential for the clan to fabricate and stockpile a large and varied collection of modules and external equipment. For example, the swordsman mech version of the Bright Warrior no longer had to wield the same model of longsword like every other copy of this mech. The mech pilot finally gained the option to choose from a greatsword, a broadsword, a saber, a pair of swords or even a blunt weapon. VES and Gloriana just had to alter the design of the Bright Warrior so that it could more easily handle all of those different weapons with vastly different characteristics. Aside from being able to choose between different weapons, the mech pilot should also be able to choose additional modules such as shoulder-mounted guns, short-range sensor systems, grenade holsters, and more. Despite all of these additional burdens, VES became too enamored with the idea to give up on it. As long as his clan did not stockpile too many unnecessary pieces of equipment and produce them on demand as much as possible, he believed it should be viable to implement this new and more personalized version of the Bright Warrior. Ever since VES finally completed the upgrade project, a lot of Bright Warriors began to show up that no longer looked identical to each other. VES had left it up to the individual mech legions to decide how they wanted to handle the personalization rights. Some mech legions prized uniformity and chain of command, which meant that the mech officers in charge of a unit usually decided on the modular configurations. Others granted more autonomy to the mech pilots, which meant that the users of the Bright Warriors could configure it exactly to their liking. Whatever the case, VES had noticed a clear and major jump in pilot satisfaction for his new product. This was why the Larkinson mech units based around the Bright Warriors looked a lot more varied and eclectic. It's kind of like an online game where every player has chosen to equip their modular mechs with the equipment that they brought with cash or earned through their own efforts. Not every mech force could support the logistical burden of maintaining a large amount of modularized mechs. In theory, it all sounded pretty good. By developing a modular mech such as the Bright Warrior Mark II that could equip all kinds of optional modules and equipment, the mech pilots could reach their full potential by piloting the configurations that precisely matched their unique skills and inclinations. A school of military theorists even proclaimed that personalization at the company, squad, or individual level was the future of mech warfare. After all, why should every mech pilot be stuffed into a standard mech that had never been designed for that person in the first place? While it was way too extravagant for mech designers such as Gloriana to design bespoke mechs for thousands of rank-and-file mech pilots, the development of a modular mech provided an excellent compromise solution. The mech designers only needed to develop the base mechs and a large number of varied equipment. In fact, the design work of the latter didn't even have to be handled by the original designers of the modular mech models. A bunch of journeymen or apprentices could easily design a large amount of adequate equipment as long as they stuck to their specialties. This way, a mech force would have all of the building blocks in place. The people in charge just needed to piece them together into different mech configurations that best drew out the strengths of the mech pilots while also adapting to the circumstances of the battlefield. There were groups who managed to make it work, but the majority of the implementations ended up in failure. All of those thinkers and theorists paid too much attention to the shiny aspects of this implementation but neglected to account for all of the processes in the background that needed to be done right. Read novelfold.me. The biggest problem was that a highly modular mech force was not cheap. The further away from standardization, the more complicated it became to manage all of the different parts and materials. It was a lot easier to impose uniform standards and train mech units to a consistent level of performance. Training mech pilots to fight with one consistent mech model also made it easier to correct any flaws. Mech units could also take advantage of the entire group to find more clever ways to exploit the strengths of the same mech. Another limitation was that the right manpower and facilities needed to be in place to implement an effective modularized force. Without access to enough competent mech designers, it would be a dream to make enough varied modules and equipment available. While there were plenty of ready-made modular mech ecosystems on the market, these enormous package deals tended to be significantly more expensive than ordinary mech offerings. After all, mech designers and mech companies did not work for free. They needed enough remuneration to support all of the hours spent on designing an ECM module or additional mech swords. Then there was the storage or production capacity needed to make all of these goods available. While this problem was much less significant at fixed locations, it still did not change the fact that a modular mech force tended to field less mechs but took up more space than a conventional mech force. The stupidest way to maintain a modular mech force was to produce or purchase far more modular equipment than mechs could carry and keep all of the extras in reserve in case they were needed. The more clever way to handle this was to stockpile a large amount of raw materials and produce any modules needed for an upcoming deployment or campaign. It would be even better if the mech force or the organization behind it could also take back unwanted modules and recycle them into their base materials. Again, all of this sounded nice in theory, but how many outfits had the money or the skilled labor to operate a factory ship? It was much cheaper and more effective to stick to a limited selection of carefully chosen mech models than to bother with all of these elaborate exercises. The performance differences simply weren't worth the trouble of giving every mech pilot the option to personalize the configurations of their machines to a fine degree. Smaller mech forces didn't have the budget, manpower, and resources to adopt a modularized mech ecosystem. Larger mech forces were able to field a good variety of specialized mech models that performed significantly better than their modularized equivalents. As such, just like biomechs, the campaign to make modularization the definite standard in the mech community turned into an abject failure after reality showed that it was much less practical than its proponents believed. Only a few outlier states and organizations bothered with modularized mech ecosystems these days. The demands to make them viable and useful enough were simply too harsh. It's kind of funny how our clan is one of the few groups that can pull this off. VES smiled. He initially conceived the Bright Warrior as a semi-modular mech platform because he wanted to find the most optimal balance between practicality and fit. He achieved this goal with the design of the original Bright Warrior, but the Larkinson clan of today was nearly unrecognizable compared to when his clan only numbered a few hundred to a few thousand members. VES hadn't even realized that his clan slowly ticked all of the boxes that were necessary to implement a modular mech ecosystem. It wasn't until he came up with this idea after his talk with Goldie that this concept that everyone disapproved of suddenly became viable for the Larkinson clan. First, the Larkinson clan was not short on money. It could afford to splurge on more expensive and luxurious approaches to organizing its mech forces. Second, the Larkinson Navy not only included a fair amount of cargo vessels and logistical vessels, but also featured a fully fledged factory ship that had recently completed a massive upgrade. Third, as a clan centered around mech design, it possessed much more design capacity than almost every other pioneering organization. Fourth, its mech pilots and the way it organized its mech legions made it possible to field modularized mechs without making every mech unit disorganized. Not every outfit could cope with the chaos generated by mixing too many different mech configurations together. Fifth, there was genuine added value to providing greater customization at the squad or individual level. Unlike mech forces that mostly fought against known human opponents, the Larkinson clan could fight against a phase whale on one day and fend off a Vorabug swarm the next day. The diversity between the indigenous alien races was great. While they had all adopted a number of common standards and technologies such as warp drives due to interacting with each other across a huge span of time, they still clung onto their own tech and methods of warfare. Given these circumstances, it made less sense for the Larkinson clan to maintain a static mech roster that was unable to adapt to vastly different threats. The introduction of the modularized and upgraded edition of the Bright Warrior added a lot more flexibility and fault tolerance to the Larkinson army. Ever since the design department introduced the drastic revision of the Bright Warrior to the Larkinson army, several mech legions embraced it on a wide scale. The most notable ones to adopt this quintessential Larkinson mech model more than the avatars of Myth. It was not as if the avatars were short of new and powerful specialized models. Unlike a few years ago, its mech pilots had plenty of choice these days. However, so many veteran avatars had piloted the older versions of the Bright Warrior line so many times that they had adapted to its traits and quirks. What also played a role for these sentimental mech pilots was that the Larkinson clan offered the possibility to upgrade their existing Bright Warrior IBs to the latest design. The avatar mech pilots partnered up with their mechs for several years and had grown up alongside each other. The older Bright Warriors themselves had also bloomed a lot. Their personalities had become much more intelligent, responsive, and distinctive from each other. I can't abandon my mech. We're brothers. Switching to a brand new mech is like divorcing a wife in order to marry a new girlfriend. It is not honorable. Now that an option to upgrade our Bright Warriors exists, it is even less acceptable to abandon my partner. VES hadn't fully anticipated how much affection, familiarity, and sentiment his mech pilots developed towards their long-standing living mechs. It was fairly customary in other organizations for mech pilots to be reassigned to different mechs over time. After all, mechs were merely objects and tools to everyone. Even if certain pilots developed an abnormally deep bond with a specific machine, few leaders ever bothered to upgrade it to keep up with the pace of technological development. It was much easier to replace old and outdated mechs with new and modern products. Though VES appreciated the mech pilots who had become loyal to their living mechs, he recognized that this might not always be a good thing for his clan. The Bright Warrior was the most flexible mech in the Larkinson Army's mech roster, but it was certainly not the strongest. What if no one wanted to adopt a shiny new mech because every mech pilot wanted to remain monogamous? Such a circumstance was detrimental to the health of the Larkinson Army. I need to find a better solution to this problem. VES recognized. The problem right now wasn't too big because the Larkinson clan hadn't existed long enough for pilots to develop their marriages over multiple decades. There were still plenty of clansmen who didn't feel too pained if they had to start a new relationship with a new and different mech. The proportion of pilots who would be willing to do so would certainly drop in the future. This would significantly hinder the adoption of new mech models within the Larkinson Army in the future. The only way to get mech pilots to adopt our new products is to hire new recruits from our mech academies or the job market. That is obviously not a sufficient solution. VES felt more pressure to solve the problem with preserving the partnerships of Mechs and Mech pilots in the long term. He could not simultaneously promote affection and commitment between Mechs and Mech pilots, but at the same time force his clansmen to switch from one living Mech to another as if they were swapping out clothes. A part of him felt that it was becoming increasingly more crucial for him to solve this difficult dilemma. For now, VES had more immediate concerns to worry about. The introduction of the new modularized Bright Warriors may have been met with great enthusiasm among the fans of this Mech line, but the Larkinson army had never tested them out in a major battle. The confrontation against the sundered phalanx in Pima Prime was the best way to test this concept in practice. Already, the Mech squads and Mech companies composed of different configurations of the Bright Warrior Mark IIs were finally putting their unique ideas and long-standing training to good use against challenging opponents. When the sundered phalanx Mech pilots first encountered these eclectic Bright Warriors up close, they briefly thought that the Larkinsons were messier than expected. It was only until the unique Bright Warrior units started to showcase their self-developed tactics that the Frid-Aman Mech pilots learned how difficult it was to fight against this opponent. There was a squad of Bright Warriors armed with grenade launchers that acted as troubleshooters. Instead of fighting in place, the Bright Warriors patrolled along their own lines and instantly saturated an opposing formation with a deluge of explosions as soon as a friendly unit threatened to collapse. There was another squad of Bright Warriors in Space Knight configuration that not only carried solid shields, but also equipped shoulder-mounted laser turrets. These Space Knights essentially acted as semi-mobile turrets. They occupied a position on the battlefield and bombarded any nearby opponents with laser beams that could not be stopped. The varied battle tactics that these Bright Warrior Mark IIs unleashed upon their foes quickly produced a lot of frustration among the Frid-Aman Mech pilots. These golden mechs are disgusting. Commander Melker Larkinson's gold beacon hung back as the avatars of Myth moved out in force. As the original elites of the Larkinson clan, the avatars of Myth took on the heavy responsibility of meeting the most powerful enemy mech units at the center of the battlefield. Fortunately, the design department had not neglected the needs of the avatars. Over the past 5 years, Melker slowly felt more at ease as his mech legion gradually obtained a small collection of powerful exclusive mech models that strengthened the identity of the avatars. The Bright Warrior mech line had always formed an integral part of the avatars of Myth, and Melker did not have the heart to diminish its importance to his mech legion. How are our Bright Warrior mech units doing so far, Colonel? The projection of Colonel Cardinal Belser Larkinson displayed a brief smile. They are fighting against the Frid-Aman in high spirits. Our Bright Warrior units turn out to perform particularly well against our chosen targets. Many of our mechs are most at home when they take the initiative, and it just so happens that the mech units of the 5688th Pima Defenders serve as convenient punching bags. Commander Melker directed his attention towards the mech division that his mech legion had targeted. As the name suggested, the Pima Defenders comprised of a new mech division that was explicitly founded to defend Pima Prime. The new unit was supposed to serve as the first of several Home Guard divisions that was permanently headquartered at the Cossack Ring. There were several points that made it notable. Read novelfold.me. First, the Pima Defenders primarily fielded well-armored medium and heavy mech models. None of their machines stood out in terms of mobility and maneuverability. Many of them focused on melee combat in order to maximize the specialization of this mech division. Second, the Pima Defenders received the highest budget among all of the mech divisions that were permanently stationed in Pima Prime. The Gage dynasty allocated at least 4 times as much money to the Pima Defenders than the Nadine Vergers. Part of that could be explained by the vast disparity of weight classes of their mechs, but the difference was so big that it was obvious that the higher UPS favored the Pima Defenders more. The third point explained everything. A lot of highborn scions of the Gage dynasty just happened to comprise the majority of the officers of the Pima Defenders. There were a lot of upper-class families in the large and powerful territory of the Gage dynasty back in the old galaxy that wanted to obtain a piece of the pie of the Friday colonies. It wasn't enough for them to occupy and develop new settlements. They were far-sighted enough to know that they needed representation in the military in order to make certain that their expensive colonial investments received the protection that they deserved. This was how the Pima Defenders came into existence. It was set up to become a nice, safe Home Guard mech division that guarded the richest, most powerful, and most well-defended star system in the Friday colonies. Theoretically, the chance of enemies coming to attack Pima Prime should be the lowest. If this was the case, then the soldiers assigned to the Home Guard mech divisions would be able to enjoy most of the prestige of being a part of the sundered phalanx while minimizing their exposure to actual combat as much as possible. It was too bad these highborn sons and daughters never imagined that the Hex Army and the Golden Skull Alliance would be crazy enough to launch a direct assault on their port system. As soldiers who had pledged an oath to their service in the Gage dynasty, there was no way they could shirk the responsibility of leading the Pima Defenders in battle against the invaders. This meant that all of these pretend soldiers who thought they would only fight against simulated enemies and the occasional lost alien starship for the rest of their careers suddenly had to act like real soldiers. Fortunately for the Pima Defenders, their highborn officers weren't incompetent. Each of them were designer babies who possessed superior learning ability and combat acumen from birth. The results they achieved in the mech academies or military academies were substantially better than those who originated from the lower echelons of the Friday coalition. No matter what, the Sundered Phalanx was still a highly professional organization that had always enforced its own rules. The situation of the Pima Defenders Mech Division might be a bit special, but its hierarchy and structure were all sound. Its staff was considerably larger than usual to ensure that everything was managed properly. The Pima Defenders also enjoyed other compensating factors. It fielded sturdy, expensive military mechs that weren't easy to destroy. Many of them just happened to be piloted by veteran elites that earned plenty of merits during the Komodo War. As such, the Pima Defenders should still pose a formidable threat towards its opponents. Despite all of these factors, Melker wasn't afraid of the Pima Defenders at all. One of the lessons he learned from General Verl was how important it was for people's hearts to be united. The analysts of the Larkinson army had predicted that despite commanding the most powerful melee mech division of the local garrison, the officers were not that eager to stand out and take risks. The subsequent actions and deployment of the Pima Defenders aligned with the predictions. Though the center battle line of the Sundered Phalanx did not advance that quickly because of being restrained by their slowest elements, the Pima Defenders truly hadn't shown any initiative to break the mech formations of their opponents. The contrast between the Pima Defenders and the other elite Sundered Phalanx mech units became quite clear. The latter were quite familiar with the Hex army. They knew that passive defense when the Hexers possessed an advantage would only lead to an inevitable defeat. The best way to reverse a losing trend was to break the game, and that was exactly what the more daring and courageous Frid-Aman mech officers attempted to accomplish. These Pima Defenders truly aren't in a hurry to move. Commander Melker cynically remarked as his gold beacon fired its custom Luminar crystal rifle at an enemy heavy space knight. Even though his mech rifle possessed a lot more power than the weapons equipped by ordinary Larkinson mechs, the gold beacon's shot did not even impact the heavy shield of the enemy mech. Instead, a powerful energy shield fully resisted the energy beam. Melker almost grew sick at the sight. The defensive power of the enemy mech was a bit high. As the Legion commander swept his gaze across the lines of the Pima Defenders, he noticed that many other enemy mechs exhibited the same phenomenon. No matter whether they were Space Knights, Spearman mechs, Swordsman mechs or Striker mechs, their energy shields never failed to resist incoming attacks. Though Commander Melker had already grown familiar with these mechs due to practicing against them in the MSTS, to see the Pima Defenders exploit their disgusting defenses in reality made him feel sick. Aside from a few early successes when the Pima Defenders hadn't gotten their act together yet, hardly any of their mechs got destroyed during this time. The reason for that was because the vast majority of mech models fielded by the Pima Defenders were equipped with high-cap shields. The chief mech designer responsible for providing the Pima Defenders with so many resilient mechs was Master Zenny Bonacane, otherwise known as the Bubble Man. His amusing moniker referred to his main specialization, which was developing his own brand of high-capacity energy shields. By raising and maximizing the damage-absorbing capacities of energy shields to an incredible height, Master Bonacane opened up new possibilities for defensive mech warfare. One of the most basic ways to take advantage of mechs equipped with the Bubble Man's high-cap shield was to send out a wall of heavy Space Knights out front and allow them to resist incoming damage with their high-cap shields. Once their high-cap shields started to become unstable, the initial group of defensive mechs would rotate out while another group of fresh defensive machines would take their place. This way, the winded mechs that retreated to the rear could calmly wait to restore the condition of their high-cap shields back to full capacity before rotating back to the front again. It sounded simple, but it could truly work as long as their opponents weren't able to overload their high-cap shields at once. Neither Commander Melker who piloted the Gold Beacon nor Colonel Cardinaux who presided over the command center back on the Gorgonian found it easy to break this scheme. It is not a coincidence that the Gauger military leadership has chosen to deploy the Pima Defenders in the exact center of their lines, sir. Colonel Cardinaux noted. While the Pima Defender mechs might not be doing much to defeat their opponents, they can still play an essential role as an anchor and an immovable obstacle to other friendly mech units. They serve as the closest thing to a defensive fortification on the front lines. Melker wearily nodded. As long as they keep rotating their shielded mechs back and forth, they can last as long as their energy reserves last, which inevitably takes a long time since they are all big boys with lots of room for energy cells. The most egregious mech of this kind was the Modal Firmament. Chiefly developed by the Master Bonacane, the Modal Firmament was a pretty straightforward heavy Space Knight. Compared to other heavy Space Knight models, the Modal Firmament was actually lighter and less massive. This was because the Modal Firmament sacrificed armor and internal structural strength to make room for a more powerful high-cap shield generator as well as a larger array of energy cells to support its functioning. To put it in a different way, the Modal Firmament put much more emphasis on its high-cap shield and significantly less priority on its armor system for its defensive needs. As the mech model that adopted this strategy to the extreme, the Modal Firmament was tailor-made for the defensive rotation strategy. The Modal Firmament is a big problem, Commander. Colonel Cardinaux noted. As long as their energy shields last, there is no easy way to overcome their defenses. Perhaps the only way to disrupt their rhythm and rotation arrangements is to outflank them, but there isn't much room for that since they are surrounded by other friendly mech units in every direction. We can only attack them frontally. Commander Melker already anticipated this. Are we able to obtain artillery support? No, sir. The Eye of Ylvan already has its own mission. It is rather wasteful to expend their firepower on the Pima defenders because the modal firmaments will just tank the damage and rotate out when they are nearing their limits. What about battle formations? The Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters still have them in reserve. General Verl is saving them up for later. It is not wise to employ them at the start because all of the mechs involved in them will lose their battle effectiveness after they are done. Besides, the Gage dynasty isn't stupid. They have personally suffered from our battle formations in the past. You can already see that their mech units are further spaced apart than normal. So it is up to us, then, right? It is not impossible for us to obtain support from other units, but that will take away help that is sorely needed elsewhere. It is best if we are able to handle the Pima defenders ourselves. Understood. The Larkinson army drafted many different battle plans, of which many of them were variations of the same approach. It would have been at least 2 times easier to break the Pima defenders if they obtained ranged support. However, the offensive power of the Pima defenders was so unimpressive that the higher-ups deemed it fine if the avatars of myth achieved little results for a time. This did not fall in line with Melker's intentions. The avatars of myth needed to show its strength as the premier assault legion of the Larkinson army. If we can't overcome a relatively tame opponent like the Pima defenders, how can we possibly keep our heads high? The Pima defenders must fall in order to meet expectations that everyone placed on the avatars. While the initial attacks against the shielded mechs of the Pima defenders yielded results, this was just the prelude to a greater assault. The Larkinson mech pilot had already become familiar with the enemy mech models. They had tested the defenses of mechs such as the modal firmament many times with the help of the MSTS. Surprisingly enough, the performance of the modal firmament based on leaked intelligence and educated guesses did not diverge that much from the actual performance of the defensive space knights fielded by the Pima defenders. The relatively slow and lumbering mechs did not possess the capability to execute any elaborate tactics, so their pilots could do relatively little to amplify the performance of their machines. This meant that the avatars only needed to take the technical capabilities of the modal firmament into account. Overcoming the modal firmaments at front is the first step to defeating the Pima defenders. Commander Melker stated. We also have to beat the favored sons and the space piercers. If the modal firmaments occupied the first row of a formation, then the latter 2 mech models occupied the second and third rows. The favored son was a heavy halberdier mech model that wielded a relatively short but heavy halberd. Though there wasn't anything special about the weapon itself, it was made of quality materials and its blade possessed enough mass to make any serious strike hurt. It took a lot of skill and anticipation to pilot a slow and powerful mech like the favored son in battle. Only the most skilled or talented melee mech pilots of the Sundered Phalanx received an opportunity to pilot this powerful offensive melee mech. Read novelful.me. The Space Piercer ordinarily occupied the third row of a formation. The defining feature of this heavy spearman mech was its weapon, which consisted of an extendable spear that could increase its length to an extreme degree. The mech was mainly designed to stab enemies from afar, so its stabbing force was extremely powerful. The reason why this model was called the Space Piercer was because their spears were transphasic. To be more precise, the tips of their spears integrated a tiny drop of phase water. By concentrating the effect of that phase water drop at the frontmost part of the spear, the weapon's ability to breach through armor improved by at least 50%. Of course, only an extravagant and well-connected mech division like the Pima defenders could afford to produce so many space piercers. All in all, the synergy between the mech models produced an incredibly stable and solid defensive formation. The most important part was that while their offensive capabilities varied considerably, their defensive features were remarkably consistent. Each of these signature models carried their own specific version of the high-cap shield generator. They all sacrificed a considerable amount of armor in order to strengthen their high-cap shields as much as possible. This meant that if an enemy launched a forceful assault and somehow managed to overcome the modal firmament at great cost, then the favored sons and the space piercers could easily take over and serve as the defensive bulwark. They didn't need to carry any heavy shields because their high-cap energy shields were already enough for them to block a lot of attacks. If the avatars couldn't break through all of their defenses in quick succession, then the Pima defenders would force everyone into a war of attrition where they inevitably held a huge advantage. This was certainly one of the toughest walls that the Sundered Phalanx could muster in the field, but it just so happened that the avatars had made targeted preparations to overcome this formation. Commander Melker studied the enemy battle line carefully once again before deciding to target the middle of their wall. Let's proceed with the standard breakthrough plan. He decided. The most viable way for us to defeat the Pima defenders is to breach their formation in the middle and continue to cut through ranks until our shock troops reach the rear. This way, we can not only attack the Pima defender mechs with depleted shields, but also split their formation in half and attack it from multiple directions. The more chaotic and messed up the situation, the more the Pima defenders will show faults. The avatars of myth weren't suited for drawn-out frontal engagements. That was the strength of the living sentinels. What the avatars did excel at was smashing open defensive lines with overwhelming force. After a brief wait, all of the elements were in position. Inferno Company, you're up first. Light the center of their battle line up and drown them in heat. Aye, Commander. An entire mech company of shield warriors moved up first. The rank and file members of the Larkinson clan already called the Space Knight configuration of the Bright Warrior model by this convenient name, completely ignoring the official one that VES had invented. In order to make everything more convenient, VES had taken over the colloquial names of all 4 configurations. These shield warriors were a bit special though. All 40 of them had swapped out their swords and shields in order to make way for a flamethrower loadout. The Inferno Company mechs did not move quickly, and got hit by plenty of ranged attacks on approach. However, the shield warriors easily endured the abuse with the help of their shield generators. While their damage-absorbing capacities and other parameters were not as good as the high-cap versions developed by the Bubble Man, they still provided the shield warriors with enough protection to get close and fire out 40 jets of hot propellant at the center of the Pima Defender formation. Initially, Pima Defender mech pilots did not exhibit much concern towards the odd bright warriors that had turned themselves into striker mechs for some reason. However, the Frid-Aemon mech pilots quickly noticed that the flames not only spread incredibly deep into the formation, but that the burning propellant also began to get attracted by the high-cap energy shields as if metal got attracted to magnets. What is going on? I can't see anymore. I'm blinded. Too many of my sensors are overloaded by heat and light. Why do these flames keep sticking to my energy shield? The Inferno Company poured so much flames through a relatively small part of the Pima Defender's formation, not hesitating to concentrate their streams to achieve the greatest effect at the designated breakthrough point. Not only that, but the Inferno Company mechs also emptied their propellant tanks as quickly as possible in order to saturate the affected Pima Defender mechs with as much heat damage as possible. Commander Melker and many other avatars grinned when they saw that the high-cap energy shields had no way of wicking away the propellant that had been especially formulated to stick to it. The heat damage they dealt was so much that the Pima Defender mechs should definitely be suffering at the moment. It's a pity that the propellants won't last long. The formula utilized for the flamethrower focused more on dealing as much damage in a short amount of time as possible. While the flames burned so hot that they blinded a lot of sensors, the propellant was destined to get used up in a short instant. It was worth it, though. Already the formation was becoming more disarrayed. The mechs no longer covered each other as perfectly as before. Not even the best training could make these Frid-Aemon mech pilots maintain their composure. Although the flames did not burn the mechs or the pilots inside directly, it was extremely scary for humans to end up in a situation that literally resembled hell. The avatars needed to strike while the iron was hot. Akimbo Company, open fire. Melker ordered. This time, another avatar mech company arrived in front of the burning mechs. The Inferno Company hadn't left after they expended their flamethrowers. They merely put away their weapon and picked up the heavy shields that they had brought over beforehand but entrusted to other friendly mechs while they started up the plan. Now, the shield warriors took up their original occupation again and held out their shields in front of the mechs of the Akimbo Company. This protection was sorely needed because the ranged mechs among the sundered phalanx already noticed the unusual movement at this part of the battlefield. Different ranged mechs from various sundered phalanx mech divisions attempted to stop whatever the avatars were trying to pull off and relieve the burning Pima Defender mechs, but the defenses of the shield warriors were too great to overcome in a short amount of time. With the protection offered by the Inferno Company, the rifle warriors of the Akimbo Company comfortably set up their weapons and opened fire. What was special about the Akimbo Company was that they actually carried 2 full-sized Luminar crystal rifles at the same time. Theoretically, any humanoid mech could wield 2 energy rifles in battle. They weren't particularly heavy and mechs possessed enough arm and limb strength to aim with them one-handed. It was too troublesome in practice. Using 2 rifles at once made it a lot more difficult to maintain good and consistent precision and accuracy over longer ranges. Not only that, the mech's heat and energy management systems would endure an enormous amount of strain. It was much more effective and efficient to equip mechs with a single larger energy weapon than 2 smaller ones under these circumstances. This was different, though. The rifle warriors wielded their 2 rifles with confidence because their targets were right in front of them. The distance was so small that it was impossible for their pilots to miss the huge energy-shielded heavy mechs. Each rifle held in a single arm immediately began to fire disruptor beams at regular intervals. Although only 40 ranged mechs opened fire at a time, it looked as if 80 mechs were attacking the burning Pima Defender mechs at the moment. Ha ha ha. This is fun. The rifle warriors were able to sustain such an exaggerated rate of fire by mounting modular heatsinks and energy packs to the exterior of their frames. Though the additional hardware turned them into larger and more lumbering targets, it was all worth it as long as their Luminar crystal rifles kept firing as fast as possible. Don't let up the pressure. Those high-cap shields don't react to disruptor beams that well, so keep firing. Since the Akimbo Company received orders to concentrate their fire on just a handful of individual modal firmaments, the degree of shield drain that the enemy mechs experienced was different. Some modal firmament mechs were already reaching rock bottom while many other heavy space knights could still keep going to an extent. Under a calmer and more organized circumstance, the individual mech squads or mech companies could sort this out and rotate the mechs that had entered the danger zone as seamlessly as possible. The current situation affecting this narrow slice of Pima defender mechs was anything but normal. The raging flames still cut off a lot of mechs from the chain of command, and the untested highborn mech officers simply didn't know how to resolve this crisis in a short amount of time. With so much disorganization and lack of communication, the mech pilots of modal firmaments that were losing their high-cap energy shields at a rapid rate due to enduring so many disruptor beam attacks faced a difficult choice. They could either pull back their beleaguered mechs to the rear as they had trained so many times, or they could choose to obey their current instructions and stand their ground. In the end, the mech pilots of the heavy space knights all chose to allow their high-cap shields to break and continue to withstand the incoming firepower with their physical shields and armor. Even though the modal firmaments didn't stand out in terms of armor, they were still heavy mechs, so they could still take a lot of hits. Unfortunately, the avatars already prepared the next step of their plan. Mech Captain Arvid Hovengage was having the worst day of his life. The week had already been going downhill as soon as the massive Hexer invasion fleet arrived in the star system. This isn't supposed to happen. He complained as his favorite sun mech became surrounded by hot and sticky flames. Though the powerful high-cap energy shield generated by his heavy halberdier mech easily resisted the thermal damage generated by the hot temperatures of burning propellant, the huge release of energies not only made the surrounding space a confusing mess, but also blinded his favorite sun's sensor and communication systems. Pull back! Pull back! Requesting fire support! Requesting expert mech support! We need help! No matter how many orders or requests he issued, none of his messages were able to get out. As long as the flames kept surrounding his entire mech without any gaps, it was too difficult for the favorite sun to successfully transmit any signals through all of the interference. It was as futile as trying to transmit a signal through a burning star. Without being able to communicate with any of his subordinates or superiors, he felt more vulnerable and alone than ever. He had never faced such a challenging moment in his life. As his name suggested, Arvid was born into a collateral branch of the Gage dynasty. Read novelful.me. While that meant that he was destined to never climb too far in the hierarchy of his dynasty, it was not bad to administer a wealthy city or govern over a planet in the future. However, the Gage dynasty held high standards for these positions, and earning lots of merit was indispensable. As a potentate, Arvid possessed a much easier path to earning merits than anyone else, and that was by accumulating them through military service. There were two kinds of scions who went on to become mech pilots. There were those who became enthralled by the mythos and the duty of becoming a soldier. The strong who possessed superior training and education opportunities such as themselves automatically assumed the responsibility of setting an example and leading the Gage dynasty's troops in battle. There were also those who believed that they were destined to be the movers and shakers of the Gage dynasty. Becoming a battlefield grunt was beneath their birth and station in life. Even the descendants of side branches such as Arvid Hovengage received opportunities that grassroots citizens could only dream about. Fighting and dying should be left to the masses. Why should the life of an average soldier be worth more than the life of a highly educated scion like Arvid? Their capabilities were completely different. Becoming a mech pilot was supposed to be a career-building exercise. How did I end up in a survival game? The highborn mech officer complained. As a relatively young scion of the Gage dynasty, Arvid just happened to have the fortune of being too young to be sent to the front lines at the start of the Komodo War. What was even luckier was that he also happened to be old enough to participate in the last months of the greatest conflict the Friday Coalition had ever fought since its inception. By participating in a couple of easy campaigns that amounted to nothing more than bullying the increasingly crumbling mech troops of the disintegrating Hexadric hegemony, Arvid easily earned the coveted status of a war veteran by the time the war had come to an end. While this was already good enough for him to retire with honors after he ended his tour of service, the problem was that he was far from the only member of the dynasty who earned the same accolades. Many other cousins also earned this distinction. As such, in order for Arvid to increase his chances of receiving a lucrative posting once he returned to civilian life, he needed to brush up his record and strengthen his military accomplishments. He at least needed to double the amount of medals on his chest. Though there were plenty of pacification assignments available in the newly conquered territories of the former Hexadric hegemony, it would take at least 2 decades for Arvid to get anywhere. Compared to muddling around in the Friday Coalition's backyard, Arvid decided to accept a more exciting offer and head to the Red Ocean. Compared to the situation back at home, the Friday colonies was completely different in terms of promotion opportunities. The Gage dynasty saw a lot of promise in its colonies, especially once it became clear that phase water became increasingly more practical and essential to the continued development of mechs. All of the colonies in the Mag-Air Middle Zone and all of the towns and cities on major planets such as Pima Prime V needed to be led and supervised by capable and trustworthy leaders. Who better than to lead an important industrial settlement than a former war hero who also moved to the Red Ocean and integrated in the local community in advance? One of his uncles had personally promised that Arvid would be able to become the mayor of a middle-sized town if he served in the Pima Defenders Mech Division for 5 years. If Arvid was willing to serve for 10 years, then getting appointed as the mayor of a small city was not impossible. This was supposed to be my golden ticket to life. Why did the Hexers decide to attack Pima Prime of all places? Can't they pick on an easier target like New Rams? Seeing how the battle unfolded so far, the golden ticket that Arbit envisioned increasingly morphed into a black slip of death. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Many people around him described Pima Prime as the crown jewel of the Gage dynasty in the Red Ocean. Such jewels deserved the highest degree of protection, and the strength of the local garrison gave Arbit a lot of confidence that he would be able to pass through his frontier service in almost total peace. I should have never accepted the offer to move to the Red Ocean. The Mech officer complained as his favored son's high-cap energy shield was enduring constant stress. There was little he could do under the current circumstances. Without being able to communicate and without knowing what was going on outside his mech, he did not dare to move his machine. He just hoped that his comrades who weren't affected by the sticky flames would come and cover for him during this sensitive period. It was a pity that the Pima defenders hadn't really responded up to this point. The planned maneuvers of the avatars of myth happened way too quickly for the passive Frit-Aman officers to adjust. Let alone issuing orders to rescue their beleaguered comrades, they didn't even dare to stray close to the intensive disruptor beam storm that was shredding the high-cap energy shields of the Pima defender mechs like a grinder. Soon enough, a collision occurred that caused the high-cap shield of Arbit's favored son to ripple in a violent manner. Hey, watch out, Pilot Carpenter! What did I tell you about shoving against other mechs? Though his favored son still couldn't see anything, Arbit still remembered which mech pilot was in control of the modal firmament at the front. Normally, there should have been plenty of space between the first row and the second row of their formation to prevent accidental collisions. Battles in space tended to take place across much greater distances, so it was rare for mechs to be packed together. Had Carpenter panicked due to the flames engulfing his heavy space knight and sought to rotate to the rear while still remaining in a blinded state? That was stupid choice. The training of the Pima defenders constantly emphasized that mech pilots should never casually move from their place without authorization. Strangely enough, the pressure of Carpenter's modal firmament quickly disappeared. Had the pilot regained his senses and returned his heavy space knight to its proper place? It was frustrating for Arbit to remain in the dark while his favored son continued to be surrounded by an excess of light. The irony of the situation was not lost on the mech captain. A short time later, the situation for Arbit worsened. Disruptor beams began to splash against the strained high-cap shield from the front. What? Why am I getting hit? What are you doing, Carpenter? Why aren't you blocking these shots for me? It's your job to shield my mech from danger. His increasingly more distressed demands fell into the ears of nobody. Though the incredibly active propellant was already starting to show signs of running out, that did not help Arbit in the slightest now that the heavy space knight that was supposed to withstand enemy attacks had mysteriously disappeared. Arbit grew angrier by the second. He immediately concluded that Pilot Carpenter had lost his cool and flown out of formation. There was no other explanation why a heavy space knight disappeared so quickly. Such a formidable defensive machine should have lasted a lot longer even if its high-cap shield got drained prematurely. The physical tower shield as well as the thick frontal armor of such a mech were not made of paper. After the barrage of disruptor beams finally exhausted the high-cap shield of his favored son, the flames mostly faded away as the magnetic attraction no longer existed. Before Arbit could do anything meaningful, his favored son suddenly got struck by several hooks that had captured all four limbs as well as the torso of his machine. What? The sensors of his heavy mech just cleared up enough to see that 8 golden Larkinson mechs had approached and used special grappling poles to skillfully hold tight onto his favored son. Let go, you filth! His heavy mech vigorously tried to break the hold and shake itself loose, but it was too late at this point. The thick and strong grappling tools had maintained such a firm grip over Arbit's mech that it had become incapable of overpowering the forces that kept it constrained. Even though a heavy melee mech like the favored son was able to exert a huge amount of physical strength, it was hard to move its limbs when it had to fight against the combined strength of 8 different Bright Warrior Mark IIs. There was no chance for the favored son to swing its formidable halberd at all. If Arbit was able to see the grappling tools coming, then the heavy mech would have been able to block or break these tools before they could take hold. Unfortunately, the Larkinsons moved too quickly. As the specially equipped catcher squads grabbed hold of their prey, they utilized all of their power to pull their prizes away from the enemy battle line. Though the Larkinson mechs endured a lot of shots due to their high-profile actions, they received plenty of cover from other friendly mechs. As such, the catcher squads not only managed to retrieve and isolate a bunch of Pima defender mechs, but also keep them place for the Redaxes to approach with their characteristic red-bladed weapons. One of them already flew towards the trapped and vulnerable favored son mech. What are you going to do with that, Larkinson? The Redax's intention was obvious. It lifted up its massive two-handed axe and was about to circle around to the rear so that it could deliver a powerful, armor-breaching blow to the favored son's exposed rear. Captain Arbit Hovengage no longer had any faith that his comrades would come to rescue his heavy mech from its predicament. He activated the eject command in an instant, which caused his cockpit to explode out of the back of his heavy halberdier mech. At this point, he no longer cared how shameful it looked to eject from his mech without even landing a single attack on an opponent. His life was more important than his duty. When the sensors of his ejected cockpit detected that he was far from the only one to have made this choice, his depression faded a bit. My superiors won't blame me for making this decision. I held out as long as I could. Arbid consoled himself as his cockpit peacefully flew back towards the rear. In any case, the fall of Pima Prime had nothing to do with him. Even if the invading forces won this battle and razed the entire port system to the ground, Arbid could count on his dynasty to arrange a place on an evacuation ship. Though Arbid did not dare to say this out loud, perhaps it was a blessing for him to bail out of this battle at an early stage. He knew enough about battles from the Komodo War to know that the probability of mech pilots meeting their end became much higher at the end. Seeing that his life was no longer at risk, Arbid completely put away his thoughts on the battle and started to think on how to preserve his career opportunities. Pima Prime will be a goner after this, and life in the Friday colonies will be a lot more difficult for everyone after today. Should he apply for a transfer back to the old galaxy? Commander Melker watched on with satisfaction as the start of the plan proceeded smoothly. Even though the current wave of attacks only affected a small proportion of Pima defenders, being able to disrupt and tear a hole in their formation, however small, produced a lot of ripple effects. For one, the enemy mech pilots were no longer in their comfort zone. The pilots of the machines targeted by the Inferno Company, the Akimbo Company and the Catcher squads had it worse than other Fridaymen. They became so lost, isolated and confused that the vast majority of them could not resist from beginning to end. Many of them ejected as soon as the Redaxes showed up and lifted their iconic weapons. Though the Redax was a rather simple design compared to many of the other models adopted by the Larkinson army, it definitely had a place in the mech roster of the avatars of myth. Their heavy, sharp axes along with their prodigious physical might were ideal for breaking physical shields and armor. One of the Redaxes fully showcased its ability to tear through the unshielded heavy mechs of the Pima defenders by breaching half of the rear armor plating of a modal firmament. Without the protection of the famed high-cap energy shield, the modal firmament's rear could not hold up against the Redaxes. Read novelfold.me. Normally, heavy space knights were supposed to be more resilient than that, but the Bubble Man had deliberately thinned the armor of the modal firmament in order to equip a larger and heavier high-cap shield generator. The avatars eagerly took advantage of this inherent design weakness. The powerful medium axeman mech only needed to chop one more time to breach the rear armor of the enemy machine entirely. The powerful strike not only chopped open a hole through the armor, but also destroyed and disabled several important components, causing the trapped defensive mech to lose a bit of power. After that, it took only one final strike to tear through the internals and breach the cockpit, thereby killing the Fridayman mech pilot inside. Although this was just a tiny incident in a much larger sequence of events, the decisive killing of the mech pilot of the modal firmament mech sent a chill through some of the spines of the Pima defender mech pilots. The rank and file members of the mech division did not lose heart at the display. The vast majority of them were war veterans who served with distinction during the Komodo War. Back then, it seemed like they lost friends after every deployment. Even the pilots themselves weren't certain whether they could make it back alive. The younger and more tender mech officers were different. At least Captain Arbid Havengage had been old enough to take part in real actions in the past. There were plenty of other mech officers who hadn't even graduated from the mech academies by the time the war had ended. Though each of them received impeccable training, they were still rookies when it came to actual battle. Their reaction to the sight of deaths among their own mech division was much greater than their subordinates. Though these highborn mech officers did not do anything that deviated from their roles, their heart and courage had diminished. One of the main selling points for serving in the Pima defenders was that it fielded the toughest mechs in the colonies. Master Zenny Bonacon's work was not for show. His high-cap shield generators were considerably more expensive than the usual offerings on the market, but their ability to resist incoming attacks were legendary. As long as the Pima defenders remained stable and steady enough to conduct its rotation tactic, the mech division should have been able to weather almost any storm. Yet now that the avatars had not only broken a small but significant hole in the formation, but also proved their ability to kill the mech pilots of the highly resilient mechs of the Pima defenders, the myth had been broken. This dealt a severe blow to the confidence and belief of the Pima defender mech pilots. Their fighting spirit wasn't as strong as before and plenty of highborn officers started to think about their escape plans in advance. These pampered sons and daughters don't know anything about hardship. Commander Melker contemptuously remarked. Though he couldn't sense the expressions or reactions of the enemy mech pilots and mech officers, he believed in his analysis and plans. The Larkinson clan paid a lot more attention to tempering its mech pilots and mech officers in actual combat. Having good skills or performing well in the MSTS was not enough as far as many clansmen were concerned. The only way to definitely prove that a comrade could be relied upon was to evaluate his or her performance in an actual crisis situation. Ordinarily, the sundered phalanx should have been cognizant of this as well. It would have been better if the military branch could spread out all of its less experienced mech officers across all of its mech units stationed in the Friday colonies, but even the military was not immune to outside pressure. Too many resume builders wanted to become a part of the Pima defenders. Whether it was because of its resilient mechs, its permanent station in a prosperous and well-developed port system, the ease of commanding heavy mechs or the networking opportunities gained by joining a large and expanding circle of well-knit scions, too many dubious figures had joined this special mech division. Now, despite not losing a lot of mechs as of yet, Commander Melcher practically knew for certain that the officers of the Pima defenders were not in a good state of mind anymore. "We've created a weak point in their formation, sir," Colonel Cardinal reported to Melcher. "According to our analysis of their reactions or lack thereof, the Pima defenders have yet to formulate an effective response. We should proceed with launching a general assault on their lines." Commander Melcher nodded. "Then give the orders. Focus on exploiting the hole in the center as much as possible." The avatars of Myth finally moved in force. The switch happened so suddenly that the Pima defenders were caught off guard. So far, the avatars showed clear reluctance in trying to attack the Pima defenders head-on. This was not a surprise as the latter would clearly gain an advantage if anyone tried to attack them from the front. Now, over 1,000 avatar mechs attacked the very center of the Pima defenders, which had been hard just a moment earlier. All kinds of bright warriors showed up as a result. There were lancer warriors that charged towards the modal firmaments and inflicted so much impact damage with their blunt lances that the heavy space knights either lost a lot of energy shield capacity or suffered brand new holes in their tower shields. There were night warriors that boldly flew forward and resisted the incidental attacks from the favored suns and space piercers as best as possible. These night warriors did not deploy in their default configurations but carried additional modules in order to prolong the time they could resist the punishing attacks from the pole arms wielded by the enemy heavy mechs. For one, the night warriors carried extra thick shields that were made out of extra dense alloys. Transphasic spear tips or not, the penetration capacity of the main weapons of the space piercers could not punch through so much thick and dense material at once. While some of the extended spears of the space piercers still managed to punch through the ultra-thick shields with great effort, this was where the avatars launched their real counterattack. The night warrior would angle their shields as much as possible in order to prevent the space piercer from pulling out the spear through the hole it had just made. During this brief interval of time where the spear remained stuck, a nearby sword warrior or redax would come and chop the long and exposed shaft at the front of the night warrior's tower shield. Even though the spear shafts of the space piercer were made of extremely tough alloys in order to ensure it wouldn't break when utilized in combat, none of them could resist repeated heavy chopping attacks for long. Cutting off the most valuable transphasic spear tips from the rest of the weapon turned out to be as easy as chopping a tree branch. Once the space piercers lost their signature weapons, their threat level instantly plummeted to the bottom. Even if they still had access to a backup spear or a backup sword, their slow attack speed meant that it was far more difficult for them to land a hit. Even if the heavy spearman mechs managed to strike a Larkinson mech, without transphasic weapons it was unlikely for them to pierce through multiple armor layers in an instant. The only mechs that gave the avatars a serious challenge was the favored sun model. While these mechs performed best when they fought in an organized line and formation, they could also hold their own in duels and chaotic battlefields. All of the mech pilots assigned to these heavy halberdier mechs were the elites among elites. The various bright warriors immediately experienced difficulties when fighting against the favored suns. First, they needed to get through the high-cap energy shields that protected these halberd-wielding monstrosities. The avatar melee mechs simply weren't able to accomplish this in a short amount of time. They all needed the help of rifle warriors armed with luminar crystal rifles in order to efficiently drain their energy shields. Once these high-cap shields were down, the avatar melee mechs needed to outfight or outduel the favored suns head-on. While the assistance of ranged mechs could take them down a lot faster, all of the rifle warriors were already preoccupied with overcoming the high-cap shields of many other Pima defender mechs. These mech pilots are too good. Damn, half of our squad has been forced to retreat from those favored suns. We can't defeat these halberdier mechs from the front. We need to break open their formation further and attack them from the flanks in order to overwhelm these difficult enemies. Just hold the favored sun mechs in place and don't let them rotate or reinforce their comrades. The modal firmaments and the space piercers are a lot easier for us to defeat. The avatars of Myth experienced real challenges and difficulties when fighting the Pima defenders in frontal combat, but they already expected that this would be a tough fight. More and more bright warriors and other avatar mechs frequently incurred so much damage that they either got destroyed or were forced to retreat from the battle line. In contrast, the strong defenses of most Pima defender mechs meant that their rate of attrition was significantly lower. If not for the fact that the avatars made targeted preparations to counter the various means of the Pima defenders, the Larkinson soldiers would have suffered considerably more losses. Commander Melcher noticed a clear difference in progress between the avatar units fighting at the center as opposed to those who were confronting the Pima defender mechs at the periphery. The avatar mechs fighting against the freshest and least disarrayed enemy units clearly did not gain any advantages. Melcher did not hold out much hope for them from the beginning. It was enough for the avatars at the periphery along with the units dispatched by the Glory Seekers, the Cross Clan as well as the Hex Army to pin down as many Pima defender mechs as possible. The more enemy mechs got stuck in place, the easier it was to expand and widen the breach at the center. The avatars responsible for expanding this breach happened to be the best of their mech legion. Numerous elite squads and mech companies bravely surged forward and did their utmost to overwhelm the tough Pima defender mechs as much as possible. In this kind of hard confrontation, the individual combat skills of the mech pilots were less important than the raw performance of the mechs involved in this fight. The power of the Bright Warrior Mark IIs and other avatar mechs increasingly stood out against their opponents. The struggle at the center of the battlefield was one of the more important contention points of this massive battle. Winning the flanks didn't necessarily mean anything if the enemies at the center managed to break through in the middle. While the Pima defenders clearly did not possess any inclination to lead any charges, that did not mean its offensive power was lacking. The formidable defenses of its heavy mechs granted them enormous pushing power. They could slowly lead a counterattack just by advancing the battle lines at a slow and steady pace. This was why General Vril handed over the responsibility of breaking the backs of this amazingly resilient mech division to the avatars of myth. So far, VES was mildly satisfied with the performance of his mechs. It was beautiful to see that the ideas he realized with great effort finally bore fruit in their first real test on the battlefield. The modularization of the Bright Warrior Mark II is not a mistake. VES concluded. The mech pilots are clearly having a good time and their fighting spirit has reached a new peak. As a mech designer, it was important to pay attention to customer satisfaction. VES kept track of various indicators to analyze whether the Bright Warrior Mark IIs allowed the mech pilots to maximize or inhibit their combat potential. He had seen no cases of the latter so far. The avatars were thorough in this regard and never assigned their mech pilots to the wrong mechs. Their mech pilots are also performing particularly well. Read novelfold.me. Whether they were veterans or recent recruits, every avatar mech pilot not only possessed impeccable skill, but also exhibited a particularly deep mastery of their machines. The MSTS developed by VES and the deep exchange technology developed by HempCamp certainly played a significant role, but it was the avatars themselves that also put in extra effort. Through the invocation technique originally developed by the avatars themselves in a botched attempt to create their own battle formation, their mech pilots all invoked different design spirits, thereby allowing them to get affected by different moods that could all play a useful role on the battlefield. For the clan. By default, the avatars liked to invoke the Golden Cat. Not only did she have access to the collective piloting skills of the entire Larkinson clan, her aura also united the clansmen. Other design spirits were also helpful under different circumstances. For example, pilots of the Sword Warriors tended to invoke Zegra for aggression while the pilots of the Night Warriors mostly begged for support from Kilangso. It's a pity that all of the glows at their disposal can't change the fact that they can't make those high-cap energy shields deplete faster. VES sighed. As VES saw more and more Bright Warrior Mark IIs getting stalled by the intractable defenses of the Pima Defender mechs, it was clear that the new standard mech model of the Larkinson army still showcased the same deficiencies as before. Even with all of the modularization options, the fact of the matter was that it was almost impossible for the Bright Warrior Mark II to outperform other specialized mech models in their areas of specialties. For example, all of the sword warriors that carried all kinds of heavy swords, heavy sabers, and other weapons suitable for fighting against heavy mechs could not exceed the Redux when it came to armor-breaking capabilities. The avatars compensated for this as best as possible by employing creative loadouts that served to confuse, disorient, and divide the Pima Defender mechs, but when it came to hard power, the Bright Warriors clearly showed deficiencies. Well, this is still within my expectation. The only real shortcoming of the Avatar of Myth in this battle was that it lacked a powerful way to break powerful energy shields up close. Ranged support became more and more necessary to grind down the tough high-cap energy shields that protected the majority of the mech models employed by the Pima defenders. It would have been great if I could come up with the melee equivalent of a Luminar crystal rifle. VES idly thought. The idea sounded silly. Luminar crystal weapons were meant to generate powerful energy beams that could be launched at distant targets. They were never supposed to be swung around like clubs. Still, after thinking about it further, it was not that unrealistic to create a Luminar crystal that would withstand the rigors of melee combat. VES would probably have to invest a lot of expensive materials to make such a hard crystal, but he could easily envision a future where he might be able to design a melee mech that wielded a Luminar crystal sword or a Luminar crystal hammer one day. He could already imagine it now. It would have been perfect if a melee mech came up and swung a Luminar crystal weapon that was charged with disruptor energy against a hardy heavy space knight like the modal firmament. I should explore this idea further after I have time. VES felt more and more vindicated for participating in this battle. He not only noticed many shortcomings of his existing work, but also gained a lot of inspiration for potential new mech design projects. He missed this experience. It had been far too long since he had last sent his troops into battle against a formidable opponent. The paltry battle records brought back by Larkinsons who completed mercenary missions simply couldn't compare to the true challenges that their mech in a real battle. After noting all of the possible areas of improvement of the Bright Warrior Mark II, VES shifted his analytical gaze to the other mechs of the avatars. The Redux was one of the main players in the battle at the center. The powerful Axeman mechs designed by Tefai, Sarah, and VES a few years ago not only exhibited a lot of power, but also a lot of aggression. Spurred on by Zegra's aggressive aura, the Reduxes not only inflicted heavy damage to the high-cap energy shields of their opponents, but never failed to split apart the tough and resilient armor of the enemy heavy mechs once they lost their primary form of defense. VES was particularly satisfied with the Redax's ability to inflict heavy kinetic damage to armored targets. While there were Lancer mechs that could inflict even greater damage with a single attack run, all of those machines required a lot of room to work with. This became increasingly harder on a busy battlefield. The advantage of the Redaxes was that they could hack with great force due to the prodigious arm strength they possessed. Tefai Colonna had done a good job with imbuing these medium mechs with such great strength that they could pose a serious threat against heavy mechs. We need to increase the proportion of Redaxes in our fleet. VES determined. They are just too useful in breaking through difficult obstacles. Their mild success in widening the gap in the center of the enemy formation was a testament to their offensive might. It was a pity that it was not an optimal mech to fight against defensive mechs that relied heavily on energy shields. Fortunately, I still have another mech model that is a bit more effective at wearing down the shields of the Pima defenders. VES and the other designers of the Larkinson clan came up with plenty of mech models over the years. Some of them had gone on to become the staple mechs of different mech legions due to their obvious strength and utility. Iconic mech lines such as the Bright Warrior, the Ferocious Piranha, the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Transcendent Punisher had become the defining classics of the Larkinson army. However, for every idea that had proven to be good, there were many other ones that had not been tested as much. These mechs usually came into existence after VES or another mech designer fell into an experimental mood. Each of them were characterized with new technologies, creative implementations, or unusual configurations. As long as their value and effectiveness on the battlefield could not be determined, the Larkinsons did not dare to commit to them too much. It was not too late to produce additional copies and field them in large numbers once they proved their concepts. The Lucid Rage was one such mech design. Although the avatars had only adopted them on a relatively small scale, their performance became just as noteworthy as that of the Redax. Interesting. VES remarked as he leaned closer. The premise of the Lucid Rage was simple. It was a melee mech that sought to transform the well-known combination between Zigra and Lufa into a positive influence. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. Originally, he came up with the design project as an attempt to develop a more focused dueling mech that could hone the skills and exercise the mental resilience of the mech pilot in combat. Although VES had made sure that none of the suppressive glows of his mechs should take effect on his own troops, he did not want his mech pilots to get caught off guard if they ever came under the effect of the glow of a Valkyrie Redeemer or a Ferocious Piranha. As such, he specifically wanted to develop a mech that could serve as both a training tool and a machine where skilled mech pilots could learn to fight more effectively when subjected to great mental pressure. In order to form the suitable combination of glows, VES had spent many days on experimenting with different ratios of design spirit occupation. He constantly strengthened or weakened the influence of Zigra and Lufa over the Lucid Rage in order to come up with the most optimal balance. It was a bit of an accident that he had inadvertently hit a sweet spot where Zigra and Lufa's glows just happened to preserve their advantages while covering for each other's weaknesses. Zigra's influence usually encouraged aggression and ferocity among mech pilots, but the problem was that those affected by this fever usually became prone to tunnel visioning. Lufa's glow and in particular its aspect of rationality variant was great at making people more sober and objective, allowing them to make much more optimal decisions. The problem with that was that their fighting spirit also became snuffed. The brilliance of the Lucid Rage was that it was able to create a near impossibility where its glow could make a mech pilot aggressive and ferocious in combat but also rational enough to make intelligent decisions. This was a miracle according to many mech pilots. The Lucid Rage seemed to bring out the best of many of them no matter what kind of tendencies they possessed. More emotional and aggressive mech pilots tended to become a lot more focused and less easy to fool after getting affected by the Lucid Rage's glow. More cold-blooded and timid mech pilots gained a good dose of aggression, but not enough for them to lose their minds and go on attack without a plan. In any case, the end result completely surpassed the original scope of trying to design an arena mech that could allow mech athletes to draw out their full potential in a mech duel. What is really surprising is how effectively they can drain the high-cap energy shields of the enemy with their plasma tonfas. Tonfas were complex weapons that possessed a lot of different ways to outfight an opposing enemy mech. Initially, the tonfas that VES designed for the Lucid Rage did not seem that impressive. As an offensive mech, he truly could not imagine the Lucid Rage impressing anyone if it was limited to swinging around two weirdly shaped batons. In order to enhance their lethality in actual combat, VES felt obliged to add a bit of extra oomph to them by turning their tips into plasma torches. The tech was based on the same principles behind industrial plasma cutters. The only major difference was that the plasma torches implemented in the Lucid Rage were larger, more robust, and much more damaging. They also happened to be more effective against energy shields. When I requested a new melee mech that could exercise the mentality of my avatars and provide enough stimulation for them to polish their combat skills, I did not expect you to deliver this. Commander Melker said as he observed the pair of prototype mechs dueling each other with great skill. The Larkinson clan owned an expansive private testing ground on Davut 7. Built in a remote area and set up with plenty of security measures, the design department regularly tested its latest inventions in this well-equipped complex. Right now, VES had chosen to put the latest iteration of an unusual design project to the test by setting up a duel between the prototype and a second sword. The Sword Maidens were known as the best duelists in the Larkinson army. Even the most average mech pilot of this mech legion was a veritable elite by the standards of every other group. Enough time had passed since the lowest point of the Sword Maidens to complete the training of its freshest recruits. By combining high-pressure practice sessions, exo-beast hunts, constant indoctrination and the formation of a close sisterhood, every new mech pilot that joined the ranks of this unique mech legion became a powerhouse as soon as they entered a cockpit. Not many mech pilots from the other branches of the Larkinson army possessed the confidence to win a mech duel against a new Sword Maiden. Rookies usually didn't stand a chance because the Sword Maidens not only polished their swordsmanship to an extreme degree, but also possessed the combat acumen of blooded warriors right out of the gate. Veterans stood a much better chance of beating a Sword Maiden at her own game, but there was little honor or glory to be gained from beating a young woman. This was why VES found it challenging to find a volunteer to test pilot the new melee mech that he intended to add to the lineup of the avatars of myth. Read novelful.me. It wasn't until he coincidentally recognized one of the new recruits of the avatars that he found the right person. Under the skillful manipulation of a young but highly talented mech pilot, the prototype Lucid Rage seemed to have grown wings, both literally and figuratively. As flight-capable mechs, the Lucid Rage and the second sword did not keep their feet planted on the ground but regularly leapt into the air in an attempt to gain an advantage over their opponent. Clang! 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 Tonfas and swords regularly collided against each other with great force. Neither mech pilots held back against each other. Despite the considerable risk of accidents, both mech pilots possessed a lot of faith in their skills and the solid construction of their respective mechs. No matter how dangerous the live duel unfolded, both pilots were confident that they could stop in time and prevent any calamities from occurring. So far, the intensive duel not only showcased the threat of the second sword and the strength of the Sword Maiden mech pilot, but also the versatility of the Lucid Rage and the dynamic fighting style of the volunteer test pilot. I feel as if this test is not just about testing your latest toy anymore. Commander Melker remarked to Cousin as he continued to study the prototype's performance inside the observation tower. It's quite unusual for you to pay so much attention to a rookie that has joined the ranks of my mech legion. Thousands have joined our armed forces in recent years. Even if most of them end up in the Davyut branch, there are still many new faces in our avatars. VES smiled. This one is different, as you very well know. She is not only one of the few true-blood Larkinsons that still came from the era prior to the founding of our clan, but her talent is also the highest among her peers. I heard she graduated at the top of her class at the Decentibus Mech Academy. Formerly known as the Larkinson Mech Academy, the DMA had quickly solidified its place as the main and most desirable mech academy of the Larkinson clan. Based on the academy ship that the Larkinsons had poured a lot of money into upgrading, the DMA might not win out in terms of possessing the best and most luxurious facilities, but its instructors were all among the best. The Larkinson army attached great importance to the teaching of the next generation of its mech pilots, so it regularly dispatched veteran mech pilots to the classrooms in order to pass on their valuable skills and diverse experiences to the youngsters that would eventually take their place. This way, not only would the mech cadets get to learn from real soldiers, but also be able to gain a much better expectation of what kind of lives they would lead when they entered active service. Meanwhile, the temporary mech instructors would also be able to retreat from frontline service and assume lighter duties for a time. Passing on their valuable knowledge and helping the next generation get ready for the battles to come provided a lot of spiritual fulfillment to these older dogs. Though the pedagogic abilities of these mech pilots were not always consistent, the well-behaved cadets always showed great respect towards their instructors. Everyone was a Larkinson, so few if any incidents occurred. The young woman that was currently piloting the prototype of the Lucid Rage was one of the best products of that environment. Despite the fact that she was fresh out of the academy and despite the fact that she never handled tonfas until just a few days ago, she not only learned how to pull off all of the diverse moves of this weapon, but also employ them with great skill and timing in a real mech duel. Her learning and adaptation ability is insane. VES remarked as if he had completely overlooked that this testing session was centered around inspecting the performance of the Lucid Rage design. You truly lucked out when she decided to sign up with your avatars. A smug expression appeared on Commander Melker's face. Our clan has many mech legions, but our avatars have always stuck closest to the core values and customs of our heritage. That is not to say that the other mech legions are bad. Each of them have their own advantages. It is just that groups such as the Eye of Ylvan, the Sword Maidens, and the Penitent Sisters were originally foreign and only integrated into our clan later on. They're still weird in many ways if you think about it, and they have always stuck to their own ways of fighting. The Larkinson clan had become a bigger tent as time passed by. The proportion of true bloods had diminished so much that no one even bothered to pay much attention to one's origin anymore. Every Larkinson came from a different part of human space, and all of them possessed different stories. Whoever they were in the past and whatever they had done in their old lives hardly mattered anymore. From the moment any of them pledged an oath and formed a bond with the Golden Cat, they had started a new life under a new identity. The test pilot of the Lucid Rage was a bit different in that regard. She had been born a Larkinson from the start and grew up at the Larkinson compound in her earliest years. Having grown up to maturity during the early years of the clan gave her a unique perspective of what it meant to be a Larkinson. When it was time to decide how she wished to serve the Larkinson clan, she opted to go for the avatars instead of the more exotic choices. Her performance at the moment vastly exceeds that of an average avatar mech pilot. VES remarked. Will you groom her into a champion? She already entered our champion program from the moment she signed a contract. Giving her the freedom and autonomy to operate independently and choose her own mech was one of the preconditions of joining my avatars. I see. The champion program was one of the more recent initiatives that Commander Melker came up with to accommodate the increasingly more diverse mech pilots of his mech legion. Normal elites usually had no problem with serving in a hierarchical structure, but there were certain individuals who would only get held back if they had to operate as part of a greater team. Expert candidates typically fell into this category. Their skills and other combat parameters had already reached a level that was beyond the reach of normal humans. To continue to serve as a cog in a machine was a waste of their potential. Though Melker originally set up the champion program as a way to accommodate expert candidates, he soon expanded its eligibility to any prodigies and top performers within his mech legion. The avatars were not lacking in heroes who earned a lot of respect and recognition within the Larkinson army. As long as they were the real deal and understood the risks involved with assuming total responsibility over themselves, Melker approved their applications to the latest champions of the avatars of myth. Out of all of the members of the champion program so far, the young lady that had only become a full mech pilot for a couple of months had definitely broken the record of becoming the youngest recognized mech champion of the Larkinson clan. Miss Lainey Larkinson has a lot of potential, more than I ever knew she had back when she was still a cute kid back at the old family's compound on Rittersburg. Commander Melker said with a touch of nostalgia in his tone. A lot of avatars objected to her immediate entry into the champion program, but she quickly convinced everyone the next day when she beat many of her fellow champions in simulated duels. Sounds like she is eager to improve. You should have looked at their faces, VES. Each of them were older and much more experienced than Lainey, but few of them were able to keep up with her in a fight. What was surprising was that she won plenty of duels with both ranged and melee mechs. She's like the second coming of Venerable Joshua. Those words were much closer to the truth than Melker knew. As VES observed the ongoing duel from the observation tower, he could feel and sense the strength of Lainey's spirituality. Though it hadn't activated yet, Lainey's growth in this regard was absolutely impressive for a mech pilot of her age. Though there were no guarantees that she could become an expert candidate, her chances were probably the highest among all of the avatars. She possessed the talent, the diligence, the attitude, and the desire to become the latest of a growing group of heroes in the Larkinson clan. Of course, she still needed a bit of tempering and additional life experiences in order to figure out her place and find her true conviction. No amount of spiritual development could help her in this regard. She's going to have an eventful career ahead of her. VES stated. Soon, our clan will end our extended vacation in Davut and go back to exploring the new frontier like the good old days. I expect much from her. The lucid rage also seems to be a good complement to her development. Tonfas might not be common, but they truly seem to give her a better understanding on how to win a fight in melee combat. The twin glows of Zegra and Lufa both exerted a powerful influence on Lainey. Though her mental resilience was definitely more developed than usual due to her prior training and due to piloting living mechs for many years, she still took the initiative to embrace and balance out the glows from the design spirits of the lucid rage. Only by embracing the combination of the lucid rage would its pilot be able to maximize its strengths. As the testing session progressed, the prototype lucid rage became increasingly more proficient at blocking, trapping, and redirecting the weapon of the opposing second sword. Lainey even made the tonfas spin and utilized different grips to control the enemy mech's great sword to such a degree that it turned into a burden to the sword maiden mech pilot. As long as the lucid rage managed to neutralize the threat posed by the enemy weapon, it ruthlessly pressed the tip of a tonfa against the exterior of the second sword, causing the armor layers to melt from the heat and energy released by the integrated plasma torch. Commander Melker certainly looked impressed, but that didn't mean he was blind. The combat potential of your lucid rage is pretty impressive, but I'm afraid that most mech pilots won't be able to utilize it nearly as well as Lainey. The skill ceiling of this new design is ridiculously high, but its skill floor should also be rather high. Outside of prodigies like our impressive cousin, it will take years of training to reach this degree of proficiency. I can't imagine many avatars looking forward to investing that much in learning how to master a brand new weapon. We don't need to go big on it right away. VES replied. Start out with a batch of 40 or 80 lucid rage mechs and let's see how your avatars fare with them. I believe there will still be plenty of mech pilots who are interested in taking advantage of its unusual weapons and glow. That shouldn't be a problem. Commander Melker nodded. If your lucid rage can truly elevate the combat skills and fighting consciousness of our melee mech pilots to another level, then I won't be opposed to adopting your new mech on a wider scale. However, I'm primarily interested in adding another offensive mech to my mech roster. I'm not asking for a training mech. Clang. It was at this time that the duel had finally come to an end. After Lainey Larkinson had thoroughly studied the fighting style of her opponent and integrated her use of the tonfas, her lucid rage burst out with great concentration and ferocity. In a rapid series of precise but daring moves, the tonfa-wielding Mech not only captured the weapon of the second sword Mech, but also wrenched it out of the grip of the swordsman Mech by leveraging its momentum. Read novelful.me. Commander Melker's eyes grew wide. As a Mech pilot, he understood better than VES how difficult it was to disarm a second sword piloted by a sword maiden. I think this display abundantly proves how useful it can be in a serious duel or battle. VES smirked. You can rest assured that all of the performance parameters of the Lucid Rage meet the standard of a fully fledged combat mech. It is strong enough to wield its tonfas with great force, it is tough enough to endure a few heavy blows, it is mobile enough to outmaneuver other medium mechs, and it has enough endurance to last a typical battle provided it doesn't abuse its plasma torch function too much. Throughout this duel, the second sword hardly managed to land a single blow on the Lucid Rage. The more than satisfactory specs of the Lucid Rage played an important role in this, but without Lainey's indispensable skills and combat acumen, the new design wouldn't have been able to showcase its potential so beautifully. After the live session came to an end, VES finished wrapping up the data and went down to the hangar bay to inspect the mechs and their pilots. I'll beat you next time, Avatar. The defeated Sword Maiden pilot growled. You're welcome to try anytime, Sword Maiden. Lainey confidently smirked. The young brown-haired kid from many years ago had bloomed into a strong and athletic mech pilot. Years of learning and training at the Descentibus Mech Academy had forged her into a mech champion who possessed the highest talent among all of the recruits that had joined the Larkinson army in recent years. The conditions of the mechs piloted by the two women matched the conditions of their egos. The second sword looked a bit beaten and seared. The tonfas wielded by the Lucid Rage could deal considerable blunt damage and had been responsible for adding a lot of dents and cracks on the surface of the swordsman mech. VES felt that if Lainey hadn't been so focused on winning the duel by robbing the second sword of its weapon, she could have defeated her opponent faster by targeting its weak points. The more serious damage on the second sword all came from the circular, melted patterns on the armor. The plasma torch technology that VES had integrated in the weapons was quite costly to build and directly increased the design budget of the Lucid Rage by a considerable degree. However, when VES saw how quickly and effectively the tonfas were able to overcome the armor of the second sword, he felt that the expense was worth it as long as the mech pilot was good enough to avoid defeat. Compared to the second sword, the Lucid Rage hardly exhibited any damage, though it was unavoidable for it to show signs of stress due to exerting a lot of physical forces. This was one of the more difficult design problems of this brawling-oriented machine, but the mech was unlikely to break as long as the mech pilot exercised enough control. The only serious damage it incurred was the sword marks on the surface of the tonfas. Though VES had made sure to make them as tough and dense as possible, it was still a bit too difficult for them to remain pristine after getting hacked by some of the sharpest swords that Ketis had designed. He made another note in his implant to reinforce the outer layer of the tonfas even further. VES first turned to the Sword Maiden mech pilot. What is your opinion about my new Lucid Rage mech? You can speak freely, so don't be afraid to share your feelings. It's damn annoying to fight against this Lucid Rage. The Sword Maiden responded in a frustrated tone. It is strange that I don't feel its glow, but I could see how it has taken effect on my sparring partner. The way she fought and the way she planned out her moves is not normal. I felt as if I was constantly being singled out by her and her mech. I accepted her challenge, though in hindsight I shouldn't have fought so carelessly. I felt as if all of my plans were being dissected before I could get anywhere. Whether it is the mech or the mech pilot that is responsible, I don't know, but I'm not eager to fight against this Lucid Rage a second time. The Sword Maiden might be angry at her loss, but she also developed a lot of respect for Lainey and the prototype mech. What is it about the mech in specific that you think is good or bad? VES curiously asked. As one of the first actual mech pilots to fight against the Lucid Rage in reality, the Sword Maiden's feedback was important for VES to develop the final version of his new melee mech. A tonfa is a weapon type that I don't see every day. I didn't know how to handle them the first time, but it will definitely be different the next time. I think it works best against mechs that wield longer and heavier weapons. It is easier to take advantage of their unusual shapes to hook and pull away the opponent's weapons when there is more length to work with. A few times, the Lucid Rage even managed to push aside my great sword and get past my reach. Lainey smiled. The Lucid Rage is like an upgraded brawler mech to me. Depending on how I grip the tonfas, I can control the range and set of moves I want to utilize. If I want to, I can use them as substitutes of my palms that will allow me to deal effective damage at point-blank range. I can also hold them like maces and use them to attack my opponents from a safer distance. I have really fallen in love with the versatility and possibilities of this weapon type. I would have never been able to experience their charm if you hadn't come up with this new mech, sir. Though she trained with all kinds of melee weapons in the Mech Academy, they mostly consisted of swords, spears, lances, axes and hammers. This selection already comprised all of the possible weapons wielded by the mech models adopted by the Larkinson army. Though each of them were strong and versatile in their own way, switching to an exotic weapon reinvigorated her love for mechs and combat and gave her a wonderful challenge that could occupy her for years. The only pity was that the Lucid Rage did not come equipped with a ranged weapon, but this was not a major issue. VES gathered more feedback from both mech pilots. Both of them might be young, but they had fought thousands of simulated battles in the MSTS. Their vision was much higher than other rookies for this reason. Eventually, VES took Lainey to a private office where he could talk to her in confidence. Have you experienced any feelings of discomfort over the years? VES asked with a touch of concern. Like what, sir? Like, as if you don't feel comfortable in your own skin. Ever since I conducted an experimental procedure involving you and Iman Ingvar back when he was an expert candidate, I had concerns that it might have affected you to a negative degree. You should know quite well that the reason why you have become so good today is not entirely due to your own inherent talents. Lainey grew serious when she heard that. She enjoyed being treated like a genius everywhere she went, but deep down she was well aware that she had gained an enormous head start by inheriting a portion of Venerable Iman's skills and instincts through a process that VES called ancestral possession. Even so, that did not stop her from accepting the benefits of this successful procedure. She exposed herself to the risks of this experimental process, so it was only right for her to turn all of her new gifts into her own strength. I haven't suffered from any problems worth noting to you as far as I know. Lainey eventually answered. You don't have to be afraid that I will forget who I am or anything like that. I am certain that I am still myself. Most of what I had gained back then was combat and piloting related skills and so on. I admit that much of it was foreign to me at the start, but after so many years of training and internalizing what I have gained, I have completely mastered every combat and piloting skill that Venerable Iman passed on that day. Though VES did not entirely trust her judgment, he could clearly observe her state through his spiritual senses. Compared to many mech pilots, her spirituality was much more vigorous, healthy, and developed than many other Larkinson soldiers. Perhaps her youth was one of the key factors that allowed her to adapt and integrate all of the changes so easily. VES had performed his experiment on making ancestral possession work at the right time of her life. That's good to hear, Lainey. I don't want to see you suffer from any accidents due to my experiment. I will keep monitoring your state as you put your skills to good use as a member of the Avatars. I hope that you can set a good example to those that might follow in your footsteps in the future. Are you going to perform the same procedure on other mech pilots? I'm not sure. There is no urgent need at the moment since our regular training methods are already working well enough, but as long as the need arises, I might decide to revive this research project. VES possessed a much greater understanding of spirituality and spiritual engineering these days. He was fully confident that he could not only turn ancestral possession into a practical way to quickly raise the strength of younger mech pilots, but also create a possible mechanism that allowed expert pilots to literally pass on a portion of their strength to their apprentices. Of course, all of that was a bit too radical for VES to explore at the moment. The risks were still great and he couldn't afford to harm any of his clansmen due to his carelessness. This was Lainey Larkinson's first real battle. As a new recruit, she spent too little time among the Avatars to go on any mercenary missions and fight against real opponents. All of the combat experiences that she had accrued up until this point was mostly based on the many battle scenarios that she had practiced in the MSTS. She couldn't count how many times she fought against each of the mech regiments and mech divisions of the Sundered Phalanx. She also couldn't count how many times she died because she made a critical mistake and got punished by it. The illusion of death was so strong in the MSTS that she had quickly corrected most of her bad habits and maintained a lot more respect towards the enemy. It was through all of these efforts that she was allowed to deploy on the battlefield and operate as she wished. Most rookies had no choice but to join an existing mech unit and receive guidance and protection from a bunch of veterans. She knew that this was for their own good, but Lainey had always believed that she was different. The blood of the old family ran through her veins. She not only inherited the skills of an expert candidate, but mastered them and transformed them to suit her own fighting style. Read novelful.me. She graduated at the top of her class at the Decentibus Mech Academy, beating many other recruits who had managed to improve a lot with the help of training mechs like the Chiron and the War Squire. She also received the personal care and attention of the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. Even though she was just a fresh mech pilot who didn't know much about complicated stuff, she had grown old enough to know that VES was not the sort of person who hung around useless people. For him to spend his precious time on Lainey meant that he expected much from her in the future. As an earnest Larkinson, Lainey did not want to disappoint him. She owed too much to him and the clan. For example, during the preparation for this battle, she had an opportunity to meet with him and ask for advice. You already possess a solid foundation. There is nothing much I can say that is helpful to you. VES said as he evaluated her with a critical gaze. There are many lessons that you can only learn in the field. Don't be too arrogant. I know you're good, but there is too much inequity on the battlefield. Who knows if a passing enemy expert mech deems you to be a threat and eliminates you right away. As a rookie, it is not your turn to stand up for our clan and attract the hatred of the enemy. We have people like Venerable Joshua and Venerable Vincent for that. It is already enough for you to remain steady and prevent yourself from becoming a liability. The young Mech champion's expression did not look like she possessed the patience to play it steady. Her youth and accomplishments made it difficult for her to restrain her eagerness. VES couldn't do anything about that. He hoped that she would learn to respect her opponents more once she entered into a real battle. If there is one piece of advice that I can give you, it is that you should pay close attention to cooperating with the living elements of your mech. It is not enough to rely on your combat skills to defeat your opponents. The best mech pilots in our Larkinson army have learned how to cooperate with their living mechs. Build a good relationship with your lucid rage and make sure to develop an understanding of its design spirits as well. The more you are in tune with them all, the more they will be able to lend their strength to you in a fight. I understand, sir. I already developed a similar relationship with my Sagittarius. Lainey answered. I really miss my old training mech. I had to give it up once I graduated. I would have liked it if I was able to carry it forward into battle. VES shook his head. That would be a disservice to your Sagittarius, Lainey. I designed and built it as a training mech. Its primary mission is to facilitate the training of mech cadets so that they can bloom as mech pilots with all of the lessons they have learned. Eventually, the two of you had to bid farewell to each other so that another mech cadet could benefit from the teachings of your training mech. Do you understand? Each living mech has a specific purpose, and the only way to maximize your machine is to figure that out and pilot it as it was meant to be used. Lainey Larkinson listened carefully and took this advice to heart. She had piloted plenty of living mechs outside of his Sagittarius and vaguely understood what VES was trying to convey. When the battle in the Pima Prime system finally commenced, Lainey tried her best to adopt the right mood and develop an understanding with her lucid rage. Neither of us are weak, but the enemies we are about to fight are not only strong, but also numerous. I need to cooperate with you as best as possible to fight the Frid Amon mechs and outfight them on a repeated basis. The more enemy mechs we take out, the less casualties our side will suffer. Let's do our best to play our part and maximize our strength. From the moment her lucid rage deployed into space, Lainey only grew more excited. She hardly felt any fear and apprehension even as her melee mech had little choice but to huddle behind a carrier vessel as the ranged mechs of both sides began to bombard each other. When the invading fleet had advanced close enough to the Cossack ring to start the next phase of the battle, Lainey bravely flew alongside the avatars of myth as they steadily headed towards the center of the battlefield. The ensuing action was glorious. Yet, burn them all. Break open a hole. Though Lainey did not participate in the planning of this breaching plan, she had practiced alongside the avatars plenty of times when they practiced it in the MSTS. Therefore, she knew exactly when and where her skills were needed. You're up, Champion Lainey. Accompany the avatar mechs heading towards the breach. Don't worry about depleting the high-cap energy shields of the enemy heavy mechs. Other avatars are already taking care of that. What we need from you is to defeat their mech officers. Try and go for the kill if possible. The more we make it dangerous for them, the sooner we can break down their command and control. Got it. I've already practiced this a lot of time. These Pima defenders won't stand a chance. As the Larkinson mechs crashed against the lines of the Pima defenders, Lainey's mech approached the initial breach but did not rush in at first. Specialized avatar mech units had already gone ahead to expand the initial breach. It wasn't until they created more room that her lucid rage could finally squeeze inside and fight against her first Frid Amon opponent. Lainey skipped right over the modal firmament. Their defenses were too disgustingly high and it did not take much of a challenge to defeat the heavy space knights as long as they weren't able to retreat. Instead of wasting her time on this chore, she had set her sights on much more difficult opponents. Among the Pima defenders' mech division, the halberd-wielding favored sons posed the greatest offensive threat against the avatar mechs. Though every avatar mech pilot had practiced fighting against them plenty of times in the MSTS, the skills and combat literacy exhibited by the most skilled and elite Pima defender mech pilots exceeded the expectations of many Larkinsons. Dozens of avatar mechs already suffered serious damage after getting hacked or stabbed by the heavy halberds in the hands of the enemy. It wasn't until now that Lainey truly gained a sense of the cruelty and unfairness of the battlefield. No. Two sword warriors flanked an unshielded favored son mech in an attempt to pincer it from both sides, but the enemy mech pilot simply ignored one of the Larkinson mechs and launched an all-out attack on the other avatar mech. Not only did the sword warriors fail to deal serious damage to the favored son, but one of them even got savaged as the enemy mech's halberd almost caved in its chest. The lucid rage piloted by Lainey hastily took over the place vacated by the heavily damaged sword warrior. Let me grab its attention. Lainey transmitted to the other friendly mech before putting most of her attention on the enemy halberdier mech. At this time, she had made sure to follow the advice and come more in sync with her mech and its design spirits. She drew quite a lot from Lufa at this time. Her mind grew more analytical and she picked up a lot of useful details that she would have missed due to the chaos of the battlefield. The opposing mech pilot truly mastered the halberd to an impressive degree. It was as if he had specialized in it from the beginning, which Lainey found unlikely due to how uncommon it was to encounter it in battle. As Lainey gained a greater cognition of her opponent, her fire grew hotter as she developed a greater anticipation for this fight. She soon increased her exposure to Zekra, making her more pumped up and eager to defeat her foe. Attack me, Frid Amon. Though the enemy mech pilot probably never fought against a mech with tonfas before, that did not stop him from stabbing his favored son's sharp halberd tip towards Lainey's approaching machine. The Lucid Rage easily used its mobility advantage to evade the initial thrust. Before the favored son had any time to retract its weapon, Lainey precisely took action at the right timing and vigorously commanded her mech to hook and trap the halberd by the bottom of its axe blade. At this time, the complicated shape of the halberd had turned into a detriment. Though the strength of the favored son was significantly greater than that of the Lucid Rage due to their disparity in mass, the latter is still able to keep the halberd stuck in place long enough to make its wielder vulnerable to other attacks. The sword warrior that had been targeting the favored son from the other side quickly swept in from the flank and was just about to thrust its sword through one of the weak points of the heavy halberdier mech before it suddenly aborted its attack run and moved away. The avatar mech couldn't have evaded too soon because a long spear that was tipped with phase water had just thrust in front of the sword warrior. If the Larkinson mech pilot went through with his attack on the debilitated favored son, his sword warrior would have been impaled by the penetrating spear of the space piercer. "Ha, we're already familiar with your tactics." Lainey gloated. The Pima defender mechs were expressly designed to cover for each other. None of them ever truly fought alone. This was a lesson that every avatar mech pilot had learned through repeated deaths in the MSTS. The avatar mech pilots weren't afraid of the space piercers in the third row thrusting their dangerous spears forward. What they were actually afraid of was not being able to anticipate when they would strike. It was only when the space piercers performed their characteristic stabbing or lunging attacks that they became vulnerable themselves. The sword warrior's movements made it clear that it had only been feinting an attack on the favored son. Its real target was the space piercer. The Larkinson swordsman mech quickly charged towards the space piercer and forced the beleaguered sundered phalanx to drop its extendable spear and pull out a shorter one that was more suitable for dogfights. Though the sword warrior wasn't able to do much against the space piercer due to its strong high-cap energy shield, the latter's threat level had instantly dropped from the moment it lost its long, transphasic weapon. As for the favored son, Lainey never intended to rely on outside help to defeat her current opponent. She smirked. "Your weapon is mine." Although the favored son was able to maintain an excellent grip on its halberd due to the special accommodations built into the shaft, the heavy mech could not resist the overpowering force that wrenched it away. The Lucid Rage had actually moved its lower body closer so that its legs were able to entangle the shaft of the enemy weapon. A heavy mech might possess more powerful arms than a medium mech, but the story was different if the latter leveraged the strength of its entire frame. The struggle between the two resembled a confrontation between a rhino and a monkey. The rhino might be stronger, but the monkey was faster and more capable of exploiting advantages. Soon enough, the favored son lost its halberd, forcing the heavy mech to pull out its backup sword. However, it only took less than 30 seconds for the Lucid Rage to strike at the right opportunity and wrench the sword away as well. The elite Pima defender mech pilot felt sick to his stomach. Losing grip on a weapon was an unbearable shame to a soldier. Losing 2 weapons in a row was a disgrace to his name. Lainey was having the time of her life. She had heard so many stories about how fighting a battle in reality was incomparable to the simulated battles in the MSTS. Though there were many veterans who praised the steadily improving realism of the latter, those that had experienced the real thing were still able to recognize the minor differences that made the MSTS inferior. Even so, the new simulation training system was definitely more realistic, visceral, and accurate than anything the Larkinson mech pilots practiced with before. While Lainey indeed had to make numerous adjustments in order to better adapt to fighting in reality, the difference was not that big. This was the greatest benefit of rookies who trained extensively with the MSTS. The more ordinary rookies of the Larkinson army were able to reconcile the differences after spending only a bit of time on this issue. Lainey already adapted to fighting in reality after defeating her opponent. The favored son that had lost all of its backup weapons had turned into a practice dummy in her eyes. Despite the impressive skill and abundant combat experience of the opposing Frid Amon mech pilot, the man could have never imagined that he would fight against an unreasonable prodigy like Lainey Larkinson. The only troublesome factor was that the favored son possessed such a thick shell that it took a bit longer to overcome all of its defenses. The high-cap energy shield of the weaponless halberdier mech continually shook and wobbled as Lainey's Lucid Rage persistently applied the plasma torches of its tonfas against the hardy barrier. No matter how well the Bubble Man designed his famed high-cap shield generator, there were still limits to everything. It took a lot of effort to resist the extreme application of heat and energy damage from the Lucid Rage's tonfas. Naturally, the mech itself had to expend a lot of energy as well, but it was much easier to destroy than preserve. With the assistance of friendly mechs such as the rifle warriors who fired disruptor beams at the favored son, the Lucid Rage finally overcame this difficult barrier and soon dismantled the vulnerable heavy mech through a combination of quick and ruthless strikes. It did not take long for the mech pilot to call it quits and eject the cockpit. These heavy mechs are too troublesome. Lainey frowned as she already turned her attention to her next target. The Pima defenders were simply too disgusting to fight against. There were so many heavy mechs. No matter how much she outfight her opponents, even the worst Fridayman mech pilot was able to rely on the unreasonable defensive strength of their large machines to stall their defeat. The Pima Defender mech pilots knew that even if they couldn't defeat the enemies in front of them, they could still fulfill their roles by lasting as long as possible. This way, they could stall the avatar mechs and consume the strength of their opponents as much as possible. When Lainey quickly surveyed the immediate battlefield, she could already see that while the avatars succeeded in overpowering the Pima Defender's mechs inside the breach, their progress got increasingly more bogged down. Though it looked as if the avatars weren't making as much progress anymore, it was already good enough that they had managed to maintain the breach in the center of the enemy formation. The only problem was that it was too difficult for the avatars to expand this fault and break open the enemy formation by themselves. Lainey personally experienced this as her lucid rage continued to fly around and challenge different opponents. At this time, her rage had cooled as she allowed her more calculating side take precedence. Previously in the MSTS and in live practice sessions, she never really played around a lot with the glows of her mech. She assumed that it was best to balance out the influences of both design spirits in order to make the most out of the lucid rage. It was only after she received VES advice and fought in a battle with real stakes that she discovered that her usage of her melee mech had been too shallow. VES designed the lucid rage to improve the mech pilot's mentality in any combat situation. The battlefield was never consistent, though. There were times where a lot of action took place at once. Quick thinking and proactive decisions were essential to maintaining the upper hand. There were also other times where too much haste and aggression were detrimental. Lainey has seen plenty of avatar mech pilots putting themselves in danger because they acted with too much haste. At this time, Lainey deliberately focused on disarming the enemy offensive mechs. This was where the lucid rages such as her own mech could best contribute to the battle. Compared to other avatar mech pilots, Lainey achieved much better results. She specifically targeted the favored sons and the space piercers and skillfully trapped and wrenched away their weapons. An increasing number of halberds and spears became divorced from their owners and floated off into deep space through her efforts and the efforts of other friendly mech pilots. When people like VES saw how many spears that integrated a bit of phase water in their tips were carelessly drifting away from the battlefield, he specifically issued a command to retrieve them as soon as possible. Track all of the extendable spears of the space piercers and prioritize their retrieval as soon as the main fight has passed. We can't let any drop of phase water slip away from our grasp. Though Lainey was able to disarm more and more enemy heavy mechs, that did not mean that the enemy machines were helpless. They could still rely on their strong energy shields to block the advance of the avatars for a long time. Even though the Pima defenders had not found a way to launch a counterattack against the avatars, their ability to stand their ground and take a beating was first class within the sundered phalanx. We're not making enough progress. The Pima defenders are slowly starting to reform their lines again. We are not putting enough pressure on their mech officers. Each of them has already retreated to the rear where we can't target them as easily as before. These Pima defenders' mechs are increasingly turtling up and relying on help from other mech units to push us back. The Fridaymen aren't the only ones who can call for backup. Commander Melker issued a request to another mech legion. Soon enough, he received a response as the Eye of Ylvan directed the firepower of around 60 transcendent punishers to the enemy mechs within and around the breach. Right now, a lot of mechs were pressed together. Both friendly and enemy mechs became so intertwined that few ranged mechs dared to fire unscrupulously in this direction. The risks of friendly fire were too great. The ranged mechs of the sundered phalanx did not dare to provide fire support to the heavy mechs that were doing their best to prevent the breach from expanding. The same applied to the Hex Army, the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan. Reality was not like a game. Even within the MSTS, it was difficult for ranged mech pilots to support their comrades at the front once they got locked in combat against other melee mechs. One of the greatest taboos on the battlefield was to harm one's own comrades. Even if it made a lot of tactical or strategic sense to indiscriminately bombard a battle line that was mixed with mechs from both sides, the soldiers in the field would never accept such a command. However, there was one Larkinson mech legion where this rule didn't apply. All the way back at the main fleet of the Larkinson clan, many heavy artillery mechs stopped their attempts to suppress their enemy counterparts in the distance. The time to hide our fangs and conserve our resources has passed. Commander Don Mellon instructed the pilots of the bunker mechs that had received a new objective. The avatars have finally put down their insistence on trying to overcome the enemy by themselves. You already know what to do. Let Ylvan guide your aim and do your best to grind down the energy shields of our targets. For the clan and for the great profit. For the clan and for the great profit. The devout Ylvanese mech pilots, many of which had only converted to the faith a few years ago, all prayed to Prophet Ylvan and received a response from their transcendent guide. The third eyes of all of the heavy mechs that were safely sheltering inside the bunkers built into the hulls of different Larkinson starships all shone brightly as if they could pierce the truths that were previously obscured. Each Ylvanese mech pilot gained a vastly improved sense of how they needed to configure their weapons and where they needed to aim. While the Gauss cannons of the transcendent punishers remained silent, the powerful heavy artillery mechs did not hesitate to fire powerful disruptor beams from their modern luminar crystal cannons. Each energetic beam lanced across the battlefield from multiple angles and all converged to strike the modal firmaments, favored suns, and space piercers that the Eye of Ylvan had targeted. With each machine getting struck at least a dozen times by the firepower of a heavy artillery mech, the affected Pima defender mechs immediately experienced a lot more distress than before. Previously, the attacks launched by the avatar mechs steadily wore down the high-cap energy shields by a few percentages with each passing second. This time, even the most well-off machine lost at least 30% of their total shield capacity due to all of the times they got hit by so many powerful disruptor beam attacks. The firepower of a single transcendent Punisher should not be underestimated. When 60 of them opened fire at the same handful of targets, the Pima defender mechs simply couldn't hold out for long. Are these Larkinsons crazy? How are these mech pilots so willing to trust their backs to their own artillery mechs? Some of those energy beams just missed the mechs from their own side by just 5 meters. Those Larkinson heavy artillery mechs can't be judged with common sense. Look at how many energy beams they fired already. Not a single time did they hit a friendly mech. The advantages of the Eye of Ylvan were too great in this instance. The accurate and precise fire support from the Transcendent Punishers rapidly drained the high-cap energy shields that the Pima defenders relied so much to hold their ground. The unlucky Fridayman heavy mechs lost their energy shields so quickly that they didn't even have time to retreat to the rear. Ha, they're not so brave anymore now that they have lost their fancy energy barriers. Press them hard and don't give them any room to retreat and recover their energy shields. Many avatar mechs eagerly took advantage of the situation and dove in to disable and destroy the enemy mechs. The breach is widening. The Pima defenders are no longer able to hold on as much anymore. This was a serious turn of events that could have wide implications for the rest of the battle. It wasn't necessary to destroy the Pima defenders entirely. As long as the avatars successfully pushed the enemy heavy mechs back and prevented them from serving as the central anchor of the sundered phalanx forces, the attacking forces could quickly gain more advantages elsewhere along the battle lines. It was at this time that the sundered phalanx committed stronger assets to the fight. Watch out! Their champions have emerged. Dozens of medium and heavy mechs of different designs and colorations surged forth from the rear of the enemy formation. Each of them challenged the avatar mechs that did the most work and showcased their great strength. As Laney's Lucid Rage just forced another space piercer to eject its cockpit, the avatar mech quickly retreated and crossed its tonfas to fend off a charge from a more impressive-looking favored sun. Laney immediately noticed the difference between her current challenger and the other ones she fought. As her Lucid Rage fought back and attempted to deprive the special favored sun mech of its weapon, she found herself unable to do so as the enemy was way too astute to allow her moves to succeed. Finally, an expert candidate. She grinned. Despite the fact that she was squaring off against a superior mech pilot, Laney exhibited no fear at all. Others might not have much confidence in their ability to defeat those that were one step away from undergoing apotheosis, but she was different. The difference between me and you is not as great as you think. The enemy mech's halberd continually poked and hacked at the Lucid Rage with considerably greater speed and force. Laney could already observe that the tonfas of her mech gained increasingly more scratches due to the difficulty of blocking her current opponent's attacks. Though she had tried to drive her Lucid Rage closer to the powerful enemy machine, the enemy expert candidate never gave her a chance. Even if I can't beat you, I will lock you down. Laney vowed as she concentrated her all to this dangerous duel. As VES continued to observe the unfolding battle from many different perspectives at once, he noted that Laney was doing pretty well for herself. The only problem he had with her decision-making so far was that she attracted way too much attention with her actions. Out of all of the Lucid Rages that the avatars deployed into battle, hers was the only one that had been able to disarm the heavy mechs of the Pima defenders left and right. By stripping over 24 powerful mech weapons from the hands of the enemy machines, the Pima defenders most certainly took note of Laney's abnormally high skill. Even if she wasn't an expert candidate herself, it was absolutely worth it for the Fridaymen to dispatch an expert candidate of their own to stop Laney from stealing more weapons. VES only glanced at her Lucid Rage briefly before setting aside his concerns. As a mech champion, Laney did not pilot an average mech. Her Lucid Rage received multiple upgrades and modifications such as a strengthened cockpit, reinforced tonfas and other minor improvements. He had already told Commander Melker to pay a bit of extra attention to Laney during her debut battle. If she ever got into trouble, the nearby avatar mechs would not idly stand by and allow the enemy to threaten her life. Seeing that the duel between a Lucid Rage piloted by Laney and the favored sun piloted by an enemy expert candidate turned into a stalemate, VES no longer paid any attention to Laney's performance. As much as he cared about her, there were many other clansmen that also deserved his notice. Besides, the other fights were much more exciting. For example, the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens had teamed up to pressure a different section of the enemy battle line. What was curious about the sundered phalanx units was that they clearly developed a healthy respect towards all of the mechs that were known to be able to launch a powerful battle formation attack. Every time a large enough formation of Penitent Sister, Sword Maiden, or Glory Seeker mech approached the enemy battle line, the Fridaymen set a predetermined plan in motion. First, the melee mechs that were most at risk of getting caught up by a massive area attack dispersed as much as possible without compromising too much of their own lines. They spread out in such a way that the mechs in the front remained stuck while the ones at the rear had distanced themselves from each other as much as possible. VES found it kind of funny how scared the enemy reacted to just the hint of getting targeted by a battle formation. Obviously, the sundered phalanx still suffered from the trauma of losing lots of mech pilots as well as the entire crew of one of their deep strike fleet carriers in a single extraordinary attack wave. Acting spooked was not the only response that the Fridaymen had formed against the possibility of getting swept by a giant wave of death energy. Ranged mechs mostly hailing from the Blackened Reapers directed drastically more firepower towards the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters. This made it a lot more difficult for mechs such as the Second Swords and the Valkyrie Redeemers to do their jobs. The only consolation was that the Blackened Reapers had to give up attacking other targets, thereby giving the Hex army more room to press their own attacks. This is too annoying. What are our ranged mechs doing? Those Blackened Reapers need to be shot down. It's as if the Fridaymen have nothing else on their mind but preventing us from grouping. The only way the Sword Maiden and Penitent Sister mech units could escape widespread suppression was if they dispersed their formations and spread themselves out across the battle lines. Surprisingly enough, not a single enemy ranged mech bothered to shoot at the mechs hailing from the two infamous mech legions when the option of launching a battle formation attack was taking off the board. It's as if the Fridaymen are training us not to employ this trump card. VES concluded with a perplexed expression. In fact, neither Legion Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens or Legion Commander Valerie Chansey of the Penitent Sisters wanted to resort to their strongest measures so quickly. Though the sundered phalanx presented plenty of target-rich environments to the Larkinson clan, the effect of killing a lot of mech pilots and disrupting an entire chunk of the enemy front was not as great as it sounded. It's like a nuclear option to put it in simple terms. General Verl explained to VES when the latter requested clarification. The threat of employing a weapon of mass destruction is generally more useful than activating it. Just look at how much the movements of the Sword Maidens, Penitent Sisters, and Glory Seekers disrupt the arrangements of the sundered phalanx. Our enemies have to implement far more changes than us in an attempt to mitigate the damage if we ever decide to resort to this measure. If we want to make the most out of our battle formations, then we should save it for a later time. How much later should we wait? It depends, sir. You should already be aware that the mech pilots participating in such a massive movement will become too tired to retain their battle effectiveness. While they can still fly back to their motherships and hand over their machines to our reserve mech pilots, all of this takes valuable time that we cannot afford at this time. Besides, it is impossible for the enemy leaders to be so complacent towards the threat posed by our battle formations. My gut feeling says the Gaugers are more prepared than we think. The Black Cats are currently working hard to find out the enemy's measures in advance, but we will eventually launch our strongest attacks even if we haven't obtained any further information. Now that General Verl mentioned it, VES also found it odd that the sundered phalanx wasn't working harder to negate the threat of his iconic battle formations. Compared to the past, the Larkinson army fielded a lot more mechs these days, and that meant that the spread and damage potential of its battle formations had grown as well. One of the problems that the Larkinsons had discovered as of late was that the difficulty of aligning the mentalities of over 1,000 mech pilots at once became a lot harder. The power of the battle network they formed with each other and a design spirit became stronger, but that also amplified the mental burden of keeping it active. VES found this to be an unpleasant surprise when he initially learned about it during an experimental attempt to combine the efforts of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers. His dreams of binding the minds of 1,000,000 mech pilots together in order to unleash a cataclysmic attack that could sunder an entire planet or strip an entire CFA war fleet of all life were dashed. That did not diminish the usefulness of battle formations, though. Their current effect on the battlefield was already fantastic and they granted the Larkinson clan the ability to defend against powerful warships. Right now, most of the sundered phalanx mech pilots are still in high spirits. General Verl explained his own considerations. Our avatars of myth and our flagrant vandals have achieved good results so far, but their efforts only affect a small part of the massive battlefield. With hundreds of thousands of mechs fighting against each other, it is still the Hex army that is responsible for most of the fighting. Their performance is good for the most part, but the sundered phalanx are highly experienced in fighting the Hexers. The Gaugers have even gained the upper hand at certain sections of the battlefield. The general was right. The performance of the Golden Skull Alliance was much better than that of the Hex army. Everyone involved in the planning of Operation Saturday Market already accounted for this, but the overall performance of the sundered phalanx was a little better than expected. There were multiple reasons why this was the case. For example, the Gauge dynasty had been a bit more generous with equipping its colonial mech units with transphasic equipment. Perhaps mechs such as the Space Piercer did not achieve stellar results against the avatars of myth, but they turned out to be significantly more effective when fighting against the mechs fielded by the Hex army. Another reason why the sundered phalanx gained the upper hand was that the intelligence disparity did not convey the attackers as much of an advantage as they wished. So what if the Hexers and the Golden Skullers understood their opponents in advance? The Gauge dynasty was not wrong to place a high amount of confidence in its security arrangements for the Pima Prime system. The local garrison employed a lot of highly trained veterans. Not only that, the sundered phalanx fielded plenty of powerful mechs by virtue of the Gage dynasty's powerful economic strength. Even if most of the mech divisions on the battlefield were still working with outdated rim-level mech models, the strength gap was not big enough to give the Hexer mechs a crushing advantage. It seems it is still up to us to tip the battle in our favor. VES determined. The Golden Skull Alliance was certainly doing its part, mostly due to the quality of its mechs. No matter the difference in quality of mech pilots, as long as mechs on one side were substantially more powerful, it was hard not to drop the ball. VES particularly admired the steady and reliable performance of the Cross clan in this battle. Though their mechs weren't as exciting and exotic as that of the Larkinson clan, their machines were designed for war and could always be counted upon to gain advantages on the battlefield. Most notably, their ranged mechs did not fall too far behind compared to their counterparts in the Larkinson clan. This was notable because the inherent tech and sophistication of the Crosser energy weapons fell significantly further behind compared to the latest generation of Luminar crystal weapons. Even though VES was only a part-time energy weapon developer, the considerable advantages granted by Luminar crystals gave his ranged mechs a powerful advantage on the battlefield. VES previously thought that Master Benedict might have made a mistake by rejecting the generous offer to adopt Luminar crystal weapons. There is no need for us to make use of alien technology. Benedict told him at the time. I do not deny that your guns are powerful, but there are more ways to achieve the same outcome. Perhaps it is my ego talking at the moment, but I do not think my work is any worse than yours. It would be a travesty if a mech designer of my level cannot even keep up with your mech designs. Today, Master Benedict definitely proved that the ranged mechs of his design were able to carry their own weight. They were not noticeably tougher than normal. They did not move any faster than normal. What they did excel at was firing considerably powerful energy beams at a persistent rate. In order to catch up to the firepower of the rifle warriors and other Larkinson ranged mechs, Master Benedict simply scaled up the weapons of his own ranged mech designs. Scaling up the weapon was the simplest and easiest way to increase its power, but doing so also came with trade-offs such as increased energy consumption and higher heat generation. While these were definitely problems to most mech designers, Master Benedict just happened to excel in these areas. By taking advantage of his specialty, Master Benedict mitigated these downsides, thereby allowing his ranged mechs to punch just as hard as their Larkinson counterparts. Well, that's certainly a way to solve a problem. VES remarked. There were pros and cons to both approaches. VES mechs were not only smaller and more efficient, but also a lot more versatile. The machines designed by Master Benedict packed more raw power and might even be able to keep firing a bit longer as well. It would have been nice if we could combine our strengths. VES idly thought. If we could combine my Luminar crystal weapons with his energetic mechs, we could probably design a powerhouse of a ranged mech. Is this the future of the Friday Coalition? Tristan Wesseling asked in a hollow tone. Power struggles are always messy. Perla Monater said as she stepped up to Tristan's back. In some cases, the only way to save the lives of the people you care about is to take the lives of others. You know the score, Tristan. The Hexers are no longer the greatest threat to the Friday Coalition. Even if the Hex Federation eventually manages to overwhelm our colonies in the Mag-Air Middle Zone, our home state in the Old Galaxy will still be safe and sound. At most, we will have to start over and invest in another colonial state in a different zone in the Red Ocean. The more acute threat to our state is the enemy from within. If the Gage dynasty's rise cannot be curbed, then the balance will be broken. Do you think that Carnegies such as you and Master Katzenberg will be able to retain your positions in our state? Tristan fell silent for a time. It seemed as if he was spending more time on viewing the live footage of the battle in Pima Prime than on the implications of his handler's words. Many different broadcasts had popped up in the galactic net that provided many options for viewers to track the unfolding orbital battle. It couldn't be helped. While neither side of the conflict wanted to expose their mechs and unveil their trump cards, Pima Prime was not exactly an obscure and uninhabited star system. Instead, it was a fully fledged port system that had welcomed many visitors. Even if 90% of the traffic that flowed through Pima Prime consisted of Frid-Aman ships and fleets, the remaining 10% largely consisted of foreign traders. Many of them had already evacuated from the star system as soon as it became clear that Pima Prime had turned into a war zone. Others lingered in the star system for one reason or another. Plenty of them possessed enough capabilities to observe the battle at the Cossack Ring from afar and broadcast all of the excitement on the galactic net. It didn't matter if the Gage dynasty did not approve of these actions. There were far too many third-party ships to stop. There was no way the Gagers would be able to maintain their standing in the Red Ocean if they recklessly destroyed all of these broadcasting vessels. As such, the battle in Pima Prime became a rare public spectacle that attracted the interest of a lot of people in both the Old Galaxy and the New Frontier. Both high and low people who resided in the Friday Coalition, the Garland Empire, the Life Research Association, the Heaven Sword Association, the Smiling Samuel Star Sector, the Mag-Air Middle Zone and the Krakatoa Middle Zone all tuned into one of the many broadcasts. There were even people who watched multiple broadcasts at once in order to view the battle from different angles. Friends, enemies, acquaintances as well as lots and lots of customers eagerly watched the broadcasts that focused on elements of the Larkinson army. The owners and users of living mechs had long heard that the Larkinsons kept their best stuff to themselves. The dazzling Larkinson exclusive mechs and expert mechs working hard to defeat the sundered Phalanx mech units did not disappoint in this regard. Millions if not billions of spectators fell in love with mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher Mark II, the Ferocious Piranha Mark III, the Redux, the Second Sword, the Lucid Rage and so on. Many of these machines had never shown up on the market before and attracted many mech pilots who previously did not pay attention to the LMC's products in the past. Even Tristan became profoundly impressed by all of the mech designs that VES had provided to his clan. Though it was clear that the Larkinson Patriarch frequently collaborated with his own circle of mech designers, that did not diminish his accomplishments. VES had progressed incredibly far compared to other journeymen. His design philosophy was so powerful and introduced so many new options that his accomplishments so far were probably unmatched by nearly any other mech designer at his age. Tristan even doubted whether the most privileged and talented scions of the most powerful first-class families and dynasties could outmatch VES in terms of innovation and adding value to mechs. Certainly, Tristan possessed a shallow understanding of the unreasonable capabilities of the best journeymen from the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire. The elite journeymen from the MTA were supposed to be even better, but Tristan never really got exposed to them. He was not qualified to get close enough to their orbit. Regardless, most journeymen were still at the stage where they mostly relied on the teachings and accumulation of the older generation of mech designers to develop their mechs. A proficient mech designer such as Tristan could vaguely judge the proportion of originality and novelty of a mech by studying its designer and its characteristics. For example, whenever Tristan looked at his own work, the amount of elements that were based on existing tech and knowledge was almost always above 97%. Though this was an extremely high number, it was not that bad of a figure in the mech industry. He was just a journeyman, after all, and he had also learned an awful lot from Master Katzenberg over his apprenticeship, so there were many echoes of her design philosophy in his own mech designs. It also didn't help that his specialty only left a particularly small footprint in his mech designs. It was difficult for most people to notice the influence of a small gem that only slightly altered the characteristics of a mech in an esoteric manner unless Tristan added an explanation. Compared to his subtle design solutions, the ones developed by VES were as clear as day. Even a blind person could recognize a living mech based on its glow alone. Tristan felt more lost than ever. A sense of inferiority overtook his mind. What had he been doing all of these years? He had spent over 5 years of his life helping his state rebuild the damaged and broken infrastructure of the planets that it had conquered. He did not regret the time he spent on trying to improve the lives of those that had fallen victim to the Komodo War. He became more cognizant of how mechs affected the people and the environment, and he also grew up a lot faster by spending time on ground zero of many battles than if he remained stuck underneath Master Katzenberg's skirt. Yet despite developing a lot as a person, Tristan felt more clearly than ever that his mech design capabilities had remained stuck for an awfully long time. Personally, he judged that he was still in the early to middle period of the progression of a journeyman. This was actually not that bad in the mech industry, but he should have been considerably further ahead given his identity as the direct disciple of a master mech designer. Tristan glanced at the mechs and expert mechs that clearly carried VES' distinctive touch and design style. He became particularly impressed by the newer Larkinson expert mechs such as the Minerva and the Seaman. Their designs encapsulated some of the best of what their designers had offered, and already these machines gave Tristan a preview of what VES and his collaborators had in store for the future. The latest mech models of the Larkinson clan all indicated that VES was not that far away from advancing to senior. Perhaps he only needed to increase his design collection and wait for a turning point before he could completely distance himself from the likes of other journeymen such as Tristan. This realization caused the Frid Amon mech designer to feel even more lost. What had he been doing all of these years? How could he have let himself go astray? Could he even call himself a mech designer? As the unfolding battle in Pima Prime continued to hammer all of the work and progress that VES had achieved over the years, Tristan began to feel a deep and burning desire to catch up to his friend and rival. VES possessed much humbler beginnings than Tristan, but nowadays the former citizen of a third-rate state had risen up to the point where he ruled over a prototypical second-rate state by virtue of his design work alone. This life trajectory was so amazing that Tristan had no hope of topping it in his lifetime. However, that did not mean that Tristan was willing to give up on this contest and admit his mediocrity. There were plenty of late bloomers in the mech industry. Some talents managed to stand out in their 40s while others only started to gain a lot of respect after 2 centuries of living. Though Tristan did not want to wait that long for him to attain success, he was determined to make his mark on the mech industry before he reached his 100th birthday. A fire lit up in his heart. Though his doubts, self-recrimination and other negative feelings hadn't gone away, they became overshadowed by his renewed passion for his work. Tristan stood up all of a sudden. He took one last look at the living mechs that were pressing the sundered phalanx mechs in many ways and waved his hand to cut all of the feeds. "What are you doing, Mr. Wesseling?" Perla Monata raised her eyebrow. I've seen enough of this battle. What happens next is no longer my concern. The diplomatic attaché crossed her arms. The process and outcome of this battle will have profound implications for our state and our coalition partners. It is not an exaggeration to say that the future of the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group will be decided by the events that you have set in motion. It doesn't matter anymore. Tristan shrugged his shoulders. I'm done. Pardon. You heard what I said. A woman as clever as you should know exactly what I mean by my words. I am done with all of this. I am far too tired with everything the people of my state have foisted upon me. I am finished with working on behalf of people. It is high time that I regain control over my own life and go back to designing mechs for myself. Miss Monata frowned deeper. There was a tone of finality in Tristan's tone that implied that his decision was more severe than his words suggested. Your mission has not yet passed. You have proven your ability to make Patriarch Ves hear you out. Your value has skyrocketed as a result. There are still many potential areas where we can cooperate with the Larkinson Patriarch and his impressive network. Tristan pressed his lips. You can find someone else to serve as your lackey. I won't do this anymore. I have already decided to submit a proposal to Master Katzenberg to end my association with her and withdraw myself from her organization. I will also seek her help in arranging my formal separation from the Carnegie Group and the Friday Coalition. I no longer want to be a Friedman after becoming involved in all of these dishonorable and distasteful actions. Miss Monata became alarmed. Do you think you can step away from the Friday Coalition anytime you want? Don't forget that the Carnegie Group nurtured you and provided you with endless opportunities. To renounce your citizenship is one of the most ungrateful acts you can make as a person. It was a pity that Tristan was not impressed by her argument. My relationship with the Carnegie Group and the Friday Coalition has always been transactional as far as I'm concerned. While it is true that my home state has provided a lot of help and opportunities to me, I have served long enough to repay every kindness that I have received. I participated in numerous military mech design projects during the Komodo War. I helped in the reconstruction effort after the war. I managed to convey your message to my old friend and triggered a massive attack that will kill a lot of Gaugers and ostensibly preserve the balance of the Friday Coalition. I believe that all of these contributions are more than sufficient to receive my desired reward. There was not much Perla Monata could do to argue against that. Personally, she was sympathetic towards Tristan's situation, but she still needed to get in touch with her superiors in order to determine how she should proceed. You will lose your ties to Master Katzenberg along with the status that you have built up in the Friday Coalition if you proceed as you have said. What will you do after this, Mr. Wesseling? A hopeful smile appeared on Tristan's face. He looked around his environment as if deciding where he should make his new home. I think I will remain here in Davut and found my own mech company. The local environment is not friendly to journeymen such as me, but I think Master Katzenberg will give me enough of a farewell gift for me to start anew. The Red Ocean is a splendid place to start anew. The Friday Coalition was hundreds of thousands of light years away. Davut was located in a different zone from the Friday colonies. Tristan would definitely be able to gain the separation that he desired if he remained on this planet. I am reborn. There were plenty of notable individuals who paid close attention to the battle being broadcasted on the galactic net. Many of them were unrelated or only distantly affected by the events taking place in the Pima Prime system. However, there were also people that possessed much deeper ties with the parties involved in the fighting. For example, pretty much every member of the Wadden dynasty was paying extremely close attention to the mechs of the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers. The main branch members of the Wadden dynasty had even gathered in one of the great halls of the Palace of New Beginnings so that they could collectively observe the live broadcasts of the battle that had the potential to cement their rise. Though Matriarch Xiaphna Wadden still held the final word in their dynasty, everyone already knew that Prime Minister Constance Wadden possessed the greatest voice in the new scimitar system. Read novelful.me. It couldn't be helped. One of the standards that the Hexers used to judge each other's worth was how well they raised their immediate children and families. The excellence displayed by Gloriana and her husband continually reflected back on Madame Constance, making it seem as if she was the best mother the Hexer people had produced aside from the superior mother. Due to the peculiarities of Hexer culture, Constance Wadden's prestige was even starting to catch up with that of the most prominent leaders of the matriarchal dynasties. Though Constance always maintained a stern expression, there was no way to hide the pride and satisfaction exuding from her bones. The results produced by the powerful mechs designed by her youngest daughter and her latest son-in-law was enough to make her satisfied for the rest of her life. No matter whether they win or lose, the survival of my granddaughter and her spouse must be guaranteed. The matriarch of the Wadden dynasty spoke. We have already issued the necessary orders to our glory seekers. Madame Constance replied. Marshal Ariadne Wadden has held back several elite mech units along with a fast combat carrier that we have secretly equipped with a super drive. I believe the Larkinsons are able to evacuate their most important people without our aid, but our troops will always be ready to block enemy pursuit by giving my daughter, her husband, and their children time to escape. Neither Xiaphna nor Constance displayed any care towards the lives of the remaining Larkinsons and Hexers in Pima Prime. Not even blood relatives such as Marshal Ariadne or Venerable Brutus deserved too much consideration to the two powerful women. As the leaders of an entire Hexer dynasty, their responsibility was to make the Waddens prosper as a whole. Sacrificing a part of their numbers was an inevitable part of their growth process. It would all be worth it as long as their descendants became more prosperous and powerful in the end. As far as the two Wadden leaders were concerned, everyone else was expendable. While it would certainly hurt the Wadden dynasty to lose over 100 carrier vessels and all of their Hexer crew members, as long as the foundation was still intact, the Waddens could always replenish their losses. This battle represents more than the internal struggle of the Friday coalition or the continuation of the Komodo War. The older of the two women stated. Her eyes remained sharp and calculating despite her obvious signs of aging. The strength and potential shown by these living mechs has put their designer on the map. The entire Magair Middle Zone is just beginning to discover the power and horror of the war weapons that we have greater access to than any other group aside from the Larkinson clan. The mechs that are currently fighting against the Fridaymen are more powerful and more difficult to resolve than the ones we utilized during the Komodo War. Madame Constance felt both pleased and concerned by this remark. Our Hex Federation has exposed much of its fangs today. I am sure that we have gained the respect of the other colonists in Magair, but I am afraid that we have also aroused their fear towards us. If the performance of our strike group is too good, then we will have a difficult task ahead of us in trying to placate the concerns of our neighbors. The matriarch of the Wadden dynasty shook her head. We cannot control their thinking, Constance. Rather than trying too hard to downplay our might, we might as well embrace the advantages and disadvantages of presenting a strong image. It wasn't often that Constance disapproved of her revered mother. You sound as if you are willing to gamble with the future of our dynasty and our colonial state. You say that as if we had a choice, my dearest daughter. From the moment we have evacuated to the Red Ocean, our Hexer people have only one chance left. Failure will put an end to our culture and society, so why must we act with care? Instead, we should learn from the bold and reckless decisions that have allowed my grandson to rise above every challenger. The time for caution has passed now that we have established our footing in this zone. The time for conquest and expansion has begun. The battle that is taking place in the Friday colonies is only the first of many steps that we must take as a people. The ongoing battle had many implications for the Hexer people. It was not as simple as an attempt to raise the morale of the Hexers while also fueling the flames of infighting in the Friday coalition. The ripple effects from this single battle would affect events taking place in 10, 20, or even 100 years in the future. Though Madame Constance didn't fully understand her mother's thinking, she knew that every Hexer matriarch regularly held high-level policy meetings to discuss and decide upon the future course of the Hexer state. Previously, Matriarch Xiaphna had never conveyed so much haste and urgency in her words. It was clear that the most recent meeting with the Council of Matriarchs might have caused a fundamental course change. The mother of Gloriana fell deeply into thought as she steepled her fingers. Her cranial implant displayed a brief image capture of her granddaughter in her mind. She had a hunch that her granddaughter may have played an important role in the last meeting. After all, the meeting happened a short time after the Larkinsons visited New Scimitar and allowed Matriarch Xiaphna to meet with Aurelia in person. As Constance plotted out the future of her dynasty and colonial state, an entirely different set of relatives watched the events in Pima Prime with much greater concern. These blood relatives of VES and many other Larkinsons did not entertain any ideas about how the battle might change the political landscape of the Red Ocean. They held no thoughts about how the Larkinson clan or the Hex Federation might expand their influence in the new frontier. All they cared about was the fate of the family members that were putting their lives at risk in the Pima Prime system. This damn nephew of mine has gone too far. Patriarch Ark Larkinson complained as he observed the broadcast that centered around the performance of the Larkinson army. I thought that he had curbed his more reckless tendencies after he became a father, but it appears he has never let go of his desire to go out and pick a fight with others. The much older gentleman who was sitting in a medical hoverchair faintly coughed and smiled. VES may have a habit of making questionable decisions, but that is the reason why he is wealthier and more powerful than we could have ever dreamed of. The dividends we earn from owning just a fraction of his mech company has already made our Larkinson family more prominent in the Garland Empire than before. Ark placed his strong and solid hand on his father's shoulder. Careful, Dad. The doctors said that your condition is worsening. You should talk so much. Benjamin Larkinson coughed again. It matters little whether I will join our ancestors in the afterlife 1 or 3 years later. I know my condition. I am not long for this galaxy anymore. The sequelae from my war wounds back then are finally starting to catch up to me. I don't regret it all. I have lived a fuller life than many, and my children and my grandchildren are prospering to a much greater extent than I could have imagined. The only regret I have is that I have never gotten in touch with Ringcole, though I believe he is doing well enough in his own way. I believe so as well. Ark gently smiled. Both Larkinsons fell silent for a time as they continued to watch the Larkinson clan fight against the Fridaymen for reasons that they didn't entirely understand. We should reunite with VES. Benjamin stated out of the blue. Father. Ark looked confused. The older man coughed again. I've never held my great-grandchildren in my arms. My time is running out. Aurelia, Androstat and Marvane are waiting for me in the Red Ocean. We should go, son. We should all go. Staying here in this foreign empire has done us no good. These Garlanders are constantly picking fights with each other in order to chase after illusionary glory. Fools. Ark began to grow fearful about Benjamin's condition. We can't, father. Our people have rejected VES for many reasons. We may be family, but we hold different ideologies. Even if VES and his clan have defied all of our expectations, you know how our family members are. Their pride won't allow them to admit that they were wrong. They would rather die on a battlefield in the Garland Empire than to crawl to the Red Ocean in order to beg for forgiveness from VES and the other claners. That is why I call them fools. Look at us here. Look at this mansion that we built for ourselves. Is this home to you? Are our family members happy in this star sector? No. The expert pilot and patriarch sighed. I understand your point, father. We have tried to settle in the Garland Empire for multiple years without too many results. The Garlanders treat us as foreigners while our family never manages to fit in with the locals. I miss the bright republic of old. Everything was much simpler at the time. We can never regain the homes that we have lost, but that does not mean our family has no foundation anymore. Benjamin said with a slight cough. The Red Ocean is where we will find our true home. Our family members won't agree. Benjamin's aged and wrinkled face sneered. That is because they have become too accustomed to arguing amongst themselves. They have no sense of leadership. They cannot be trusted to make the right choices. Since even you are able to recognize that our family isn't going anywhere in the vicious mountain star sector, then you need to put your foot down for once and impose the right decision on everyone. Ark grew incredibly conflicted when he heard that. That is not the way we run our family. The old ways created a schism in the family and almost led us to extinction. Not every tradition should be upheld, my son. You are the strongest expert pilot in our family. Your will reigns above all. As long as you are able to explain your decisions, I think you will find much less resistance from the rest of our family. Besides, haven't you always wanted to pilot a new mech that can help you advance to ace pilot? Look at the Cross clan. Their own patriarch has succeeded in breaking through with the help of a mech designed by my grandson. Ark found it difficult to resist the allure of obtaining a high-quality expert mech. Though he had built plenty of contacts among the Garlanders over the years, it was difficult for them to fulfill all of his wishes due to his foreign status. Becoming an ace pilot had always been his dream. Becoming a saint would allow him to raise the voice of his Larkinson family and solve many of the problems that plagued his relatives. If he was able to do so while reuniting with VES and his clan, then Ark might be able to become the protector of both his Larkinson family and VES Larkinson clan at the same time. Maybe I should convene another meeting. If anyone held a contest in the Larkinson clan that ranked the popularity of its expert pilots, the names at the top would always be in contention. There were plenty of young, charming, and charismatic heroes among the Larkinson expert pilots. People such as Venerable Joshua and Venerable Tusa always contended at the top of the popularity list. Both of them still possessed a bit of boyish charm and they were always easy to get along with regardless of the other person's identity. Venerable Vincent also drew a lot of fans due to his outspoken personality and his antics. Many people often treated him as one of the mascots of the Larkinson clan, though not always in a good way. Commander Kosella Ingvar was perhaps the most authoritative and respected among most of the soldiers of the Larkinson clan. She was perhaps the most clever and rational expert pilot of the Larkinson clan and it was a dream for other mech pilots to get commandeered by her in battle one day. Though the Larkinsons consistently mentioned these four individuals as their favorites, a few other names showed up once in a while as well. Venerable Dice commanded a lot of respect among the sword maidens and heaven sworders for example. She possessed the strongest swordsmanship and had taught and guided a lot of eager swordsmen and swordswomen over the years. Compared to the sword maiden expert pilot, her close friend and comrade attracted a lot less attention. Aside from the flagrant vandals, hardly anyone cared about Venerable Rosa Orphan. Who could blame them? Venerable Orphan was older and less charming than the most popular expert pilots. She came across as abrasive at times and did not possess the aristocratic demeanor of the Ingvar siblings. If Venerable Orphan was younger, she would have tried to raise her profile and impress her power upon all of the clansmen. She had grown older, though. She fought so many battles and struggled against so many opponents that she no longer felt a burning need to prove her worth to everyone. While she would be lying if she said that she no longer cared for fame and fortune, the compulsion was no longer as strong as before. The reason why she tempered herself was because she realized how silly she behaved in front of true strength. Patriarch Reginald had shown through his deeds and actions how truly powerful individuals conducted themselves. Instead of chasing after external recognition all of the time, they focused a lot more on training their skills and honing their minds and will. As long as mech pilots became strong enough, fame and fortune would naturally follow. That was the lesson that Patriarch Reginald had taught her from afar. I need to stop fooling around so much. Rosa Orphan concluded one day. I'm already falling behind compared to Dice. I'm only able to beat her 10% of the time. It won't be long before that drops to zero unless I get my act together. Ever since she became enlightened, she put down a lot of her fun activities and began to get serious in increasing her battle effectiveness. She polished her spearmanship and sought to develop her own style to a deeper level just like Dice had done with her swordsmanship. She also spent a lot of time with her riot and sought advice from people like Venerable Joshua on how to deepen her understanding and relationship with her own machine. Her improvement was remarkable. She rapidly began to catch up to Venerable Dice again and managed to win 3 out of every 10 duels. Venerable Orphan didn't even mind the fact that she never managed to increase her win rate further. Dice was simply a better duelist and it was difficult to get the better of her in a one-on-one fight. The next turning point in her journey as expert pilot was when the design department finally offered to upgrade her expert mech. The Riot was a fine mech and one that fit Venerable Orphan extremely well, but there was no denying that its performance was falling behind compared to the newer expert mechs that came out in recent years. Venerable Orphan just had to take one single look at Venerable Vincent Seaman to feel profoundly helpless at how much stronger and tougher it was in combat. Defeating the annoying expert brawler mech was nearly impossible due to its strong Tesmas. The only reasons why Venerable Orphan was able to maintain a respectable win rate against Vincent was because of her greater experience and her stronger resonance strength. Therefore, Orphan eagerly embraced this golden opportunity to pilot a mech that could finally wipe the grin off Vincent's face. "What sort of changes do you have in mind?" she asked VES as both of them stood before the dormant Riot inside an underground hangar bay. VES gazed at the black and orange mech that exuded an irreverent and playful vibe. Though his feelings towards the Riot weren't as strong as his affection towards the Everchanger, he was still proud of this design. It was an interesting and unusual variation of an expert spearman mech that amplified Venerable Orphan's most interesting traits. The Riot has a strong and distinct character, VES said as he was not in a hurry to go into details. Before we talk about possible upgrades, we should determine the direction of the changes that we want to apply. Let me ask you a question. What do you love the most about your expert mech when you pilot it into battle? Venerable Orphan pressed her lips and crossed her arms. That's difficult to say since I haven't been in a real fight for a long time. The only way I can let loose is when I spar against the other expert mechs with the help of the MSTS. There are 2 kinds of battle scenarios that I like the most based on my experiences. And that is. One is when I can dive in the middle of a big battle and make a mess out of enemies. The female expert pilot grinned. The more they lose their cohesion, the more I enjoy the moment. Well, your mech is called the Riot for a reason. It is practically designed for this purpose. VES nodded in understanding. The other battle scenario that I enjoy is when I duel against strong opponents. I spar most often against Venerable Dice and her first sword, but I have tangled against many other expert mechs as well. Win or lose, I have made it my life's mission to last as long as possible while tormenting my opponents in the process. VES gained a good understanding of Venerable Orphan's fighting style and preferred approach towards battle from her words. I see. The Riot is a stubborn machine in your hands that is difficult to get rid of. It is a resilient machine and one that is eager to confront opponents whether they like it or not. In short, you and the Riot love being a nuisance on the battlefield, don't you? Guilty as charged. Venerable Orphan grinned. So how can your upgrades make us into an even greater annoyance? Well, for starters, we'll upgrade the usual stuff. There are a lot of high-quality Hexer-developed mech parts and mech systems in your Riot's design that were good at the time of its completion but are already starting to show their age. Large parts of its internals and internal architecture needs to be redesigned from scratch. All of the major and minor components such as the power reactor, mech engine, sensor systems, communication systems, flight system, and so on need to be replaced with high-quality Heartland-level components. That means my Riot will become a lot stronger, right? Right. VES affirmed. To be more precise, your Riot will run smoother, faster and stronger. Most notably, the internal structure of your expert mech will become so strengthened that you don't need to be afraid that a powerful transphasic attack will wreck your mech from the inside. Venerable Orphan instantly grew concerned. The slow but steady proliferation of phase water technology had made an impression on many mech pilots. Few defenses could block the damage potential of transphasic weapon systems. About that, VES. I can already guess your concerns. VES quickly replied. Your Riot isn't as well armored as some of the other mechs such as the Everchanger because your mech is clad with a thinner layer of unending alloy. I'm sorry for that, Rosa. Your mech deserves better, but there is only so much unending alloy at our disposal. The female expert pilot did not seem to care. I don't hold it against you, VES. There are other expert mechs and expert pilots who need it more. You don't need to worry about my feelings. I am more than capable enough of holding my own in a fight. To be honest, the lower proportion of unending alloy in your Riot is actually a blessing in disguise. VES revealed. The way the Riot's armor is structured at the moment is that it is first wrapped with a relatively thin layer of unending alloy before getting surrounded with a thicker application of cheaper and more affordable alloy. The idea behind this is to turn the outer layer into an expendable damage buffer that can easily be repaired when it is damaged. While I think that has worked out for your expert mech, the problem is that this outer layer might very well not exist when you fight against powerful opponents. That is definitely the case. Venerable Orphan helplessly said. I spar against Venerable Dice the most, and it seems each time she fights against me, her first sword is getting better and better at slicing through my armor. I can't adopt my usual fighting style against her decapitate her sword. What if I tell you those concerns will be over? VES smirked. As I said, the armor arrangement of your riot is a blessing in disguise. The downside is that it doesn't have enough unending alloy to offer you sufficient protection. The upside is that we can choose any top layer we want. While I haven't been able to find a way to upgrade unending alloy into a transphasic product, there is no problem placing transphasic armor plating on top of it. If not for the fact that our other expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and the Shield of Samar are already weighed down with enough unending alloy, I would have given them the same treatment. This sounded like music to Venerable Orphan's ears. She was not unaware of the ridiculous defensive properties of transphasic armor. The Mars was the most prominent example yet of how transphasic armor could resist overwhelming attacks. What are the details? VES waved his hand, causing a projection of an altered design to appear in front of his body. As you can see, the exterior of your expert mech looks a bit different from before. The biggest difference is that Sarah Foykin will rework the riot's entire armor system. She will comprehensively optimize the inner layer made out of unending alloy while also working together with Melman Advanced Systems to apply a custom-developed exterior layer of transphasic armor plating, which we have tentatively taken to calling it the X-Trans Armor System. The Larkinson clan was a minority owner of Melman Advanced Systems, which meant that VES could easily use his influence to make the company participate in this upgrade project. X-Trans. Venerable Orphan whispered as she became completely fascinated by the projection that depicted a possible version of her improved expert mech. How much phase water does it have? VES held up 3 fingers. 3 kilograms. That is quite a lot. Very few expert mechs in the Red Ocean can look forward to this treatment. In fact, our clan still has enough phase water to increase its allocation to your expert mech, but the problem is that it is technically not feasible at the moment. I heard the Mars has 11 kilograms. That is an entirely different beast. VES shook his head. A basis armor is an ace mech level armor system developed by Truvec Defenses. This development company is much larger and more impressive than Melman Advanced Systems. The latter has significantly less expertise and resources at its disposal. You have to be aware that the more phase water is put together, the harder it becomes to keep it all stable. The difficulty of fabricating the transphasic armor plating also becomes exponentially more difficult, to the point where specialized production equipment is needed that also needs to incorporate a lot of phase water in order to prevent it from getting torn apart by spatial fluctuations. Venerable Orphan quickly accepted that explanation. Though she did not have a good idea what 3 kilograms of phase water could do for her riot, it definitely had to be substantial. Just out of curiosity, how much phase water did you put into the Seaman's armor? 5 kilograms. Didn't you just tell me it is difficult to put more phase water in a mech? You can't compare apples to oranges, Rosa. Your riot still retains a substantial amount of unending alloy. The Seaman's exterior is almost entirely made out of tesmas. The mass and volume of Venerable Vincent's expert mech is also a bit different from yours. In short, don't think you are worse off. You will see once we implement the X-Trans armor system to your expert mech. Once we are done with this upgrade project, you can rest assured that you can truly go loose on the battlefield. Ever since the design department completed the promised upgrade of the riot, Venerable Orphan practically became reborn at that point. Just like how Venerable Tusa and Venerable Stark gained a substantial leap in combat strength after their expert mechs became at least 50% stronger, the Riot version 2.0 was exactly what Venerable Orphan needed to better exert her combat potential. The overall upgrades to the Riot's components and subcomponents allowed it to run smoother and more fluid than before. Those were the easiest changes, though. It took a lot more to transform the Riot into a true offensive and defensive powerhouse. To that end, Delo Foykin and Tefai Kolone had teamed up to re-engineer the arms and other mechanical aspects of the Riot to increase the strength and speeds of its spear attacks. Though VES often regarded Delo Foykin as the most useless journeyman of the design department, he happened to be extremely competent when he was working within his area of expertise. Considering his deep love, passion, and affinity for spearman mechs, he even took over the responsibility of leading the upgrade project. I've always wanted to fix your Riot. Delo plainly said as his expression grew a bit disgusted as he scanned the Riot in front of him. No offensive, boss, but you and your wife don't really understand the finer points about spearman mechs. Whenever I look at your Riot, I don't see a spearman mech. I see a swordsman mech that you have awkwardly modified in an attempt to improve its performance with spears. This is an unacceptable result in my opinion. An expert mech deserves better. VES did not mind being told that his work was bad. He was afraid that no one would criticize his design choices. If no one identified any problems, it became a lot harder to improve his mech design any further. You're right, Delo. I will leave this project in your hands. Feel free to set the direction of this upgrade project and gain ownership over the riot. My only demands are that you must retain the original character of the riot as much as possible while also respecting the wishes of Venerable Orphan. Delo confidently smiled while crossing his arms. Expert mech or not, it is easy for me to improve the riot in many aspects. Just wait until I am done with it. Thank you for entrusting this upgrade project to me, sir. It means a lot to me that you feel reassured with letting me make decisions on an expert mech that originally belongs to you and your wife. While VES still cared about the riot, he acknowledged that he and his wife weren't the best mech designers to care for it anymore. Just like how Ketis marked the first sword as her exclusive territory, it was not that bad of an idea to make a journeyman who specialized in spearman mechs responsible for continuing the development of the riot. It was only in the hands of a mech designer that was truly passionate about this mech type that the riot would be able to maximize its potential as an expert mech. Under Delo Foykin's leadership, the riot gained a new design direction that primarily focused on increasing all of its parameters while preserving what made it strong and special in the first place. Aside from investing a substantial amount of design resources to improve its ability to launch stronger and faster spear attacks, the new riot already gained a defensive makeover, courtesy of Delo's sister. The improvement to its armor system solved a weakness that had increasingly been weighing Venerable Orphan down. With the new X-Trans armor system, the riot fully regained its ability to fight on even ground against the first sword. Though Venerable Dice's expert mech received its own enhancements, they were not as drastic as the design department did not opt to replace the first sword's unending alloy system. Sarah Foykin merely optimized it so that it became a bit more effective at doing its job. The overall result of upgrading the riot and the first sword was that their differences had grown greater than before. Previously, VES did not fault people too much if they thought the two offensive melee mechs performed almost identical to each other. Even though VES clearly knew that this wasn't the truth, it was hard for laymen to understand all of the design choices that made the two different. There shouldn't be any ambiguity anymore after both of them had been upgraded to their 2.0 versions. The riot improved in a way that pushed it deeper onto the path of frontline assaults. It could serve as the tip of the spear and could confidently fight against other powerful expert mechs head-on by relying on its massively improved defensive capabilities. Whenever the upgraded versions of the riot and first sword dueled against each other inside the simulated arenas of the MSTS, Venerable Orphan finally found it easier to cope with her friend and rival's sharp and penetrating sword techniques. Unlike before where the first sword could pierce straight through the riot's original two-stage armor system with a single well-placed power attack, this time the former had to grind the expert spearman down over time. By utilizing the new X-Trans armor system as a powerful damage sponge, Venerable Orphan became a lot more capable of biting back by adopting a strategy of trading blows. Of course, VES didn't particularly approve of the destructive and wasteful fighting style that she developed to cope with powerful mech duelists. I know it is fun to pretend your expert mech is invincible while whacking away at an enemy expert mech, but our clan can't possibly sustain so much attrition. VES warned her one day. Don't forget that it is extremely troublesome to fabricate the transphasic armor plating. While I have already ordered additional quantities in order to facilitate repairs after a hard-fought battle, it is not worthwhile for us to stockpile an entire mountain's worth of redundant mech parts. Venerable Orphan didn't take his words that seriously. I will see what I can do, but I would rather return from the battlefield with an expensive repair bill than let my enemies go free. Just do your best to preserve the integrity of the X-Trans armor system. After spending many hours on familiarizing and mastering all of the changes of the Riot version 2.0, Venerable Orphan finally had an opportunity to put her new capabilities to use on the battlefield. From the moment the grand melee in the center began, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice had teamed up with each other. They had fought many duels against each other within the MSTS, but they had also fought thousands of simulated battles alongside each other. The two complemented each other well. The Riot excelled at frontal combat and was not afraid of taking hits. The second sword was much faster at taking down opponents but wasn't great at taking blows. As the pair of Larkinson expert mechs began to approach the enemy lines, they hadn't encountered any sundered phalanx expert mechs in the immediate area. This is troublesome. Venerable Dice said. The nearest detected enemy expert mech is too far away. If we leave this area, we will be exposing all nearby friendly troops to danger. Venerable Orphan grinned. There's no need for us to head to our targets. We can draw them over. How? Isn't it obvious? Kill as many enemy mechs as possible. Venerable Orphan and the Riot began to resonate to a greater degree as they both became excited at the slaughter that they intended to commit against their foes. Unlike some expert pilots, Rosa Orphan had no qualms about bullying the weak. The battlefield was inherently cruel. As a former mech officer of the Flagrant Vandals, she adhered to the philosophy that any means should be used to win a battle. With that excuse in mind, Venerable Orphan laughed as her powerful glowing orange expert spearman mech crashed into the defensive lines of the 2003rd Medallion Guards mech division. While the Medallion Guards had earned a lot of achievements during the Komodo War, it wasn't actually among the strongest enemy mech divisions in the field. Their mechs were still based on outdated models that adequately fulfilled their purpose during the Komodo War but fell a bit short in an environment such as the Red Ocean. However, as long as the Medallion Guard mechs relied on their thick and sturdy mechs to hold the line like the more well-equipped Pima Defenders mech division, the old but reliable defensive mechs could still hold back the mech units of Hex Army. If no one else intervened on this part of the battlefield, the two sides would have probably grinned each other down at a relatively glacial pace. The violent entry of the riot changed all of that at once. It did not even need to resort to its spear to destroy the Medallion Guard mechs. Just crashing into them with the help of the riot's powerful and violent resonance shield was enough to shock them into disability. Ha 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 ha. Your mechs are as fragile as dolls. Come fight me, Fridayman. The veteran mech pilots of the Medallion Guards weren't foolish enough to gang up on the riot. They quickly attempted to distance their machines from the opposing expert spearman mech in order to limit the damage, but the problem was that their relatively slow defensive machines had no chance of outrunning an expert mech that had become even faster after receiving an upgrade to its flight system. The Fridayman mech pilots that were closest to the riot had the illusion that they weren't fighting against an expert mech, but instead got in the way of a massive, primal war beast. Monster. It's a monster. Don't try to stand in its way. Eject. Eject as early as possible. Don't throw your lives away. One of the strangest aspects about the riot was that its design spirit was Kilangso. This was an unusual choice given that it was an offensive melee mech, but Kilangso was not a cuddly little lizard that only knew how to protect. When combined with the riot and under the purposeful development of Venerable Orphan, Kilangso's aura had slowly morphed and mutated into a more primal and aggressive variation. As Venerable Orphan became increasingly more immersed in the slaughter that she was committing, her mind and will achieved an even greater state of resonance with Kilangso. The shadow of a giant lizard briefly flickered behind the riot as it continued to demolish at least half a dozen regular mechs with each passing second. The glow and resonance shield surrounding the riot grew more aggressive and violent as it seemed as if the expert pilot and expert mech had transformed into the personification of an exobeast. Kill. 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 Venerable Orphan's only regret was that she didn't excel at mass destruction. The riot's killing efficiency was a bit low compared to numerous other Larkinson expert mechs. Unlike Venerable Dice, Venerable Orphan had not developed any fancy spear techniques that allowed her to throw out wide-area energy attacks. Charging her riot forward and colliding against packed enemy mech formations was the only way for her to cause enough damage to completely disarray the Medallion Guards. Her efforts were creating the desired effect. It only took a single minute of charging through the enemy defensive lines that hundreds of Medallion Guard mechs had fallen, which also implicated the formations of thousands of other Fridayman mechs. This was the horror of an expert mech when left unopposed by an opponent that was at least close to its level. Through the advantages created by the riot, the Hexer mechs that had previously entered into a stalemate against the Medallion Guards were now gaining a massive advantage. It wasn't until the riot crushed another enemy mech company that a powerful resonance-enhanced gauze round collided against the rampaging Larkinson expert mech. Ha! We've caught a big fish this time. The Sundered Phalanx hadn't dispatched any of its low-tier or mid-tier expert mechs to reinforce the Medallion Guards. Instead, the Fridayman directly sent over one of their rare but powerful high-tier expert mechs, one that originally hailed from the Medallion Guards. Venerable Orphan instantly recognized the powerful expert hybrid mech that sought to end her killing spree. She smirked. I've been waiting for you, Shockshell. 4276 Venerable Rebecca Andus. The Medallion Guards was one of the more celebrated mech divisions of the Sundered Phalanx. Their martial tradition placed a great emphasis on defense and steady attrition warfare. While their approach towards battle didn't exactly sound flashy or exciting, the advantages they accrued during the Komodo War proved that the Medallion Guards grasped a winning formula. Plenty of other Fridayman mech divisions suffered crippling losses because their leaders and soldiers took risks and launched attacks against the ferocious Hexers. The Medallion Guards did not go along with this approach but stuck to its own slow but steady strategies. It worked for the most part. Though there were times where the Medallion Guards endured the brunt of Hexer offensives, the core of the mech division had never broken, allowing its units to recuperate quickly and fight another battle. The Medallion Guards therefore earned more and more awards and honors as the Komodo War progressed. By the end of this great conflict, the Gage dynasty had put the Medallion Guards on the list of units to be transferred to the Red Ocean. This was a great honor. Its members along with their families overwhelmingly accepted the generous offer and moved to the Friday colonies in the expectation of becoming part of the new colonial elite. The early colonists might even have a chance of becoming a part of the landowners, industry magnates, and other powerful individuals of a colony. In the meantime, the Medallion Guards were on the waiting list to undergo a complete renewal of its mech rosters. Several mech divisions had already received this treatment, so it wouldn't take more than a couple of years to replace swap 10,000 outdated mechs with 10,000 modern mechs. Regretfully, Task Force Fury and the Golden Skull Alliance preempted this move, thereby putting the Medallion Guards in an awkward position. Their mechs stood no chance against the riot. The only meaningful damage they could do was slightly exhaust the riot's resonance shield as the enemy expert spearman mech used its bulk and momentum to smash the medallion guard mechs in their way. Even then, the armor and structural strength of their outdated mechs had fallen so far behind that they didn't even hurt the riot all that much. The sundered phalanx had to take action immediately, or else Venerable Orphan would single-handedly be able to collapse the medallion guards before they played out their roles. Venerable Orphan already had a goal in mind when her riot brazenly tore through the medallion guard lines. The old but honored mech division happened to produce an old but powerful high-tier expert pilot. Venerable Rebecca Anduz started out as a relatively unassuming mech pilot almost a century ago. Back then, large-scale wars were rare and most soldiers were only able to gain combat experience by going on expeditions. It was a lot more difficult for mech pilots and expert pilots to progress in such a relatively peaceful environment, but Rebecca Anduz didn't seem to obey this rule. No one knew how she did it exactly, but she broke through the ranks at a steady and consistent pace. She took around a decade to advance to expert candidate. She took another decade to undergo apotheosis. After that, her growth rate had slowed down, but her resonance strength grew by at least 1 Lavares with each passing year, only slowing down as she began to near the 50s. According to the intelligence leaks that the Larkinsons obtained, Venerable Rebecca's resonance strength measured at 57.3 Lavares. This was an extremely dangerous figure, and wasn't that much lower than that of Patriarch Reginald shortly before he became a new saint. No matter whether the reported number was true or not, Venerable Rebecca had become a powerful and respected expert pilot after all of these years. In fact, her threat towards the Hexers and the Golden Scullers was greater than her current status implied. Her long precipitation, her relative ease in overcoming her bottlenecks, her advanced age and wisdom, her abundant battle experience by participating in the Komodo War all added up to a frightening possibility. Venerable Rebecca Anduz had a high chance of being an ace pilot candidate. Of course, the status of ace pilot candidate was merely an informal designation, but this notorious label nonetheless represented a horrifying risk factor. If her enemies ever pushed and stimulated her in battle to a certain degree, Venerable Rebecca had a small but real chance of advancing to ace pilot. Every mech pilot of the Golden Skull Alliance only had to recall the powerful explosion of Patriarch Reginald when he test piloted the Mars for the first time to understand how such a calamity could completely swing the battle in the favor of the enemy. An outcome like this had to be prevented at all costs. No one was willing to gamble whether the Larkinson clan's powerful battle formations were capable of overcoming Venerable Rebecca's second breakthrough event. No one knows how much potential this high-tier expert pilot has left. VES explained to his Larkinson expert pilots during a meeting. She's 120 years old and that is definitely on the older side as far as expert pilots are concerned, but at this stage of her evolution I'm not sure the decline of her body matters that much anymore. We have to assume that she will be in her peak condition when she enters into battle. How do we fight against such a monster? Venerable Joshua furrowed his brows. From what you are telling us, we can't press Venerable Rebecca too hard because we risk helping her advance to ace pilot. On the other hand, if we hold back too much and don't fight at our best, there is a great chance she'll beat us in battle. Everyone else looked grave when they thought about how they should possibly handle such a situation. What you are describing is a great dilemma that has plagued many mech forces. VES calmly said. There is no obvious solution here. All I can say is that you need to judge the situation and aim for stability rather than victory. The usual approach to fighting against ace pilot candidates is to achieve small advantages and slowly boil the frog in water. If necessary, you should always offer your opponent an escape path and you should never cross your enemy's bottom line. Understanding Venerable Rebecca's character and conviction is crucial to containing her on the battlefield. VES and his expert pilots spent a bit of time discussing how they should handle Venerable Rebecca Anduz in particular. Personally, I don't think it is necessary to defeat her. The difficulty of defeating her is too great since she is a genuine high-tier expert pilot who is matched with a new and modern high-tier expert mech. If beating her is too risky, then it is better to focus on containment. Lock her expert mech in place and wait for other friendly units to carry the battle. Our side might be lacking when it comes to high-tier expert mechs, but I believe we possess a great advantage at the low-tier to mid-tier expert mech duels. VES understood his own mechs extremely well and did not think they were inferior to the expert mechs of the sundered phalanx. After enough discussions about this topic, VES transitioned to a more interesting topic. This is the design schematic as well as an image capture of the shock shell. VES said as he summoned a new set of projections. Before I go any further, let me warn you that you should take these details with a grain of salt. Most mech organizations tend to guard the secrets of their high-tier expert mechs quite well. I cannot say whether the intelligence leaks and the additional information collected by our spies can be relied upon. My gut feeling says that the overall concept and configuration are correct, but that the details might not be fully accurate or complete. Everyone stared closely at the appearance of the shock shell. Its dull, grayish-blue coloration was broken up by bright yellow stripes. The name and the color scheme of the shock shell already said a lot about how it was designed to fight. It's a hybrid mech. Venerable Tusa stated the obvious. It vaguely looks like Patriarch Reginald's Balvo's Rage, though with a different weapon loadout. Venerable Riot gazed admiringly at the Frid Aemon expert mech. It looks really powerful, though I'm wondering what those weird rods on the chest can do. Are they weapons? Ves smiled. It is not wrong to compare the shock shell to the Balvo's rage. I believe that the overall combat power and weight of fire between the two mechs are roughly similar to each other. This means that if you can't beat the Balvo's rage, you won't be able to beat the shock shell. If we had to fight this expert mech a few years ago, we wouldn't have stood a chance. Times are different now. Venerable Dice confidently said. Yet, our expert mechs are all stronger than before. Don't underestimate the shock shell. Ves warned. Our design department might have upgraded your expert mechs, but the Sundered Phalanx has also given Venerable Rebecca a brand new expert mech that is developed according to Heartland level standards. Take these weapon modules for example. The shock hammer, the concussion shield and the shoulder-mounted gauze cannons are all transphasic, and not sparingly either. Whether it is up close or in a distance, the shock shell possesses a notable amount of penetration capabilities. That instantly caused everyone to grow serious again. According to the intelligence they possessed, the Sundered Phalanx had already begun to phase in transphasic tech into the latest batch of expert mechs. There was no reason to believe the Gage dynasty had skipped over the shock shell in this regard. How powerful are these transphasic weapons? Venerable Dice asked. Unknown. We don't have any sources that state how much phase water is put into those weapon systems, but you should assume that the Gagers have put a medium quantity into them. More is better, but I don't believe the Gage dynasty is willing to squander so much phase water on an individual mech. You can see that by the fact that its wrist-mounted positron cannons, the electro rods integrated in the chest and its electrified legs are not transphasic. The shock shell was much less luxurious than the initial version of the Mars. The level of commitment and the allocation of resources simply weren't on the same level. Of course, that was not to say the shock shell was weak by regional standards. The Mars was simply too perverted to be used as a standard. Ves pointed at the other parts of the shock shell. Take note of the relatively thick armor plating of this expert hybrid mech. This is the typical configuration of a short to medium-range assault machine. According to one source, the Gagers have invested 1.8 kilograms of phase water to impart its armor system with transphasic properties. Regular attacks will have a difficult time penetrating through its armor, so your best chance to take it out is to target its weak points, not that it will be easy. Even the weakest parts of this expert mech are reinforced. All of this meant that the shock shell possessed both strong offensive and defensive properties. The only shortcoming of its design was that its mobility was relatively mediocre when compared to other high-tier expert mechs. However, it was still a lot faster than many other expert mechs. It's impossible for any of us to fight against the shock shell one-on-one. Commander Cosella concluded after they all gained a good idea on what Venerable Rebecca and her new and powerful expert mech were capable of. We might have a chance if we have a high-tier expert pilot and expert mech at our disposal, but that is not the case. At minimum, we need 2 expert mechs to force it into a stalemate, and at least one of them needs to possess formidable defenses. There weren't many Larkinson expert mechs that matched the latter demand. Everyone looked at each other before Venerable Orphan broke the silence. You can leave it to me. I'm not afraid of getting zapped. My riot can take anything the shock shell can dish out. She confidently boasted. Whether that was true or not remained to be seen, but at least she possessed enough fighting intent. The shock shell's entry onto the battlefield attracted a lot of attention. The flagging morale of the Medallion Guard mech pilots instantly revived once their powerful hero had come forth to protect them against their evil opponents. Venerable Rebecca has finally come. Shock shell. Shock shell. Shock shell. It was odd to see so much enthusiasm and fanaticism bursting from the Frid Aemon mech pilots. The shock shell hadn't even launched a proper attack as of yet, but the Medallion Guards already believed that their hero would lead them to victory. The status that Venerable Rebecca Anduz had built up within the Medallion Guards and the rest of the Sundered Phalanx for that matter was comparable to that of Patriarch Reginald Cross before his second major breakthrough. This was because ace pilots were so rare and difficult to reach that the soldiers flocked to expert pilots instead. The Medallion Guards revered Venerable Rebecca to such a degree that the powerful expert pilot might as well be a god in their eyes. From the moment the shock shell burst onto the forefront, the high-tier expert mech seemed to have stopped most of the fighting through its presence alone. Aside from the enormous awe and respect the Sundered Phalanx mech pilots directed towards Venerable Rebecca, the other reason why so many individuals at this section of the battlefield held their fire was because of the incredibly destructive fight that was about to commence. The Medallion Guard mechs did not stupidly freeze in place. They instead pushed their current orders aside and did their best to open up a lot of distance from the shock shell. Just because they revered Venerable Rebecca didn't mean that they were eager to commit suicide. Expert hybrid mechs possessed a lot of firepower. Even if their pilots tried their best not to commit friendly fire, it was too difficult to ensure the shock shell wouldn't affect its own side. The Medallion Guards were not alone in their risk assessment. All of the nearby Hexer mech units did not seek to press their advantages but instead flew back in order to avoid getting attacked by mistake. A strange lull had descended on this part of the battlefield as the Riot and the First Sword suspended their attacks and distanced themselves from the enemy battle line. It was as if the entire section of space had turned into an invisible mech arena. The medallion guards clearly served as the spectators of the home team. Their strong support and belief in Venerable Rebecca Andrews and her shock shell seemed to generate a wave of human energy that charged the surrounding air with an atmosphere of victory. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice were sensitive enough to notice the differences. The swing in momentum was so great that they found it difficult to maintain their previous high spirits. The rumors truly weren't overblown. Orphan said. Rebecca Andrews has honed and refined her willpower to the same degree as Patriarch Reginald back then. I feel like she can break through so long as I sneeze in the wrong direction. Dice wasn't as intimidated, though. Don't overestimate her too much. How can it be easy to push through the bottleneck to ace pilot? She is just an older and more developed expert pilot than us. We can neutralize her step by step as long as we follow the plan. It was easy to talk about executing plans when they were theorizing about how to tackle a high-tier expert mech. It was a lot harder to put their plan into action. While Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice weren't rookies among expert pilots, it was undeniable that they lacked decades of steady growth and precipitation. Compared to an old expert pilot who had lived almost thrice as many years as two Larkinson expert pilots, the difference in accumulation was too great. If Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice could be compared to moons, then Venerable Rebecca clearly showed the momentum of a star. Both Larkinson expert pilots understood that fixating on this image would cause them to lose this clash before they even launched an attack against the shock shell. If they wanted to fight against Venerable Rebecca Andrews without getting suppressed by her overwhelming confidence, then they needed to rebuild their mental edge in this confrontation. Fortunately, neither Larkinson expert pilots were weak when it came to their willingness to challenge powerful foes. TCH. Are you done posturing, you woman? Venerable Orphan irreverently broadcasted on an open channel. Though Venerable Dice did not bother to join in the banter, she was ready to move from the moment that one of the expert mechs made an aggressive move. In response to the words spoken by Orphan, the expert pilot of the medallion guards shot back her own question. Why do you fight us, Larkinsons? We have no direct quarrel with you anymore. The Komodo War has ended years ago. Whatever grievances have built up between us should have been buried after the end of the war. No one has buried the hatchet and you know it. Venerable Orphan sneered. The Komodo War in the old galaxy may have ended, but the fighting has never stopped. In fact, what we're doing here is nothing but the second or third act of that war. Your arguments are spurious and inaccurate. You Larkinsons are just warmongers who have never had to face the consequences of their own action. From the moment I asked you why you have taken up the piloting profession, neither of the two of you have volunteered an answer. It seems you still have far to go before becoming qualified to challenge my expert mech and I. My shock shell does not exist to get beaten by your trashy expert mechs. Venerable Orphan's eyes widened. What did you say? Who are you calling trash? My riot is one of the best mechs on this battlefield. High-tier expert pilot or not, I will not allow you to insult my battle partner. Let me show you which mech is the real piece of trash in the field. She became so stimulated by Venerable Rebecca's demeaning and dismissive words that her anger exploded. All thoughts of holding back and trying to contain her opponents got dumped through the airlock. The only overpowering thought and desire in her mind was to beat up this arrogant Frit Amon expert pilot to the point where her enemy had no other choice than to admit that the riot was a great mech. Perhaps the expert spearman mech strongly agreed with Venerable Orphan's ideas, because the riot actively played along to the best of its ability, thereby deepening the resonance between each other. Due to its recent upgrade, the riot's charging ability had become better than ever. It could even perform as a discounted version of an expert lancer mech if it was allowed to build up enough momentum. Though the people who were viewing this battle from afar only saw that the riot had launched an impulsive charge against a considerably stronger opponent, the mech pilots viewing this upcoming confrontation saw it much differently. The fighting intent amplified by the true resonance emanating from the expert mech radiated through the surrounding space, causing many nearby Frit Amon and Hexer mech pilots to have the illusion that the riot had grown into a raging exobeast over the course of its charge. Such a powerful outburst of fighting intent could instantly sap the courage of those who had the misfortune of becoming her targets, but Venerable Rebecca was different. Her powerful willpower only condensed even more, causing the true resonance around the shock shell to expand into a prototypical domain field. Beast. Venerable Rebecca's contempt had never faded. An expert pilot that has descended into savagery is no soldier at all. You are just a barbarian that has given into the most primitive parts of your immature mind. Putting down feral beasts like you is exactly what I am meant to do. Let me show you what real power looks like. Blessed by her powerful resonance strength and willpower tempered over the course of many decades, the aura she generated with her shock shell was incomparably greater than that of her opponent. Venerable Rebecca's domain was clearly biased towards shock, electricity, and other related means of debilitation. This caused the blue corona around her expert mech to crackle and sizzle as if it had become charged with electrical energy. Not only that, but a good amount of space around the shock shell seemed to turn into an artificial thunderstorm. Venerable Rebecca's was imposing her entire force of will in the immediate area. It was as if she was wordlessly declaring that every enemy that dared to trespass her territory would get struck by a thunderous rebuke. Though Venerable Orphan came under vastly more pressure, she did not show any timidity or signs of inferiority. Combat at this level was no longer solely about possessing the strongest mechs or having the best technical skills. As expert pilots became increasingly more detached from their mortal roots, the elements of willpower and mentality played an increasingly more important role. This was why it was always possible for those paired with weaker expert mechs to defeat those who utilized stronger ones. A technical advantage might raise the threshold of getting defeated, but if the pilot itself did not possess a sufficient amount of courage and intent, then such a powerful machine was wasted in his or her hands. This was also why large mech organizations refrained from providing powerful expert mechs to their younger and more inexperienced low-tier expert pilots. Economics played one part of the decision to hold back. Another part was that starting off with a more basic expert mech was an important tempering process for newly advanced expert pilots. While Venerable Orphan did not go through this process, she was anything but a fragile warrior. In response to the obvious contempt shown by her opponent, she became even more determined to beat the shock shell. "Break for me!" she roared as her riot was about to slam into the shock shell. From the start of the riot's charge, the shock shell had yet to launch any attack. The naked contempt emanating from the expert hybrid mech was extremely insulting, but there was a reason why Venerable Rebecca was confident. Just as the riot entered the vague boundary that Venerable Rebecca had marked as her territory, the shock shell finally exploded into action. First, the powerful presence emanating from the shock shell surged and solidified a bit, causing the space around the machine to turn into an illusionary storm cloud. The powerful determination from a high-tier expert pilot pressed onto the riot directly pressed onto Venerable Orphan's willpower, causing her mind to get jolted to the point where her concentration got interrupted. Concurrently, the shock shell finally opened fire with all of its ranged weapons. First, it raised its wrists and fired a pair of resonance-empowered positron beams that not only damaged the riot's resonance shield, but also imparted a disrupting force to it that destabilized it even further. Second, the shoulder-mounted gauze cannons fired a small but surprisingly powerful salvo that thundered against the riot's first layer of defense. The twin blows pounded the riot like hammers, which visibly caused the expert spearman mech to falter in its charge. Third and most devastatingly, the electrorods that minutely stuck out of the torso of the shock shell began to unleash several streams of thick blue arcs of lightning that directly struck the incoming riot, causing its entire resonance shield to wobble and strain as if it was being tortured. Enhanced by Venerable Rebecca's highly refined will and resonance strength, these material attacks were also accompanied by metaphysical attacks, which interrupted Venerable Orphan's focus to such a degree that she had lost her earlier momentum. In the brief time that Venerable Orphan became debilitated, the shock shell had smoothly flown to the side, allowing it to evade the riot's faltering charge with surprising ease. Of course, the shock shell did not forget to strike the vulnerable riot with its shock hammer while it passed through. Thunder strike! A blinding electrical explosion erupted from the riot's resonance shield as the shock hammer struck. Even though Venerable Rebecca hadn't activated any of the transphasic functions of the weapons at her disposal, her shock shell already showcased a hint of the power of an ace pilot. The riot clearly fell into a disadvantage during its first clash against the shock shell. Fortunately, the Larkinson expert spearman mech wasn't fighting against this Frid-Amon expert hybrid mech alone. Rosa. While the shock shell had been preoccupied with bullying the riot, the first sword had already circled around and snuck up to the enemy expert mech's rear. Yet just as the first sword was about to launch its attack, the shock shell abruptly turned in a 90-degree angle and pushed out with its rectangular concussion shield. Repulsion wave. Venerable Rebecca resonated with the solid object to such an extent that it had actually released an enlarged, rectangular-shaped shockwave that completely engulfed and shoved the first sword away. Both the riot and the first sword quickly opened up a bit of distance from the shock shell. Though her expert mech was not too far off from what they imagined, Venerable Rebecca's power, strength, mastery, and willpower vastly exceeded their expectations. The intelligence briefings didn't say that she was strong to this extent. Venerable Orphan complained. "Look at the resonance meter, Rosa. She's not at 57.3 lavares. I'm afraid that she has already reached 61.1 lavares." Even though the difference sounded minimal, in reality there was a large gap in power due to how much closer Venerable Rebecca had approached the threshold to ace pilot. How could she have changed so much? Venerable Rebecca clearly sensed the alarm and confusion from her foes. Saint Jeremiah Gage personally guided me in the past several months. My way forward has never been clearer to me. The great saint's teachings have given me the insights that I need to forge my own path to ascension. From what it sounded like, Venerable Rebecca truly embodied the meaning of an ace pilot candidate. Fighting her was at least several times more dangerous than the Larkinsons predicted. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice both felt more pressured than ever. They hadn't accounted for the possibility that Saint Jeremiah Gage would spend his valuable time on guiding Venerable Rebecca's growth. This was a horrible advantage and one that granted a second-rate state a decisive advantage against weaker groups. As long as a state managed to nurture its first ace pilot with great difficulty and investment, it was not unusual for more ace pilots to emerge in small batches. This was why the Gage dynasty found it essential to transfer at least one of their precious ace pilots to the Red Ocean. Perhaps Venerable Rebecca Anduz had been specifically transferred to the new frontier in order to increase her chances of breaking through to ace pilot. Calm down, Rosa. Venerable Dice urged her friend and peer. Venerable Rebecca is too strong for us to defeat in a short amount of time. We should return to our original plan and focus on containment as opposed to winning. Let's wear down our opponent's defenses while waiting for further opportunities. Got it. Venerable Orphan growled as she forcefully adjusted her mentality. The Larkinson expert pilot might be eager to gain another victory, but she wasn't stupid. The difference in power was too great for her to gain an advantage. This wasn't a weak expert pilot and expert mech that she could just bowl through by relying on brute force. She needed to adopt a more realistic strategy in order to gain more opportunities. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice did not communicate any further with each other because they knew exactly what they needed to do. Both of them controlled their expert mechs so that they constantly surrounded the shock shell from opposing sides. Occasionally, laser beams or gauze rounds struck the resonance shields of all three expert mechs, but their expert pilots completely disregarded the attacks. All three of them knew that unless an entire mech regiment's worth of ranged mechs opened fire upon them, it was difficult to pose a serious threat to the powerful machines. Other attackers at least had to wait until the resonance shields of their targets had worn down before it became more viable to defeat an expert mech through sustained bombardment. This meant that the three expert mechs were effectively on their own unless another expert mech intervened. The two Larkinson expert mechs began their steady assault on the shock shell. Both Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice displayed excellent coordination when their machines dove in to attack the shock shell at the same time. No matter the strength of an expert pilot or expert mech, it was always a bit difficult to fend off attacks coming from two different directions. However, the shock shell under the control of its extremely skilled and strong-willed pilot was different. The shoulder-mounted gauze cannons actually flipped over so that they could fire at targets approaching from the rear. At the same time the shock shell fired streams of lightning at the riot that was approaching from the front. The gauze cannons unleashed a powerful salvo of heavy kinetic rounds that accurately slammed against the first sword's resonance shield despite Venerable Dice's best attempts to evade the attacks. The shock shell is able to defend itself against two expert mechs at once. Venerable Rebecca is too unreasonable. As the two Larkinson expert mechs enduring the punishing attacks and got close enough to swing their weapons, the shock shell easily fended off the incoming attacks by turning its frame sideways in order to block the incoming strikes with its shock hammer and concussion shield. Powerful sparks of energy burst from the contact points as all of the expert pilots involved had invested a lot of true resonance in their moves. The thunderstorm surrounding the shock shell lost cohesion for a moment, but quickly regained its vigor, allowing Venerable Rebecca's willpower to constantly shock and paralyze her opponents on a mental level. The Larkinson expert pilots tried their best to endure the zaps to their minds and forcefully attacked the shock shell as many times as possible. Though Venerable Rebecca was able to block most of the incoming blows by utilizing both of her expert mech's handheld equipment, she could not block every incoming strike, particularly those launched by the first sword. The difference in skill and technique became clear. Venerable Orphan clearly wasn't as refined in her weapon handling, but each of her spear strikes landed with such great force that they could still accelerate the breakdown of the shock shell's resonance shield. Venerable Dice was much more successful in her attempts to outplay her opponent and land effective attacks. This didn't matter too much for the moment because the shock shell's resonance shield covered all of its weak points. Once the Larkinson expert pilots wore through this barrier, Venerable Dice would definitely be able to pose a greater threat to the expert hybrid mech. However, after repeated attacks, both Larkinson expert pilots realized that it would take a lot of effort to exhaust the shock shell's resonance shield. This was also just its first line of defense. The Frid Amon expert mech also boasted a transphasic armor system. God damn it! This shock shell is constantly trying to fry me and paralyze me when I've entered its rage. Venerable Orphan grumbled as her latest flurry of spear strikes got blocked by her opponent. This damn concussion shield constantly bounces back against my spear. It's disrupting my rhythm. Amazingly, Venerable Rebecca did not show any obvious sign that she was exceeding her mental capacity. She always kept her expert mech at an angle where it was able to block the attacks from the enemy expert mechs no matter their positioning. Venerable Rebecca even had enough multitasking capacity left to independently control her shock shell's gauze cannons to slam rounds into both of her opponents at the same time. With the help of dimensional magazines, the shock shell was not short on gauze rounds. The expert hybrid mech did not hold back at all in its attempts to bombard its two targets. Though the gauze rounds were not powerful enough to pose a serious threat against the riot and the first sword, each successful strike came paired with an electrifying explosion, which disrupted the operation of the two Larkinson expert mechs. This shock shell is constantly disrupting our rhythm. Venerable Dice said. We cannot go through with our current approach. Even though Venerable Rebecca is targeting both of us at the same time, our expert mechs will lose their resonance shields first. We can't let that happen. Venerable Orphan did not enjoy the suppression that she was under. The fact that Venerable Rebecca did not even concentrate fully on her riot was an insult to her pride as an expert pilot and warrior. Face me, shock shell. She did not hesitate any longer and resonated with Kilangso in a special and specific way. Slowly but surely, the darker blue corona surrounding the riot grew wilder and less restrained. The riot gripped its spear further up its shaft, which effectively shortened its attack reach. This allowed the riot to press up closer to the shock shell. As soon as the riot got close enough, the resonance shields of the two opposing mechs began to touch and interact with each other. Though the resonance shield surrounding the shock shell was much stronger than that of the riot, the strangest part was that the shock shell actually started showing signs of destabilizing at a greater rate. Your expert mech is weird. Venerable Rebecca immediately noticed. This confrontation was the first time that Venerable Orphan applied her Disharmony Barrier Prime ability against an opposing expert mech on an actual battlefield. Ha 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 ha. You're not the only one who can mess with opponents this way. Venerable Orphan gloated as she saw that her powerful trick had taken effect. The riot's inherently chaotic nature seemed to contaminate the shock shell's purer and more orderly resonance shield. It was as if the riot had thrown a dead insect into the shock shell's soup. It only took a small disruption to ruin the entire dish. However, Venerable Rebecca was far from helpless under this situation. She quickly recognized the risks of allowing the riot to proceed in this manner and turned her shock shell so that its concussion shield faced the expert spearman mech. Venerable Orphan already had a hunch of what was coming. Not this move again. Repulsion wave. Another wall of solidified force slammed against the riot and pushed it over 100 meters away. The shock shell wasn't done, however. As soon as the riot no longer interfered with its actions, the Fridayman expert mech immediately turned to the first sword and struck with great violence. The shoulder-mounted gauze cannons fired a powerful salvo of rounds that impacted the first sword. The chest-mounted electro rods engulfed the first sword in an electrical storm. The wrist-mounted positron beam cannon seared the first sword's weakening resonance shield even further. Finally, the shock shell did not utilize its melee armaments but instead kicked against the first sword's resonance shield with an electrified leg. Getting hit by all of these resonance-empowered blows in quick succession put a serious strain on the first sword's resonance shield. This was bad as defense was not the first sword's strongest quality. As the shock shell continued to blast the expert swordsman mech with as many attacks as it could feasibly unleash, the riot charged over once again in order to relieve its sister mech. Leave my buddy alone. Repulsion wave. The riot was not an agile mech, so there was no way for it to evade the expanding shockwave that was empowered by Venerable Rebecca's strong desire to get rid of Venerable Orphan's expert mech. Ah! The Larkinsons didn't expect that the shock shell could pull off such a powerful move on a repeated basis. It took a lot of effort to push away an expert mech by relying on the power of true resonance alone. This conceited woman needs to die. Venerable Orphan roared in frustration as her frustration fueled her hatred against her current opponent. You can't stop me forever, Rebecca. The Fridayman expert pilot smirked as she continued to direct her shock shell to wear down the defenses of the first sword. You might be right, but I will be able to clean up this expert swordsman mech first. It was too difficult for the first sword to fend off a high-tier expert mech by itself. Those that never fought against a high-tier expert mech before could not truly understand the horror of such a powerful machine. As long as it was paired with a genuine high-tier expert pilot, the resulting combination was so powerful that it occupied a different level. When leaders and strategists talked about high-tier expert mechs, they clearly set these dangerous machines apart from every other category of mechs. This was because high-tier expert mechs truly possessed the power to overturn an entire battle by themselves. One of the greatest shortcomings of the attacking force was that neither the Hexers nor the Golden Scullers brought any high-tier expert mechs. Both groups thought that they could handle these powerful threats as long as they dispatched two sufficiently powerful mid-tier expert mechs against them, but there were cases where this wasn't enough. Right now, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice were definitely having a hard time contending against Venerable Rebecca Anduz. The hero of the Medallion Guards did not pilot a stodgy defensive mech like most of the Medallion Guards. Instead, she piloted a formidable expert hybrid mech that possessed excellent control and offensive capabilities. When VES observed the powerful actions of the shock shell, he became more and more concerned by its combat strength. He opened a communication channel to the cockpit of the Mars in order to gain the input of its ace pilot. What do you think about Venerable Rebecca Anduz and the shock shell? VES straightforwardly asked. She is strong. Reginald said with clear respect in his tone. It is difficult for expert pilots who are over a century old to maintain their fighting spirit and their belief that they can still go forward. There are many expert pilots who face inevitable stagnation and decline once they grow over a century old. We mech pilots envy you mech designers for being able to practice your craft for centuries without growing weaker. It is different for us. I believe Venerable Rebecca's body may have weakened long ago, but it is through her dogged and persistent willpower that she is forcefully uplifting her condition. VES frowned. That sounded impressive on her part, but that was not good news for the Larkinson clan. What is the likelihood of her breaking through in your judgment? The projection of Patriarch Reginald shrugged. My guess isn't much better than yours. Just because I am an ace pilot doesn't mean I understand what it takes for people to break through. Every expert pilot's condition is different. There is no universal solution aside from piloting a masterwork expert mech, and even that doesn't always work if the expert pilot has grown too weak. VES took another glance at the projection that displayed the shock shell in action. Currently, it looked anything but weak. It not only managed to push away the riot 5 times in a row, but also severely depleted the first sword's resonance shield to the point it was already showing signs of collapsing. I think it is safe to assume that Venerable Rebecca's chances of breaking through are considerably higher than normal. If she breaks through, don't worry about it. Patriarch Reginald dismissively said. I will take care of it. It won't take more than a few seconds. Reginald. I know what I am talking about, VES. More than you, at least. I only broke through a few years ago. I know what it is like to unleash all of the pent-up power that has been building up for several decades. I admit that Venerable Rebecca will be a lot more difficult to deal with once she obtains the power of forced resonance, but she won't be able to exert too much control over her strength. Aside from that, her expert mech is too weak. I will break her shock shell even if Jeremiah Gage shows up at the same time. What hubris! VES truly couldn't understand why Patriarch Reginald talked about such a big game. Hadn't he learned anything from his deceased father about underestimating the enemy and growing too overconfident? The older man's eager and bloodthirsty expression said it all. This ace pilot with a one-track mind only cared about defeating more opponents at his level. The appearance of an additional ace pilot on the battlefield didn't deter him in the slightest. Instead, Reginald just wanted to secure the bragging rights of defeating 2 ace pilots in his first battle as a saint. Clearly the battle maniac couldn't be relied upon. VES closed the channel to Patriarch Reginald without a word and opened a new one to Venerable Stark. I'm busy now, kid. The expert pilot barked. The Fridayman had been putting the Amaranto under pressure for a while now. Though the enemy expert mechs weren't able to get close to it yet, they were still capable of bombarding its position. The sundered phalanx truly didn't want the Amaranto to pick off all of the opposing low-end mid-tier expert mechs like the hapless Azure Vanquisher. In fact, the suppression from mechs such as the Star of Liberation almost completely prevented the Amaranto from doing more than taking a few pot shots at vulnerable enemy expert mechs. The only consolation was that the Amaranto simultaneously restrained the Star of Liberation from doing the same to expert mechs of the attacking forces. VES understood that Venerable Stark's condition wasn't great at the moment, so he immediately came to the point. The Riot and the First Sword are having a difficult time against the shock shell. Venerable Rebecca Anduz has progressed further towards ace pilot than we anticipated. Can you take out the shock shell in a single blow if the enemy expert pilot is close to breaking through? I can do it as long as the Shield of Samar provides me with protection. I also need you to give me a super boost. No problem. VES quickly replied. Venerable Janza is preoccupied with other matters currently, but her Shield of Samar is not too far away from you. She will definitely cooperate with you in order to save Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. Although putting together the Amaranto with the Shield of Samar was a powerful combination, it was a waste to bring them together at this point. The defensive capacity of the Shield of Samar was greater than practically every other machine aside from the ace mechs, but it was still a finite resource. Right now, the Larkinson clan would rather have the Amaranto take shelter within the nooks and crannies of its starships and have the enemy wear down these solid fixtures than deplete the Shield of Samar in advance. Besides, Venerable Janza was indeed fulfilling an important function. Not only was her expert mech guarding the core of the Larkinson navy against sneak attacks with its powerful presence, it was also shielding the spirit of Bentheim against enemy bombardment. Nothing would happen to the spirit of Bentheim and all of the valuable Larkinsons sheltering inside her hull with the reliable Shield of Samar in place. Both the living mech and Venerable Janza were of one mind on this issue. No matter how many ranged mechs tried to damage the flagship of the Larkinson clan, her powerful shielding abilities easily fended off the attacks without too much effort. It was a pity that the Shield of Samar was still too slow to take part in the fight against the shock shell. The recent upgrades to her design mostly enhanced the expert Heavy Space Knight's defensive capabilities. With many other expert mechs still entangled by other powerful opponents, the cost of helping out the Riot and the First Sword was still too great. Right now, the battle between the shock shell and its 2 opponents had become more thunderous than ever. The shock shell did not hold back in the slightest in its attempts to wear down the First Sword's defenses. Venerable Rebecca Anduz had adopted a clever strategy against her 2 opponents. Your First Sword is much less hardy than your Riot. She grinned as she continued to unleash a storm of attacks against the expert swordsman mech. I would be a fool if I attacked your lumbering expert spearman mech first. Though Venerable Rebecca had the strength to attack both expert mechs at the same time, why should she choose such an inefficient strategy when she could easily take down the thinner and less well-protected expert mech first? She did not even have to look at the appearances of the 2 expert mechs to know which one she should target first. The Riot gave off the impression of a wild but stubborn boar, while the First Sword was like a sharp sword that was focused on cutting apart every obstacle. Stop playing with me, Rebecca. Venerable Orphan furiously roared as she drove her Riot forward with even greater momentum than before. Fueled by her anger and frustration, her need and desire to overcome the shock shell was great. However, just as her brightly glowing Riot was about to plunge its glowing spear against the shock shell's resonance shield, the enemy expert mech simply slammed its glowing concussion shield in the charging Larkinson expert mech's direction. Repulsion wave. For the umpteenth time, the shock shell easily negated the riot's forward momentum and pushed it away. This powerful move allowed the expert hybrid mech to continue directing all of its attacks onto the first sword. Even though Venerable Dice had abandoned her offensive approach and sought to preserve her expert mech by avoiding the shock shell as much as possible, the enemy expert mech was too powerful. The high-tier expert mech possessed an excellent flight system which easily allowed the larger and thicker mech to keep up with the movements of the first sword. In fact, it didn't even matter if the first sword was able to build up a bit of distance. The shock shell was already lethal enough by relying on its ranged armaments alone. The shock shell's armaments and configuration made it clear that it did not excel at long-range combat. It had given up on more precise weapons in order to maximize its ability to crush enemy expert mechs at closer ranges. This meant that the shock shell was almost completely in its element at the moment. Venerable Rebecca not only seemed to be able to pull off her repulsion wave resonance ability without limit, she also imposed so much of her willpower onto Venerable Dice that the latter was beginning to feel more suppressed. The disparity in resonance strength and willpower development was too great. The first sword might have helped to offset Venerable Rebecca's formidable influence to an extent, but it was up to the expert pilot to maintain a winning mentality. As soon as Venerable Dice no longer believed that she could win this clash or endure the constant rain of attacks, her first sword would no longer be able to withstand as much damage. When Venerable Dice saw that the riot got repulsed yet another time, she finally couldn't hold it any longer. Rosa. Stop blundering forward like an oafish boar. Use your brain for once. You can't beat a high-tier expert pilot by relying on brute force. You need to condense your will into a weapon and cut through our opponent's repulsion wave. If Venerable Dice was in her colleague's position, then she would have been able to use a power move to cut the enemy's repulsion wave in half. Unfortunately, she was in a different position. Her opponent clearly recognized that the first sword possessed the sharpest weapon and needed to be neutralized as soon as possible. I can't hold it any longer. Dice roared as her first sword's resonance shield was already failing. After getting bombarded by a combination of electrical and physical attacks, the first sword finally became exposed after its resonance shield burst. Venerable Dice became a lot more desperate at this moment. Even though her expert mech was getting hit directly, she forcefully summoned her focus and will and struck with a giant energy sword. It was a pity that the shock shell's resonance shield was a lot firmer and unshakable. Venerable Rebecca barely took the attack seriously. Venerable Orphan grew desperate and frustrated when she saw that the shock shell had overcome the first layer of defense of the first sword. Though Venerable Dice's expert mech was not as fragile as other comparable expert swordsman mechs due to the protection afforded by its unending alloy armor system, it was far from sufficient against an opponent as powerful as Venerable Rebecca. The shock shell itself possessed the capabilities to penetrate the first sword's armor. As soon as it had overwhelmed the Larkinson mech's resonance shield, it had channeled extra power to its transphasic weapon systems in order to amplify their damage potential and enhance their penetration characteristics. The difference it made was clear. Whenever the shock shell fired its shoulder-mounted gauze cannons at the first sword, the solid rounds punched deeper into the armor than before. Though the limited power and caliber of the gauze cannons were ultimately not enough to ensure its firepower could punch through the first sword's unending alloy armor plating directly, just hitting the expert swordsman mech already caused its surface layers to crack. What was even more dangerous was the shocking quality that Venerable Rebecca's powerful will imparted on the rounds. The first sword also froze and became jerky for an instant. Together with the electric bolts fired by the chest-mounted electro rods and the positron beams fired by the wrist-mounted energy cannons, the shock shell was able to electrocute the first sword to such a degree that the latter simply couldn't operate as smoothly as before. This was a devastating debilitative effect to an expert pilot that relied on high control to operate her expert mech to the fullest. I love tearing apart fancy expert mechs like yours the most. Venerable Rebecca laughed as her stormy willpower enhanced the shock quality of her expert mech's electrical attacks. It doesn't matter how tough your armor is. It will be easy to dispose of you once I shock you into paralysis. The first sword's armor might not possess any transphasic properties, but its sheer density and hardness still provided it with enough protection provided that the shock shell did not concentrate its attacks on any weak points. Although the shock shell's offensive might was strong, it also happened to possess a single major shortcoming. The expert hybrid mech lacked a sharp weapon that could penetrate through strong armor plating. Though the Frid-Aman expert mech's transphasic shock hammer, transphasic concussion shield and transphasic shoulder-mounted gauze cannons were designed to inflict shock damage that could bypass the armor and directly damage the vulnerable internals of a mech, there were still limits to everything. The Gage dynasty had not invested as much phase water in the shock shell as the Cross clan had done for the Mars, and it showed as the first sword stubbornly resisted the vibrations and electricity coursing through its exterior. Though numerous internal components were beginning to get worn down, Venerable Dice tried her best to protect and preserve these vital parts by infusing them with as much true resonance as possible. She had to give up on launching sharp and powerful attacks in order to do so, but the Sword Maiden expert pilot understood that she had no chance of defeating the shock shell by herself. Venerable Dice's only hope of overturning this battle was to buy enough time for Venerable Orphan or another friendly expert mech to come bail out her first sword. She couldn't do it alone. As the shock shell constantly bombarded the first sword with electric attacks, it became increasingly harder for Dice to muster up the strength of her machine. It was as if the shock shell was slowly eating away at the first sword's control mechanisms. Even if the first sword's armor remained intact, it risked freezing up if it continued to be bathed by electrical current. Fortunately, she could still rely on a bit of help to mitigate the storm of attacks. The first sword itself had grown a lot since its initial creation. Even though it wasn't a masterwork expert mech, the mech still gained enough awareness to do everything it could to preserve its integrity. What also helped was the Decapitator greatsword that was in the first sword's hands. As a masterwork mech weapon that Ketis had personally forged, the weapon had not only been infused with a piece of its creator, but also possessed a strong life of its own. Since Venerable Dice constantly channeled it with her willpower, the Decapitator had grown even sharper and more unyielding than before. Sword and wielder were one and the same. The incredibly strong bond that Venerable Dice had forged with the Decapitator allowed the first sword to achieve greater results with its weapon than before. Right now, Venerable Dice was thinking hard on how to reduce the damage to her expert mech even further. Her only hope of doing so was to rely on the Decapitator, the vessel of her power. Through the heavy pressure that the shock shell exerted onto the first sword, Dice's mind and will became so active that the sword maiden expert pilot finally came up with a crazy but daring idea. Dice's eyes shone brightly as her resonance with the Decapitator had reached a peak. Cut through the storm. A blinding light escaped from the Decapitator as its wielder swung it down with great force. The shock shell responded quickly and already backed out of the range of the Decapitator, but the wide sword energy manifestation tore through the electrical current generated by the high-tier expert mech's electro rods and forcefully silenced the surrounding space. For a few seconds, Venerable Dice's overwhelming need to dispel the storm and calm the space in front of her expert mech remained dominant. However, Venerable Rebecca furiously pushed back and proceeded to launch electrical bolts and bursts at the first sword. The strength of their willpower was not comparable. Venerable Dice might be able to buy a bit of time by bursting out with all of her strength, but her opponent could easily squash the resistance with just her regular focus. "You are too young and weak to challenge an old soldier like me," Venerable Rebecca taunted even as her shock shell continued to grind down the first sword through a combination of melee and ranged attacks. "Challenging me was the most serious mistake you have ever made. Do you truly think that expert pilots such as myself who are closest to ace pilot can be challenged by the likes of you? You are at least half a century too young to earn my recognition." Although Venerable Dice had already made the wisest choice by shutting off the open communication channels to prevent her from hearing her opponent's words, it wasn't effective. This was because Venerable Rebecca possessed so much strength and control over the surrounding space that she was easily able to convey her words to Venerable Dice by her force of will alone. Venerable Rebecca Anduz might sound confident, but she did not slack off in the slightest. A battle between expert pilots was also a battle of the mind. The more she was able to disturb her opponent's mental balance, the easier it would be to overwhelm the opposing expert mech in combat. With Rebecca's resurging power, the brief outburst from Dice lost effect. The latter did not give up, though. She spontaneously channeled her power in various different ways in order to create a defensive technique that could better cope against the storm that was zapping away at the first sword. Eventually, the first sword held its Decapitator upright and turned it into a makeshift lightning rod. Much of the electrical current that previously struck the first sword's chest as well as other vulnerable parts now became attracted by the large and thick greatsword. Though the unending alloy sword endured greater stresses as a result, its transcendent, masterwork qualities helped a lot with reducing the influence of Venerable Rebecca's willpower. This significantly reduced the amplification that made the electrical attacks so shocking and difficult to deal with. The remaining insulating and damage-resisting properties could cope with the remaining electrical damage a lot easier as a result. Venerable Dice felt a lot more relieved. Though her situation was still bad, she bought a bit more time for herself. In a way, the Sword Maiden expert pilot felt thankful for Venerable Rebecca for teaching her the importance of developing more defensive techniques. With her sword as the instrument of her will, Venerable Dice came up with one trick after another. She spontaneously adapted her existing sword style and created a host of new extraordinary techniques that defended her expert mech against attacks in different ways. In one moment, a shield of pure sword energy blocked the electrical storm. In another moment, the Decapitator swept out and actually managed to cut the two solid projectiles that the shock shell fired from its shoulder-mounted gauze cannons. As Venerable Dice continued to dredge the less explored parts of her power in order to generate new defensive techniques, her opponent had long grown annoyed at the blatant experimentation. Did this Larkinson expert pilot truly think that Venerable Rebecca was here to train her own opponent? "Don't get complacent!" Rebecca roared as the shock shell charged forward and slammed its shock hammer against the first sword. The expert swordsman mech had to interrupt its lightning rod stance in order to block the hammer from striking its frame. Even though the Decapitator successfully stopped the hammer from striking the Larkinson expert mech directly, the resulting electrical explosion engulfed the first sword and fried some of its more exposed sensor modules. However, it became increasingly harder for Venerable Rebecca to damage the deeper and more important components of the first sword. This was because the heavy pressure exerted onto Venerable Dice finally caused the proud and strong swordswoman to compromise on one of her beliefs. As a sword maiden, Venerable Dice had always been taught to believe in her own strength. A sword maiden must be strong because no one else could be counted upon for help. At most, only other sword maidens could help a sword maiden, but it was best not to drag down fellow sisters due to lack of strength. If one was weak, a sword maiden had no one to blame but herself. Venerable Dice never imagined that she would be put in this position. For years, she had embraced the identity as an expert pilot and a hero of the Larkinson clan. Her name was synonymous with the word strong and her melee dueling capabilities ranked among the top of her peers. Being driven to this dire state by Venerable Rebecca Andrews and her shock shell was a considerable blow to her ego and her vanity. As it became clear that her current measures were not sufficient to keep the first sword going, Venerable Dice fell into a difficult dilemma. Should she continue to believe in her own strength in the hopes that she could find a way to reverse the tide by herself, or should she take a step back from her own conviction and accept the need to rely on help? At this crucial moment, Venerable Dice's will to survive and continue to protect her fellow sword maidens and Larkinsons exceeded her selfish desire to develop her own strength under the most difficult crucible possible. It was as if Dice flipped a mental switch. Kilangso. Assist me in battle. A silent roar rang through Venerable Dice's mind as she unabashedly embraced Kilangso's influence. The first sword glowed brighter as it channeled the power of a design spirit. Though Kilangso was only able to affect the first sword to a limited degree, the faint spatial barrier that hovered over the exterior of the expert swordsman Mech substantially weakened the extraordinary properties of the incoming attacks, thereby allowing the unending alloy armor plating to resist the blows with greater ease. Venerable Dice could feel her mentality becoming more animalistic as her bond with Kilangso grew stronger during this difficult period. Her swordplay became more savage and less controlled, but the power of its strikes not only became stronger, but also dealt more damage against the shock shell. After a long period of laying low, Kilangso finally gained an opportunity to display her might on the battlefield. As Venerable Dice, the first sword and Kilangso hammered out a new form of cooperation in a desperate attempt to withstand the shock shell's furious attacks, Venerable Rebecca grew more annoyed at her opponent's refusal to submit to the storm. A powerful soldier of her caliber should have been able to overwhelm an ordinary mid-tier expert mech controlled by a relatively inexperienced expert pilot a long time ago. These Larkinson mechs are too abnormal. Venerable Rebecca cursed. This was not a secret to the Fridaymen. It was well known that the Larkinson clan treated its mechs differently than other organizations. The combination of a highly innovative mech designer and lots of funding produced mechs that were extremely perverted in different ways. A typical offensive machine that was mostly designed to attack would have never been able to hold out this long against the shockshell's thunderous attacks. Venerable Rebecca did not hold back in the slightest when she fully activated the transphasic functions of the shockshell's weapons. Though the drain on her willpower became a lot greater than before, it was worth the expenditure as long as she could quickly take down one of the Larkinson clan's trump cards. The problem was that she wasn't able to gain the payoff that she wanted. The shock hammer constantly pounded towards the first sword, only for the enemy's great sword to intercept the hammer. Powerful arcs of electricity constantly bombarded the expert swordsman mech and its weapon, only for them to endure the damage without any significant consequences. The most confounding part about the first sword's increasingly more effective defensive measures was that its aura had changed. A familiar giant lizard had descended onto the expert mech, infusing it with greater defensive strength that proved to be remarkably effective at blunting the more extraordinary properties of the incoming attacks. What is this beast? Venerable Rebecca questioned as the expert swordsman mech no longer felt so simple to her senses. Previously, the first sword came across as a sharp blade that could cut through anything. Now, that image had weakened in order to make room for a giant and surprisingly resilient alien lizard. As Venerable Rebecca strengthened her efforts to engulf the first sword in her storm, she found that it was a lot harder to shock and paralyze this giant lizard with her willpower. This was because she was no longer able to suppress Venerable Dice's willpower directly. One of the main reasons why VES had always been reluctant to replace the unending alloy integrated in his first batch of expert mechs was because it was a spiritually reactive material. VES, who had always believed in the strength of intangible phenomena, took advantage of this property to turn mechs such as the first sword into a prime mech. Though this aspect no longer attracted as much attention anymore since every expert mech had access to true resonance, that did not mean that prime resonance was weak. In fact, certain expert pilots such as Venerable Joshua had shown that combining prime resonance with true resonance often resulted in dramatically more powerful effects. Right now, the first sword showed off the potential of prime resonance in combination with an expert mech, forming a brand new defensive barrier that was primarily based on Kilangso's domain rather than that of Venerable Dice. This was made possible by the hundreds of VES worth of spiritual energy that Kilangso had infused into the first sword. In normal times, this amount of spiritual energy was already enough to make it difficult for ordinary people to remain close to the first sword at ordinary times. It wasn't until the living mech had grown up to a sufficient extent that it was able to reduce the external pressure of its heavy glow. Though the first sword didn't carry as much spiritual energy derived from a design spirit as many of the other prime mechs in the Larkinson clan, it was still enough for Venerable Dice to amplify with the help of true resonance. As gauze rounds, electrical bolts, positron beams, shock hammer strikes and electrified kicks continually pummeled the first sword under its current state, none of the attacks made as much progress as before. The only attacks that had a chance of dealing at least some internal damage were those launched by the shockshell's transphasic weapons, and even then they failed to achieve as much effect as before. Part of it was because Kilangso used to be able to manipulate the fabric of space in her centuries of lifetime on a savage planet. Her subsequent death and ascension only strengthened her application of her spatial abilities even further. This meant that Kilangso just happened to possess the right spiritual attribute to effectively restrain and neutralize against the transphasic properties of the incoming attacks. Not only that, but the previous disparity in mental strength no longer applied. Instead of pressing her willpower upon a weaker and less developed expert pilot, Rebecca instead found herself hitting a wall as she tried and failed to shake the powerful mentality of a former sacred god that had once reigned as the queen of a pantheon in a primitive society. The difference in strength, mental resilience, and other mental properties were too great. For once, Venerable Rebecca was no longer able to take advantage of her age and development time as Kilangso had lived almost 5 times longer than the enemy expert pilot. One of the consequences to all of this was that the powerful new transphasic tech at her disposal no longer made a difference in her fight against the first sword. What are you made of? Why do you Larkinsons design such weird mechs? There shouldn't be any phase water in your mech. The powerful high-tier expert pilot did not believe that the first sword could last forever against the storm. Even if the shockshell's formidable arsenal was no longer able to bypass the defenses of the first sword, then it would just keep attacking and attacking until the strange spatial barrier finally ran out of energy. I don't believe your new defenses will be able to last much longer. This was unfortunately true. Kilangso was a spiritual life form that ultimately existed in another realm. It took considerable strain on the part of Venerable Dice and the first sword to channel just a portion of the big lizard's might from afar. Orphan! Dice shouted. Hurry up and relieve me. I don't have any other measures left. The riot at this time had just recovered from getting bounced away yet again. Even though the expert spearman mech had yet to crack the means to defeat the infamous repulsion wave, Venerable Orphan had at least managed to drain Venerable Rebecca's willpower quite a bit by forcing the shock shell to perform its costly move over and over. However, Venerable Rebecca still had plenty of energy left to push away the riot at least a dozen more times. It was not as if Venerable Orphan had tried to figure out another way to overcome the repulsion wave, but the problem was that she hadn't figured out an effective solution. She had tried envisioning herself and her expert mech as a giant spear that could pierce through her opponent's repulsion wave. She had tried to imagine the riot as a large and dense planet that could break through any obstacle by relying on brute force. She had even attempted to hypnotize herself into thinking that her riot was an invisible and incorporeal ghost in a particularly stupid attempt to make the repulsion wave bypass her expert mech as if it didn't exist. Suffice to say, the riot still got pushed away without any other effect. I'm not good at this. Venerable Orphan complained. The difference in power is too great. She experienced the same problem as her good friend Dice. When it came to willpower and resonance manipulation, neither of them could overpower the strong will of an ace pilot candidate. It wasn't until she noticed what Venerable Dice was doing to better defend against the shockshell's onslaught that Venerable Orphan became inspired. As someone who was more used to cooperating with Kilangso, she had already tried to rely on the design spirit's strength to overcome the repulsion wave, but not to this extent. Kilangso. If you still have something to spare for me, help me break through this annoying repulsion wave. The riot did not blindly charge forward at this time. Instead, Venerable Orphan made her expert mech turn around and circle around in a wide loop. The expert spearman mech was building up momentum. Due to the upgraded flight system of the riot, it did not take too long for the expert spearman mech to build up a respectable amount of speed. Once Venerable Orphan thought that her riot gained enough speed relative to the shock shell, she turned her expert mech around and charged straight towards her target with much greater momentum than before. If that was the extent of her new plan, then the shell shock merely had to invest a lot more energy to launch a repulsion wave that was strong enough to blunt the riot's powerful charge. It was only when the riot came close that it began to acquire additional qualities. The phantom of a giant lizard briefly hovered behind the riot yet again as Venerable Orphan tried her best to bring down the savage side of Kilangso. The corona around the riot surged. The expert mech no longer came across as a spearman mech to the surrounding people. Instead, a lot of mech pilots had the illusion that the riot had willingly morphed into a giant reptilian monster, one that was hell-bent on crashing into the shell shock. Go away. Venerable Rebecca definitely sensed a greater threat from the riot. As the shell shock channeled a bit of extra true resonance into its concussion shield, it released a more powerful repulsion wave than before. This time, the repulsion wave failed to push away the riot. The powerful willpower of a high-tier expert pilot proved once again that it was unable to match the strength of a centuries-old design spirit. Kilangso seemed to roar with great anger as the design spirit felt affronted by the enemy's naked challenge. Just as the shell shock wasn't able to overcome the first sword's Kilangso-blessed defenses, the repulsion wave was unable to achieve the desired effect against the riot because it had been blessed by the giant lizard as well. Without the amplification provided by Venerable Rebecca's condensed force of will, the repulsion wave was not that powerful anymore. The wave passed over the riot's exterior like it was a simple breeze. Venerable Orphan became ecstatic when she saw that her riot continued to get closer to her target. Ha! Not so tough now, are you? Taste my spear. Though Venerable Rebecca did not expect the riot to break past the strengthened repulsion wave this time, she reacted quickly and turned her shell shock around. A violent explosion erupted from the collision between the two expert mechs. The riot's spear had driven into the shell shock's concussion shield, causing both expert mechs to unleash multiple different energies. By the time the riot had ended its charge, the shell shock's resonance shield had weakened by a substantial margin. You're mine now. Venerable Orphan grinned with renewed enthusiasm. Her riot stuck to the expert hybrid mech without giving the enemy machine any reprieve. This forced the shell shock to abandon its assault against the weakened first sword in order to defend against the new threat. With the blessing of Kilangso, Venerable Orphan no longer experienced any sort of suppression from Venerable Rebecca's electrical storm. It was as if a hurricane had downgraded to a mild wind all of a sudden. In fact, the presence of two separate expert mechs that both channeled Kilangso's presence at once had caused the surrounding space to become affected by the design spirit's domain. It was no longer Venerable Rebecca that reigned over this portion of space. Kilangso had forcefully taken over her territory. The new techniques and displays of power from the riot and the first sword did not go unnoticed to many people. VES became particularly impressed by how much his two expert mechs were able to turn the tide and regain the initiative in their fight against the shock shell. This was a remarkable turn of events considering that neither the Frid Aemon expert pilot nor her high-tier expert hybrid mech had grown any weaker. Certainly, the continuous launching of different attacks were starting to strain Venerable Rebecca's willpower and the shock shell's ammunition and energy reserves, but both of them were powerful enough to keep up the high-intensity assault for plenty more minutes. What truly allowed Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice to turn the tables against their powerful opponent was that they had changed their combat approach by fully involving Kilangso in the fight. It was an amazing sight that enchanted more and more mech pilots around the site. The fight between the three expert mechs turned from a one-sided beatdown to a clash between a monster and a natural phenomenon. The shell shock did not look any weaker due to generating a faint but intimidating electrical storm manifestation around its frame. However, both the riot and the first sword seemed to have found a protector to resist against this powerful force of nature by calling upon the help of a powerful design spirit. How are these expert pilots doing all of this? What is that lizard? This expert mech bout is starting to resemble a fight between gods. When VES observed the shifting fight between his expert mechs and the shock shell, he felt more and more satisfied with how his work held up under challenging circumstances. He also felt relieved that the Larkinson clan or its allies didn't have to draw too many resources from elsewhere in order to bail out Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. There were still other powerful and troublesome opponents such as the Star of Liberation and the Scorpion Commando that could inflict an enormous amount of damage if left unopposed. Though VES continued to keep an eye on the fights centered around the other two enemy high-tier expert mechs, most of his focus rested upon the riot and the first sword at this time. They have finally figured out the correct use of their machines. VES smiled in satisfaction. He still recalled a discussion he held with some of his expert pilots in the past. During the period when the Larkinson clan was in the process of upgrading all of its older expert mechs to modern standards, Venerable Tusa, Venerable Orphan and other expert pilots had specifically pointed out the lack of changes to their weapons. Why are you so stingy, VES? Venerable Orphan complained. We still have plenty of phase water in storage. Why don't you draw out a kilogram of it and use it to make my spear transphasic? Phase water technology is all the rage these days, but why haven't I heard any story about equipping our expert mechs with transphasic weapons? It's not enough for my riot to receive an outer layer of transphasic armor. The newer expert mechs such as the Seaman and the Blade Chaser Mark II can both launch transphasic attacks. Their ability to punch through resonance shields and armor are much better than ours. Venerable Tusa said. VES merely crossed his arms in response to this inquiry. I admit that transphasic weapon systems are strong and open up new attack options that weren't accessible to us before. If we didn't have access to powerful weapons such as our unending alloy weapons and our luminar crystal rifles, I would have been tempted to equip you all with transphasic weapons. Why did you decide against this, then? Do you think that unending alloy is a weak material? It is strong. Hardly anything can punch through it as long as it is thick and solid enough. Venerable Janzi replied. Do you think that luminar crystal weapons are weak? VES asked another question. They're all strong. They just don't have the ability to bypass defenses as easily as transphasic weapons. You guys aren't getting it. VES shook his head in disappointment. Let me remind you that I took part in the design of all of your machines. Maybe our other mech designers have done more work than me on certain design projects, but that does not change the fact that all of your machines are qualified living mechs. It is a core part of their identities and serve as one of their strongest advantages. Sir. Let me finish, Joshua. I will put it in simple terms so that you can quickly understand my point. Transphasic weapons and transphasic armor systems are both products that grant your mech a powerful and defined boost. We can measure the improved baseline performance of your expert mechs to a precise degree after implementing them in your machines. That is also the end of the story. If you want to leverage more power out of them, you can only rely on your own willpower to amplify their performance through generating true resonance. Venerable Orphan looked confused. What's wrong with that? Isn't that how all expert mechs work? VES snorted. You are forgetting at least 2 points that distinguish living expert mechs from their regular counterparts. The first is that a living mech that is alive enough can help you resonate with it to a greater degree. The second is that their design spirits not only serve as the source of their glows, but can also fight alongside you, if indirectly. You mean when we utilize our prime abilities, right? Venerable Joshua looked like he understood what VES was trying to convey. This was not a big surprise considering that his Everchanger was the machine that best fit the definition of a living mech. VES smirked wider. Don't misunderstand my words. I am not putting down phase water technology at all. I would have integrated them in our newer expert mechs if I thought it was an awful waste of money. However, if I had a choice, I would rather equip your mechs with unending alloy armor plating and luminar crystal weapons. This is because both of them are the best carriers of my design philosophy, far superior to weapons that are simply different because they are transphasic. So you're saying that your newer expert mechs aren't as good as your older ones because they don't have unending alloy? Venerable Vincent frowned. Each expert mech is different and unique. There is no superior tech per SE. VES responded in a diplomatic manner. You have all seen the Mars, right? That is by far the most powerful expert mech in our alliance, and it doesn't have any unending alloy. The tech that I favor is merely an alternative that just happens to align better with my design philosophy. So what does this all mean? Venerable Orphan grew confused again. What I am saying is that if your expert mech is equipped with unending alloy, you don't need transphasic weapons or parts. You just need to find a way to make better use of the prime mech properties that unending alloy imparts to your respective machines. Do you remember the battles we fought against the so-called dark gods? The expert pilots all nodded. It's hard to forget the time where we fought against those weird energy creatures. Venerable Tusa said. I would rather fight against a mech than try to challenge a giant alien bird. What if I tell you that as long as you use your living machines in the right way, you can all summon your own friendly dark god on the battlefield? What? Are you kidding? I am not joking around here. I am always serious when it comes to mechs. VES told them. What I am saying is the truth. Perhaps you are all thinking that summoning the design spirits that you have grown familiar with is a fantasy that can only take place when you attain unity of man and machine. Several expert pilots showed a lot more interest in VES words than others. Venerable Vincent was perhaps the most eager of them. He was one of the rare expert pilots who had tasted the power of unity of man and machine during the Purgatory campaign. You mean I can call on my buddy Bravo again so that I can punch whales and mechs with my giant fists? VES raised his palm. Whoa there, not so fast, Vincent. Attaining unity of man and machine is a rare and exceptional occurrence that we should not be banking on. What I am talking about instead is to use the advantages of your living mechs to call down a portion of a design spirit's power on the battlefield. Like a guardian angel. That's a decent analogy. Entities that you are familiar with such as Kilangso, the Illustrious One, Arnold and of course the Golden Cat are all fairly powerful in their own way. The only problem is that they live in a different realm or dimensions or whatever, so it is hard for them to reach out to the material realm where we reside. All of the unending alloy that we have applied to some of your machines exist to make it easier for you to draw upon their strength in battle. However, most of this is theoretical. There aren't many cases where I have seen you guys employ this function to the fullest. You need to develop a closer relationship with the design spirits of your expert mechs and get them to agree to help you when you find yourself in a position where your own strength is not enough. What difference will that make, VES? Venerable Isabel Coden asked. Transphasic products are lifeless and unchanging. VES replied. They can only give you a finite boost and no more. Living mechs and design spirits are more volatile, but that is what makes them great. Their upper boundaries are limitless. As long as you put enough effort in cooperating with them, you can achieve levels of synergy that I cannot even imagine. I wasn't kidding when I said that you can summon your own dark god by your side as long as your cooperation with a design spirit is good enough. His words conveyed his unflinching belief in the core tenets of his design philosophy. Ordinary technology has limits. Life is limitless. Not a lot of expert pilots took VES words seriously at the time. Venerable Joshua already understood the potential of VES work, but there were also expert pilots such as Venerable Dice who only believed in cultivating their own personal strength. However, the current situation on the battlefield of Pima Prime left the previously skeptical expert pilot with little choice but to draw upon her bond with Kilangso. Of all of the expert pilots who would be able to resonate with the design spirits of their mechs to such a degree that they could consciously manifest them in battle, VES would have expected this display from Venerable Janzi, Venerable Joshua, or maybe Venerable Vincent. However, the extreme difficulty of fighting against Venerable Rebecca Anduz and the shock shell caused Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice to take the first step in this novel new method of leveraging living mechs against enemies. This is a game changer. VES immediately recognized. Although the method that the two Larkinson expert pilots employed to manifest a fraction of Kilangso great might was relatively weak and rudimentary, VES could already foresee its awesome potential. This was exactly what he wanted to see from his living mechs. Ordinary technology has limits. Life is limitless. What took place on the battlefield went beyond technology. VES had merely put the building blocks in place, but he could do nothing further to enable this powerful display. The strain on Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice's willpower was great. Similar to manifesting the power of design spirits through battle formations, the two Larkinson expert pilots performed a similar feat by relying on their own efforts. Kilangso obviously supported this effort. She did everything possible to cooperate in order to allow her to intervene more directly in the material realm. Other design spirits paid attention to this fight as well. If the method that Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice spontaneously developed could also be applied to other living mechs and mech pilots, then the Larkinson clan may have developed a brand new approach to mech combat. As the Riot and the First Sword continued to gang up on the shock shell, the glows of the two mechs actually began to meld with each other, thereby forming a response to the prototypical domain field generated by the enemy expert pilot. The result of all of this was that a larger manifestation was able to appear in the material realm. The apparition of the giant lizard became more solid as Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice as well as their living mechs worked hard to support the powerful design spirit's descent. At this point, Kilangso had become so anchored to the material realm that it was even able to interfere more directly into the fight. When the giant exobeast raised its massive head and roared, even the thunderstorm that surrounded the shock shell became affected by Kilangso's display of might. Venerable Rebecca isn't able to suppress Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice anymore. The shock shell is still too strong. Its resonance shield is far from losing cohesion. Sent back up to help the Riot and the First Sword wear down the shock shell. The battle between the expert mechs reached a more intense stage. Previously, the shock shell relied on the amazing strength of its expert pilot and its powerful transphasic weapons to bully the two Larkinson expert mechs. Now that Kilangso came down onto the battlefield and actively tried her best to help with holding back the enemy, the Riot and the First Sword fought as if they became unleashed. Read novelful.me. Ha ha ha. Not so smug now, are you? Venerable Orphan laughed as she went completely wild by launching one thrusting attack after another. Her unending alloy spear not only became infused with true resonance, but also carried a hint of Kilangso's power, which significantly enhanced the damage potential and penetrative capabilities of the tip. Though the shock shell could still rely on its powerful resonance shield to absorb the incoming attacks, the attack frequency of the Riot was a bit too high. Ever since Dolo Foykin had taken over as the lead designer of the Riot, he had worked together with Defy Colonne to comprehensively upgrade the strength and speed of the expert spearman mech's attacking motions. The pair achieved excellent results, as their efforts provided Venerable Orphan with a huge amount of help in this instance. No shield can last forever. I don't believe your shell can last forever against my spear. Venerable Orphan's rejuvenated confidence amplified her attacks and allowed her to better negate the amplifying effects of her opponent's willpower. Though Venerable Rebecca still possessed an absolute advantage in this aspect, the problem was that she needed to split her concentration in order to defend against three opponents at the same time. In particular, the intervention from Kilangso had tipped the balance and finally put her in a disadvantage in the mental confrontation. On top of all of this, Venerable Orphan had resumed her effort to erode the shell shock's resonance shield through leveraging the Riot's disharmony barrier. The disharmony barrier was another measure that specifically exploited and degraded the opposing mech pilot's willpower and mentality. I have never fought against an opponent that is as disgusting as you. Venerable Rebecca cursed. Venerable Orphan burst out into laughter. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. If you think I'm so disgusting, then I'll accompany you even more. The Riot's resonance shield shook and vibrated as it constantly tried to blend into the shock shell's resonance shield. The pollution and disharmony of the former were so strong that Venerable Rebecca wasn't able to defend as effectively against enemy attacks as before. While the Riot kept the shock shell occupied, the First Sword unscrupulously attacked the expert hybrid mech from the rear. Though the shock shell had turned around its shoulder-mounted gauze cannons and continually fired powerful transphasic rounds at the expert swordsman mech, Kilangso provided just enough protection to offset much of the damage from these attacks. Without any other weapons hitting the First Sword, Venerable Dice was able to focus a lot more on attacking. The Decapitator sword glowed with true resonance as it struck against the shock shell's resonance shield. Once Venerable Rebecca realized that her shock shell wouldn't be able to do anything else unless she got rid of the Riot first, she gave up on attacking the First Sword entirely. I'll destroy you first, then. The shoulder-mounted gauze cannons turned back to the front so that they could pound the Riot's chaotic resonance shield and accelerate its decline. Venerable Rebecca already noticed how important it was to prevent the riot from exploiting its disharmony barrier any further. A flurry of electrical attacks, gauze cannon attacks, positron beam cannon attacks and hammer strikes impacted against the riot's resonance shield. Though the expert spearman mech was a bit tougher than the first sword, it was still a mid-tier expert mech piloted by a fairly inexperienced expert pilot. The riot's resonance shield quickly weakened despite Kilangso's best efforts to prop it up. The continuous damage output of a high-tier expert mech and especially an expert hybrid mech was too horrible. Eventually, the riot lost its resonance shield first, which prevented it from utilizing its disharmony barrier to degrade the shell shock's own powerful protective barrier. The damage was already done, though. By the time the riot's X-Trans armor system began to get pounded by a combination of transphasic and more normal resonance-empowered attacks, the shell shock's resonance shield was already starting to break apart. "Break for me!" Venerable Orphan roared as the shadowy manifestation of Kilangso also roared along. The riot's spear tip glowed brighter as Kilangso seemed to bless the weapon. When the spear next struck the shell shock, its resonance shield finally fell apart. "Ha, you're vulnerable now. The same goes for you, idiot." The battle between the three expert mechs entered an entirely new and more destructive phase. Though the expert mechs also possessed conventional shield generators, they simply didn't last that long because of the frequency and power of attacks. Soon enough, the riot and the shock shell began to take serious blows to their frame. Since both of them were equipped with transphasic armor systems, they were able to resist the blows a lot better than normal. The shock shell's armor system only integrated 1.8 kilograms of phase water, but since neither the riot nor the first sword possessed transphasic weapons, the expert hybrid mech was still able to minimize the damage no matter whether it was attacked from the front or the rear. The riot's armor system integrated around 3 kilograms of phase water, which offered the expert spearman mech a lot more resistance against the transphasic attacks of the shock shell. In fact, Venerable Rebecca found out that the attacks launched by her shock shell's positron beam cannons, electro rods, and electrified legs didn't even seem to phase the riot anymore due to their lack of transphasic capabilities. TCH. You Larkinsons have too much money. Venerable Rebecca simply gave up on utilizing those weapon systems. Though they were still capable of dealing damage, their efficiency against the riot was so low that it wasn't worth the strain and energy consumption. As the shell shock continually tried but failed to deal enough damage to the riot, the first sword eagerly took advantage of the situation and continuously tried to launch attacks at the enemy machine's vulnerable rear. If the first sword could cripple the shell shock's exposed flight system, then the expert hybrid mech would turn into a sitting duck in space. It would be easy to dispose of this powerful opponent at that point. There was no way that Venerable Rebecca would allow this to happen. She had to give up on going all out on demolishing the riot and turn her shock shell around just enough for it to block the first sword's sharp attacks with its concussion shield. The concussion shield was large and tough enough to resist the incoming sword attacks for a time. Seeing that the shell shock was not going down that easily, Venerable Dice's eyes glowed as she altered her fighting approach and began to launch powerful hacking sword strikes that were expressly meant to destroy physical shields. The first sword struck like an executioner chopping through the necks of prisoners that were sentenced to death. Each and every heavy sword blow with the decapitator seemed to kill off a part of the shell shock at a time. The pressure that Venerable Rebecca faced was unprecedented, especially when the tough and hardy riot began to inflict real damage onto the shell shock from the front. "Why are you so tough?" The shell shock's transphasic shock hammer struck a heavy blow against the riot's chest, which not only caused its transphasic armor at this section to crack and become engulfed by an electrical blast, but also caused the expert spearman mech to be pushed backwards. Even though Venerable Orphan saw this attack coming, she made no attempts to block it at all. She believed in the strength and resiliency of her riot. Though its transphasic upper layer was certainly starting to get beat up, the unending alloy that lay beneath still remained intact for the most part. "This X-Trans armor system is really great," Venerable Orphan praised while completely ignoring the immense cost required to replace any destroyed sections of armor plating. She completely ignored VE's earlier pleas about preserving the integrity of the riot's armor system and did not hesitate to adopt a damage trading strategy. As a result, the fight between the three expert mech turned into a race to see which of them would falter first. Would the riot be able to withstand the barrage of transphasic attacks, or would the shell shock succumb from getting attacked from the front and rear at the same time? At this stage of the battle, the influence from Kilangso wasn't as great anymore. Though Venerable Rebecca still couldn't maintain complete control over the environment through her prototypical domain field, she was still able to exert enough strength to protect and fortify the defenses of her shock shell as much as possible. Still, after getting hit by repeated attacks, the shell shock's armor and concussion shield finally started to show more cracks and holes despite their transphasic defenses. The riot's attacking ability was fairly strong, but the first sword was even stronger. Despite the thickness and the incredibly resilience of the shell shock's unique concussion shield, the object's condition rapidly worsened as more and more cracks and tears dug into its surface. The first sword's attacks grew sharper and sharper as Venerable Dice became more obsessed with breaking through this physical obstacle. The decapitator truly showed its value this time as it was not only able to offset a part of the concussion shield's ability to push and negate incoming physical strikes, but also dig deeper into the concussion shield's layers than with other weapons. When Venerable Dice noticed that the opposing expert pilot had become a bit too preoccupied with trying to break the riot first, the Sword Maiden expert pilot went all out. The first sword raised its great sword. Dice resonated with the decapitator so hard that the weapon began to glow like a beacon. An energy blade formed from the great sword that was over 3 times the length of the actual blade. Immediately afterwards, the first sword accelerated forward and thrust the decapitator forward. Sword of Lydia. A powerful explosion of light and energy erupted from the shell shock as the sword energy blade as well as the physical blade punched through the weakened surface of the concussion shield and split it in half. Though the power attack lost a lot of power and failed to penetrate the shell shock's transphasic armor, the destruction of the concussion shield completely opened up the expert hybrid mech's rear. Cut off the shell shock's wings, Dice. I'll keep it occupied as long as possible. The riot pressed forward harder than ever and actively utilized its spear to hook around and lock the shock hammer. This not only prevented the shock shell from turning around to attack the first sword, but also locked the expert hybrid mech in place for a time. Venerable Dice clearly recognized the situation and did not hesitate to command her first sword to launch an attack at the shock shell's reinforced flight system. However, just as the decapitator sword was about to slice through a crucial component, a thunderstorm of immense proportions erupted from the damaged shock shell. The electrical storm was so powerful that both the riot and the first sword were flung away as if the two got repulsed by a giant magnet. What? The power emanating from the shock shell was so great that its thunderstorm not only engulfed a sphere that was at least an order of magnitude larger than before, but also dispersed Kilangso's manifestation by force. Though a lot of people were confused why the shock shell exploded with so much power all of a sudden, a few people immediately recognized what had happened. How could this happen? Ves cried out as he shot up to his feet. Isn't this supposed to be an extremely rare occurrence? As the shock shell continued to engulf a vast portion of space around it with electrical bolts, a profound transformation took place in the mind of its expert pilot. After 120 years of living, Venerable Rebecca Anduz had finally loosened her shackles and triggered her second apotheosis. The medallion guards already grew ecstatic once they figured out what had happened. They cheered and congratulated their hero for finally taking another major step towards godhood. Saint Rebecca! Saint Rebecca! Saint Rebecca! Read novelful.me. Breakthroughs could happen in every battle. It was a phenomenon that frequently delighted one side but also frustrated the opposite side. Breakthroughs couldn't be controlled and predicted with certainty. There were so many variables involved in this process that no one could guarantee that it might happen. It just so happened that the circumstances surrounding the fight against the shock shell were just right to allow Venerable Rebecca Anduz to take the step that countless expert pilots dreamed about. The high pressure exerted by the riot and the first sword played an indispensable role in pushing her to this extent. It couldn't be helped. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice may have entered into battle with a plan in mind, but Venerable Rebecca's enormous will and the shell shock's incredible performance were so threatening that the Larkinson expert pilots had to fight with all of their strength just to hang on to the battle. The pair had no choice but to do their best and exert maximum pressure onto the shock shell in order to defeat the powerful expert hybrid mech. The riot and the first sword were not in a good condition at the moment. Their mechs had not just been flung away by force, but they also became exposed by the powerful electrical storms fueled by Venerable Rebecca's powerful outburst of forced resonance. Both expert mechs lost a lot of control as arcs of powerful electricity continued to course through their frames. Read novelful.me. Delicate components that were never designed to endure so much current began to fry and melt while other parts experienced so much stress that they froze up completely. Though the expert pilots tried their best to resonate with their expert mechs to suppress and remove the persistent electrical bolts, the extraordinary energies were driven by qualitatively stronger willpower and could not be removed so easily. Shoot them down. There is no better chance than to eliminate the two Larkinson expert mechs than now. Several mech units hailing from the Blackened Reapers directed their accurate firepower towards the riot and the first sword. Though the powerful armor of the two Larkinson expert mechs were still strong enough to withstand a lot of mundane firepower, their condition was anything but perfect at the moment. Not only were their expert pilots unable to resonate with their expert mechs as much as before, but the cracks and holes generated by the shock shell's earlier attacks also represented dangerous vulnerabilities that could more easily be exploited by other Frit-Aimon mechs. As Ves glanced at the telemetry that the two expert mechs were still able to transmit back to the main fleet, he grew increasingly more distressed at their conditions. Ves didn't worry too much about the condition of the expert mechs. Though it was not pleasant to see them get fried before his eyes, at worst he and his fellow mech designers would just fix them back together after the battle. What he was truly concerned about was the state of their expert pilots. If any of those powerful electrical currents penetrated through the reinforced cockpits and fried the fragile organic bodies of the expert pilots inside, then the Larkinson clan would suffer a serious loss. Evacuate the riot and the first sword. The Frit-Aimon are already beginning to attack their frames, so pull away quickly and bring them to the rear. Read novelful.me. Fortunately, the Larkinson army had already been preparing for an emergency like this. Several Sword Maiden mechs that had been hovering in the vicinity flew forward and quickly shielded the paralyzed expert mechs from further ranged attacks. The second swords and other mechs that held onto the limbs of the disabled expert mechs began to suffer considerable shocks as the electrical currents passed on from their initial targets. Unlike the Riot and the first sword, the ordinary mechs of the Larkinson clan were not able to withstand these attacks. Several mech pilots got electrocuted within seconds after the dangerous current had transferred to their machines. Eject from your mechs as soon as you grab hold of the Riot and the first sword. Legion Commander Sendra instructed. Saving our expert pilots is our highest priority. Use your mechs to hold onto the expert mechs in order to drain away the electrical current. A succession of Sword Maiden mechs did not flinch and held onto the Riot and the first sword in quick succession. As soon as an electrical current flowed away from one of the expert mechs, the Sword Maiden pilot did not hesitate and ejected from their doomed machine. The Sword Maidens ultimately paid the price of around 16 quality Sword Maiden mechs in order to completely neutralize Venerable Rebecca's horrible resonance-empowered electric current. VES briefly sighed in relief when he confirmed that the two expert mechs held up to an extent. Much of their internal systems may have been fried, but the Sword Maidens intervened as fast as they could. Though the two disabled expert mechs no longer transmitted any data about the condition of Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice, VES simply called up the Larkinson mandate and concentrated for a moment to confirm their conditions through the turbulent Larkinson network. There's a greater problem at hand. The outcome of the battle between the three expert mechs was extremely unfavorable to the attacking side. Two powerful expert mechs of the Larkinson clan had been put out of play. Meanwhile, the Sundered Phalanx had not only gained an extremely powerful ace pilot, but also one that could change the entire trend of the ongoing battle with her newfound strength. Everyone became shocked when the shock shell exploded with so much energy. Hundreds of meters of space became engulfed in lightning and storm clouds as Rebecca's potential became fully unleashed. A grand transformation took place inside Rebecca's mind as the critical situation had finally pushed her past her bottleneck and initiated her transition to an energy-based life form. A sense of nirvana overcame her mind as the old but dogged woman finally felt rewarded for all of her diligent efforts and service towards the Gage dynasty. As her life phase evolved to a higher state, Saint Rebecca spontaneously became exposed to a deeper and stronger form of power. Her willpower underwent such a powerful transformation that it not only became a lot more solid, but was also able to propagate at much larger distances than before. I have become the storm. Venerable Rebecca's affinity with electromagnetism had reached a higher level. Of course, an expert pilot such as herself possessed a relatively limited understanding of the scientific concept of electromagnetism. She mostly focused her attention on electricity and barely paid any attention to magnetism. Regardless, Rebecca's choice meant that her unfolding and solidifying domain field became so infused with lightning bolts that it looked as if the entire space around the shock shell had turned into a miniature storm-covered planet. Just as Saint Rebecca was about to complete her rapid transformation, a thick and arcing energy beam abruptly pierced through the shell shock's evolving Saint Kingdom and accurately punched through the side of the shell shock's frame. The bent energy beam may have lost a bit of power after cutting through the extraordinary lightning storm, but it still possessed enough power to accurately pierce through one of the cracks in the armor and destroy a whole host of internal components. The shell shock abruptly seemed to freeze after getting struck. The storm around it began to flicker and fade as if someone had just poked a hole in a balloon. The extremely powerful ranged attack had not only managed to overcome the shell shock's nascent domain field, but also broke through the high-tier expert mech's damaged but still intact transphasic armor plating in a single strike. Venerable Stark has saved us. The shell shock is broken. The Amaranto is too powerful. The Friedaymen will be angry after we ruined Rebecca's moment. This was an unimaginable setback to the Friedaymen who were hoping that their new ace pilot would reverse the tide of the battle. It turned out that Venerable Stark had already been waiting to take action all this time. Both VES and General Vril had given her instructions in advance. Though it would have been best if the Amaranto could save its strongest shot for later, if Venerable Rebecca truly broke through, then she had to be stopped at all cost. From the moment the shell shock unleashed a storm of massive proportions, Venerable Stark already received the green light. Janzi. I'm here. The shield of Samar had already been moving away from the spirit of Bentheim and hovered near the Gorgonian that the Amaranto had been using as its trench. Up until this point, the Amaranto and the Star of Liberation had been pinning each other down, restraining both of them from directing their firepower to other expert mechs. This status quo abruptly collapsed from the moment the shield of Samar flew forward and utilized its massive defenses to shield the Amaranto from incoming attacks. No matter what kind of powerful dual energy beams the Star of Liberation fired with its custom Slip Dream rifle, the shield of Samar's strained but intact defenses forcefully withstood the attacks. Take as much time as you need, Stark. Venerable Janza said as she gritted her teeth. My shield of Samar will do whatever it takes to give you the opportunity to launch your strike. The expert Heavy Space Knight also convened the same sentiment to Venerable Stark and the Amaranto. I don't need that much time. What Venerable Stark needed was just a brief moment that was free of interruption to charge her next attack. She fully resonated with her instrument of vengeance and pumped as much conventional energy and true resonance into the weapon as possible in order to accumulate as much power as possible. She made sure to switch the powerful Luminar crystal rifle's attack pattern to a light beam in order to better resist Saint Rebecca's extremely powerful forced resonance. On top of that, Venerable Stark also resonated with the Illustrious One in order to gain the Design Spirit's blessing and power. The Amaranto's Luminar crystal rifle began to glow in rainbow colors after Venerable Stark activated a prime ability that was meant to utilize the Illustrious One's power to bypass resonance shields and other defenses. Venerable Stark soon locked onto her target and estimated her chances of inflicting a crippling or fatal blow. She shook her head a second later. This isn't enough. I need more. Fortunately, VES already anticipated this need. Though he was situated all of the way inside the bridge of the spirit of Bentheim, VES still possessed a small but intimate bond with all of his masterwork mechs, which also included the Amaranto. VES began to employ a rare self-developed technique that he had taken to calling remote energy channeling to activate his connection to the Amaranto. Once he opened up this channel, he immediately shoved Blinky through connection and forced him to appear inside the Amaranto. VES experienced a huge amount of strain after doing this, but he gritted his teeth and commanded Blinky to infuse the instrument of vengeance with almost all of the worklaw energy that the companion spirit had accumulated inside the crystal embedded into his forehead. Bro! Blinky did not hesitate to do as instructed. The mystical worklaw energy that served as the greatest source of strength of the Ulshur race now infused the Amaranto's Luminar crystal rifle with an additional type of energy. Once the instrument of vengeance became so overloaded by several different kinds of energy that its internals were beginning to suffer from the strain, Venerable Stark finally pulled the trigger. The combined efforts of Venerable Stark, the Amaranto, the Illustrious One and Blinky produced such an awe-inspiringly powerful light beam that it soared across the battlefield like a ray of destruction and overcame the strong but not entirely Saint Kingdom surrounding the Shellshock. In fact, from the moment that Venerable Stark went all out and leveraged every possible source of empowerment, the outcome had already been doomed. If Venerable Rebecca had stabilized her breakthrough to Ace Pilot and had a proper Ace Mech at her disposal, the Amaranto probably wouldn't have succeeded. Unfortunately, the new Ace Pilot's circumstances were anything but ideal. The high-tier expert mech that she used to be so proud of had turned into a liability that held her back from exerting greater strength. As the lightning storm surrounding the Shellshock faded completely, it became clear that while the expert mech may have lost functionality, its new Ace Pilot was probably still alive. Save Saint Rebecca. Don't let the Larkinsons or Hexers finish the job. This time, it was the turn of the Friedaymen to make a sacrificial play to save their incapacitated pilot. The Medallion Guards did not hesitate at all and surged forward by the hundreds, not caring that they were breaking up their formations or messing up the sundered phalanx's battle plans. In fact, the commanding officers had already issued priority orders to save Saint Rebecca's life and bring her back at any cost. Don't let the Friedaymen take her away. The extremely vengeful and concerned Hexers attempted to stop the Medallion Guards from rescuing their new ace pilot, but the Friedaymen mechs fought with such frenzy that none of the efforts succeeded. The faces of many Hexer officers turned ugly. This is a disaster. If the Gage dynasty gains another ace pilot, then we will gain an extremely powerful enemy in the future. Read novelful.me. Madness erupted around the battlefield. The emergence of a brand new ace pilot for the Gage dynasty completely boosted the faith and confidence of the mech pilots of the sundered phalanx. The Medallion Guards especially became ecstatic after one of their longtime heroes finally attained the dream that everyone in their profession wished to attain. Not only that, but the appearance of a new ace pilot could completely turn the tide against the attackers. With an extra asset on the battlefield that could temporarily exert almost as much strength as a genuine ace mech, there was a lot that Saint Rebecca Anduz and her shock shell could do, from destroying enemy expert mechs with ease to wiping out entire mech regiments within minutes. Unfortunately for the Friedaymen soldiers, their newfound jubilation and confidence quickly crashed when the Amaranto unleashed its strongest possible attack, disabling the shock shell to such an extent that it was no longer able to accommodate the new Saint's immense power. VES dropped to his chair as he became a lot more exhausted. Blinky had quickly left the Amaranto and returned to his mind. The Star Cat looked tired and dimmed as the cat imparted a serious quantity of worklaw energy to the masterwork expert mech. The Amaranto's super attack was a trump card that VES would have preferred to save until later. VES would have preferred to save it up in case Saint Jeremiah Gage and his Neo Amadeus showed up and fought a hard battle against Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars. Read novelful.me. If the battle between the two did not go as smoothly as he wished, then he could have employed the Amaranto to fire its most powerful shot at the Neo Amadeus at a critical moment. Damn, what a waste. If Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice adopted a better approach and stuck to the plan from the beginning, then maybe Rebecca Anduz wouldn't have been so desperate to seek greater strength. There was no point in admonishing the two expert pilots at the moment. Right now, madness had erupted on the battlefield. The fall of 3 expert mechs in quick succession had significantly disrupted the center of the battlefield. The attacking side still maintained a decent amount of cohesion. The Hexer mech units that previously fought against the Medallion Guards had directed all of their efforts towards destroying the crippled but not broken Shellshock that was carrying the Gage dynasty's latest ace pilot. The strategic importance of denying the Friedaymen another ace pilot was extremely crucial. The strength of Saint Rebecca Andrews once she settled into her new life phase and obtained a proper ace mech was horrendously high. Her existence could readily change the balance of power between the Friday colonies and the Hex Federation. As such, it should not be a surprise that a huge number of Hexer mech pilots no longer obeyed their previous instructions and wordlessly combined their efforts to slaughter the new ace pilot when she was at her most vulnerable point. Don't let the Fridayman evacuate the new Fridayman Saint from the battlefield. General Aliski Victrix issued a general directive to all of her mech units. The future of the Hex Federation is at stake. An enormous disaster might befall our colonial state if Saint Rebecca Andrews stays alive. Her words hardly made a difference as killing enemy high-ranking mech pilots was already engraved in the bones of the participants of the Komodo War. We're not killing the medallion guards fast enough. Where is our fire support? We need more artillery to blast open their wall of mechs. A large proportion of Hexer melee and ranged mech units unscrupulously assaulted the medallion guard mechs with everything they had at their disposal. In turn, the Fridayman mech units did their best to provide cover for the damaged shell shock that was being dragged away at great speed. Madness. VES had already grown shocked when Rebecca Andrews managed to win the lottery and break through during this battle. He became shocked yet again when he saw how both the Fridayman and Hexers threw aside every rational thought in their minds and gave in to extreme emotional impulses. Few mech pilots who were in a position to intervene followed any sensible orders anymore. They no longer adhered to any formations and completely disregarded rules such as maintaining a healthy distance between their mechs. Though the Larkinson clan did not get caught up in this madness, VES quickly realized that it was a terrible idea to leave a powerful enemy alive. I can't allow her to get away. Aside from trying to nip an extremely dangerous threat in the bud, VES also had other reasons to neutralize Saint Rebecca. VES looked at the projected feats and quickly concluded that the current measures were not enough to kill Saint Rebecca. The Medallion Guards mech division might not field any modern Heartland-level mechs, but their inherently large and tough machines offered enough protection to resist the huge amount of attacks that the Hexers were throwing in their direction. Even though all of the concentrated firepower were knocking down the Medallion Guards in rapid succession, there were still thousands more machines that were ready to do their part to save their new half-god's life. If that wasn't enough, more Fridayman mechs were pouring in from elsewhere. These mech units did not hesitate to stop their efforts to hold back the attacking mechs in order to provide the Medallion Guards with much-needed backup. Though all of the movements had made the defensive lines of the sundered phalanx a lot more vulnerable than before, VES wasn't in the mood to celebrate. Reginald. VES opened a communication channel to the Cross Patriarch. When are you taking action? Saint Rebecca Andrews is too powerful of an enemy to keep alive. The most powerful mech pilot of the Golden Skull Alliance sneered. It's too late. There is no glory and honor to be found in attacking Rebecca Andrews when she is infirm and lacking access to a working mech. There is only value in defeating her when she is in a proper fighting state. VES wanted to spit out blood when he heard this response. What are you talking about? Glory and honor is worthless in the face of survival. Glory and honor is everything. Reginald furiously insisted with all of his will. It is through worthy deeds that we put our stamp on history and live on after our glorious deaths on the battlefield. A non-combatant like you would never understand. VES looked utterly confused. What does this have to do with your refusal to pick off Saint Rebecca Andrews? Don't tell me that her shell shock is out of range or that there are too many mechs in the way. I personally worked to integrate the Arceus system into your Mars. You should easily be able to snipe an inoperable expert mech under these circumstances. That may be true, but I would rather vanquish over Rebecca when the deed is worthy enough. There is a large difference between occupying a half-broken expert mech or an ace mech at peak condition. I will not tarnish my honor and reputation among fellow ace pilots by butchering one of our own under cowardly circumstances. The man's egoistic answers frustrated VES. Patriarch Reginald always insisted on doing things his way, but that had never been as big of a problem as today. The Cross Patriarch's selfish decision could easily lead to the deaths of many friends and family if Saint Rebecca Andrews ever recovers and launches a revenge attack. Besides, even if I take action, it won't work. Reginald added. What do you mean by that? VES asked. I can sense Jeremiah Gage is on guard. The Cross Patriarch clarified. He's not too far away. No matter what I do, the enemy ace pilot will not allow me to intervene. If I make a move, he will block my move. Then we will commence our promised duel. Isn't it worth it to make an attempt? VES questioned. Your Mars has a great advantage in ranged combat while the Neo Amadeus is presumably not as good at intervening from a distance. Patriarch Reginald glowered. As I have already said, you don't understand. Even if I am able to end the life of Rebecca Andrews by one reason or another, I will be entering into my first duel against another ace pilot in disgrace. My honor as a warrior will be tarnished, which will prevent me from fighting against my real opponent at my best. Meanwhile, Jeremiah Gage will occupy the high ground. He will be fighting in the name of justice, righteousness, and retribution. This disparity is enough to affect the outcome of our duel. The man's attitude towards Saint Jeremiah Gage had noticeably become more respectful. Apparently, Reginald changed his tune now that the unseen enemy ace pilot had come close enough for the two to get a red on each other. Ves furrowed his brows. If he was in the place of Patriarch Reginald, then he would pay no attention at all to notions such as honor, glory, justice, righteousness, and other artificial human concepts. Who cared about all of this superfluous crap when his own lives and the lives of his people were at stake? Honor and glory should never come at the expense of survival. Then again, Ves wasn't one of the few incredible warriors that had the strength, discipline, talent, and fortune to become one of the few living half-gods in human society. Ves gained an even deeper understanding of Patriarch Reginald Cross as a person from this conversation. This guy was even harder to deal with than expected. He truly stuck to his principle that attaining glory and honor was a higher priority than preserving his own life. Knowing how stubborn high-ranking mech pilots could be, Ves no longer quibbled with Patriarch Reginald. Knowing when to give up and retreat was an essential skill to a leader. You go do your thing, then. Ves sighed in exasperation. I will be fine with anything you decide as long as you can defeat or at least stall Saint Jeremiah Gage. Patriarch Reginald grinned in obvious anticipation. You don't need to be concerned about that. I can tell he is a tough opponent, but that makes our upcoming duel all the more significant. My clan will sing the tale of my first fight as an ace pilot for centuries to come. His role was so essential that Ves really couldn't do anything but ensure that Patriarch Reginald had his way in anything. It made Ves feel incredibly frustrated because he disliked the necessity of relying on a loose cannon. He closed the communication channel and turned to General Vril instead. What can we do to ensure that Saint Rebecca Anduz will die? Ves immediately asked. Why would we want to kill her, sir? Pardon. There is no particular reason for us to prioritize her demise, Ves. Let me rephrase that. The benefit of keeping her alive is greater than if we pay a heavy price to kill her under heavy protection. I am not following you. Explain to me what you have in mind. General Vril sighed. Look at the sundered phalanx right now. Their center line has already turned into a mess. The mech divisions deployed adjacent to the medallion guards have all been sucked into the vortex that is the shock shell. The Frid-Aman mech pilots are putting so much effort into escorting their new ace pilot safely off the battlefield that they have introduced enormous flaws in their defensive arrangements. Look at our Hexer allies. Their mech units are already taking enormous advantage of this by shredding the exposed sundered phalanx mech units with much greater ease than before. While it is true that the Hexers are mainly trying to target Saint Rebecca's life, they are still earning a profit even if they miss out on the main prize. Now that Vril mentioned it, the sudden offensives by the Hexers did not look as reckless and disorganized as before. Their mech units might be scrambling to eliminate Saint Rebecca, but all of their attacks were taking out a punishing amount of Frid-Aman mechs while suffering few losses in return. Read novelful.me. Ves finally understood the general's point. Are you saying that we should use Saint Rebecca as bait to keep messing up the sundered phalanx? That is exactly what I am saying, sir. General Vril smiled. Let me put it in terms that you can understand. Previously, I judged that our chances of achieving victory on the battlefield is 60%. Now that this unexpected surprise has occurred, our chances of winning have jumped to 80%. It is all but certain that our regular mech units will be able to overrun the sundered phalanx mech divisions. The main reason why my confidence isn't higher is because Saint Jeremiah Gage and certain powerful expert pilots can single-handedly reverse the outcome through relying on their personal strength. I see. I understand now why you would want to exploit the current situation, but have you ever thought of what a terrible price we might pay in the future if we let a hostile ace pilot slip from our grasp? Don't forget that she has likely built up a grudge against our clan due to our participation in Operation Saturday Market. General Vril nonchalantly shrugged. We can worry about future concerns another time. We should pay much more attention to our immediate survival than to plan for nebulous threats in the future. We should not compromise an easier path to victory to solve a hypothetical danger that might not even be relevant if our clan collapses because of making the wrong decisions during this battle. After a short discussion, Ves eventually acquiesced to General Vril's stance. The Larkinsons truly couldn't afford to gamble with their lives and the future of their clan. It was a great taboo to underestimate the enemy or assume that they were already defeated. Besides, General Vril put forth another argument that put down any thoughts of trying to kill Saint Rebecca Anduz. Humanity needs ace pilots. The Mech Trade Association is not entirely opposed to ace pilots challenging each other, because the Meshers recognize that this is an essential part of their progression. Killing an ace pilot when she has just advanced and is not in a position to showcase her newfound strength does not align with the interests of the MTA. We will most definitely strain our relationship with the association and damage our reputation in the mech community if we commit this cowardly act. Ves frowned deeper. The implication was that the MTA might intervene if Saint Rebecca Anduz was truly at risk of dying today. I understand. Proceed with what you are doing, then. As you have said, winning this battle is our main objective. We can think about other matters once we have removed the more immediate threats. Read novelful.me. Thank you, sir. Ves turned his attention back to the ongoing battle. Whether the Hexers were earnest about killing off Saint Rebecca Anduz or not, they were certainly harvesting a lot of Mechs at the moment. Due to the chaotic and disorganized reposition of Frid-Aemon Mechs, it became a lot easier to pick them off at range. Hexer-ranged Mechs were having a great time attacking the more fragile and vulnerable Mechs of the Sundered Phalanx. Even the hardier Mechs from Mech divisions such as the Medallion Guards were getting eliminated in droves due to the sheer amount of firepower pouring in from multiple directions. The Hexer melee Mechs were starting to make progress as well. Though the Hexers had to be careful not to lose cohesion and make themselves vulnerable to reprisal, their assault-oriented machines were starting to make great progress in overrunning the lagging Frid-Aemon Mech units. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II model and its many variants happened to excel under these circumstances. A lot of Frid-Aemon Mechs had either broken up their defensive formations or outright turned their backs against the Hexers. This allowed the relatively faster Valkyrie Mechs to charge forward and run down the slowpokes. Entire Frid-Aemon Mech units became impaled with spears. Though there were plenty of cases where the professional soldiers of the Sundered Phalanx regained their wits and reformed their lines, they became vulnerable to flanking attacks without too many friendly Mechs by their side. There were also tougher opponents, however. The Medallion Guards especially tried to maintain near-solid walls made out of tough and heavy Mechs in an attempt to block or slow down Hexer pursuit. Though it was fairly easy to shield the crippled shock shell against ranged attacks, it would be a lot harder to preserve Saint Rebecca if its escort became overwhelmed by a flood of Hexer melee Mechs. The modern Valkyrie Mechs were less capable of breaking through these obstacles. The death glows imparted by Helena might be strong enough to waver the hearts of Mech pilots, but the Medallion Guards still managed to overcome the fear and threat of death by putting their faith in Saint Rebecca. Just like Patriarch Reginald, the brave soldiers of the Medallion Guards readily put their values and beliefs above their need to preserve their lives. Fanatics. They're all fanatics. The rabid behavior of the Sundered Phalanx and especially the Medallion Guards reminded VES too much of religious nut jobs. Instead of abiding by common sense, these soldiers were all willing to put their mechs and their lives at risk just to evacuate a single VIP off the battlefield. None of the Frid-Aemon Mech pilots looked as if they were forced to buy time for Saint Rebecca's escape. They all volunteered for the job without a word and did not even seem to care that their impulsive actions might hasten their overall defeat. The only way the Gaugers could be driven to this point was if they truly revered ace pilots such as Saint Rebecca Anduz as deities. Even though the Valkyrie Mechs couldn't shake the strong beliefs of the Frid-Aemon Mech pilots with their death glows, the Marauder Mechs were still able to achieve at least some results against the tougher and more organized Frid-Aemon Mech units. Fortunately, heavier Hexer Mech units finally caught up and began to engage the defending troops in frontal combat. What was special about the mainline units of the Hex army was that they happened to include Mechs provided by the Larkinson clan. A few of them were familiar sights to the veterans of the Hex army. For example, the Blessed Squire Mark II that the design department had updated for the Hexers finally brought this mech concept into space battles. Though VES, Gloriana, and other collaborators still developed a landbound variant of the Blessed Squire, the increased importance of space battles in the new frontier meant that the spaceborne version had become the base model of this mech line. There weren't a lot of Blessed Squires present in every Hexer mech company, but there was not much of a need to include more. The Blessed Squire model still functioned as a defensive mech that was able to support the surrounding troops with 6 different aspects of the Superior Mother. Most of the time, the Blessed Squire defaulted to the life phase of existence of Hexism. This was a supportive glow that injected a lot of optimism in the hearts and minds of Hexer mech pilots without causing them to go overboard. However, as soon as the situation on the battlefield changed in a drastic way, General Aliski Victrix directly instructed the Blessed Squire to switch to another glow. Assume the godhood phase of existence. It is difficult to shake the conviction of the enemy, but we can still give our own soldiers the drive to press their enemies to the fullest. The Blessed Squires gained a substantially different character once their male mech pilots switched the glows of their machines. While the Superior Mother was still the source of the influence they exerted to surrounding mechs, the difference was that the Blessed Squires lost their modest and sunny character. Instead, they suddenly became a lot more aggressive and domineering, which fell exactly in line with the mentality of most Hexer mech pilots. The effects of this change were obvious. Every Hexer mech unit showed less caution and made more daring attack runs in order to destroy as many enemy mechs as possible. Though the dangerous assaults also caused the Hexers to suffer more casualties than before, the Frid-Aemon were most definitely suffering more. VES found it quite scary to see how a simple change in glow could induce such a major change in the mentalities of the Hexer mech pilots. The glows of the Blessed Squire could not possibly have such a strong effect if the Hexers weren't devoted towards the Superior Mother. Just like how the existence of Saint Rebecca Anduz drove the Frid-Aemon mech pilots mad, the influence of the Superior Mother was enough to drive the Hexer mech pilots wild. In that regard, the Blessed Squire is still useful and relevant to the Hexer army. VES concluded. Besides, the Blessed Squire Mark II still retained the energy resupply and energy siphoning systems of before. Hexer R&D institutions had actually developed vastly improved versions of the original component designs. The Hexer researchers and developers had revised them from the ground up and specifically designed them according to the exact needs and standards of the Blessed Squire Mark II and the Hex army. As such, the Blessed Squire Mark II was not only able to siphon energy from fallen mechs at greater speeds, but also transfer surplus energy to friendly Hexer mechs with minimal interruption. The utility of the Blessed Squire Mark II was so good under many different circumstances that the Penitent Sisters and Glory Seekers had adopted it as well. Almost every mech company was accompanied by at least one copy of the supportive Space Knight model. Aside from providing the Hex Army with updates to their old mainstays such as the Blessed Squire Mark II and the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II, the Larkinson clan had also developed new and original mech designs that functioned differently than other models. VES was particularly proud of a mech model that had already been showing their value on the battlefield for a while. The unmistakable feminine mech model had become a new favorite for many Hexer mech pilots. Though the Valkyrie Redeemer line had also earned a lot of fans among the Hexers, its fairly light construction and its lack of depth in frontal combat made it unsuitable for anything but maneuver warfare. In order to solve the Hex Army's need to field a sturdier mech that could also punch above of its weight, VES and Gloriana had worked hard to brainstorm a fantastic new concept that fulfilled most of the requirements set by the Hexers. The result of all of their efforts was a Hexer hero mech that immediately stood out from other machines due to the fact that they wore battle skirts most of the time. These skirts were made out of many modular armor plates. Though they added a significant amount of extra bulk to the hero mech, their presence also made the new Hexer mech model tough enough to absorb a lot more attacks than the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II. Armed with both a mech sword and a different rifle types depending on the variant, the new hero mech model was not a mech that was suitable for beginners, but the Hex Army did not lack for talented and skilled mech pilots. The Hexers put a lot of emphasis on training a lot of elite female mech pilots, and many of them were both competent in ranged and melee combat. The new model proved to be even more versatile than the Valkyrie Redeemer. The new Hexer hero mech was able to put a lot of enemies under fire during the earlier phases of the ongoing battle. Now that the Frid Aemon lines were collapsing, the skirted hero mechs charged forward and did not hesitate to engage the enemy mechs in close combat. What was especially ingenious about the new model was that they could easily break up their battle skirts and reposition the individual modular plates to reinforce the chest or form a physical shield on the arm that used to hold a mech rifle. The incredible versatility of this new mech model and their unmistakable feminine design aesthetics prompted VES and Gloriana to name it the Maiden of Adversity. No matter how a battle changes, the Maiden of Adversity will always be able to cope with the situation. Read novelful.me. Our Maiden of Adversity is performing well in this battle. Gloriana's projection preened. I told you the Hexers would love it. Just look at how eagerly their mech pilots are making use of its different functions. Our new design looks so beautiful as well. Sarah Foykin has done an excellent job at making the battle skirt system both stylish and useful. Why do I have the idea that you pay more attention to style than utility? VES asked. That's because the Hexers refuse to pilot ugly or overly masculine mechs. Gloriana explained. Do you know how difficult it is to convince Hexers to pilot heavier and more cumbersome machines? Piloting a fat and ugly mech is considered a punishment in Hexer society. This is why this responsibility is usually left for male mech pilots. I see. The battle skirt system was exactly what its name implied. It was the defining feature of the Maiden of Adversity and spiced up what would otherwise come across as a relatively boring hero mech model. VES had initially designed the Maiden of Adversity as an evolution of the hero mechs he designed in the past. With the experiences he gained and the lessons he learned from designing the Transcendent Messenger, the Ouroboros, and most notably the Everchanger, VES attempted to develop a hero mech that was economic enough to be mass-produced but powerful enough to add real value to a mech roster. It was the invention of the battle skirt system that truly turned the Maiden of Adversity into a successful model. By default, it was arranged in a skirt that covered the legs and part of the torso in order to make it look good while at the same time keeping the redundant armor plating out of the way when they weren't needed. When the Maiden of Adversity was not under heavy attack, it was able to wield its weapons faster and more flexibly because its arms and upper torso weren't weighed down by a lot of armor plating. Read novelful.me. However, the reason why the mech was called this way was that whenever it encountered any form of adversity, it could break up its battle skirts and reposition the modular armor plating in different configurations. The brilliant part about the battle skirt system was that it not only came with a bunch of pre-programmed configurations, but also allowed the mech pilot or other clever people to dynamically program their own layouts. For example, one configuration could turn the mech into a Space Knight complete with tower shield. Another configuration could reposition most of the modular plating to form a shield at the rear in order to protect the flight system and prevent the Maiden of Adversity from getting shot down during a retreat. The modular armor plating could even be stacked on top of each other to prevent a powerful attack from inflicting a fatal blow to the mech. The concept of the battle skirt system is simple but incredibly useful if properly used. Sarah Foykin explained during a meeting on the design project. The main problem with armoring mechs is that they are vulnerable in every direction, but cannot carry as much armor as needed. Whether it is cost or capacity limitations, there is only so much armor that you can apply to a mech. Gloriana nodded in understanding. If this wasn't the case, then all of us would be designing heavy mechs for a living. Over the years, mech designers have experimented with many different rules, philosophies, and standards. Sarah continued. Eventually, the mech industry has agreed on a general standard. The torso and especially the upper part of it must offer the best protection. The front side of a mech must also be covered by thicker armor plating than the rear side. Mechs that follow this standard always perform better than ones that deviate from it. This is not a surprise since mechs often end up in battle situations that cause them to receive most attacks on the front torso. There are exceptions, though. VES remarked. That is true, sir. That is also one of the dilemmas that mech designers are struggling with. There is a spectrum between applying armor plating as evenly as possible across a mech frame and putting the greatest possible protection at the sections that are more critical and more often get targeted. Gloriana crossed her arms. The problem with the former approach is that they go down faster in the most prevalent battle scenarios. The problem with the latter approach is that the mechs are incredibly weak if they get outflanked. These are both undesirable outcomes, but given that mechs often deploy in greater numbers, it is generally better to lean towards the latter approach and hope that friendly mechs can cover each other's rears. Sarah Foykin grinned. What if that isn't strictly necessary anymore? This design project is a great opportunity for us to explore a less common arrangement that no longer forces a mech to stick to one or the other approach. By adopting a modular auxiliary armor system that allows the mech to dynamically reposition a part of its own armor plating in different ways will mean that the mech pilot can always adopt the right armor configuration for the right situation. VES eyes lit up. He loved this idea. It also happened to be extremely suitable for hero mechs, which were already known and desired for their versatility. He already imagined many different ways the battle skirt system could offer tremendous help to the hero mechs. The mechs could form their own walls with firing slits by putting all of their modular armor plating in front. This made it a lot more practical for them to fight at range without relying on space knights. VES became more optimistic about the battle skirt system when he weighed all of the pros and cons. Being able to dynamically rearrange the modular armor plating is no substitute to carrying more solid fixed armor, but it is a good compromise and stopgap measure. We can keep the total mass and volume of the hero mech under control while at the same time enjoying a lot of the benefits of heavier and more armored mechs. It won't be easy to implement such a complicated and elaborate auxiliary armor system. Gloriana warned. I can already foresee the need to develop a complex control mechanism as well as many different mechanical adjustments in order to allow the modular armor plating to reposition and affix itself in place. If we don't make it solid enough, it will be too easy for enemy attacks to break the battle skirt system by relying on brute force. After a lot of exploration, the mech designers eventually concluded that while it was possible for them to add the battle skirt system to a hero mech, the cost of making it viable and worthwhile enough was rather high. Our penitent sisters will readily be able to field this mech because our clan is wealthy enough to afford the expense of adopting this interesting new model. VES issued his judgment. This interesting variation of a hero mech also conforms to the martial tradition of the penitent sisters. I can already imagine it as an excellent complement to the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II model. Gloriana had to think a bit longer about this issue. The Glory Seekers will also field it. They follow the elite route, so it is still acceptable to include this new product in their mech roster. The only problem is that it will be a bit difficult to find enough mech pilots that are proficient in both ranged and melee combat. Talents that are skilled in both are always rare as most mech academies encourage specialization after mastering the basics. Read novelfold.me. Most ranged mech pilots were able to handle a sword or knife while most melee mech pilots knew how to shoot a rifle. However, there was a huge difference between learning the basics and mastering all of the necessary combat skills to a professional level. Higher than average talent, learning ability, or genetic aptitude were pretty much indispensable to piloting hero mechs. Everyone else that tried to pilot a hero mech would certainly regret it when they inevitably lost control or got outclassed in actual battle. The Hex army should be better off in this regard. Gloriana said after she briefly exchanged messages with one of her relatives over the galactic net. When the Hexers evacuated to the Red Ocean, they brought as many elites and excellent talents as possible. Many of the mech pilots serving in the Hex army today represent the best and brightest of the former Hexadric hegemony. They're also fairly young, so they should more easily be able to adapt to our innovations. They no longer had any concerns about lacking sufficient users for their brilliant new hero mech design after hearing this. Even if the Hex army did not have enough mech pilots in their ranks that could pilot such a complicated machine, the Hexers would certainly focus on training more as long as the end product was good enough. The importance of making this brilliant hero mech design work caused VES to put more thought on its living aspects. One of the decisions that VES was struggling with was deciding the right design spirits for this powerful new mech. Though he could have settled on one of the aspects of the superior mother like usual, he felt that it was not the right choice for this project. Even though we are clearly designing the Maiden of Adversity in the style of a Hexer mech, I think we should contemplate a different design spirit for this mech model. Maybe two even. VES stated. Hey! Gloriana looked at VES as if he had just committed heresy. How can a Hexer mech not be blessed by the superior mother? Why do Hexer mechs need to be babysat by the superior mother all the time? VES shot back. The Hexers themselves have designed lots of mechs that have nothing to do with design spirits, and you don't see them complaining about it. While it is true that including the superior mother in our own works is a strong selling point, I don't think it is healthy for a mech force to limit their options to just a single source of power. We have many different design spirits at our disposal that are both strong and useful in their own areas of competences. His wife remained skeptical. What do you have in mind for this project then, VES? Since this new project is based around a hero mech, I figured it would be great if it was paired with a design spirit that enhances its ranged combat capabilities and one that augments its melee combat capabilities. My suggestion would be to add the illustrious one to improve the hero mech's effective ranged performance and secret to make the mech more aggressive when fighting with a sword. Unacceptable. What could possibly make you think it is a good idea to combine our beautiful female hero mech with a pair of male design proto-gods? It would have made much more sense if you have chosen Kilangso or even Titania despite their alien natures. At least they are both mothers. VES and Gloriana became embroiled in another fight over the design spirits for the mech that would eventually become known as the Maiden of Adversity. Though Gloriana was willing to embrace more diversity and move away from the superior mother considering that many of their other Hexer mechs already carried her presence, she absolutely did not accept the influence of any male design spirits. VES became increasingly more tired and exasperated as he argued with her on this issue. At certain times, he even wished that he had made all of his artificial design spirits female. At least he wouldn't be having this silly argument if entities such as the illustrious one were all women. Fine. Have it your way, then. Just know that if we go for the combination of Kilangso and Titania, the Maiden of Adversity will have to be a bit more slanted towards defense than offensive. It's fine. We can make the battle skirt heavier and sacrifice a certain amount of mobility as long as our new Hexer mech can fight in frontal battles. Read novelful.me. The introduction of the Maiden of Adversity model invigorated the Hex army. Though the skill and proficiency requirements to effectively pilot this brand new living hero mech were much higher than that of the Valkyrie Redeemer, there were still plenty of elite Hexer mech pilots who happened to qualify, if only barely. It was extremely rare for mech pilots to be equally skilled in ranged and melee combat. Most pilots possessed a clear preference or strength in one area and some would try to maintain at least some degree of competency in other areas. It didn't matter too much. While the best possible mech pilot for the Maiden of Adversity was one that could fully utilize it in every viable battle scenario, it didn't make that much of a difference if pilots were more slanted towards using its rifle or its sword. This was because the essence of employing a hero mech was to rely on its strengths to exploit an enemy mech's weaknesses. For example, an enemy melee mech could do little to nothing against the Maiden of Adversity if the latter maintained its distance while sticking to its rifle. An enemy ranged mech on the other hand barely had any ability to defend itself if the Maiden of Adversity managed to get close enough to use its deadly sword. As the Hexer mech pilots began to get introduced to all of the wonderful possibilities opened up by the Maiden of Adversity, the proportion of mech pilots that began to cross-train into different skills had shot up at a prodigious rate. Only the best and most elite of us are worthy to pilot this powerful hero mech. The Larkinsons have outdone themselves. I have no doubt that this is the best hero mech in the Red Ocean. Read novelful.me. I am not going to miss the quota that determines whether I can get assigned to the Maiden of Adversity. The powerful performance and versatile options of the latest living Hexer mech model already formed a powerful attraction to the Hexers. However, what truly sold them to this mech to the point where its popularity quickly exceeded that of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II was its visual design. That was not to say that the latest iterations of the popular Valkyrie line were bad on this front. VES had applied all of the advancements of his design style into the external appearance of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II. His design language had become a lot more pronounced over the years and that not only enabled him to make his Hexer Marauder mech more exquisite, but also match it to the character of Helena, who took over from her mother as the design spirit of this widely used mech line. While the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark II came across as an enthusiastic young maiden that was ready to harvest the souls of the unwilling, the Maiden of Adversity exuded the vibe of a elder sister war veteran that fiercely protected its younger and weaker siblings. Regardless of their differences, they were both undeniably feminine in appearance and character, and that was what female Hexer mech pilots cared about the most. Another notable trait about the Maiden of Adversity was that it was the first Hexer mech that did not possess a design spirit that was directly related to the Hexer people. Most Larkinson-designed Hexer mechs such as the Blessed Squire and the Eternal Redemption were watched over by different aspects of the Superior Mother. The Valkyrie Redeemer was different after its latest revision, but surprisingly enough the Hexers did not resist the introduction of Helena to their pantheon despite never having heard of her before. The seemingly gullible Hexers completely embraced the existence and identity of Helena as the daughter of Death and the older sister of VES Larkinson. Regardless, Helena's association with the Valkyrie line had caused many people to label her as a Hexer goddess, though one that was a bit more accessible to outsiders. The Larkinson clan had taken a gamble when it introduced an entirely different Hexer mech design that was watched over by not one, but two different design spirits. Kilangso was a familiar entity to the Larkinson clan but not so much to outsiders. Though she was not that prominent, Larkinson mechs such as the solid and dependable Rigid Wall and the famous Shield of Samar propagated her presence among the clansmen. Titania was a lot less familiar to both the Larkinsons and everyone else. VES hadn't done much with the design spirit aside from tying it to the Minerva and a few other mech designs. This was strange because Titania was absolutely a powerful spiritual entity. Derived from an astral beast that had lived over 6 millennia, the ancient creature might have lost much of her formidable memories after her death, but the fragments that she retained still gave her a huge amount of capital in the latest chapter of her extraordinary life. The problem with Titania was that it was difficult for VES to pair her up with the right mech designs. Every pairing had to make sense. VES would be doing a disservice to his mech designs if he casually tied them to design spirits that did not align with their design concepts in the slightest. Considering Titania's extremely lengthy preoccupation with producing offspring and controlling them in battle, the only mech that truly matched her temperament was the Minerva. Designing mechs with command or control functions was not that simple. VES was not in a hurry to design a mass-market version of the Minerva or anything else that could benefit from Titania's help. The Maiden of Adversity was the first proper mass-production model that truly benefited from Titania's glow. This was because it took a lot of thought and control to derive the greatest possible value out of the battle skirt system. Though Hexer mech pilots could already make good use of it by choosing the right pre-programmed configurations, the real way to use it was to dynamically rearrange the modular armor plating to fit specific situations in battle. VES and the other mech designers had tried to make this as easy and accessible as possible by simplifying the control interface to lowering the barrier of entry as much as possible, but the difficulty of assuming manual control over the battle skirt system was still too great. He even had the bright idea of letting Michael Larkinson contribute to the automation processes of the battle skirt system. Though the young AI specialist managed to introduce a decent amount of clever shortcuts, there was only so much the mech pilot could offload to the mech. The role that Titania played in this process was not essential, but she helped a lot in the utilization of the new modular auxiliary armor system. What Titania essentially did for the Maiden of Adversity was to put the Hexer mech pilots into the right mindset and subtly teach them how to efficiently control many different elements. To put it in simpler terms, Titania taught mech pilots how to multitask so that they could effectively manage many different elements at the same time. The results were gratifying. Though every mech pilot initially looked a little rough when they piloted the Maiden of Adversity for the first dozen times, they gradually began to master and excel at using the battle skirt system. During the ongoing battle in Pima Prime, many of the pilots assigned to the mech units based around the Maiden of Adversity showed excellent usage of the battle skirt system. For example, the Maiden of Adversity moved the rear and side parts of its skirts to the front and formed makeshift sniper shields during the opening stages of the battle. By turning the hero mechs so that they essentially laid prone in space, the Maiden of Adversities minimized their silhouettes to the enemy while enjoying the maximum possible protection from frontal attacks. Now that the battle had reached a more frantic and chaotic stage, the Maidens of Adversity no longer fired energy beams because their killing efficiency was too low under the circumstances. Instead, many of them fearlessly charged forward and caught up to the slower elements of the sundered phalanx that had opted to remain behind to cover the evacuation of the shell shock. Most Maidens of Adversities had put away their rifles and transformed their battle skirts to reinforce their torsos and carry tower shields made out of interlocking plates. What was interesting about them was that many individual mechs adopted their own variation of this popular configuration. Some of them carried larger and taller tower shields in order to better intercept incoming blows. Others carried smaller shields in order to make it easier for them to launch attacks. A few even eschewed shields entirely and added as much plating to the torso and arms as possible in order to go all out and hack their swords in a powerful two-handed grip. VES was incredibly proud to see the Maiden of Adversity being used as he envisioned it. Just like the Bright Warrior Mark II, he had made a decisive shift towards personalization and adaptation with the design project that produced this fantastic hero mech. Maybe this might be my future trajectory. As the Maidens of Adversity continued to show their strength and adaptability in combat, VES began to feel he might have found out another viable path to progress his design philosophy to senior. If he took the approach of the Bright Warrior Mark II and the Maiden of Adversity models as examples, then he could design a lot more mechs that prominently featured modularity and customization options. There was nothing wrong with standardized mechs as long as they were well designed, but VES had been so influenced by Gloriana's design philosophy that he was starting to find it more important that mechs should more comprehensively adapt to their individual pilots. Adaptation is a form of growth. VES eventually realized. Evolution can take place in many different forms. Previously, I've been focusing too much on the metaphysical side of it, but what if I turn my attention back on the more material side of mech design? This design direction was not incompatible with his current design philosophy. In fact, it complemented it in several different ways. If not for the fact that VES was already pursuing too many research directions already, he would have been tempted to explore this idea to the fullest. In the end, VES slowly shook his head. I shouldn't bite more than I can chew. I have already decided to focus on mutual growth as my principal research direction. I haven't made that much progress in this area as of late, so why should I split my attention any further? Advancing to senior had become more and more important to him. Part of the reason why he wanted to take a few risks and embark on the Trailblazer expedition was because he thought that he might be able to gain the extraordinary inspiration he needed to achieve a breakthrough in his design philosophy. As for the interesting notion of pursuing dynamic modification and evolution through the modularization of mechs, VES felt that it was better to leave it up for other mech designers. Marvane might find it fun to adopt this approach as the premise of the design philosophy. VES smiled. Of course, there was no certainty that Marvane would choose to become a mech designer, but a father could always hope. VES continued to study the performance of the Maidens of Adversity. Though the mech model exhibited its fair share of flaws and shortcomings, it was only a first-generation product that was based on a more radical design concept. Mistakes were inevitable and VES already resolved to address as many of them as possible when he revised the design in the future. Look! Venerable Joshua is tearing through enemy lines. The meat suit is too powerful. How can this be called a mech? It's unstoppable. The enemy expert mechs don't have the firepower to take it down. VES eyes lit up as he immediately switched his focus to Venerable Joshua's enhanced machine. This was the first time that the Everchanger put its mounted wargear to the test in an actual battle. After years of research and development, the Larkinson clan finally debuted the infamous meat suit. Read novelful.me. The meat suit had turned into something of a money pit to the Larkinson Biotech Institute. Director Rania Wadden frequently complained about all of the development resources being poured into the ongoing R&D project. Though the meat suit performed increasingly better each time the researchers completed a new iteration, the gains didn't appear to be worth the effort anymore. VES recalled a conversation he had with Rania about his continued support for the project. When do you have enough, VES? Rania asked. The amount of researchers and developers we have allocated to improving and optimizing the meat suit is starting to look wasteful. We could have accelerated the completion of many other useful projects if not for the fact that we are putting so much emphasis on the development of a situational product that is only applicable to a single individual mech. Do you truly think it is not worth it because it only applies to a single mech? I know you like to pay more attention to Venerable Joshua, but the original Titan 3 project that we started out with has already undergone 2 major update cycles. The Titan 5 project incorporates all of the latest biotech advancements that we derived from researching the biological remains of Titania and the fish whale race. There is nothing more we can squeeze from them unless we make another breakthrough in our research, but that requires a lot of time, much more brilliant biotech researchers or highly advanced lab equipment. Then what do you suggest, then? While we can no longer make meaningful progress on the Titan 5 project, we can branch out and try to apply the lessons we have learned in other biomech-related projects. Haven't you always wanted to add a biomech legion to the Larkinson army? We still have many tons of alien tissue samples left in our freezing compartments. That does make sense, but I feel the Titan 5 project is not fully tapped out. VES replied. While it is true that I intend to introduce biomechs to our clan, I don't want to adopt the same old biological machines that the Life Research Association and several other states and organizations have attempted to popularize. Mainstream biomechs that rely on existing organic technologies are not attractive enough. If we want to make biomechs worthwhile enough to equip a new biomech legion, then we need to follow a different track. Read novelful.me. Rania started to understand what VES was thinking about. So you view the Titan 5 project as a pioneer that might lead us to achieve a breakthrough that is powerful enough to develop a new kind of biomech. Exactly. I'm aware that the Titan 5 project is still far from reaching that point, but we can still dream, right? To me, this is a long-term project. We don't need to focus on quantity for the time being. Instead, do your best to elevate the quality and sophistication of the meat suit. The further we push the limits of biotechnology and the more we combine existing knowledge with successful experiments, the greater our chance of achieving the progress that we are looking for. I am willing to wait decades to see whether we can attain the desired results. Though Rania understood VES' bold and ambitious planning, the problem was that the time needed for this effort to bear fruit was a bit too long. Are you sure you want to keep gambling in this direction? Our Larkinson Biotech Institute has hired a lot of biotech researchers, but none of them are brilliant or accomplished enough to achieve great results. There are many other biotech research institutions that are trying to do the same as us, but are much better equipped to make actual progress. VES crossed his arms. That may be true, but if they are all similar to the biotech experts that we have encountered back in the Life Research Association, then I don't think we need to be afraid of them. The difference between us and them is that we are probably one of the few groups that truly harnesses the power of life. All of the biomechs developed by other researchers and developers are merely alive in a biological sense. I believe that my unique advantages can unlock the greater potential of biomechs. You may be right, but are you certain you want to open this particular Pandora's box? What do you mean, Rania? Joshua has mentioned that the Titan 5 project has become increasingly harder to control for him. Rania reported with obvious concern. Since we have opted to upgrade and modify the original Titan 3 project into the Titan 4 project and now the Titan 5 project, its living consciousness has always remained the same. It has not only undergone years of growth, but also experienced several major body modifications that have fundamentally altered its species, if you can call it that. This is no doubt a traumatic experience and has distorted the personality of the meat suit. To be honest, a few of the researchers working on the project are starting to fear that it might go out of control. The growth of its personality is too fast, and its experiences are much different from that of your usual mechs. VES turned around and studied the dormant meat suit carefully. Right now, the Titan V project was not in use, so it largely resembled a gigantic but hollow sack of alien flesh. He understood why it was able to induce so much fear. The growth of the meat suit's spiritual foundation had indeed been remarkably fast. Not only that, but VES also sensed that its personality was a lot more primal, aggressive, and violent than usual. It was as if the meat suit was a trapped beast that couldn't wait to break open its cage. VES grinned. Interesting. I never imagined that its personality would have become so much stronger and more belligerent after its latest upgrade. I like it. The Everchanger's personality is a bit soft. Pairing it up with such an aggressive meat suit is not a bad idea. This mounted war gear loadout is specifically meant to turn the Everchanger into a vessel of destruction. Is Venerable Joshua able to maintain control over it during the latest testing sessions? He has reported that it is difficult but still manageable to keep it under control. The Titan V project is only friendly when it interacts with Venerable Joshua. It is a lot more dangerous and resistant towards everyone else. Then there should be no problem. The Titan V project is solely meant to work together with Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger to begin with, so there is no need to change it. The stronger and more aggressive it is, the more it will pay off when we finally put it into battle. It's been years, sir. Will that time ever come? I can guarantee it. VES smirked. Just wait until we finally move out of Davyut. Once we enter into battle against a large and formidable enemy force, you should warm up the meat suit and get it ready for deployment. I want it to be the first or second loadout that the Everchanger utilizes in battle. Be sure to monitor its performance and collect as much data as possible. I imagine that it will be explosive. Explosive was a good way to put it once the meat suit debuted on the battlefield. In fact, the Everchanger did not equip the Titan V project at first. During the initial stages of the battle, the Everchanger was nowhere close to the enemy lines. The best way it could make itself useful at this stage was to equip the much more conventional City Breaker loadout. The amount of time, money, and development effort invested in the gigantic artillery mech-mounted wargear loadout was not as exaggerated as with the Titan V project. That did not mean it was weak, though. Perhaps it might be an exaggeration to rely on it to crush an entire city, but its firepower was leagues above the base form of the Everchanger. Though the City Breaker loadout was armed with 4 oversized luminar crystal cannons and 4 oversized gauze cannons, VES had deliberately designed the monstrosity to resemble the appearance of a gigantic humanoid made out of crystal. The City Breaker did not look fat or bulky at all due to its reflective and luminescent exterior. Instead, it looked exotic and maybe even alien as the glow of the illustrious one seemed to transform it into its incarnation. When the Everchanger initially entered the battlefield and started to open fire with its massive cannons, its impressive firepower already made a major difference. Defensive platforms that could take a lot of beating began to get crushed and demolished through overwhelming firepower. The calibers of all 8 cannons had reached the legal limitations that the MTA allowed for these types of weapons. VES had done everything possible to scale up the weapon systems as much as possible before focusing on maximizing their firepower. The results were better than VES expected. Though Venerable Joshua wasn't able to resonate as strongly with the City Breaker as with his Everchanger due to how much harder it was to fully resonate with so much extra mass, he was still able to empower the cannons with his willpower. This was enough to amplify the destructive and penetrative properties of the City Breaker's attacks. This is too powerful. Venerable Joshua gasped. The power at my disposal is greater than that of a typical expert heavy artillery mech. Though it was difficult for the City Breaker to target mechs at longer distances, he had no problem directing its awesome firepower onto larger and more fixed targets such as space stations and starships. Joshua found it especially enjoyable to leverage the City Breaker's great might against the Titan shields that protected many orbital space stations from massed attacks. Unfortunately, the City Breaker wasn't able to last as long as he wished. Though it was large and powerful, VES and the other mech designers who had worked on it did not prioritize longevity. The City Breaker not only became hotter and endured more strain as time went on, but also depleted its energy and ammunition reserves at an accelerated rate. VES originally designed the City Breaker as a semi-disposable solution to allow the Everchanger to inflict a huge amount of damage at the beginning stages of a battle in space. He compromised the City Breaker's ability to last and slanted many design choices towards raising its peak performance. If VES wanted to, he could have invested in solutions that could have increased the effective operation time of the City Breaker. However, he didn't think it was worthwhile to equip it with expensive toys such as dimensional heat sinks, dimensional ammunition magazines and extremely expensive energy cells. Even if the City Breaker was able to last twice or thrice as long, an enemy would never allow such a powerful machine to have its way. Venerable Joshua came under a lot of pressure when the sundered phalanx noticed the threat of the City Breaker early on. The 5,640th Witch Shatterer's mech division had allocated hundreds of heavy artillery mechs to bombard this crystalline monstrosity. Though the city breaker possessed a lot of frontal defenses, one of its greatest shortcomings was that Venerable Joshua had not grown strong enough to cover it with a resonance shield. It was too big. Perhaps it would only be possible for Venerable Joshua to do so when his resonance strength reached the level of Venerable Rebecca Anduz at the start of this battle. As it was, a lot of crystalline and metallic armor plating chipped away from the city breaker's front with every incoming attack volley. Eventually, the city breaker's armor buffer had reached such a dire state that it wasn't safe to utilize it anymore. Venerable Joshua had already expended the majority of its energy and ammunition reserves by now, so he had no qualms about detaching his Everchanger from the severely damaged city breaker loadout. He had plenty of good and bad things to say about the city breaker loadout now that he had used it in an actual battle, but that could wait until later. He needed to try another mounted wargear loadout. A group of Larkins and Mechs had already brought forth the Titan V project. Mounting it was easier than with mechanical mounted wargear. The gigantic fleshy suit eagerly engulfed the Everchanger as if it was alive. As soon as it established a proper connection to the expert mech and expert pilot, the Titan V project truly became ready for battle. Let's see if you can live up to your promise, Titan. The massive meat suit began to glow as lots of energy coursed through its enormous fleshy construction. Soon enough, it generated a warp bubble that was large enough to wrap its entire form and promptly accelerated forward at a dazzling speed. The meat suit was primarily a melee mech, so it was a necessity to bring it forward as fast as possible. Venerable Joshua is about to take action for real. Damn, is that the rumored meat suit? It looks more monstrous than I thought. The sundered phalanx is about to receive an enormous beating. Read novelful.me. The mounted wargear utilized by the Everchanger not only attracted a lot of attention from the Fridaymen, but also drew plenty of attention from the observers watching the live feeds of the ongoing battle. The city breaker already looked shockingly large and powerful. Its firepower was immense and it was bulky enough to withstand a lot of incoming attacks before Venerable Joshua had to end its run. Its unusually large size, its brief but extremely powerful performance and its exotic crystalline visual design caused a lot of observers to fall in love with this mounted wargear loadout. It's like a mech piloting another mech. Why aren't we seeing this more often? Is this the complete form of the famous Everchanger? No wonder it is called that way. Don't you realize how expensive it is to make so much oversized equipment? I don't know how much it costs exactly, but I bet that the money used to build this gigantic artillery loadout is enough to produce 5 or 6 decent expert mechs. The public craved novelty. There was nothing more unique in this battle than the Everchanger utilizing various mounted wargear. A lot of discussion had already erupted around the city breaker at the start. The general public mostly wondered where they could see more mechs like this and why it wasn't more common. The mech designers and other engineers discussed how useful and practical it was in battle. The latter group were not that easy to fool. They could clearly figure out that while mounted wargear like the city breaker might make sense in circumstances where there was a shortage of expert pilots, the costs were far too great. Read novelful.me. Look at how much mass the artillery mech loadout lost when it was bombarded by the Fridayman artillery mechs. The alloys and other materials used to construct its armor must be considerably expensive if it was able to hold up so well under sustained bombardment. The Larkinson clan will have to pay a fortune to replace all of the missing armor. The inability to form a resonance shield around this giant mechanical suit is its greatest defect. As we have all seen, it is too vulnerable against massed attacks when its expert pilot isn't able to extend his resonance shield far enough to envelop the entire construction. You're better off developing a smaller but much higher quality expert mech. Wait. The artillery mech is not the only mounted wargear the Larkinsons have developed. Is that a biomech suit? The Titan V project was a completely different beast from the city breaker. The latter mostly looked and functioned like a mech, but at a considerably bigger scale. Many of the same rules associated with normal mechs could also be applied to the city breaker without much issue. That was not necessarily the case with the Titan V project. As the enhanced Everchanger surged towards the Fridayman mech lines while engaging in warp travel, many people tried to figure out what it could do and how effective it would be when fighting against the sundered phalanx. It doesn't appear to carry any weapons? Is it meant to fight as a brawler mech? That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Look at that golden expert mech that is punching its opponents left and right. The Larkinsons already have experience with designing high-end brawler mechs. How can something so large move so fast? Wait a minute, is the entire meat suit infused with phase water? The last remark happened to be correct. One of the most special aspects that made the Titan V project unique and difficult to replicate by other organizations was that its biological construction was largely derived out of repurposed flesh of 2 different kinds of exobeasts. A huge amount of tissue samples harvested from the carcass of the astral beast that used to be the previous incarnation of Titania formed the base of the meat suit's biological construction. Titania's flesh was dense, hard, and incredibly resistant towards energy damage. If her flesh was tough and strong enough to allow the astral beast to survive over 6 millennia in the Red Ocean, then it was definitely strong enough to comprise the main material of the meat suit. Originally, the Titan III project was solely centered around this biological material. It wasn't until a few years had passed that the Larkinson Biotech Institute dared to integrate selected portions of fish whale tissue into the meat suit. The best parts taken out of many different fish whale carcasses that the Larkinson clan had harvested during the Purgatory campaign went on to upgrade or evolve the meat suit depending on how it was interpreted. It took a lot of expertise and a lot of outside help for the LBI research team to even succeed in performing this process. The blending of two completely different biological matter taken from two completely different alien species was not simple, but VES funneled so many resources to this R&D project over the years that Dr. Avalon Paris and the other researchers did not want their efforts to fail. Fortunately, the research team succeeded in blending and augmenting the meat suit with fish whale tissue. What was particularly important was that much of the additional flesh was taken from the phaser fish whales. Their phase water organs were particularly important because they were not only saturated with the key substance, but also contained working biological processes that originally allowed the phaser fish whales to engage in spatial manipulation. Theoretically, the brilliant integration of phaser fish whale flesh into the main body of the meat suit should have made it possible for it to fight like the alien creatures that once dominated a part of the Purgatory pocket space. In practice, the unholy fusion was anything but perfect, and the threshold to perform any face water-derived ability was too high. It's like trying to graft gills onto your neck. Director Rania explained to VES one day. Just because it can allow you to breathe underwater doesn't mean it will actually do so. It actually needs to be controlled in the right way in order to function properly. Right now, we know too little about the fish whales and how they activate their phase water organs to perform all of their spatial manipulation abilities. In fact, it is too premature for us to integrate fish whale flesh into the Titan V project. Venerable Joshua won't be able to use the new addition to the fullest. We'll see about that. VES smirked. There was a reason why VES was a bit more confident that the latest revision of the meat suit would be able to fight like a phaser fish whale. This was because VES had connected it with two different design spirits. The first design spirit was of course Titania, because who else was better at helping Venerable Joshua familiarize himself with the meat suit's original advantages. The second design spirit was one that VES rarely had a chance to use due to how expensive it was to design a mech where he could play a major role. The Titan V project happened to be an excellent stage for the Phase King to fulfill its responsibility as a design spirit. Though the former sovereign of the Phase Kingdom had a bit of his memories after the Larkinsons extracted his brain from his enormous carcass, the Phase King did not lose as many memories as Titania. This meant that the Phase King retained nearly his entire mastery of phase water usage. The benefits he could provide was incredible, so much so that Venerable Joshua worked extra hard to build a good relationship with the former Fish Whale King. VES didn't know how, but Venerable Joshua easily managed to form a basic accord with the design spirit despite the fact that he and his clan originally killed the Phase King and many phaser fish whales. Is there any alien that Joshua can't befriend? It wouldn't be a surprise if Joshua even managed to become friends with the Vorbugs one day. In any case, Venerable Joshua's ability to get along with the Titan V project, Titania, and the Phase King played a crucial role in realizing the incredible potential of the meat suit. As soon as the enhanced Everchanger approached the battle lines of the 5686th Razorhead Mech Division, Venerable Joshua began to connect and resonate with the Fish Whale King. Show your power, my friend. Let all of these people know that the king is back. A silent roar seemed to emanate from the meat suit as its grayish fleshy surface began to glow and heat up. The Titan V project actively channeled energy into its fish whale tissue and manipulated them in a specific method imparted by the Phase King. Soon enough, an actual spatial storm erupted in front of the Everchanger. What is this? My mech can't defend against this storm. I feel sick. Where are our spatial inhibitors? The damage was not as bad as it looked. Though the spatial storm definitely put hundreds of enemy mechs into disarray, most of the Razorhead mechs were able to endure the unstable spatial fluctuations without losing too much functionality. The real purpose of the spatial storm was to reduce the readiness of the enemy mechs and mech pilots and allow Venerable Joshua to drive his enlarged mech in the middle of their formation. Get out of the way. Though the meat suit had dropped out of warp travel, its speed and momentum had grown formidable enough to crash through a line of Space Knights and Spearman mechs before slowing down. A tragic sight occurred as over a dozen mechs collapsed or tore apart due to the collisions. The Razorheads and other Frid Aemon mechs did not hover around and do nothing, though. Ranged mechs had been shooting at the meat suit for a while now. The Razorheads soon joined in and stabbed or chopped their weapons at the oversized biological monstrosity. Unfortunately for the Razorheads, their weapons bounced off the meat suit before they could ever touch any flesh. This was because Venerable Joshua had successfully activated a fairly powerful spatial barrier around the meat suit that served as a decent substitute for a resonance shield. Though the power consumption of the Titan V project had shot up drastically, the meat suit also came with a huge energy reserve, so Joshua did not worry too much about exhausting the meat suit too quickly. The activation of the spatial barrier happened to mitigate the greatest shortcoming of mounted wargear when applied to expert mechs. Though the constant refrain of enemy attacks accelerated the spatial barrier's depletion, Venerable Joshua still had more than enough time to do a lot of damage. Right now, it behaved like a wolf among sheep. The powerful offensive melee mechs that characterized the Razorheads looked completely helpless as the Titan V project punched and kicked their metal frames apart. Every nearby dense formation of enemy mechs fell apart within seconds as the domineering meat suit made excellent use of its enormous strength and surprisingly respectable speed. Not a single Frit Aimon melee mech was able to put up any sort of fight against the meat suit. No matter how much skill the pilots possessed or how well the Gage Dynasty's masters had designed the mechs, the power disparity was too great. The Titan V project already came with a huge amount of strength and resilience. When paired with an expert pilot that had trained his fighting skills to a height that was unreachable for mortals, the combination resulted in an unstoppable biomonster. It quickly became clear that the only way the sundered phalanx could stop the Titan V project was to dispatch its expert mechs. At first, ranged expert mechs such as the Tensors and the Star of Liberation fired a few powerful shots at the meat suit. Few if any of their attacks yielded results. The defense of the meat suit was too great to overcome in a short amount of time. Besides, even if the attacks slowly depleted the Titan V project's spatial barrier, Venerable Joshua could still inflict a lot of damage in the meantime because there was no one stopping his enhanced Everchanger. This was why the sundered phalanx opted to dispatch its melee expert mechs to stop the meat suit's rampage. Watch out, Joshua! There are powerful enemy expert melee mechs on the way. Get ready for a real fight. Read novelfull.me. As headquarters notified Venerable Joshua of 2 incoming threats that he should take note of, he did not exhibit any fear. 2 mid-tier expert mechs could definitely give him and the Everchanger a lot of difficulties. It might not be viable for him to defeat either of them, but he was confident in his ability to survive their assaults and distract them as long as possible if he focused on defense and evasion rather than attacking. However, there was no need for him to play chicken this time. The powerful presences that he had bonded himself to at this moment did not allow him to shirk this engagement. We're about to have a tough time, Everchanger. Venerable Joshua said with obvious strain in his voice as he tried to balance all of the voices in his head. The Everchanger exuded a ripple that could be taken as a sign of apprehension, excitement, or maybe both. This is what I was made for, partner. The living mech audibly responded to Joshua. This is why we were put together. For the first time in years, we are about to do battle in the way that my maker intended us to fight. What about the battles we fought before? Before we were not complete. The living mech stated. This was true. A large part of what defined the Everchanger in the first place was because it was always meant to equip different mounted wargear loadouts. Read novelfull.me. It might look like a hero mech on the surface, but in reality VES envisioned it as a semi-modular mech platform just like the Bright Warrior but to a more extreme degree. The only complications that bothered Venerable Joshua were that piloting a mech within another mech was much more difficult and complicated than piloting the Everchanger in its base form. The amount of data I need to process is so much greater that it is no wonder that mounted wargear isn't all that common. Joshua whispered. When it came to normal mechs, if any of them equipped mounted wargear of a comparable size and complexity as the Titan V project, their mech pilots would have to possess at least A-grade genetic aptitude to maintain control over all of the important processes. The Everchanger and the meat suit combined actually produced an even greater load, but fortunately Joshua was an expert pilot whose data processing capacity exceeded that of mortals. Even so, this was the first time that Joshua truly felt that he had approached his elevated limits. Compared to a relatively simple and one-dimensional mounted wargear loadout like the City Breaker, the Titan V project was like a whole ecosystem in itself. After several years of researching different alien tissue samples and coming up with increasingly more abstruse methods to combine them into an unholy amalgamation, the Titan V project could very well be described as a chimera. Though it looked like a thick and square-bodied humanoid, its grey flesh and other inhuman touches betrayed its patchwork nature. Venerable Joshua didn't feel like he was piloting another mech at the moment. Instead, he felt as if he had reluctantly borrowed the body of Frankenstein's monster. I guess VES plays the role of Dr. Frankenstein in this story. Venerable Joshua joked. Seriously speaking, the analogy was not entirely groundless. This was because Joshua did not have the impression that he assumed complete control over the meat suit. Instead, it felt as if he was given permission to drive the Titan V project. The bestial and aggressive personality of the meat suit was not as easy to befriend as the other entities that Joshua had met over the course of his career. It didn't matter that the Titan V project was not as aware or sentient as the Everchanger. The strength and spiritual magnitude of the meat suit was considerably stronger for some reason and made it a lot harder for other influences to restrain it and keep it under control. In the past, when Joshua described how difficult it was for him to harness the meat suit during live practice sessions, the Patriarch mentioned a brief story about one of his past experiences. Do you remember the time Tusa and I got trapped on the surface of Prosperous Hill 6 during our visit to the Life Research Association? Joshua nodded. That was a wild time, especially at the end. VES eyes glazed over as if he was recalling a powerful memory. It was at that time that I came face to face with arguably the most powerful biomic or biological construct that I have ever encountered. Not even the fish whale kings have made me feel smaller and more insignificant than the Uranus. The expert pilot looked surprised. Are you saying that the Titan V project can go out of control like the Uranus? I don't know. VES honestly replied. The similarities are there, at least. I don't know enough about biotechnology and biomics to speak with authority on this topic, but I possess enough of an understanding of the mysteries and wonders of life to judge that I may have inadvertently birthed a horrible form of life when we originally developed the meat suit. It is one thing to pilot a machine that happens to be made out of flesh. Controlling it is not that different from controlling the other mounted wargear loadouts such as the City Breaker. However, as soon as I imparted it with the spark of life, I have found that it has evolved into something greater and perhaps more terrible. This was disturbing news to Joshua. He was familiar with many living mechs, but to hear that the Titan V project was not as friendly as them was quite a difficult truth to accept. Is it wise to make use of the Titan V project when it is so difficult to control? The expert pilot cautiously asked. Though he was not a coward, he did not dare to gamble on this matter. Just thinking about how the Uranus completely devastated entire city districts and destroyed a handful of expert mechs in an instant during its infamous rampage already made him concerned that the meat suit might follow suit one day. Just the image of the meat suit going berserk in the middle of the expeditionary fleet and killing thousands of Larkinsons made Joshua a lot more conflicted about piloting such a biological monstrosity. VES did not provide his answer immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin for a time. If I want to develop my living mechs to the best of my ability, I can't be too timid or conservative. He eventually said. Combining biotechnology with my unique specialty produces so many new and interesting results that I cannot afford to ignore the benefits. You should already know how powerful the Titan V project is compared to more conventional mounted wargear loadouts. The research results I've gained from its development are highly rewarding and may help me in creating the next evolution to living mechs. The biggest problem is that living bioconstructs such as the meat suits may be a lot more violent and disobedient than the norm, but that is the price that we must bear in order to obtain great power. After numerous practice sessions, Venerable Joshua had always kept those last words in mind. The meat suit was more powerful than anything he had come in touch with before, but the burden was much greater as a response. For example, now that he was able to sense two powerful threats charging straight at the enhanced Everchanger, the primal consciousness of the meat suit wanted to go forward and attack right away. Calm down, Titan. Joshua pleaded as he leveraged his willpower to keep the meat suit's aggressive impulses from taking over control. We'll fight those enemies, but we will do so on my terms, not yours, do you understand? The meat suit only became more impatient and rebellious as a response. The pushback from the Titan V project's primal consciousness was much greater than before. Joshua had never encountered so many difficulties during his practice sessions. He already figured out why that was the case. He and his meat suit never encountered that much hostility when sparring against other Larkinson mech pilots. No matter how hard they fought, they never took the bouts too seriously. It was different this time. Venerable Joshua could already sense the naked hostility and hatred of the Fridayman expert pilots. The enemies had come to destroy the meat suit, break apart the Everchanger and kill the expert pilot if possible. It would be a surprise if the meat suit remained tolerant towards the incoming enemies. Joshua began to sweat as his willpower was barely able to keep the meat suit contained. Everchanger. Goldie. Titania. Phase King. Help me out, please. It took the combined efforts of his expert mech as well as moderate contributions from the design spirits associated with the Everchanger and the Titan V project to keep the damned beast in its cage. The Everchanger had entered into state as a consequence. There had never been a case where so many living entities became involved in just a single combat platform at the same time. If not for the special properties of Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger, such a combination would never be stable. Phase King. Joshua said. You take the lead this time. Didn't you always want to roam outside purgatory and make your mark in the endless cosmos? This is your opportunity. Venerable Joshua found that in order to be able to cope with situations like these, it was not enough for him to take unilateral control anymore. There were too many entities and Joshua needed to borrow the strength of at least some of them to make the best use of the meat suit. This forced him to sit down and negotiate deals with different stakeholders. Right now, he and the Phase King had agreed to become the dominant parties for the current battle. Joshua had made this choice because none of the other entities were as proficient and familiar with making use of the phase water abilities of the meat suit. The expert pilot formed a deeper and more special bond with the eager and willing design spirit. A sense of age, power, understanding, and pride overcome Joshua as he did everything in his power to grant more control to the Phase King. Though this was a rather dangerous move as Joshua could not entirely control what the Phase King intended to do, it was better to hand over authority to an ancient and more rational design spirit than to trust the beast-like consciousness of the meat suit. The spatial barrier surrounding the Titan V project became brighter and stronger as the Phase King made the process more efficient. As the enemy mid-tier expert mechs finally came close enough, Venerable Joshua confirmed that he was being confronted by an expert Space Knight and an expert Lancer mech. The former was not that big of a threat by itself, but the latter was a definite threat. The two Friedman expert mechs had already formed a tacit cooperation. The expert Space Knight fearlessly charged towards the oversized meat suit in order to lock it down, while the expert Lancer mech would circle around and impale the odd Larkinson biomachine from a difficult angle. While it sounded simple, it was highly effective as long as the expert Space Knight could do its job. Venerable Joshua narrowed his eyes. Do you think I will let you have your way? Before the opposing expert Space Knight was able to come close, the meat suit accelerated in a different direction and easily outpaced the expert Space Knight. All three expert mechs involved possessed warp travel capabilities, but it just so happened that the meat suit was able to amplify its speed to a greater degree than the Friedman expert mechs with the help of the Phase King's incredible mastery over spatial manipulation. In fact, Joshua already knew the Phase King could do more than speed up the meat suit. The biomonstrosity raised its arm and pointed at the enemy expert mechs. More and more energy channeled through its integrated fish whale matter, which allowed it to exert more control over space than before. Soon enough, both enemy expert mechs abruptly slowed down as the Titan V project forcefully popped their warp bubbles. What? How can it do this? Damn! We're in trouble. We just lost our mobility advantage. Frankenstein's monster might be dangerous in the stories, but no one could deny it was powerful. Read novelful.me. Venerable Joshua briefly recalled what he knew about his new challengers. The Wrecker and the Point Break. What an annoying combination. The Wrecker was a solid medium Space Knight with a fairly balanced configuration. It was fast enough to keep up with its opponents in most duels, but it was also sturdy enough to absorb a lot of hits. Its transphasic axe was strong enough to overcome defenses through repeated attacks. What was notable about the Wrecker was that it was primarily designed by Master Zenny Bonacane. The Bubble Man's involvement meant it was all but guaranteed that the expert Space Knight would feature an incredibly powerful high-cap energy shield on top of a resonance shield. The Point Break was a medium Lancer mech that was designed by Master Kontaro Aokin. This was an unusual combination because this particular Master Mech designer happened to excel at designing kinetic artillery mechs. One of the consequences of putting an artillery specialist in charge of designing the expert Lancer mech was that it came equipped with a pair of powerful shoulder-mounted transphasic gauze cannons, just like the shock shell. However, the scariest part about the Point Break was its transphasic custom-designed lance. By developing it in a similar way as Master Aokin's famous artillery projectiles, the lance incorporated all kinds of technologies that made it harder, sharper and significantly more dangerous than before. As long as the Point Break was able to impale its lance against any solid target, it was practically guaranteed that it would be able to punch through any form of defense through overwhelming power. I can't let the Point Break poke my meat suit. Venerable Joshua concluded. His intuition already sensed a lot of threat from the Point Break's lance. Its danger level was incomparable to that of the Wrecker's axe. Read novelful.me. In mech combat, lances had always been the best solution to take down stronger and larger targets. The enemy commanders did not choose wrong when they dispatched the Point Break to deliver the fatal blow onto the meat suit. When Joshua passed on his concerns about the enemy expert mechs to the Phase King, the two quickly agreed on a strategy. Pulling the two expert mechs out of warp travel was just the first step. The giant meat suit waved its arm towards the Point Break. Blade. A glowing space blade formed in front of the meat suit and rapidly soared towards the Point Break as if it had been launched out of a cannon. The Wrecker repositioned itself so that it could rely on its transphasic shield to block the space blade, but just as it hovered in the way, the resonance-empowered attack abruptly turned and circled around the expert Space Knight before closing in on its actual target. The Point Break was not defenseless, though. Its frame was quite sturdy by nature and was also clad with quasi-transphasic armor plating. However, instead of choosing to take the blow on its armor, the Point Break raised its transphasic physical shield, which integrated a higher proportion of phase water to enhance its resistance against transphasic and spatial attacks. Yet just as the extremely fast space blade was about to impact the shield, it circled around yet again and impacted the Point Break resonance shield from the rear. Damn! Though the successful attack only drained the Point Break's resonance shield to an extent, it showed that Venerable Joshua possessed a higher control over his attacks than expected. The meat suit did not end there, though. It waved its massive arms again and channeled even more energy into its fish whale tissue in order to form an array of 5 space blades. Soon, those space blades launched forward at great speed and completely bypassed the Wrecker in order to drain the Point Break's defenses even further. Close the distance. Venerable Ulrich Valka urged his comrade as his Point Break began to open fire with its shoulder-mounted gauze cannons. Those weird attacks are not based on any weapons mounted on that flesh monster. It probably takes a lot of concentration to launch those space blades. You can stop them from forming if you are able to get close and distract the enemy pilot. Venerable George Baldassari scowled as his Wrecker tried to re-engage its warp travel function, only to fail as the surrounding space was too disordered to activate. I'm trying my best, but this giant meatball seems to have a spatial inhibition power. Without a warp bubble my wrecker can't catch up to its speed. Warp travel had already changed the nature of mech combat in the new frontier, but it was anything but invincible. As long as there was a powerful enough device that could either strengthen or mess up the fabric of space, it was difficult for combat drives or warp drives to take effect. Though the Titan V project did not incorporate such a device, its phaser fish whale flesh made any form of spatial manipulation possible. It didn't need a specialized inhibition module as long as it had access to enough energy and expertise. As the Phase King sunk deeper and deeper into the meat suit, the enhanced Everchanger seemed to bring the massive exobeast to life. There was no way the wrecker and the Point Break could take advantage of their warp travel capabilities as long as they were within a certain range of the meat suit. The story might have been different if the two Frid-Aman expert mechs incorporated more phase water, but as mid-tier expert mechs the Gage dynasty did not invest too much in their development. In comparison to the wrecker and the Point Break, the Titan V project incorporated over 10 kilograms of phase water, most of which was locked inside phase water saturated fish whale flesh. With so much phase water at its disposal, the Titan V project actually performed like a weaker incarnation of the Phase King at the moment. How the hell can we even get close? Venerable Baldassari complained as his expert space knight never seemed to catch up to the retreating meat suit. The Titan V project continually harassed the Point Break by generating repeated spatial storms, space blades, spatial tears and other tricks that the Phase King had mastered over a million standard years of slow and steady development. Even if the Titan V project was incredibly weak compared to the Phase King's body at its height, the design spirit still retained most of his immense knowledge and mastery of spatial manipulation. It didn't matter whether the wrecker and the Point Break might be faster due to their higher thrust-to-weight ratio. The meat suit constantly maintained a warp bubble around itself that easily allowed it to traverse a lot more distance than its opponents. Catching up was impossible. The only flaw was that the meat suit was still relatively easy to hit with ranged attacks due to its considerable bulk and its inherent lack of agility, but these were minor problems. Numerous enemy ranged mechs had not stopped firing their weapons at the Titan V project, but all they did was drain its spatial barrier at a relatively slow rate. The only weapons that inflicted a bit more hurt on the meat suit were the transphasic shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons of the Point Break. The projectiles hit surprisingly hard despite the limited caliber of the guns, and they also had a special cracking effect that was capable of destabilizing spatial barriers a lot more effectively than usual. However, this kind of threat was far from enough to make Joshua and the Phase King worried. Keep attacking as long as our energy lasts. At no point did the meat suit take the initiative to charge at the enemy in order to utilize its massive physical strength to punch its targets into pieces. This led to a weird and discordant sight. When people looked at the Titan V project in its full glory, they automatically assumed that it was a mech designed for punching and brawling. After all, why else design a mech in such a strong and brutal form? If not for its alien and inhuman traits, it would have looked like a scaled-up version of a heavyweight boxer. Yet instead of fighting like a ferocious barbarian that had just gone berserk, it instead chose to put up a wizard hat and cast all manner of spells to pelt its enemies while boosting its own speed. Is this how mechs are designed these days? The biomatter of that oversized fleshy mech has to be derived from phase whales. There is no other explanation why it is able to fight like one of those powerful alien creatures. Those two mid-tier expert mechs stand no chance against the giant biomech. The Frid-Aman should have dispatched a high-tier expert mech. The current situation dragged on for several minutes. Though the meat suit's spatial attacks were not particularly strong, they still managed to chip away at the defenses of the Point Break at an acceptable rate. Venerable Baldassari and Venerable Valka were at their wits' end. At this time, the wrecker had moved right in front of the Point Break, but no matter what the expert Space Knight mech attempted to do, it could do little to block any of the incoming attacks. It was extremely frustrating for the pilot of a Space Knight to fail in protecting his comrades. Every spatial storm engulfed an entire chunk of space, affecting both expert mechs at once. Every space blade or other projectile was under high control and could easily bypass any obstacle in order to hit their actual targets. The situation became so dire that the Point Break was soon on the verge of losing its resonance shield. We can't go on like this, Baldarasa. My Point Break will get consumed over time if we don't change our approach. Then what do we do, Valka? Retreat? What? We can't allow ourselves to get kited to death by this monster. Just go back and call for backup. We need a more powerful mech like the Scorpion Commando to stop these oversized biomechs in its tracks. This was actually not a bad idea. The wrecker and the Point Break decisively turned around and attempted to run back towards friendly lines. Venerable Joshua and the Phase King weren't having any of it, though. They smelled blood and did not want their prey to escape alive. Chase. The Titan V project warped forward and utilized its vastly superior traversal capabilities to keep up while continually launching more spatial attacks on the Point Break. Soon enough, the enemy expert mech's resonance shield broke after getting bombarded by 7 space blades in quick succession. The next volley of spatial attacks that the meat suit launched towards its target began to bite into the armor and the weak points of the expert Lancer mech. Though the Point Break was not a fragile doll that would collapse at the first blow, it did not have a good way to protect its vulnerable flight system. My mech won't last long enough at this rate. Venerable Ulrich Valka realized as he could clearly sense the constant spatial attacks chipping away at the defenses of his point break. If I can't run, then I need to stake it all in a single throw of the dice. I need to charge. As Venerable Valka became more desperate, his willpower condensed a bit more, which directly strengthened the true resonance affecting the point break. I will not be bound. Somehow, an invisible shackle broke, causing the point break to regain its warp travel function. Venerable Valka did not relax in the slightest, though. The reason why he was able to break the inhibition was because he had supercharged his willpower and exerted it to an unhealthy degree. He couldn't maintain this overloaded state for long, so he quickly urged his point break to circle around and accelerate directly towards the meat suit. Now that the point break was able to form a warp bubble again, it finally had a chance of catching up to the enemy flesh machine. The lance of the point break already started to glow as Venerable Valka infused it with power. The weapon seemed to pierce through an invisible wall in space as the Fridayman expert pilot imagined that it tore right through the enemy mech's attempts to hinder the point break's advance. I will not be stopped. Read novelfold.me. Venerable Joshua knew it was too good to be true. It would have been great if he could rely on the meat suit's spatial abilities to consume his opponents to death from a safe distance. However, the expert pilot of the point break was not a fish on the chopping block. Any soldier that had grown to this extent was a powerful demigod that possessed the power to bend or break the rules of nature by relying on their extraordinary willpower. Though Venerable Ulrich Valka most definitely expended his willpower at a rapid rate, all of it was worth it as long as he was able to land the killing blow. Expert Lancer Mechs were one of the most horrifying opponents that other expert pilots could face. As long as Mechs such as the point break could go fast enough and accumulate enough momentum, they could break through nearly any form of defense. What was even more frightening was that expert Lancer Mechs also solved or mitigated many of the obvious shortcomings of their mech type. The most important ones was that they could endure much stronger impacts without falling apart and they could change their course a lot easier. As an expert pilot who dedicated himself to piloting this dangerous and extreme mech type, Venerable Valka had developed a powerful will that aspired to break and pierce through anything. It was this extraordinary conviction that boosted the point break in many different ways. Many different performance parameters shot upwards as Venerable Valka literally rewrite reality in order to make his expert mech faster, stronger, tougher and more unstoppable than before. Venerable Joshua could clearly sense the surging power from his main opponent. Neither he nor the Phase King could stop the point break when it was in its supercharged state. Read novelfold.me. What was worse was that Venerable George Baldassari had copied his colleague and burst out with his own willpower as well. The meat suit's attempt to inhibit the wrecker's warp travel capabilities failed, allowing the expert Space Knight to speed itself up again. Despite facing two powerful expert mechs that had entered into a state of absolute peak performance, Venerable Joshua still didn't panic. He tried to match and exceed the speed of his opponents as best as possible in order to buy more time to harass his opponents at range. The meat suit kept fighting like a phase water wizard and continually launched space blades, spatial tears, spatial walls, and other miscellaneous attacks in the way of the point break. The expert Lancer mech may have lost its resonance shield, but it could still rely on its transphasic kite shield to resist at least some of the spatial attacks. As for the ones that were fast and agile enough to circle around and hit the vulnerable rear of the point break, Venerable Valka could do little about that aside from making split-second evasive maneuvers. Even though the Titan V project focused as many attacks on the flight system of the point break as possible, how could such a crucial element be so easy to destroy? Every expert mech's flight system was strengthened and reinforced to the utmost in order to resist as many attacks from enemy expert mechs as possible. You will not break me so easily, Larkinson. Venerable Valka sneered. The overstimulated true resonance strengthened the frame of the point break to such a degree that it was able to prevent its flight system from falling apart too quickly. All of the damage dealt to it so far were merely inconsequential. It took repeated attacks on the same parts in order to lower the speed of the charging expert Lancer mech. It became increasingly clear to Venerable Joshua that his Titan V project could not immobilize the point break fast enough. In order to ensure that his Lancer mech could get close enough to the meat suit to impale its lance into his target, Venerable Valka did not even fire his shoulder-mounted gauze cannons anymore. He gathered all of his willpower and other thoughts in order to form an overwhelming need to charge forward. Just charge forward. The glowing expert Lancer mech even began to glow brighter, which promptly caused it to look like a bright comet that was soaring through space. As the distance between the two mechs closed more rapidly than Venerable Joshua wished, his mind as well as the minds of the other entities connected to the enhanced Everchanger worked hard to form the best possible response to this situation. The Titan V project did not possess any other ranged capabilities that were powerful enough to stop the point break in its current state. Though Joshua had developed a lot of messy prime abilities with the Everchanger by deepening his cooperation with numerous design spirits, their strength left much to be desired. Besides, most of them only worked when the Everchanger was in its base form. The meat suit was so bulky and added so much external interference that it was difficult to pull off tricks such as forming a clone with the help of Arnold's intrinsic power. Other tricks might work against average opponents, but when his enemy was in such a focused and concentrated state, it was difficult to shake this kind of momentum. Joshua's eyes hardened. If I can't avoid a collision, then I'll have to minimize the damage. The meat suit had already begun to take action. One of the flaws of the Titan V project was that it was not covered by an external exoskeleton. There was a reason for this design choice. While the absence of organic armor plating meant that its exterior was not that hard, the advantage was that the meat suit could easily alter and modify its own shape. A lot of flesh slowly began to pull away from the legs and the rear in order to reinforce the torso of the meat suit. Just like how the Maiden of Adversity was able to reposition its modular armor plating to protect what was important, the Titan V project was able to rearrange a part of its biomatter to achieve a similar result. The shape of the humanoid meat suit became a lot more deformed. Its balance had been broken as its legs and other parts of its biological frame looked as if they had become atrophied. All of this took place so that the meat suit was able to add a lot more buffer to its front torso. Naturally, Venerable Valka saw what had happened, but what could he do? Even if his Lancer mech was a bit more agile than ordinary Lancer mechs, it was unrealistic for it to rapidly circle around and drive its lance through the meat suit's underprotected rear. The Fridayman expert pilot chose to believe in his own strength and his Point Break's ability to pierce and shatter every obstacle. The distance between the two machines shrunk quickly. As the two machines were just seconds away, the meat suit crossed its arms in front of its torso while the Point Break shone dazzlingly bright. Slay the dragon! Though Venerable Joshua tried his best to move his meat suit aside in order to prevent the enemy from hitting anything critical, the enemy expert pilot was too skilled to allow this to happen. The lance of the Point Break deftly slipped past the crossed arms and sunk almost straight into the center of the meat suit's chest. A humongous explosion of energy erupted when the Point Break successfully unleashed all of the energy that it had built up throughout its charge. The blast of energy was so blindingly violent that not even the wrecker was able to proceed forward for a time. Soon enough, the energy blast dispersed, allowing observers to detect exactly what had happened. The Point Break succeeded. The Fridaymen paying attention to this battle erupted in cheers when they saw that their side attained at least one small win. The state of the Point Break was not that good, to be honest. Venerable Valka exceeded a lot of safety parameters in order to ensure that his blow would be able to take down the large monstrosity in a single hit. Due to losing its resonance shield, the Point Break suffered a fair amount of structural damage. Its armor plating was cracked, especially on the side closest to the arm that held the lance. The weapon itself was not in the Point Break's grasp anymore. In order to relieve its weaponless condition, the Point Break reached out from behind and retrieved another lance that quickly extended itself to reach its full length. The Point Break could still perform another charge, though not at the same level of power as before. Its frame was no longer in an optimal state and Venerable Valka had depleted a lot of willpower to enable his previous attack. Is it gone? When people looked at what had happened to the meat suit, they wondered whether it was truly down for the count. The damage inflicted by the Point Break was absolutely devastating. The lance designed by Master Kontaro Aokin was not as simple as an implement that was meant to poke a giant hole into a mech. It was designed to function as a penetrating explosive shell that erupted with incredible power shortly after punching through as many defensive layers as possible. This way, the Point Break was not only able to expand any faults created by the initial piercing thrust, but also generate a lot of follow-up damage that was usually enough to destroy the internals of a target mech. Initially, it looked as if the meat suit was not able to escape this fate. Its spatial barrier and resilient astrobiast-derived flesh were not strong enough to prevent the Point Break's lance from punching through. The charge attack did more than that, though. The lance still had so much energy left that it even impacted and drained a huge portion of the Everchanger's resonance shield. What was even more devastating was that the lance's transphasic nature meant that it was partially able to bypass the Everchanger's resonance shield and drive its tip through the chest armor of the base mech underneath the meat suit. After that, the lance instantly self-destructed, inflicting damage that was comparable in power to a transphasic grenade but much more concentrated in where it directed its explosive power. The aftermath was an ugly sight to the Larkinsons. The entire front upper chest of the meat suit looked like a bomb had set off, causing thousands of chunks of shredded alien flesh to launch off into space. The Everchanger itself also suffered a lot of damage. The unending alloy armor plating had done its best to limit the damage as much as possible, but the Point Break's overwhelming strike was so powerful that entire fragments of unending alloy had broken loose as well. So much of the Everchanger's internals had become broken that it was practically certain that its performance had become crippled. The only consolation was that the Everchanger's cockpit and other essential components such as the power reactor still remained functional even if they were a bit banged up from the strike. It's dead. At least the biomic stuff should be dead. The only thing we need to do is to land the finishing blow on the base mech underneath all of that biomatter. Though Venerable Valka and the Point Break needed a lot of time to recuperate from the greatest charge that they had ever performed, Venerable Baldasir and the Wrecker were already advancing towards the half-broken Larkinson expert mech in order to finish the job. Yet before the expert Space Knight could deliver the coup de grace, a bright and powerful green glow erupted from the center of the Everchanger. The powerful resonance not only reached out from the base mech and encompassed the heavily damaged meat suit itself. Both Venerable Valka and Venerable Baldissera became astonished as the Ever-Changer and its mounted wargear were quickly fixing themselves up. Broken components became whole again while missing materials went back into their place. What was even more ridiculous was that the loose chunks of shredded flesh actually seemed to come alive at this time. As long as they still possessed enough living cells, they gained enough control to travel back to their origin and merge themselves back into the meat suit. It only took a dozen or so seconds for the Ever-Changer and the Titan V project to regenerate their damage. Though the repairs hadn't fixed everything, the meat suit looked so pristine that it gave the impression that it completely invalidated the Point Break's strongest blow. The hopeful Fridayman quickly despaired at the sight. How can this be possible? Read novelfull.me. The sight of the broken meat suit and Ever-Changer reversing all of the damage inflicted by the Point Break shocked a huge amount of observers. Though there were plenty of people who were accustomed to seeing expert mechs and expert pilots making a mockery out of the laws that governed reality, what they had just witnessed was something else. How can a huge mech like this just negate the damage inflicted by a massive charge from an expert Lancer mech? The Point Break hit the souped-up Ever-Changer right in the chest. Do the Larkinsons sell a regular version of this regenerating mech? There has to be a limit to the amount of crap that the mechs of the Larkinson clan can pull off. How can other mech designers possibly compete if the mechs from this group can easily put themselves back together? Don't be a fool. This mech and additional equipment are anything but average. The cost to make this regenerating mech is absolutely high and the resources it needs to pay in order to repair itself in the field in such a short span of time is bound to be great. It might look completely undamaged, but in my opinion it is already a spent force. As usual, the laymen only based their judgment on what they could observe with their naked eyes while the more knowledgeable mech insiders understood the deeper circumstances of what had happened. What they guessed was not that far from the truth. Venerable Joshua had indeed exhausted a lot of willpower and mental energy in order to activate the Ever-Changer's intrinsic regeneration resonance ability. The key resonating exotic that enabled Joshua to pull off this feat was Fixer Iron. It was not that rare of an exotic and its price was also fairly reasonable. The only issue was that few expert pilots possessed the qualities to make good use of it. Venerable Joshua was one of the rare expert pilots that was both highly compatible with it while also possessing the right domain to utilize it in the most effective manner. Read novelfull.me. However, not even VES expected the Ever-Changer to be able to regenerate this much damage at once. He was actually one of the people who were most shocked out of everyone. This is impossible. There is a limit to how much Fixer Iron can repair battle damage based on Joshua's current resonance strength. VES explained as he sat up straighter on his chair inside the bridge of his flagship. There's no way that resonating with Fixer Iron can create so many missing materials out of energy. Besides, this resonating ability shouldn't have extended its effects to the meat suit. VES arguably possessed the greatest understanding of the Ever-Changer's design and characteristics. He had performed a lot of tests over the years in order to quantify its more metaphysical performance parameters. There had been a time where he had become obsessed with Fixer Iron and what Venerable Joshua could do once he resonated with this amazing material. It was through repeated experiments where he deliberately damaged different parts of the Ever-Changer that VES understood all of the strengths and limitations of the Ever-Changer's regeneration resonance ability. Unless Venerable Joshua progressed into a high-tier expert pilot and became a lot more capable of distorting reality, it should have been impossible for him to repair so many broken parts at once. VES leaned forward and narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What did Joshua do to enhance the effectiveness of this ability by at least several times? After ruling out many possible options, VES eventually narrowed his sights to prime abilities. One of the most unique and defining traits of the Ever-Changer was its ability to switch from one design spirit to another. It neatly complemented Joshua's talent in getting along with many different entities. As far as design spirits go, there are several that could amplify the effect of regeneration. There is the Superior Mother, but there is also Gaia. VES widened his eyes in realization. Gaia. He immediately concluded that it was none other than Gaia herself that had lent a hand to Venerable Joshua in this critical moment. Only a design spirit that had moved closer and closer to the power of a so-called true god could supercharge the Ever-Changer's regeneration to this extent. VES did not anticipate that Venerable Joshua's relationship with Gaia had grown to this degree. Despite being her progenitor, Gaia almost never listened to VES. She even refused to function as the design spirit of a couple of mechs that VES had come up with over the years. Apparently, Gaia had no need to gather low-level spiritual feedback from mechs. VES also had the feeling that she disdained the mechs that he had designed with her in mind. Perhaps only first-class mechs or high-level mechs could obtain her approval. If that is the case, then the Ever-Changer should definitely be the Larkinson mech that appeals to her the most. As VES thought about all of the implications of Gaia's willingness to lend a hand to Venerable Joshua and the Ever-Changer, the battle between the three powerful expert mechs picked up again. At the moment, the Ever-Changer's combat readiness had dropped far below its peak. Not only did Venerable Joshua exhaust himself to force his mech to repair itself, but the meat suit was also largely a spent force. Everything had a price. The spatial manipulation abilities that the Titan V project had performed on a continuous basis along with all of the damage its spatial barrier had mitigated had drained a lot of energy already. Recovering and regenerating its battle damage expended even more energy. There wasn't much time left for Joshua to leverage the meat suit's enhanced strength and additional possibilities. Once he lost the power of the meat suit, it would be difficult for the Everchanger to defeat the Wrecker and the Point Break by itself. I can still finish off at least one machine. Venerable Joshua mustered up his battle intent again. The sensors of his enhanced mechs focused on the Point Break that was already circling around in order to perform another charge. Though Venerable Joshua and the meat suit were no longer in their best state, Venerable Ulrich Valka and the Point Break paid an even greater price to pull off its earlier attack. Originally, Venerable Valka thought that his most powerful charge would have finished off his opponent. The Point Break's overloaded charge attack should have at least crippled the Everchanger to the point where the Wrecker could easily finish off the damaged mech. Now that the Everchanger had repaired itself in defiance of all expectations, Venerable Valka forced himself to ready his damaged Point Break for another charge. Why won't you stay down? Venerable Valka cursed as he hatefully stared at the meat suit. George, do your best to hold this damn monster in place. As long as I drive my lance through its back, I don't believe it can pull off the same trick twice. Venerable George Baldassari made an acknowledging sound. Don't push yourself too much, Ulrich. I'm not as fragile as you think. I've faced worse situations during the Komodo War. Unlike the Point Break that looked as if it was nearing the end of a marathon run, the Wrecker was still in excellent condition. The meat suit launched few if any attacks towards the expert Space Knight. The Wrecker also had no opportunity to attack the meat suit up to this point. Now that the Titan V project was under no condition to maintain a warp inhibition field or engage in warp travel itself, the Wrecker was finally able to catch up to its oversized target. Take this, you big bastard! The Wrecker's transphasic axe glowed as it was about to chop down at the meat suit. Even though expert Space Knights did not excel at attacking, this strike should not be underestimated. Venerable Joshua recognized the threat, but he did not want to fight against the Wrecker at the moment. Venerable Baldassari's expert mech was way too tough and needed to be grinned down slowly. While Joshua was confident that his Everchanger could defeat the Wrecker even if it lost the meat suit, he did not want to do so with the Point Break hovering in the background. The best course of action that he could take was to take the Point Break off the board first. Unfortunately, Venerable Valka clearly knew this as well and kept his expert Lancer mech at a safe distance until he was ready to commence his charge. The Titan V project attempted to summon a couple of weak space blades and launched it towards the Point Break, but none of these attacks had much effect anymore due to the depletion of the meat suit. The wizard had exhausted his magic. If that's the case, then I'll fight you in a different way. Joshua decided. He first had to lure the Point Break closer, and to do that he needed to fight against the Wrecker first. As the meat suit and the Wrecker brawled against each other, neither side held back their aggression. The meat suit had returned to its original and more violent combat approach by relying on brute force to wear down its opponent. The Titan V project's large proportions made it easy for it to launch powerful punches and kicks against an expert mech that wasn't fast or agile enough to evade the incoming attacks. Every strike from the meat dealt as much damage as a power blow from an ordinary expert mech. The Wrecker's resonance shield depleted quite quickly as a result, but Venerable Baldassari showed no concern at all. His expert Space Knight's defensive layers were much stronger than that of an offensive expert mech. He hadn't even activated the custom high-cap energy shield which could absorb a lot of damage once the Wrecker's resonance shield failed. Meanwhile, the Wrecker's transphasic axe was dealing real damage to the meat suit now that the latter had lost its spatial barrier. Despite the hardy and resilient flesh derived from the toughest parts of an ancient astral beast, the transphasic axe cut deeper and inflicted considerable damage with every chop or hack. The only reason why the meat suit was able to hold out for the time being was because it was so large and thick. Not only that, the meat suit also retained a limited ability to redirect healthy flesh to its damaged sections so that it could quickly plug its weak points. The problem was that this accelerated the depletion of the meat suit's energy reserves. Man! Don't wait so long! Attack me, already! Venerable Joshua pleaded as he continually paid attention to the Point Break. Venerable Valka finally had enough. His Point Break no longer built up any further momentum because the expert pilot intuitively judged his machine would break apart if it charged at greater speeds. Now that he decided to commit to an attack, he resolutely turned his Point Break around and pointed its second lance straight towards its target. Make sure you keep its back pointed towards my weapon, George. On it, Ulrich. This wasn't the first time the two expert pilots had worked together. Venerable George Baldassari possessed enough confidence to lock the orientation of his oversized opponent. He just had to launch an all-out assault. Take this! The Wrecker glowed brighter and its axe became infused with more true resonance than ever. Each strike tore out a greater hole in the bloody chest of the meat suit than before. Even if the meat suit turned around in the end, it would just allow the Wrecker to savage its back. Though Venerable Joshua recognized that he had fallen into another difficult situation, his eyes shone as he felt more alive than ever. I hope you won't disappoint me this time, Titan. As the point break rapidly advanced forward to the point where it was almost ready to drive its lance through the back of its target, a mutation had suddenly occurred. The meat suit seemed to part in half as if someone pulled down a zipper right through its front. A fast and agile green-coated hero mech with white and gold accents deftly jumped out of its meat suit, leaving behind a hollow sack of biomatter. The speed of the Everchanger's disengagement was so quick that the point break had no opportunity to aim its lance at the retreating expert hero mech. Soon enough, its lance pierced through the hollow meat suit and almost threatened to slam against the wrecker and explode with great fury if not for Venerable Valka's quick response. Damn it, the Larkinson pilot fooled us again. The point break continued to soar forward but with a large but flabby slab of flesh stuck to its lance. Venerable Valka's expression turned ugly as his expert mech attempted to dislodge the empty meat suit from its weapon. He even thought about letting go of the point break's current weapon entirely before pulling out a third lance. Yet before he could do so, he sensed a massive threat and a huge amount of malice from the Titan V project. The flesh that previously appeared flabby and inert suddenly shook and came to life. Even though the point break quickly let go of its lance and attempted to retreat, it was far too slow. The meat suit actually turned itself inside out and folded over to engulf the expert lancer mech in its macabre embrace. Ah! The monstrous meat suit completely wrapped around the point break and began to squeeze and attack its entire frame. It was as if a biomonster had devoured an entire expert mech. Read novelfull.me. Venerable Joshua finally felt liberated now that his Everchanger had shed the meat suit. Though he definitely enjoyed the power granted by the Titan V project, its feral personality and many complications had put an enormous load on his mind and spirit. The meat suit's bulk and mass also confined his Everchanger in a way that vastly reduced its combat options. Joshua felt much better now that he was down to piloting his Everchanger in its purest form. Though the state of his expert mech was not at its best due to regenerating so much battle damage earlier, it was still in a much better condition to finish the fight. While the Everchanger had just gotten rid of a heavy burden, another expert mech happened to take it over. The point break currently resembled one of the victims of a horror drama as its entire frame became engulfed by the meat suit. Even though Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger had already broken off their connection to the Titan V project, that did not automatically mean that it had become inert. The meat suit was extremely dangerous by itself. VES and the Larkinson Biotech Institute had tried many possible ways to tame the meat suit, only to conclude that the beast that they had created in their labs was too unruly to be tamed. Read novelfull.me. Any solution that reduced the meat suit's volatility also weakened its combat power, which was an unacceptable result to VES. Since Venerable Joshua was reluctantly able to keep it under control during his practice sessions, VES decided to preserve the ferocity of the meat suit in order to maximize its combat power. What happened to the point break was one of the nightmare scenarios of the Larkinson clan. If Venerable Ulrich Valka was in a better condition and if the point break still retained its resonance shield, then it would never have been put in such a sorry state by a giant sack of alien flesh. The Everchanger would have suffered in a similar way if Venerable Joshua ever lost control of the meat suit one day. What is this? I can't shake it off. This biomonster is chewing through the nooks and crannies of my expert mech. The Titan V project actually wasn't as scary as it looked. It was not able to deal a high amount of damage now that it had lost the support of the Everchanger. Its energy reserves were also low, so it could do little but surround the point blank while grinding away the weak points of the enemy expert mech. Exposed parts and areas such as sensor arrays and the fight system became especially vulnerable to the meat suit's invasive attacks. The most difficult aspect about the meat suit's attack method was that a melee mech like the point break had few effective ways to damage the meat suit. Its limbs were all enveloped with strong alien flesh, which not only prevented it from wielding any weapons such as a backup knife, but also inhibited the expert lancer mech's ability to do anything else. An expert hybrid mech like the shock shell could have at least fired its integrated weapons and clear a bit of space on its exterior. If this continued, then the meat suit would inevitably break through the weakest layers of the point break and drill inside so that it could ravage the internals. That would most certainly doom the expert mech. Only external assistance could help the point break dislodge the meat suit. I'm coming, Ulrich. Venerable George Baldassari called. Hold it together and wait for my assistance. The wrecker no longer tried to pursue the Everchanger and quickly flew towards the trapped point break. However, the Everchanger was faster. The Larkinson expert mech had already raced towards the point break with the intention of eliminating this threat without giving it any chance to make a comeback. Once the Everchanger closed in on the rear of the trapped expert mech, it ruthlessly charged forward and stabbed its sharp and glowing heart sword through the back of the expert lancer mech. The meat suit that had gone out of control offered a bit of resistance, but not enough to prevent the Everchanger's blade from sinking through. The heart sword continued to sink through the rear armor of the point break and dealt considerable damage. However, the point break still remained operational. It was a bit too much to hope that a single strike would be able to take out a formidable mid-tier expert mech. Even if the point break concentrated most of its defenses at the front, its rear armor was not that weak. Just before Venerable Joshua wanted his expert mech to launch another attack, he grew alarmed and quickly made his Everchanger evade brace for impact. The wrecker had finally come. The expert Space Knight charged with its shield in front and bashed it against the frame of the Everchanger. While the Everchanger bounced away, the wrecker turned around and used its axe to hack at the damaged flesh that covered the rear of the Point Break. Now that the Titan V project was in a more awful state than ever, it became easier than ever for Venerable Baldassari to open up a channel. It's clear. Thank you, George. The Point Break's cockpit finally ejected from the rear of the Point Break and quickly raced back to the Cossack ring while a company of friendly mechs covered its retreat. Venerable Valka felt no shame for abandoning his expert mech and retreating from the battlefield while the fight was not over. As an expert Lancer mech, he often challenged the most troublesome enemies on the battlefield and charged straight into danger in order to fulfill his role. There were times during the Komodo War where he had expended his power and could no longer fight against the Hexer expert mechs. Unlike expert swordsman mechs or other mech types, an expert Lancer mech like the Point Break was hardly able to contribute if it was no longer able to make any further attack runs. Venerable Valka had seen numerous fellow Lancer mech specialists such as himself perish in battle because they stayed in the field too long. I might not win this battle, but I will certainly do better the next time. This was his personal mantra and one that had served him well over the course of his career. As the Point Break lost its cockpit and its pilot, the meat suit had free rein over the machine. Its flesh eagerly poured into the cavity and proceeded to grind and wreck the insides of the abandoned expert Lancer mech. Meanwhile, the Everchanger was finally able to duel the wrecker without too much interference from other enemies. It's just you and me now. Venerable Joshua declared as his Everchanger raised its Vitalis rifle and began to shoot light beams at the enemy expert Space Knight. The wrecker's resonance shield depleted quite quickly due to the Everchanger's attack. This prompted the Frid Aemon expert mech to advance and activate its warp travel function to close the distance as quickly as possible. Venerable Baldassari still believed he could salvage a win from this confrontation. I'm not scared of you anymore now that you no longer have your monster suit. However, just as the wrecker rapidly caught up to the Everchanger, the latter mech activated its custom combat drive and moved away at an even faster pace. The warp travel capabilities of the Everchanger was considerably more powerful than that of the wrecker. This was not a surprise as the custom combat drive that VES had commissioned for the Everchanger was much more expensive and integrated a bit more phase water. The difference in mass was also a key factor that set their mobility apart. The wrecker may be a medium mech, but its thicker armor added a lot more bulk to the mech. Even if neither expert mechs possessed warp travel capabilities, the Everchanger still would have been able to outrun the wrecker. Though the Everchanger was not able to match the speeds of the Dark Zephyr, it was still able to ensure that the wrecker could not catch up and use its axe to hack away at the Larkinson expert mech. Venerable Joshua had no thoughts about fighting the wrecker up close. Why would he make such an idiotic decision and give his opponent a chance to counterattack? He already learned in previous battles that he should never underestimate his opponents. The wrecker might not be as simple as it looked. Though it took repeated ranged attacks to chip away at the defenses of the wrecker, Joshua was willing to be patient. Damn you, coward! No matter what Venerable Baldassari tried to do, he could not urge his wrecker to move any faster. He had also exploded his willpower once before and could not do so again. Seeing that his expert mech was continually getting beaten up without gaining any chance to retaliate against the Everchanger, the Frid Aemon expert pilot figured out that there was no point in staying. Goodbye. The expert pilot barked and promptly turned around to race back towards friendly lines. The Everchanger did not possess the firepower to wear down the defenses of the expert Space Knight before it reached its buddies. Though it did not stop firing at the retreating expert mech, that was merely to ensure that the wrecker did not turn back and go on the attack again. Venerable Joshua sighed. Though his Everchanger was still intact for the most part, he expended too many resources earlier. He did not think it was wise to intercept the wrecker and lock it into place so that he could defeat it entirely. The wrecker still has a powerful high-cap energy shield in reserve. Joshua wasn't the only one who felt let down by his performance. Back on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, VES furrowed his brows as he analyzed the meat suit's performance. On one hand, its power and capabilities were absolutely great. The Titan V project effectively granted the Everchanger the combat effectiveness of a high-tier expert mech for a relatively short amount of time. The problem was that its energy consumption was too high. The meat suit's powerful organic processes expended so much energy that the organic energy cells simply couldn't meet all of the demand. Energy supply should be a major focus in the next major revision of the Titan V project. VES told Director Rania. The projection of the leader of the LBI nodded in agreement. We will do our best to address this shortcoming, but it is difficult to obtain energy cells that provide noticeably more power at our current budget. You will need to find a way to supply us with what we need one way or another. I will see what I can do, but we are already using top-tier energy cells that we can obtain from the industry. They continued to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the Titan V project. VES felt it had been worth it to allocate so many resources to the meat suit, but Director Rania still possessed a couple of doubts. Do you truly want to proceed with making the Titan V project stronger? Rania carefully asked. Look at what it is doing at the moment. It has gone completely berserk and is continuing to crush the Point Break despite the fact that there is no benefit in doing so. Its consciousness has completely degenerated. VES dismissively waved his arm. I understand the risks, but what can the meat suit possibly do against our entire clan? Our containment processes are more than adequate enough to limit the dangers. By the way, make sure to retrieve it from the battlefield before any Fridayman Mechs have the bright idea to shoot it to pieces. His fears were unfounded. Though the Sundered Phalanx would have loved to destroy this dangerous bioconstruct under other circumstances, the Fridayman Mech pilots did not have the luxury to do anything else. This was because General Verl and Marshal Ariadne Wadden had decided that the time was right for them to employ one of their most powerful means. Now that the Sundered Phalanx had suffered multiple setbacks to the point where their battle lines had become disordered, the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers wanted to strike the decisive blows that might cause the enemy pilots to collapse entirely. Large formations of Valkyrie Mechs were already starting to take shape. An invisible cloud of death slowly started to engulf the battlefield. Read novelfull.me. General Aliski Victrix grinned when she saw that the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers finally made the moves that the Hexers had been waiting for all this time. She began to look forward to a good show as the timing of this major step couldn't have been better. Though the Sundered Phalanx had succeeded in evacuating St. Rebecca and Deuce from the battlefield, the Fridayman Mechs had lost a lot of cohesion as a result. Even if the enemy Mechs did their best to reform their battle lines and restore their formations, there were still tens of thousands of enemy machines that were awfully clumped together at the moment. This was the best time to sweep large chunks of them with a couple of death waves. General Aliski's only regret was that the power to wipe out entire Fridayman Mech regiments at once was not in the grasp of the Hex army. The Larkinson clan never agreed to extend this secret power to the Hexers. This was a serious mistake in her opinion. Others had different opinions about the obvious moves that the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers were making. Many people working for the Sundered Phalanx had paid constant attention to the movements of the Mechs that were known to be able to launch battle formation attacks. Now that large amounts of Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IIs and other variants of this model had taken action, the Gage dynasty entered into high alert. Read novelfull.me. No matter whether the Sundered Phalanx won or lost this battle, it could not afford to suffer a serious and humiliating blow like the last time it fought against the Larkinson clan. Disperse. Disperse. Forget about reforming your formations again. Just split up and move as far away from everybody as possible. Open fire on the designed Valkyrie Mechs. We need to knock out as many of them as possible in order to weaken their super attacks. The more of them that we take down, the more friendly lives we'll save. The enemy's thorough planning and quick actions made people such as VES speechless. These guys are truly traumatized. Nevertheless, even if the death energy waves were unable to take out as many mech pilots as he wished, thousands of Fridayman Mechs were bound to lose their pilots at once, which would deal a heavy blow against the morale of the Sundered Phalanx. Numerous enemy expert Mechs such as the Star of Liberation and other intact machines were doing their best to inhibit the Penitent Sisters and Glory Seekers from proceeding with their actions. However, there were other powerful expert Mechs such as the Amaranto and the Promethea that suppressed the enemy champions. We can't stop them. An officer of the Blackened Reapers exclaimed. There are too many of them for us to stop. Other friendly Hexer and Golden Scholar Mechs tried their best to escort the crucial Mechs forward. Under all of this protection, 3 separate battle formations were on the verge of savaging the Sundered Phalanx's lines from 3 different angles. In order to maximize the damage spread and minimize overlap as much as possible, the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers agreed to split up and prevent a strong response from the Sundered Phalanx to ruin all 3 attack waves at once. The Penitent Sisters took over the responsibility of attacking the center of the Fridayman Mech lines. The Everchanger had already caught up to the Penitent Sisters after concluding its fight against the Wrecker and the Point Break. The Expert Hero Mech's combat drive allowed it to reposition itself a lot faster than before. It quickly took up position at the center of the formation. Though Venerable Joshua had already exhausted himself to an extent, he still possessed enough willpower left to help the Penitent Sisters focus and amplify their efforts. The Everchanger looked awfully out of place among the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IIs, but it soon changed its design spirit to Helena, which instantly caused it to gain a more gloomy vibe. Helena. Joshua called. Can you give us a hand? Always. A black-robed figure partially materialized inside the cockpit of the Everchanger. The Hexers hate the Fridaymen so much that I have always wanted to snuff their souls more directly. I will make sure to kill as many of them as possible. Venerable Joshua didn't exactly feel good when he heard that, but he did his best to suppress any distracting emotions. The best way to prevent his fellow Larkinsons from dying any further was to win this battle as quickly as possible. If that meant harvesting as many enemy lives as possible, then so be it. The Larkinson army already suffered serious losses already. While Venerable Joshua and the Penitent Sisters all formed a deep and profound connection to Helena, the Glory Seekers also prepared their separate attacks. The Glory Seekers happened to field more Valkyrie Mechs than the Larkinson clan, so they had enough machines to launch 2 battle formation attacks at the same time. Both the left and right wings of the enemy battle lines came under considerable danger. Even though the concentration of enemy Mechs weren't as high at these places, the Glory Seekers sought to collapse the barriers the Frydaemon had put up and pave the way to roll up the center from two sides. Two special expert mechs led each of the battle formations of Glory Seekers. Each of them shared a large resemblance to the other Valkyrie mechs, but their designs were much more high-end and their auras were palpably strong. If ordinary Valkyrie mechs were like stars, then these expert mechs were like moons. Both of these expert marauder mechs were piloted by the Handmaidens of Death. In the past, Venerable Olivia Remus and Venerable Iona Ballantyne piloted different variants of the Valkyrie Redeemer. In the present, they piloted their own expert mech variants of the mech model that they embraced the most. When VES and Gloriana designed the pair of expert mechs, they did not start from scratch but rather took the Valkyrie Brunhildes that the Handmaidens of Death had broken through with and upgraded them into expert mechs. Though practically every part of the original Valkyrie Brunhildes had been swapped out for vastly superior components, their living characteristics still remained the same for the most part. Each of the two Valkyrie Brunhildes had evolved into third-order living mechs when their pilots experienced apotheosis, so VES found it extremely important to retain this fantastic quality. As such, both Handmaidens of Death were not only able to start off their careers as expert pilots on a stronger footing than usual, but also formed deeper bonds with them over the years. At this time, the Valkyrie Handa and the Valkyrie Krista assumed similar roles as the Everchanger for their respective battle formations. As the giant fork of death came closer and closer to poking the Frydaemon mech lines, nothing else seemed to matter anymore as the dark cloud increasingly pressed upon everyone's souls. No matter whether they were Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, Crossers, Hexers or Gaugers, everyone on the battlefield seemed to pay attention to the three battle formations regardless of what they were doing. This was strange as the battle hadn't paused. Ranged mechs were still firing their guns. Melee mechs were still positioning themselves. Support mechs were still facilitating other friendly machines. At most, the mech pilots became more distracted and reined themselves in so that they did not expose their mechs as much anymore. Helena's presence became increasingly more oppressive across the battlefield. Over 3,000 Valkyrie mechs offered formed channels to the Daughter of Death at the same time. There had never been a situation where a design spirit was able to descend upon the material realm to such an extent. Though some design spirits would have struggled to support three battle networks at once, Helena possessed more than enough power to do so. Billions of Hexers already deified her and she had also experienced a lot of growth while fighting in the Nixian Gap. As the Valkyrie mechs led by the Everchanger, the Valkyrie Handa and the Valkyrie Krista all assumed V-shaped formations, the Spectre of Death had never loomed closer to thousands of Frydaemon mech pilots. Three manifestations of Helena appeared at the same time. The sight of the three identical grey-haired maidens caused every Hexer to grow more reverent towards their death goddess. Helena! 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 With the earnest support and worship of so many Hexer mech pilots and crew members, the manifestations of Helena all seemed to grow a little more solid. The Helenas smirked and plucked the flower planted on their heads at the same time. The Death Lotuses switched from their flower mode to their pistol mode. Death energy surged inside the weapons before the Helenas simultaneously pulled the trigger. They're coming! Hold fast, men! For the Gage dynasty. It didn't matter too much whether the manifestations of Helena released their death energy attacks by waving their arms or firing their weapons. The gigantic discharges of death energy released by the Death Lotuses soon expanded into enormous waves that were bound to sweep over entire mech companies at once. Though a lot of Frydaemon mechs had already moved far away enough to put them into the safe zone, there were still plenty of other machines that were at great risk. Just as thousands of Frydaemon mech pilots were about to kiss their spiritualities goodbye, three bright and powerful projectiles shot out from a half-broken orbital space fortress from the Cossack ring and intercepted the three death energy waves. Three different energy explosions quickly erupted from those sites, causing numerous unlucky mech pilots who had strayed a bit too close to lose their lives. However, the expanding death energy blasts all lost cohesion to the point where they quickly dispersed, preventing them from harming any further lives. The sundered phalanx succeeded in blocking not one, but three infamously powerful battle formation attacks at the same time. What? Who? This is impossible. VES was shocked most of all. As the inventor of the battle network, he possessed a deep familiarity with its power. Each successful battle formation allowed a design spirit to exert a portion of their power on the battlefield. Though Helena wasn't able to attack the Frydaemon lines at full strength, even a fraction of her might could not be stopped by expert mechs. The only way the Gaugers could repel the battle formation attacks is to bring something stronger than an expert mech. An ace mech appeared on the battlefield. It rose from the orbital space station where its initial strikes originated from and warp-traveled to the center of the battlefield at a pace that could easily leave the Dark Zephyr in the dust. At the same time the Frydaemon ace mech advanced, the three dazzlingly silver mech swords that had just negated Helena's powerful energy releases spontaneously flew back and reunited with their wielder. The silver swords went on to circle around the ace mech as if they were planets orbiting a star. The Neo Amadeus had come. As the Frydaemon mech pilots all gazed at the ace mech with admiration and worship, they completely forgot about all of the difficulties and hardships they suffered up to this point. Each of them believed so much in their ace pilot and ace mech that they became convinced that their saint would lead them to victory. Gauge. 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 The sundered phalanx mech pilots never felt prouder to be a part of their service. To be able to fight alongside their ace pilot was an honor that they would cherish for the rest of their lives. As Saint Jeremiah Gauge continued to announce his entry onto the battlefield, the enemies of the Gauge dynasty all felt oppressed by the powerful enemy's aura. Yet just as Saint Jeremiah could continue to press down the mech pilots that had the temerity to attack Pima Prime, a powerful energy beam struck the Neo-Amadeus Saint Kingdom. Though the attack weakened considerably as it passed through Saint Jeremiah's domain field, it still retained enough energy left to inflict a serious blow onto the ace mech's armor. Of course, it took a lot more attacks than that to damage the surface of the Neo-Amadeus, but the power shown by this energy attack already forced Saint Jeremiah to take it seriously. From the midst of the Cross Clan's fleet, another ace mech emerged. After so much waiting, the Mars finally debuted on the battlefield as well. Patriarch Reginald Cross only had eyes for his soul-worthy opponent. His battle fever rose by the second as he increasingly psyched himself up for a duel with his life on the line. "I've been waiting for you, Jerry. It took you long enough to show yourself. A homeless glory hound like you is a disgrace to your status as an ace pilot," Saint Jeremiah Gauge contemptuously replied. "Instead of using your power to protect your own men, you willingly cast them into the meat grinder in order to obtain a chance to confront your peer. By helping the hateful hexers commit their atrocities upon the innocent, you have cast aside your honor and dignity. Let me be the arbiter that shall punish you for your misdeeds." Ha! There are no rights and wrongs on the battlefield. There are only winners and losers. History only glorifies the winners. Let us decide which of us shall serve as the stepping stone of the other today. Read novelful.me. Master Benedict Cortez grew more keen as his Mars finally made its first true appearance in public. Decades of research and years of design work had finally come into fruition. It was rare for masters to be given the responsibility to design ace mechs. Only the most trusted and accomplished mech designers of a state had a chance of receiving an invitation to design the most powerful mechs of their lifetimes. There were so few people who could pilot ace mechs in the first place that many masters got passed over. Objectively speaking, Master Benedict shouldn't have obtained his turn. He had advanced too soon and his design solutions weren't close to the level of a seasoned and experienced master. Though he managed to realize his design philosophy, the implementation of his new magma vein system and index system were still fairly rough as they were at the start of their respective development cycles. It didn't matter much to him. Qualified or not, Master Benedict never intended to pass up the opportunity to design a genuine ace mech. He had learned so many lessons and became exposed to so many new aspects of high-level mech design that he expanded his horizons and gained many new research directions. However, the Mars was currently his best and proudest work. Though it was not a solo project, it undoubtedly encapsulated his design philosophy and the ideals he pursued since he started on this career. Naturally, Benedict possessed a lot of confidence in his magnum opus. It was supremely powerful and utilized some of the best tech available in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. It has finally happened. VES spoke. Read novelful.me. Our living god will finally shine today. Gloriana smiled as she held a suited Androsta in her arms. The master mech designer had started a conference call with the two contributors that had contributed to the Mars by making it more unique by raising its upper boundaries in different ways. Though Master Benedict always respected VES for his unique work and his radical but successful design solutions, his wife could be just as brilliant in her own ways. Master Benedict did not view radical and unorthodox mech designers with much respect in the past. He thought that they were incompetent fools and dreamers who vastly overreached in their attempts to produce major breakthroughs in a single leap. The progression of science rarely moved forward without the support of enormous accumulation. A huge amount of research and experimentation formed the basis of most advancements in human civilization these days. It wasn't until Benedict came in touch with the leading mech designers of the Larkinson clan that he gained a new appreciation of their worth and contribution to the mech industry. Frankly speaking, Benedict did not believe it was the best idea to rely on mechs that were solely based on VES and Gloriana's radical design philosophies. The pair possessed highly distinct strengths but also fairly major deficiencies and blind spots. They were also journeymen who still had a long way to go before they were able to develop more rounded and refined mechs. Still, their shortcomings didn't matter as long as the pair worked in a collaborative context. This was where Master Benedict truly appreciated the so-called miracle couple. Some of their most defining specialties could easily be plugged into any mech design and instantly elevate the work to a higher level. This was exactly what happened to the Mars. Master Benedict could have chosen to collaborate with other seniors if he truly wanted to, but he had opted to join hands with a bunch of journeymen instead. This was because only VES and Gloriana allowed his Mars to grow after its completion. Besides, VES had played a key role in enabling the Mars to become a masterwork mech. This exceptional accomplishment instantly multiplied the value of their creation and set it apart from many other ace mechs. The proportion of masterworks among ace mechs tended to be significantly higher than usual, though. They were developed by the best master mech designers of a state and organization. Many of these prestigious figures possessed so much depth in mechs that their ability to successfully fabricate masterwork mechs was incredible. Master Benedict had no illusions about being able to turn the initial version of the Mars into a masterwork mech right away, but everything changed once he got hit by VES' strange hammer. Though Benedict deeply wanted to grab that hammer and research it in order to figure out how it could have triggered such a massive epiphany in his mind, he was tactful enough not to say anything to the Larkinson Patriarch. Everyone had their secrets. Even Benedict never shared too much about himself to the people around him. That did not affect his ability to collaborate with other mech designers. Each of them possessed a clear understanding of what they sought from each other. This was also another reason why Benedict was satisfied with the Larkinson mech designers. They were all young and posed little threat to higher-ranking mech designers. They also retained much of their purity and enthusiasm in mech design. Currently, VES and Gloriana's anticipation for the Mars might be even greater than his own. Their limited contributions already granted them a measure of ownership of the Mars. After being paired with a powerful ace pilot, the Mars offered the greatest hope of maximizing the growth traits of the two Larkinson mech designers. However, there was no guarantee that the Mars could defeat its formidable opponent. No matter what, the Neo Amadeus was developed with the support of an entire coalition partner. Even Master Benedict did not possess a complete enough understanding of Venerable Jeremiah Gage and his Neo Amadeus to judge whether they still possessed a powerful trump card that could turn the tide. What are your first impressions of the Neo Amadeus? Benedict idly asked. I underestimated its ranged capabilities. VES immediately spoke. I did not think it could project so much power at a distance just by tossing its swords. How is the Neo Amadeus able to maintain such strong control over them outside of its domain field? I imagine that your favorite Frid Amon mech designer plays a large role in this. Gloriana guessed. Out of the Gage Dynasty master mech designers who are known to have worked on the Neo Amadeus, Master Huron possesses the right specialty and the strongest qualifications to increase the control mechanisms of the swords. Master Benedict thoughtfully nodded. Though we have only gained a glimpse so far, the interaction between the Neo Amadeus and its swords faintly reminds me of the relationship between the Charlemagne and the Scara. VES paid much closer attention to the three main swords of the Neo Amadeus. Now that Master Benedict mentioned it, the swords absolutely stood out. They did not move or behave like inert weapons. The way they orbited around the Neo Amadeus caused them to appear more lively than usual. Wait a second. The words of Benedict and his wife gave him a strange hunch. VES leaned forward on his chair and focused specifically on the sword. He did not look at their material composition or their overall design but instead tried to look for a specific trait that he had often worked with in the past. Though it was difficult to determine anything solid through a projected view as opposed to being able to see the Neo Amadeus with the naked eye, VES still managed to pick up hints that looked disturbingly familiar to his eyes. Gloriana paid close attention to her husband's projection. Did you find out something important about the Neo Amadeus, VES? I think so. I'm not sure. I need to see the Neo Amadeus in action before I know for certain what is going on. If my suspicions are correct, the Neo Amadeus may be a scarier ace mech than I originally thought. As the mech designers speculated on the properties of the Neo Amadeus, the two ace pilots had nothing much to say anything to each other anymore. Both of them fought for different principles and ideals. It was impossible for strong-willed individuals such as Jeremiah and Reginald to sway their opponents to their viewpoints. Your complicity in the atrocities of the Hexers is undeniable. Jeremiah declared as his Neo Amadeus seemed to glow and burn with righteousness. As long as you remain alive, you will continue to facilitate the Hexers in their pervasive attempts to expand their evil and cultish ways to the stars. My people have suffered enough at the hands of the Hexers. As their mercenary helper, I sentence you to death. Patriarch Reginald scoffed at those words. Don't pretend you are some sort of arbiter of justice. I've had enough of your sanctimonious attitude. You are part of the ruling class of the Gage dynasty. The only reason why you are able to maintain your justice is because it is backed up by the biggest fist of the Friday coalition. Only with strength and power can you determine what is right and what is wrong. I will prove to you how little substance there is to your justice by vanquishing you myself. Without another word, both ace mechs began to ascend and fly above the plane where most of the mechs were locked in combat. The power of ace mechs was unreasonably destructive and could produce an enormous amount of collateral damage. Even a casual missed shot might be enough to wipe out hundreds of mechs or down an entire capital ship. What was worse was that both mechs were fighting in orbit of a populated planet. When both Jeremiah and Reginald advanced to Ace Pilot, they went on another pilgrimage to an MTA branch headquarters where they received a lot of revelations, guidance, and instructions. One of the most important lectures they received was what was permissible for them. The Meshers greatly emphasized the need to minimize collateral damage as much as possible. After all, if dueling ace mechs casually wiped out half a city that was inhabited by millions of people, the popularity and support for the mech industry in human space would definitely take a major hit. Aside from abiding to the bare minimum of hard rules imposed by the MTA, Jeremiah and Reginald also tacitly agreed to abide by an additional set of unspoken rules. There was no need to speak them out loud or sign a written contract. They might disagree with each other on many matters, but they could still trust each other's integrity as a saint. Once they flew far away enough from the main battlefield, the two ace mechs promptly began to fight. The Mars opened fire first. As an ace hybrid mech that was loaded with ranged armaments, it would be a huge mistake if Reginald did not make use of his range advantage. The Crosser Ace Mech already warmed up its powerful Arceus system and commanded it to launch a combination strike of 9 extremely powerful resonance-empowered laser beams at the Neo Amadeus. The accuracy and precision of this strike left no room for the Neo Amadeus to evade the attack, but Jeremiah did not intend to do so in the first place. The Gauger Ace Mech first relied on its powerful Saint Kingdom to weaken the laser beam attacks as they got closer to their target. Once the powerful laser beams finally reached the Neo Amadeus, one of the swords of the target mech was already in place to intercept the attacks with its shining silver blade. A muted energy explosion erupted from the point of impact. Jeremiah's Saint Kingdom easily suppressed the unleashed energies and ensured that the damage had been minimized as much as possible. The two ace mechs paused for a moment while their pilots evaluated their own efforts. Not bad. Jeremiah eventually spoke. Thanks. Reginald replied. I am far from done, though. I have more salvos in store for your ace mech. Not so fast. It's my turn now. Before Reginald could respond, the Neo Amadeus grabbed one of its swords and launched it forward towards the Mars at an incredible speed. Even though the tossing move looked a bit casual, the power behind the advancing sword should not be underestimated. Read novelful.me. Patriarch Reginald Cross had no idea how the Neo Amadeus was able to toss its swords with so much power while also retaining a strong degree of control over them. He truly had no clue how the designers of the Gauger Ace Mech made all of this possible. It didn't matter, though. There was no need to think too deeply about the science and engineering behind the mech of his opponent. All Reginald needed to do was to beat his enemy's measures. Both sides still maintained a fairly cautious and serious attitude towards each other. A battle between ace pilots and ace mechs was often equated to a long and difficult war campaign. Even the smallest differences could magnify into major advantages or disadvantages, so the two ace pilots had to make sure to be as efficient and effective with how they spent their resources. Previously, Patriarch Reginald gained a small advantage. When the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers sought to poke the mechs of the sundered phalanx with a giant death fork, Saint Jeremiah Gage had no choice but to take action first. Battle formation attacks were strong, but their power was incomparable to the strength of an ace mech in the field. This was why Reginald never took them seriously. Tricks like these no longer worked in front of absolute strength. Though Saint Jeremiah managed to block all 3 death wave attacks, it still took quite a bit of effort to disperse the battle formation attacks. This not only exposed a part of the capabilities of the Neo Amadeus, but also forced its ace pilot to expend a bit of resources before his fated duel. These relatively minor differences might end up giving Reginald a huge advantage later on in the fight. His confidence had grown as a result. Though Reginald did not despise his opponent's sword-tossing moves, there was no particular reason why he should fear them either. He had several different ways to repel the incoming sword. Since he had chosen to deploy into battle while equipping his Mars with a pair of shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons, Reginald chose to fire them at the incoming threat. While these modular Gauss cannons were merely secondary armaments to the Mars, their firepower was much greater than the shoulder-mounted weapons of expert mechs such as the Point Break and the Shock Shell. The twin impacts considerably weakened the advancing sword, but did not stop it in its tracks. The weapon continued to advance towards the Mars and quickly crossed into its target's Saint Kingdom. The strong suppression from Patriarch Reginald's domineering willpower heavily impacted the sword, but Jeremiah's willpower happened to be stronger and more condensed. Ultimately, the Mars had to block the incoming sword with its transphasic axe. Though Patriarch Reginald attempted to capture the weapon in order to deprive the Neo Amadeus of a powerful tool, the sword had already bounced away and somehow accelerated straight back towards its owner. Strange. Reginald frowned. He did not expect to succeed as the Neo Amadeus would have never sent out its valuable weapon on a one-way trip. However, the way the sword resisted his domain field and defeated his attempts to capture it was odd. Reginald mentally raised the threat level of his opponent's sword. The two ace mechs continued to probe each other with cautious attacks. Neither ace pilots showed much haste even though the main battle taking place below had picked up again. The Mars lightly exercised its Arceus system as Patriarch Reginald used the energy beam attacks to understand his opponent's Saint Kingdom and gain a better understanding of the defensive measures of the opposing ace mech. The Neo Amadeus tossed its 3 primary weapons in different combinations and patterns. Each of its swords possessed different properties and affected the Mars in different ways. Reginald eventually confirmed that the Neo Amadeus indeed had a transphasic sword and a plasma sword at its disposal. It was the third sword that initially gave Reginald an unexpected surprise. Though the third sword did not possess the penetration power of the transphasic sword or the melting capacity of the plasma sword, it was still absurdly effective at resisting and cutting through the Mars domain field. Patriarch Reginald actually found the third sword to be the most uncomfortable to deal with. It felt as if the weapon was completely unassailable to his will. He didn't like that. Everything and everyone should submit to him. He had come here to defeat the Neo Amadeus and force Jeremiah Gage to his knees. How could Reginald accomplish his goal when he couldn't show a single sword who was in charge? Benedict. The Cross Patriarch spoke up. What is this sword and why is it so weird? If I am not mistaken, it is likely to be a rare but powerful anti-resonance sword. The Master replied. This means that the weapon is made out of extremely expensive alloys that inherently resists the effects of resonance. Something like that can exist. The mech industry is far more diverse than you think. We haven't even scratched the surface of all of the technologies that have emerged throughout the generations. If this sword is able to resist every form of resonance, then why is Jerry able to maintain control over it? Reginald puzzlingly asked. I have heard that there are special proprietary processes that can make a permanent exception to the sword's effect for a single powerful mech pilot. The anti-resonance sword is essentially keyed to Saint Jeremiah gauge. As Master Benedict revealed what he knew about anti-resonance weapons over the communication channel, VES abruptly jerked in his seat. Meow. Lucky shifted from his position on the armrest and curiously gazed upwards. Don't you think this anti-resonance alloy sounds familiar, Lucky? Meow. It's your favorite laxative. It's been years since you last used the kitty litter box. I've been meaning to feed you a chunk of beestone, but I have so little of it left that I can't bear to lose any more of it. If this anti-resonance alloy works the way I think it does, I may have found a more readily available substitute to beestone. Meow. In fact, the anti-resonance alloy employed by the Neo Amadeus was probably much superior in terms of hardness. The Gauger mech designers wouldn't have used it to make a sword if the material was not able to keep up in battles between ace mechs. Though VES already suspected that anti-resonance alloys were products of high technology and therefore incredibly expensive and difficult to get a hold of, he was willing to do almost anything to obtain this material. This was because it could likely offer him superior protection against spiritual threats. As VES added anti-resonance alloy to his wish list, the two ace pilots were finally done with probing each other. The main reason why they started out slow was because neither of them were completely certain whether their opponent was within their ability to defeat. There was a huge variety of ace mechs. The differences in power between the weakest and strongest ones was immense, so the pilots had to make sure they did not get into a fight where their chances of victory was virtually zero. Fortunately, neither Reginald nor Jeremiah found that their opponents were unreasonable. Though there were definitely differences between the two, they were well within reasonable ranges. Two of the swords of the Neo Amadeus automatically entered their holsters. The ace mech took hold of its transphasic sword and began to accumulate power. The Mars on the other hand gripped its transphasic axe and shotgun tighter. The ace mech also shunted more energy towards the Arceus system in preparation to make heavier use of its integrated weapon systems. They're getting serious now. Master Benedict judged. Eventually, the Neo Amadeus moved first. It exploded into action as its transphasic flight system accelerated it forward at a much more impressive pace than ace mechs of the previous generation. The Mars also moved an instant later. Naturally, it did not choose to meet up with the Neo Amadeus. The crosser ace mech instead flew in the other direction as it sought to stay as far away from its opponent as possible. Both ace mechs traversed so quickly in space that they resembled comets at this time. Most ordinary sensor systems didn't even possess the capabilities to observe them effectively. Only higher-end sensors were able to provide solid views of the two ace mechs, much to the disappointment of many onlookers. However, it didn't take premium military-grade sensors to figure out that the pursued was faster than the pursuer. The Mars Pulsar V1 transphasic flight system did not necessarily incorporate superior tech, but its material composition was definitely more luxurious. It not only incorporated a bit more phase water than the flight system of the opposing ace mech, but was also made out of other superior materials. The cost of equipping the Mars with a more luxurious transphasic flight system was great, but the Cross clan did not hesitate to invest this much in order to produce this kind of circumstance. As long as the Mars is able to outpace the Neo Amadeus, it can steadily wear down the ace swordsman mech's defenses. Patriarch Reginald did not hold back the incredible firepower of his ace mech anymore. The magma vein system augmented by the index system supplied an abundance of energy to the Arceus system, allowing the Mars to fire resonance-empowered laser beams with incredible power. Each of the laser beams struck at the speed of light, making it extremely difficult for the swift and agile Neo Amadeus to evade the attacks. Saint Jeremiah Gage had little choice but to weaken the incoming laser beams by exerting his domain field to weaken them as they passed. After that, the Neo Amadeus resolved the remaining power of the attacks by blocking them with the flat of its blade or the transphasic armor of his ace mech. The flood of laser beam attacks did not deal any apparent damage to the Neo Amadeus, but it would be a horrible mistake to think that the Gauger ace mech could shrug off the blows without paying a price. Under the current circumstances, each serious attack launched by the Arceus system was enough to punch through the Titan shields of space stations and important city districts. The firepower of the Arceus system could easily cripple dozens of combat carriers or partially hollow out a capital ship in a matter of minutes. This was the reason why the mech community often repeated the phrase that the only way to defeat an ace mech was another ace mech. As long as Jeremiah Gage was able to maintain his Saint Kingdom, practically every attack launched by the Mars lost at least half of their effective firepower. It was a lot easier to block whatever was left at the end. Though it looked as if the Mars was squandering a large amount of energy and other resources while getting little done in return, Patriarch Reginald knew better. Energy management and energy supply were the greatest advantages of his Mars. His control over his living mech was so great that he could feel how much his exceptional machine sustained the current intensity of attacks. Reginald was extremely confident that the Mars would definitely be able to outlast the Neo Amadeus. Perhaps Saint Jeremiah made the same realization, because he no longer maintained the current status quo. It was true that the Neo Amadeus was not as fast as the Mars due to possessing an inferior transphasic flight system, but fortunately the designers of the Ace Swordsman mech developed an extra solution to address scenarios like these. The Neo Amadeus extended its transphasic sword forward. When Saint Jeremiah began to resonate with the weapon in a specific way, it began to glow and affect the surrounding space. Many observers grew surprised as the activated transphasic sword seemed to cut through a part of the fabric of space, causing a brief warp tunnel to take shape behind the advancing weapon. When the Neo Amadeus became enveloped by this strange warp tunnel, its speed abruptly increased by at least 20%, which was enough of a difference for the Ace Swordsman mech to catch up to its prey. How can this be possible? VES reacted with shock. Ace mechs are too ridiculous. Mobility was extremely important to Ace mechs, particularly when they were primarily designed to fight up close. It was impossible for the master mech designers in charge of developing the Neo Amadeus to neglect this aspect. The transphasic flight system of the Neo Amadeus might not be as good as that of the Mars, but the transphasic sword just happened to possess an extra function that more than made up for this difference. Though VES was incredibly surprised at how the Neo Amadeus was able to speed itself up, Master Benedict did not look too surprised. This is what Ace mechs are capable of, VES. Don't blindly apply the model of expert mechs to this classification of machines. Compared to your ever-changer, the Mars and the Neo Amadeus are much more versatile in how they manipulate their capabilities to achieve more diverse outcomes. The reason why there is such a major difference is because their Ace pilots have matured their power expression to a much higher degree. Ace pilots had taken a major step towards transitioning into energy-based life forms. The more they distanced themselves from their mortal limitations, the more they became proficient at harnessing the powers granted by their more developed domains. To people like VES, it was incredibly silly to think that allowing a sword to cut through space could increase the speed of a machine. The Neo Amadeus had taught him a big lesson that he should never apply too much common sense towards any Ace mech. Right now, the Neo Amadeus was slowly gaining on the Mars due to the speed advantage it had bought. While Saint Jeremiah had to exert more willpower in order to do so, it was more than worth the effort as long as his Ace mech succeeded in reaching his target. Saint Jeremiah didn't find it worth it to harass the Mars by launching its other swords. It was better to focus entirely on maximizing the speed of his Ace mech so that it could get close enough to swing its sword at the Mars. Of course, Patriarch Reginald had no interest in letting his opponent have his way. Take this. The Arceus system fired concentrated laser and positron beams at the transphasic sword in the hopes of damaging it or at least interfering with its operation. The Mars also fired its shoulder-mounted gauze cannons at the enemy Ace mech's leading sword. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Mars attempted to knock down the sword, it remained completely undamaged and continued to perform its function with not a single sign of stability. Patriarch Reginald gained a much greater impression of the quality and power of the weapons of the Neo Amadeus. The overall mech frame didn't appear to be extravagant, but the developers of the Ace mech allocated a lot of funding, resources and attention to equip it with the best possible swords that the Gage dynasty could supply. This was bad news to Reginald as the three swords enabled Jeremiah to express his power in many more powerful ways. Their importance to the Neo Amadeus was just as great as the Decapitator to the first sword. Reginald recalled that Saint Jeremiah had once gone on an exchange to the Heaven Sword Association in his early career. Though the Gager Ace pilot had never openly visited the Heaven Sword Association again, the man must have doubtlessly inherited a fair amount of traditions and methods of the sword fanatics. Those swords need to be taken care of. Reginald concluded. I'll be in trouble as long as Jerry is able to make use of all of them. I need to find a way to knock them out of his grasp. That was easier said than done. His powerful Arceus system that possessed the power to destroy entire city districts failed to inflict any meaningful damage to the enemy's transphasic sword. The main reason why the Mars kept firing its integrated energy weapons over and over was because it took a lot of effort from Saint Jeremiah to mitigate the incoming damage. The fight between the two Ace mechs turned into an attrition battle for the following minutes. Though the actions of both Ace mechs seemed repetitive, that was because the Ace pilots knew that the real fight would only begin once the Neo Amadeus fully caught up to the Mars. It was strange to see the two Ace mechs fighting at a fairly low intensity when the battle much below had become a lot fiercer. The Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark II tried their best to fend off the aggressive assault from the Arma Tensor and the Phyla Tensor. Commander Kosella Ingvar had turned herself into a major nuisance by commandeering a lot of rifle warriors that struck the mechs of the sundered phalanx with greater power and precision than normal. The command-oriented expert pilot had little choice but to retract her presence from her fellow Larkinson mech pilots in order to empower her brother. It was only when the Blade Chaser Mark II received a large power-up that the Ingvar siblings reluctantly managed to hold their own against the Tensors. Elsewhere, Venerable Janzi entered into the most difficult fight of her career so far. Her difficulties began when the Scorpion Commando along with a bunch of other elite mech units had boarded several special combat carriers and warped behind the Larkinson fleet and launched a lightning attack. You have completely degenerated as a night mech pilot. Venerable Janzi accused as her shield of Samar struggled to block the Scorpion Commando's venomous tail strike. Whatever noble spirit you used to possess in your bones has completely rotted away. How naive. I like destroying you idealistic dimwits the most. Sacrificing your own life to save the lives of an ungrateful bunch of people is futile. We are demigods. We are better than the mortals that you profess to serve. Our value is infinitely greater than the plebeians that expect us to work ourselves to death so that they can live their petty little lives. The two expert space knights designed in completely opposite styles furiously collided against each other as their pilots attempted to win their ideological argument by force as well as persuasion. As these intensive duels and battles continued to progress, the Neo Amadeus almost managed to catch up to the Mars by this time. Saint Jeremiah Gage grew more active and excited as his powerful machine was on the verge of reaching its most optimal range. Their Saint Kingdoms touched each other first. Two different bubbles filled with true resonance began to press against each other like a pair of balloons. Neither ace pilot wanted their Saint Kingdoms to give way first. The two powerful men entered into another ego contest as they urgently channeled more power into their domain fields. It became increasingly more difficult for the ace pilots to hold their ground as the Neo Amadeus kept pressing closer to the Mars. Eventually, it was the red and aggressive Saint Kingdom of the Mars that gave way first. As the Neo Amadeus continued to press closer, its domain field started to squeeze into the territory of its opponent. Although Saint Jeremiah wasn't strong enough to completely negate his opponent's Saint Kingdom, he possessed just enough of an advantage to make Reginald cede a lot of territory. While it became harder and harder for Jeremiah to snatch Reginald's territory as the Neo Amadeus got closer to the Mars, it became clear to both ace pilots who possessed an advantage in this aspect. Your will is not as strong as mine. Saint Jeremiah grinned. I broke through later than you. Besides, I'm 4 decades younger than you. Your talent isn't worth anything compared to mine. Saint Reginald snapped back. Talent doesn't mean anything in this fight. It is the strength that we possess today that will determine who will win. My mind and will is greater than yours, and there is no possible way you can catch up to my level. Reginald scowled. As much as he wanted to deny it, his enemy was right. Jeremiah enjoyed too much of a head start. Even so, the Cross Patriarch did not allow this disadvantage to affect his confidence. I don't need to beat your mental game. He responded. My ace mech is better than yours. Just the fact that mine is a masterwork while yours is low-quality garbage is enough for me to win this battle. I will not allow you to belittle my Neo Amadeus. The two ace mech stopped speeding across the battlefield. Now that Reginald realized it was futile to run, he fully switched over to an offensive posture. The magma vein system no longer channeled as much energy to the flight system but instead directed them to the Arceus system so that it could launch stronger attacks. The Mars promptly proceeded to fire powerful positron beams at the Neo Amadeus as fast as its integrated energy weapons could cycle. At the same time, the Mars lifted its shotgun and fired a large and expensive transphasic pellet cartridge at its sole opponent. Though the pellets did not possess a lot of penetrative power, they could still deplete the defenses of the Neo Amadeus. However, before these pellets struck the ace swordsman mech, Saint Jeremiah no longer held back and quickly summoned all of the weapons his Neo Amadeus had at its disposal. Every pellet bounced away as a large amount of blades had managed to intercept the ones that threatened to strike the Neo Amadeus. Patriarch Reginald briefly became astonished now that he had finally been graced with the full form of the Neo Amadeus. The multi-armed designer sure did a thorough job on this mech. He trailed. The Neo Amadeus resembled God rather than a mech at this moment. A pair of physical arms had drawn out the transphasic sword and the anti-resonance sword. 5 more pairs of white, translucent arms had extended from the back of the Neo Amadeus and proceeded to grip a dagger each. In other words, the Neo Amadeus had turned itself into a Dodeka-armed mech. The translucent arms were not material but instead consisted of condensed true resonance energy that the Neo Amadeus was able to summon and maintain more easily through special technology. Now that the Neo Amadeus had drawn out all of its weapons aside from its plasma sword, the ace swordsman mech lunged forward and began to launch a flurry of attacks against the Mars. No matter how many blades you hold, none of them are worth a damn so long as they can't scratch my armor. Patriarch Reginald resonated with the powerful armor system of his Mars. As the part of the ace mech that integrated the most phase water in the design, the Abasis armor finally showed its worth as a cutting-edge transphasic armor system as its iconic ring-patterned exterior resisted strike after strike. Even though Saint Jeremiah resonated with all of the weapons held by the Neo Amadeus, none of the weapons were able to break the transphasic barrier generated by the Abasis armor. While Jeremiah did not hold high hopes for his daggers, he at least thought his swords should have done a better job. Any strike that the Mars failed to block with its transphasic axe failed to deal any damage to the exterior of the ace hybrid mech. No matter whether it was the transphasic sword designed to defeat transphasic defensive measures or the anti-resonance sword that was developed to negate resonance-based defenses, neither weapons were powerful enough to overcome the Abasis armor. The defensive power of the Mars was too ridiculous. Of course, the Ace hybrid mech did not remain idle while resisting strike after strike. Its Arceus system, its transphasic gauze cannons, its transphasic shotgun continually pummeled the Neo Amadeus, which finally showed signs of stress as it struggled to resist the concentrated attacks. What was especially troublesome for Saint Jeremiah was that the Abasis armor also generated a destabilizing spatial field that weakened the face water-based defenses of the Neo Amadeus. In other words, the Mars effectively weakened the defenses of the Neo Amadeus just by staying close. Who is piloting the melee mech here? Jeremiah wondered. How can the Mars have more close combat solutions than my own Ace mech? Destructive power and dazzling energies exploded from the constant collisions between the two Ace mechs. Many casual viewers found it difficult to track the Ace mechs despite the best efforts of distant observers to track the movements and resolve the visuals through all of the interference produced by excessive energy discharges. An enormous number of people living in the Mag-Air Middle Zone, Krakatoa Middle Zone and many other zones had tuned into the few broadcasts that were able to track the amazing duel without degenerating into continuous red and silver explosions. The Mars held clear responsibility for blinding and damaging many sensors as its Arceus system constantly pumped out resonance-empowered beams like no tomorrow. The integrated energy weapons embedded into its frame had been firing at their maximum possible rate of fire. Other energy weapon systems would have melted, exploded, or malfunctioned if they operated as intensely as the Arceus system, but the high-quality parts developed by Amaze Energy armaments remained true to their specs and continued to hold on even after enduring all of this abuse. Another element of the Mars that experienced a huge amount of strain was its Abasis armor. The unique, cutting-edge experimental transphasic armor system was one of the top-end products of Truvec Defenses, another renowned tech development company backed by powerful forces. The Mars did not just represent the face of the Cross clan. Every contributor that had cooperated with the Crossers by contributing their expertise and their tech to the design felt a strong sense of ownership to the high-tier expert mech that quickly morphed into an Ace mech. It was not wrong to state that the Mars was a product of Davyut. Victory and defeat not only had profound implications for the parties directly involved in the Battle of Pima Prime, but would also generate a lot of ripple effects to other groups. The power blocks that founded and ruled over Davyut were especially concerned about the outcome of the duel. As far as these people were concerned, they had no stake in the battle as a whole. The defeat and subsequent destruction of the Golden Skull Alliance had little bearing on the overall situation of a major economic engine like the Davyut system. The people in the region would just lament the loss or suspended development of several popular living mech models such as the Pacifier, the Ferocious Piranha, the Hymenoptera, and so on. Their market penetration was a bit big and their owners would definitely be pissed if the LMC could no longer offer any continuation to its product lines. In any case, it would be better if the Mars was able to win this stellar duel. A victory would not only grant more fame and renown to Davyut, but also provide solid proof that its local development companies were strong and capable of competing against its regional rivals. Of course, Patriarch Reginald Cross did not allocate a single thought towards the demands and aspirations of other people. He could not afford to get distracted by anything as he constantly struggled to keep up with the fast and powerful moves of his opponent. That wasn't all. Aside from having to fight against the Neo Amadeus on a physical level, he also had to firm up his mind and will and make sure his Saint Kingdom didn't buckle against the one projected by his opponent. Shaped by many decades of focused and disciplined swordsmanship training, Saint Jeremiah had condensed and sharpened his force of will into the most solid-bladed weapon that he could forge under his circumstances. When he broke through to Ace Pilot, his domain field largely inherited these characteristics. The result of this was that Saint Jeremiah's Saint Kingdom became smaller but significantly more condensed. It was like a ball of alloy that resisted a lot of pressure and could easily cause losses to weaker and less solid domain fields. Unfortunately, Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom happened to match this description. Combat was never fair. Reginald was confident that his resonance strength and domain field would have been stronger and more developed if he broke through at the same time as Saint Jeremiah Gage. It was a pity that Reginald achieved his dream too late. This led to the current circumstance where all of the attacks launched by his Ace mech automatically weakened as soon as they got close to the Neo Amadeus. By now, it had become abundantly clear that while the Ace Swordsman mech did indeed possess a few powerful and ingenious design solutions, its quality and specifications were not comparable to that of the Mars. Yet because of Saint Jeremiah's powerful will, every positron beam launched by the Arceus and every round blasted by the transphasic shotgun underwent so much distortion that they became too weak to overcome the armor covering the Neo Amadeus. Fortunately, Saint Jeremiah experienced even greater difficulties in his attempt to punch through the armor of the Mars. Though Reginald's Saint Kingdom simply wasn't as developed, it was still capable of making certain that the Ace pilot retained ownership of the immediate space around the Mars. Every incoming sword and dagger strike that the Mars had no hope of blocking automatically lost a bit of power as Reginald tried his best to bleed off their damage potential. By the time the Neo Amadeus was able to strike the Mars with all 12 weapons, the activated Abasis armor completely resisted the remainder of the impacts without exceeding its limits. The two ace mechs violently struck each other with an overwhelming volume of attacks until both ace pilots recognized that neither of them would be able to make significant progress if they maintained the current status quo. Patriarch Reginald did not object too much to it, though. His Mars possessed a lot of staying power. He was confident he could slowly wear down the Neo Amadeus over time. Saint Jeremiah Gage recognized this as well. It would be stupid for him to stick to a strategy that only led to his ace mech's eventual exhaustion and defeat. The two ace mechs broke away from each other. The powerful machines and their pilots had just experienced a lot of strain which worsened their conditions. They eagerly took advantage of the temporary lull to catch their breaths and ease the heavy load they put on themselves. That Mars of yours is truly a marvel of engineering. Jeremiah sincerely praised. Your mech designers are truly something else, and the parts your clan has managed to acquire for it are stronger than I expected. Thanks. Your Neo Amadeus isn't that bad either. Your swords are the most powerful mech weapons that I have ever had the privilege to fight against. I will put them in a place of honor on my flagship to commemorate my first victory as an ace pilot. Jeremiah laughed. Ha ha ha. You will never get the chance to claim my swords because I will be driving them through your fancy mech. Your Mars may be great, but battles between ace pilots like ourselves are never determined by whose pockets are deeper. If the pilot is weak, his mech is also weak. This truth is more valid than ever the higher up you go. If you think that you have seen everything that I could do, then think again. I have not even begun to display the power that I have gained after forging myself into a weapon for an entire century. The Neo Amadeus glowed bright and the Saint Kingdom around it became sharper and more filled with silver light. It was as if Saint Jeremiah had turned himself into an incarnation of justice and swords. The expression of his will and the power of his conviction materialized in a way that induced greater pressure on Patriarch Reginald. Of course, Saint Jeremiah was burning through his willpower and mental capacity at a greater rate by creating such a dramatic light show. Since his Neo Amadeus couldn't defeat the Mars by playing the long game, Jeremiah decisively changed tack and chose to employ his strongest techniques in order to overcome the hardy defenses of the Mars through overwhelming force. The Neo Amadeus stretched out all 12 of its arms, which combined with its glowing form caused the ace mech to resemble a multi-armed divinity that was about to exact holy judgment on the wicked. Its physical arms that held its precious swords along with the energy arms that held the less important but still deadly daggers began to shake and vibrate as they accumulated more power. The different weapons themselves also grew hotter and more energetic as Saint Jeremiah resonated with them to the strongest degree. Patriarch Reginald did not remain idle during this time. The Saint Kingdom around the Neo Amadeus had grown so strong that ordinary attacks from his ace mechs didn't cut it anymore. The Mars began to accumulate energy as Reginald chose to employ a big move as well. He did not believe that he was too weak to overcome his opponent's powerful Saint Kingdom. Reginald. VE's voice suddenly spoke up in the communication channel. Please respond. I've been trying to catch your attention for a while now. I have important information that you need to know. Reginald briefly frowned. He vaguely recalled hearing additional voices in his ears, but he had completely disregarded them as he became too invested in the fight. What is it, kid? Finally. VES let out a breath in exasperation. I'll keep this short. You are not making the best use of the Mars. I am the pilot here. I know what I am doing. Reginald angrily rebuked. I have trained for years with the Mars. It is an insult to suggest that I know nothing about how to utilize its power. I'm not saying that, Reginald. I am sure you have mastered the basics to an incredible degree and gained a deep and intimate understanding of all of its tech and parts. However, I have noticed that you have never made serious use of the design solutions that I have imparted to the Mars. What am I missing according to you? I do not feel I am misusing the Mars. You are piloting the Mars in the same way you used to pilot the Balvo's Rage. You have subordinated the Mars into a tool. This is a massive waste of potential. The Mars is a third-order living mech that can do much to help you fight against your opponent, but you have given it no room for independent thought and operation. Reginald remained unmoved by VE's argument. I will not tolerate any uncontrolled factors in my mech. I am in charge and my will is paramount. Whatever living component the Mars possesses is too worthless to help me in this fight. I am strong enough to defeat Jeremiah Gage on my own, and I intend to vanquish him without relying on anyone else's help. Resorting to outside help is an admission of defeat. You idiot. VES lost his patience. I envisioned the Mars as your partner, not your slave. Its living properties are intrinsic to its design. Not only that, you're also ignoring the design spirits that I have paired with the Mars. The Cross Warlord that sits at the center of your clan's spiritual network is ready to back you up. The Phase King can allow you to make significantly better use of the transphasic functions of your Ace Mech. I can guarantee you that you will be able to win your first Ace Mech duel by teaming up with your living mech as well as the design spirits that I have mentioned. The Mars is a living mech that is designed with synergy in mind. He may be right, but Reginald was not in a mind to embrace these words. I have my own pride, VES. The Cross Patriarch spoke in an increasingly firmer tone. I am not like your Larkinsons. I have my own pride. As a warrior, I must test myself and overcome my challenges by relying on my power. I am grateful for everything you have done to make the Mars more exceptional, but when I am in its cockpit, I am in charge. The only way I can honor my father and all of my deceased clansmen is to fight and win this duel in the way that I have been taught by those very same people. This is my vow.